Parallel world. In a certain apartment building in Deep City. Get lost. Yi Chio, you're the boss. Borrowing money everywhere, don't you have any shame left? If you lack dignity, the Yi family still has some. Just hurry up and leave. Hey, raise 200, that should suffice, right? With a frosty expression, the aunt roughly smacked Yi Chio's hand away from the door frame. She then slammed the door shut with great force. Bang, what an unfortunate stroke of luck to encounter such destitute relatives. The door was forcefully shut, accompanied by the aunt's incessant tirades of abuse. This all struck Yi Chio's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him utterly stunned and at a loss. His eyes misted over slightly. His self-esteem had been utterly shattered. Not long ago, Yi Chio had discussed marriage with his girlfriend, Chang Xiao, but her family had demanded an exorbitant bride price of 400,000. In pursuit of this sum, Yi Chio's father had scoured the world, selling everything, depleting their savings, yet still fell short by 80,000. However, Chang Xiao's family remained adamant, insisting that without 40,000 in cash, they would never consent to the marriage. In a desperate attempt to gather the remaining 80,000, his father had resorted to begging from relatives and even took on a job as a motorcycle taxi driver, but tragically met with an accident on his way home. The hospital called, stating that his father had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and required at least 300,000 for surgery. To make matters worse, the driver responsible had fled the scene. Although the authorities were in pursuit, his father could not afford to wait. Without the 300,000 for surgery, death was imminent. As this realization hit him, Yi Chio fell into a pitiful weep, lamenting that had it not been for the bride price, his father would not have suffered the accident. All of this was a consequence of his own actions. In the days that followed, Yi Chio had traversed from one relative to another, desperately seeking funds for his father's surgery. Yet each household shunned him, some even resorting to humiliation and insults. In front of the hospital, Yi Chio took deep puffs from the cigarette in his hand. He was merely a newly graduated assistant at an antique shop, earning just over 3,000 a month. How could he possibly come up with such a staggering sum for surgery? After exhausting all avenues among relatives, none had been willing to extend a helping hand. The 300,000 for the surgery remained elusive. After much contemplation, Yi Chio finally devised a plan. This wedding, I'm not going to go through with it. Now, for the sake of his father, Yi Chio resolved to demand the return of the 320,000 bride price from Chang Xiao's family to cover the surgery costs. As he disembarked from the bus, Yi Chio spotted a BMW parked by the roadside, for which a woman carrying several bags emerged. The woman was none other than Chang Xiao, his fiancée, her demeanor and form unmistakable. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in trendy attire exited the BMW as well. He approached Chang Xiao, draping an arm around her shoulder, and together they strolled toward the apartment building, exchanging affectionate gestures. In that moment, Yi Chio was taken aback. His heart surged with rage, a tempest brewing within. Damn it! This wretched woman is cheating on me? Yi Chio seethed internally, his expression contorted with fury. He had never anticipated that this deceitful woman, after accepting his bride price, would be involved with someone else. With this thought, he hastily approached the couple from behind. Chang Xiao, are you cheating on me? He shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by, who began to murmur among themselves. Chang Xiao's face paled momentarily before she regained her composure. Yi Chio, watch your mouth. What do you mean by cheating? Ha ha. Well, you accepted my bride price and are now cozying up to someone else. How is that not cheating? Yi Chio's anger morphed into bitter laughter, each word laced with venom. He could hardly believe the audacity of this woman. Chang Xiao, however, remained unfazed, her tone dripping with contempt. Yi Chio, after being with you for so long, what have I gained? If not for the bride price your family promised, I would have left you long ago. Yi Chio managed a sorrowful smile, realizing he was the true fool. He had been toyed with, deceived, and now cast aside. His chest heaved with frustration. An urge to confront the couple surged within him, but he was reminded of his father's critical condition in the hospital. He suppressed the rage boiling within. Fine, if that's the case, let's sever ties. Return my bride price. Let there be no further dealings. Yi Chio forced back his fury, his eyes blazing red as he fixed his gaze on Chang Xiao. His father had tirelessly searched for the bride price, even meeting with an accident that led him to the hospital. But what had it yielded? Betrayal, Deceit. Yi Qiu, are you dreaming? You've wasted my youth these past few years, and that money is merely compensation for my lost time, understand? You think you could just take it back? Dream on. Chang Xiao responded with scorn, her tone laced with disdain. She had changed now that she was with Lu Gongzi. She looked down upon Yi Qiu, the struggling man. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu was driven to the edge of fury. This shameless woman dared to utter such words? No longer able to contain his rage, he charged forward and slapped Chang Xiao across the face. Slap. The sound of the slap rang out sharply, drawing the ire of Lu Yu, who stood nearby. Though he was merely toying with a woman and had little interest in her past, publicly striking Chang Xiao was a different matter entirely. It was a slap in Lu Ye's face. You brat, are you seeking death? Lu Yu rolled up his sleeves while signaling to his nearby lackeys. Before long, 5 men surrounded Yi Qiu. Beat him. How dare he hit my woman? He's asking for it. Lu Yu roared menacingly. The men encircling Yi Qiu began to pummel him mercilessly. Outnumbered, Yi Qiu quickly found himself on the ground. Lu Yu picked up a brick from somewhere and brought it crashing down onto Yi Qiu's forehead. In an instant, Yi Qiu's head buzzed and he lost consciousness. Blood gushed from his forehead, staining the ground and soaking his chest. A dim glimmer flickered across his chest, a jade gourd pendant shimmering with radiant light. Chapter 2. Awakening Abilities in the Second People's Hospital of Deep City. Yi Qiu felt a tremor in his eyelids as he gradually regained consciousness, his mind still clouded. Before him lay pristine white walls, and he sensed an unfamiliar object lodged within his nostrils. With trembling hands, he carefully extracted the obstruction, only to discover it was an oxygen tube. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a solitary white bed, accompanied by a couple of other hospital beds nearby. You're awake? A voice, as melodious as a lark, pierced through his daze. Yi Qiu turned towards the sound and beheld an ethereal beauty. The woman possessed a flawless figure. Her curves accentuated in a way that elevated her white blouse, while her lower half was adorned with a knee-length fitted skirt, complemented by long, slender legs encased in black stockings. For a moment, Yi Qiu found himself utterly captivated. He vowed that even the most glamorous actresses on television paled in comparison to her beauty. The enchanting woman, Yu Wanyue, felt her cheeks flush under Yi Qiu's gaze. She spoke softly. Hello, I am Yu Wanyue. I happened to pass by the entrance of Longyang Community and saw you collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. So I called for an ambulance and brought you to the hospital. At that moment, Yi Qiu began to regain his composure, intending to express his gratitude, when a sudden pain shot through his eyes, blurring his vision once more. When clarity returned, he was astounded to find the surroundings had shifted slightly. Above Yu Wanyue's head, a transparent square appeared, inscribed with several lines of text. Name, Yu Wanyue. Age, 23. Background, daughter of Yu Shirong from Donghai. His gaze then drifted to the hairpin adorning Yu Wanyue's hair. To his astonishment, a transparent box appeared above, displaying the inscription. Name, Cartier headpiece. Value, 100,000. Yu Shirong? Yi Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. That was the head of the Shirong Group, one of the Fortune 500 companies, valued at over 80 billion. Could it be that this girl was Yu Shirong's daughter? It was indeed incredible. However, what intrigued Yi Qiu even more was how he was able to perceive such things, along with their worth. This woman was truly a treasure. Yet, his gaze naturally elicited the irritation of Yu Wanyue, who slightly furrowed her brows. Was it possible that the person she saved was a scoundrel? With that thought, Yu Wanyue cast him a cold glance and said, Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave. I have already settled your medical expenses, so rest assured and recuperate. With that, she elegantly departed the hospital, her red-soled Valentino shoes clicking against the floor. Her purpose for visiting Deep City was not for leisure. The end of the month marked her grandfather's 80th birthday. Her grandfather had a profound fondness for antique calligraphy and paintings, and she had come to find a suitable gift for the occasion. Deep City boasted the largest antique market in the country, which was the true reason for her visit. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Yi Qiu awkwardly rubbed his forehead. He had not anticipated that a mere casual test of his unusual condition would lead to such a misunderstanding. The vast horizon is my love. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket, and upon checking, Yi Qiu's brow furrowed in concern. Hello, Director Zhou. About that surgery. Before he could finish his sentence, the voice on the other end interrupted him. Yi Qiu, there is little more to say. The hospital is not a charitable institution. Your father's condition is perilous, and if the 30,000 needed for the craniotomy is not secured promptly, the consequences could be dire. Yichio fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and responded, Director Zhou, rest assured, within 4 days, no, 3 days, I will gather the surgical fees. After hanging up, Yichio felt a wave of despair wash over him. His previous words were merely a stopgap measure. A sum of 30,000 for the surgery was, without a doubt, astronomical for a family like his. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That wretched woman. Yichio smacked his thigh in frustration. His earlier intention to confront Chang Shaoi and demand the return of the betrothal gifts had backfired spectacularly. Instead of retrieving the gifts, he had witnessed an act of betrayal. You're lucky for now, but once I sort this out, you will regret it, Yichio muttered fiercely, feeling a twinge of pain at the wound on his head as thoughts of Chang Shaoi flooded his mind. He was no longer the same, for reasons unknown. His body had undergone a transformation that allowed him to perceive the value of objects. He resolved to visit the antique market. With this newfound ability, how could he possibly fail to amass the 30,000 for the surgery? Indeed, 100,000 or even 1,000,000 might not pose a problem. With that thought, Yichio could no longer contain himself. He swiftly ripped the 4-needle from his hand and fled the hospital. 2,050 yuan. Yichio glanced at the balance on his phone, the entirety of his possessions, and he could only hope for a stroke of luck. Deep City, Luohu Bay, one of the most renowned antique markets in the nation, its reputation rivaling that of Beijing's Panjiayuan. In a marketplace with over 3,000 shops, Yichio was merely a clerk in one of them, primarily responsible for handling the cash register and dusting. However, today was different. He had become one of the prominent figures on this street. Ah, a rare guest, Boss Yi, care to take a look? Suddenly, a playful remark emerged from a nearby stall. After work, Yichio would often visit this bustling street market, sifting through items in hopes of uncovering hidden treasures. Over time, he had grown familiar with the vendor, Old Zhang. Old Zhang, propped up by a 1-meter-long stand, displayed an array of antiques, bronze cauldrons, jade artifacts, porcelain pieces, and various trinkets like snuff bottles. Hey, Brother Zhang, please spare me the teasing. What kind of boss am I? Yichio retorted, halting his steps as he decided to practice his discerning eye at Old Zhang's stall, curious if he could perceive any changes. What if one day you indeed find a gem and transform into Boss Yi? Old Zhang grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, while leisurely sipping from a small teapot, reclining in an armchair. All right then, let us see what you have, Yichio replied, squatting down to examine the items on display. As he focused intently, he felt a deeper pain in his eyes than during his previous visits, as if his very soul were being pricked by needles. It seemed that this peculiar ability could not be invoked at will. Perhaps there was a daily limit to its use. Enduring the sharp sensation, Yichio silently murmured to himself. Initially, it was merely a slight ache in his eyes, which quickly escalated into a more intense sting, emanating from the depths of his soul. Soon, a shift appeared in Yichio's eyes once again. The items on Old Zhang's stall began to come into view. Name, replica Han bronze tripod. Time, 7 days. Value, 50 yuan. As he glanced at the description of the intricately carved bronze tripod adorned with dragons and phoenixes, Yichio couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. How foolish of him to waste time on such antiquities. In the realm of antique markets, bronze artifacts are often mere fakes, easily discernible at first glance. What? You say it could be genuine? Well, congratulations, you might as well consider a long-term stay in prison. Then, Yichio's gaze wandered to other items. Replica Ming porcelain. Time, 1 year. Value, 200 yuan. Horse painting forgery. Time, 50 years. Value, 2,000 yuan. After scrutinizing for a while, a frown darkened Yichio's face. This damned Old Zhang. The total worth of everything on his stall barely exceeded 20,000 yuan. Not a single authentic piece in sight. Just as he was about to speak, Yichio suddenly halted. He noticed that the small teapot in Old Zhang's hand bore an extraordinary pedigree. Name, replica Yuan Monk's hat teapot. Time, 81 years. Value, 280,000 yuan. Provenance, Gujingzhou, made in 1936. Upon reading the description, Yichio was momentarily rendered speechless. Gujingzhou, a master of purple clay craftsmanship. His later works command prices in the millions. This teapot, with its faded yellow hue and monk's hat shape, was indeed the most renowned of all Gujingzhou's creations. Yi Qiu felt his breath quicken involuntarily. If he can procure that teapot, the mere 30,000 in surgical fees would be utterly insignificant. Oh, old Zhang, when did you acquire this teapot? I've never seen it before. Instantly, Yi Qiu, suppressing his inner excitement, spoke up. Old Zhang grinned, gesturing towards the west, and replied, I got it from Lu Kaiyuan. A few days ago, my teapot broke, and coincidentally, he had a bunch of teapots on display, so I casually picked one. Yi Qiu's heart tightened, and he forced himself to remain composed. Most people on the street are quite astute. If he reveals even the slightest hint of a flaw, they might discern something amiss. Thus, Yi Qiu feigned indifference and said, Oh, that sounds rather nice. How much did it cost? Give me a hint, and I'll get one too, so I can enjoy some tea at the shop. Don't try to deceive me. Reveal the bottom price. Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively and said, Oh, come on. We know each other well, and I wouldn't tea trick you. I spent 50 on this pot. That fellow just blabbered about 50,000, not even knowing where he got a pile of teapots. He must be blinded by money. All right, I'll go take a look, Yi Qiu said, before turning and blending into the crowd, pretending to head towards Lu Kaiyuan's stall. After wandering around for a while, Yi Qiu finally returned. If there are no teapots left, they've vanished. Yi Qiu lamented. Old Zhang looked at him with confusion, somewhat skeptical. Really? Could there be a fool who would spend 50,000 and still not manage to get one? Yi Qiu replied, Not exactly. I heard he sold the highest for just 2,000. Most of the others were sold as crafts for a few hundred. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there were truly a fool to be found, it certainly wouldn't be that rascal. I remarked, Have you kept a close watch? You've been browsing for quite some time. It's late at night, and you haven't even opened yet. Why not? Boss Yi, initiate the proceedings. A little auspicious start perhaps? Yi Qiu feigned calmness and replied, That's acceptable, but let us be clear, you mustn't deceive me. Your painting of the steed is quite exquisite. How much do you ask for it? Old Zhang, with a sly demeanor, gestured an 8 with his fingers, stating, As we are familiar with each other, I'll let it go for 8,000. This is an authentic piece. Yi Qiu, with a darkened expression, retorted angrily, What the devil? 8,000. I'll name a price, and whether you accept it is entirely up to you. 80. Old Zhang, upon hearing this, became displeased. He had spent 200 to acquire it. Selling it for 80 was utterly absurd. That's simply one do. It must be at least 800. Yi Qiu furrowed his brow and sighed. Well, that's acceptable, but you must give me something in return. Old Zhang pondered for a moment, shot Yi Qiu a glare, and said, Give you something? That's out of the question. Perhaps a teapot, but don't expect anything from my stall. Yi Qiu felt a surge of joy within. It was indeed a stroke of luck to stumble upon something so effortlessly. He had prepared an array of persuasive tactics to negotiate with Old Zhang, but to his surprise, the offer had been presented without any effort on his part. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, furrowing his brow and suppressing a smile as he remarked, That teapot you bought for 50, you're offering it to me? Very well, I will take a slight loss. It just so happens I need something for brewing tea in the shop. Upon witnessing Yi Qiu's agreement, Old Zhang promptly produced the payment code, presenting it before Yi Qiu with an air of urgency, as if fearful that Yi Qiu might reconsider. Indeed, having acquired the 8 steeds painting for a mere 200 yuan and the teapot for only 50, he had undoubtedly struck a remarkable bargain. Oh, once again I have fallen into your trap, Yi Qiu feigned dissatisfaction, murmuring as he retrieved his phone to transfer 800 yuan. Only after hearing the notification of the funds arriving did Old Zhang, brimming with delight, hand over the teapot and the 8 steeds painting to Yi Qiu. With the monk's cap teapot in hand, Yi Qiu eagerly bade farewell to Old Zhang, resolved to sell it at his own shop. Midway through his journey, he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure. Miss, this is an authentic masterpiece by Tang Yin. You can inquire further. My Ubiozai is indeed a reputable establishment with genuine articles. The middle-aged shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, incessantly extolling the virtues of the painting before Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu felt a stir of interest. In her quest to procure a birthday gift for her father, she had traversed countless locations. And only this painting at Ubiozai had captured her fancy. As the daughter of Yu Shirong, she had encountered her fair share of antiques and artworks. And in her discerning eyes, this painting appeared to be genuine. All right, 1,800,000, correct? The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, promptly provided a bank account number. Yuan Yu took out her phone, ready to initiate the transfer. Just as she was inputting her password, A voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Wait a moment, Mr." Li turned at the sound, only to see Yi Qiu stepping through the door. "Ah, Yi Qiu, what brings you here again? Are you hoping to seize another opportunity?" "Huh. My Yubao studio has not overlooked anything for you," scoffed Mr. Li, his expression dripping with disdain. Yi Qiu, an attendant from Mingyue Tower, found himself at odds with the proprietor of the establishment, which naturally led to a lack of cordiality from Mr. Li towards him as well. Turning his attention to Yu Wanyue, Mr. Li donned a sycophantic smile and urged, "Miss, do make your payment swiftly. This is a rare, authentic piece by Tang Yin. Delay may mean it slips away from you." He was determined not to let this potential windfall escape his grasp, as the antique trade often echoed the adage. 3 years without a transaction that sustains for 3 years. Presently, Yu Wanyue represented the opportunity for him to feast for 3 years, thus deserving of his utmost attention. However, Yu Wanyue remained unhurried. She recognized Yi Qiu. Indeed, the world is a small place, where familiar faces abound. "Miss you. I must express my gratitude for your previous kindness. I would like to treat you to a meal," Yi Qiu said, conveying his appreciation while simultaneously wishing to shield her from deception. Earlier, upon hearing her intent to purchase this so-called authentic work by Tang Yin, Yi Qiu had utilized his unique abilities to discern its true nature. Before he could finish his statement, Mr. Li interjected, irked by the interruption. It was a rare occasion to encounter a naive patron, and Yi Qiu's few words seemed to undermine his chance. "Yi Qiu, what do you mean by that? Do you not see that Miss Yu is engaged in serious matters?" Mr. Li reprimanded, his dissatisfaction evident. Yu Wanyue furrowed her brow, feeling that Yi Qiu was somewhat oblivious to the situation at hand. "Serious matters? Is the serious matter merely purchasing dubious replicas from your establishment?" Yi Qiu retorted, refusing to yield to Mr. Li's provocations. Upon hearing these words, Boss Li could no longer contain his fury. He puffed out his cheeks and glared, exclaiming in anger, "What utter nonsense! My Yubao studio is in no way associated with counterfeit goods, and this painting has been authenticated as a genuine piece. The certificate of authentication is right here. Do not speak such drivel. Get lost, just get out." With a fierce demeanor, Boss Li stepped forward, seemingly on the verge of violence. Chapter 4. Unmasking Boss Li's deception. Yi Qiu took a step back and said, "Boss Li, in business, one must uphold integrity. In the realm of antiques, it is a matter of mutual consent. If you are straightforward, I have nothing further to say. However, when you present a mounted painting as if it were an authentic masterpiece, I can no longer tolerate this." Yi Qiu spoke with conviction, and his words quickly drew the attention of a crowd. A bustling throng gathered before Yubao Studio, appearing as if they were spectators at a performance. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's remarks, Boss Li's heart sank in disbelief. How did this young man discern that the painting was mounted? It seemed utterly implausible. If he truly possessed such skills, would he not be revered as a guest of honor at Mingyue Tower? The antique and calligraphy trade has long acknowledged the concept of mounting. However, the term mounting can encompass a variety of interpretations. Generally, it refers to restoration and repair. Yet, to some profit-driven individuals, mounting can serve as a means for exorbitant profit. In ancient times, most paintings and poems were inscribed on Xian paper, which comes in various grades. Some premium Xian paper can consist of dozens of layers. Any ancient books or paintings crafted on rice paper, once they come into the hands of merchants, are often disassembled into as many layers as possible. Each layer is then reinforced with additional rice paper, transforming a single piece into 2 or even multiple pieces. However, the colors of these layers, even the topmost one, pale in comparison to the original work. The forgers must meticulously replicate the original's details and employ aging techniques to create a convincing facade, making it challenging to discern authenticity. The piece in Boss Li's possession, purported to be a genuine work of Tang Yin, is merely a product of this mounting method. While it holds some value, it is certainly not worth a staggering 1.8 million. Observing Boss Li's panicked demeanor, Yi Qiu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, asking, "Do you need me to elaborate further?" Upon hearing this, Boss Li's face immediately turned ashen, a ghostly pallor enveloping him. The onlookers erupted in a commotion. The Yu Baozhai has a rather lackluster reputation in the antique market, boasting that no counterfeit items exist within its walls. It now appears to be nothing more than a fade built upon unscrupulous practices. As Boss Li surveyed the surrounding reactions, even he, in his ignorance, realized that the reputation of Yu Bao Zhai had been irreparably tarnished by his own actions. In that moment, he wished to slap himself. Had it not been for his greed, this predicament would never have arisen. Initially, he thought that employing such a sophisticated mounting technique would allow him to deceive a few unsuspecting buyers with ease. Little did he anticipate encountering someone like Yi Qiu, who would effortlessly recognize the mounting method. Truly, misfortune seems to strike when one least expects it. At that moment, Yu Wanyue, noticing Boss Li's expression, also came to the realization that Yi Qiu had indeed hit the nail on the head. She had never anticipated that the Yubao studio would employ such unscrupulous tactics. Although she had heard whispers of such mounting techniques, had it not been for Yi Qiu's timely intervention today, she might have unwittingly become the victim of their deceit. Li Boss, is it? Very well, I shall remember that, Yu Wanyue declared with a frosty demeanor. She would not let herself be easily swindled. If she did not flay this unscrupulous Li Boss, then she would not be worthy of being Yu Shirong's daughter. Humph. With that, Yu Wanyue huffed and turned on her heel, departing the establishment. Once outside, she could not help but feel a surge of curiosity towards Yi Qiu. He appeared to be no more than 20, and by all accounts, he should be regarded as a mere novice in the realm of antiques. How could he discern that mounting technique? It is known that even seasoned experts might fail to recognize certain intricate mounting methods for esteemed calligraphy and paintings. Thank you for today, Yu Wanyue paused, then expressed her gratitude. Her impression of Yi Qiu had improved considerably. She had initially thought him to be merely a lecherous scoundrel. However, the events at Yubao Studio had compelled her to reassess her opinion somewhat. Yi Qiu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I simply detest seeing that scoundrel deceive you. However, I sense you possess a keen interest in antiques." Yu Wanyue nodded and replied, "Indeed. My grandfather's 80th birthday is at the end of the month. He has always had a profound love for antiques. And Deep City's Luhu Bay is one of the largest antique markets in the nation, which is why I came to explore. Had it not been for your assistance, I might have fallen prey to that scam." Yu Wanyue couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh before saying, "Let me treat you to a meal, as a way to repay your kindness." Yi Qiu chuckled and replied, "Kindness? That sentiment should be expressed by me. If it weren't for you taking me to the hospital, I might have perished from excessive blood loss. No, allow me to treat you." In a modest eatery, Yi Qiu felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Yu Wanyue was the daughter of Yu Shirong, a princess of the Fortune 500, accustomed to dining in five-star hotels or exclusive restaurants. It was inconceivable for her to step into such a humble establishment. Yet, he found himself with a mere $1,250 to his name. Forget exclusive restaurants. He could scarcely afford even a single dish of abalone or lobster. Well, it may be a bit shabby, but this place has quite delightful flavors. I hope you won't mind. Yi Qiu spoke with an awkward smile. Yu Wanyue smiled in response, unfazed by the surroundings. In her usual office routine, she often settled for takeout that cost only a few dozen dollars when pressed for time. As she beamed at him, Yi Qiu found himself entranced. Yu Wanyue's beauty was astonishing. Even when doing nothing, she stood there like a luminous pearl, captivating every male gaze. The internet celebrities on television relied on lighting and makeup to be deemed attractive, but Yu Wanyue was different. She needed no embellishment. Her natural appearance surpassing 99% of women in the world. Perhaps owing to Yi Qiu's earlier intervention, the two had successfully added each other on WeChat. Suddenly, an idea seemed to spark in Yi Qiu's mind. "Miss Yu, I possess an antique object. Would you care to take a look? My father is currently in the hospital awaiting surgery, and I recently stumbled upon this monk's cap teapot. While I could sell it, finding a suitable buyer for such an item proves to be quite challenging and time-consuming. My father cannot afford to wait much longer, as the 30,000 yuan required for his medical treatment looms over me daily. Now that you, Miss Yu, have expressed an interest in antiques, why not sell the monk's cap teapot to you? This would not only alleviate my pressing financial concerns, but also provide you with a thoughtful gift. Wouldn't that be a delightful outcome?" Chapter 5. Selling antiques. A hint of skepticism crossed Yu Wanyue's face, yet Li Qiu's tone suggested he was not jesting. She replied, "Very well, shall we take a look after our meal?" Li Qiu nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. A man is iron, and food is steel. Let us dine first." Before long, both set down their chopsticks, settled the bill, and prepared to step outside. They sought a tranquil CAF where Li Qiu retrieved the monk's cap teapot, carefully encased in a wooden box, from his bag. Handing it to Yu Wanyue, she eagerly opened the box, revealing a teapot resembling a monk's cap. Amongst capped teapot? Yu exclaimed in surprise. Such teapots are rare in the antique trade, and this one appeared relatively modern, lacking the antiquity that often enhances value. Its craftsmanship was commendable, yet without the passage of time to imbue it with significance, it likely held little worth. After a thoughtful examination, Yu candidly expressed her opinion. Yi Qiu remained composed, for this was indeed a noteworthy creation by Gu Jingzhou. However, this teapot was an early work of the esteemed master, lacking any seal or engraving. Were it not for his extraordinary abilities, he might have regarded it merely as an inconspicuous teapot, let alone Miss Yu. Surely, she had heard of the illustrious name of Gu Jingzhou, had she not? This teapot is an early piece by the master, albeit without a seal. Miss Yu might wish to have someone verify its authenticity. Yi Qiu spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Yu could not help but be moved. How could she be unaware of Gu Jingzhou's name? He was a modern master in the realm of Zixia teapots. His later works had fetched millions at auction. Yet, Yu refrained from jumping to conclusions, simply taking a few photographs and sending them to Old Wang. Old Wang was a close friend of her grandfather and one of the last remaining experts in antique appraisal. Any antique, under his discerning gaze, could be authenticated in no time. Not long after sending the photos, the phone rang. Yu's heart skipped a beat. The caller ID displayed Old Wang's name. Could it be that the monk hat teapot was genuine? Before she could ponder further, she answered the call, and an urgent voice came through. "My dear, is that teapot in your possession?" The aged voice carried a hint of urgency. Yu promptly relayed the truth. After a brief silence, the voice continued, impressive indeed. "My dear, this is truly an early work of Gu Jingzhou. Who is this young man with such remarkable discernment?" Yu cast a curious glance at Yi Qiu, deftly deflecting Old Wang's inquiry, and then began to confer with Yi Qiu. "Yi Qiu, this teapot, although a creation of the esteemed Gu family, is merely an early piece and thus lacks the value of later works. I can offer you a price of 3 million. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu's spirits soared. 3 million. At last, he need not worry about his father's surgical expenses. "Very well, I accept 3 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qiu readily agreed. He promptly provided his bank account number, and soon, the delightful chime of a notification echoed. Yi Qiu suppressed his excitement and took out his phone to check. "Your account has received a transfer of 3,000,000,000 from another bank. Balance, 3,001,250,000. A pleasant collaboration." Yi Qiu, stifling his inner joy, exchanged a few words with Yuanyue. Yuanyue was momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly. "A delightful collaboration indeed. Mr. Yi, you possess keen insight. Should you come across more antiques in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." "Excellent." Yi Qiu nodded with a smile, confident that with his abilities, he would undoubtedly acquire more antiques in the future. Aligning himself with Yuanyue seemed advantageous. He would no longer need to exert effort in searching for buyers. At the Second People's Hospital of Deep City, after bidding farewell to Yuanyue, Yi Qiu hastily summoned a taxi to this location. Upon entering the hospital, he fortuitously encountered Director Zhou, who had previously called him. "Yi Qiu, I was just about to call you. Your father's condition has deteriorated. He must undergo surgery immediately, or he will be at risk of losing his life." Director Zhou spoke hurriedly before rushing towards the operating room, despite the fact that Yi Qiu had not yet paid the 30,000 for the surgery. However, the patient is in critical condition and requires immediate surgery. Yi Qiu, filled with anxiety, hurried to the payment office to settle the surgery fee of 300,000. Afterwards, he paced nervously in front of the operating room, deeply troubled. If his father were to succumb today, he would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. If it were not for his own marriage, would his father have suffered this accident? Yi Qiu occasionally glanced at the lights of the operating room, and he was unaware of how much time had passed until the red surgical light finally extinguished. Director Zhou, looking exhausted, pushed open the door and stepped out. Before Yi Qiu could utter a word, Director Zhou spoke. "The rescue was timely, and the surgery was successful. Your father has passed the critical phase. However, Yi Qiu, this hospital is not a charitable institution. You must still pay the 300,000 surgical fee." Upon hearing that his father's surgery was successful, Yi Qiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Director Zhou, rest assured, I have already settled the surgery fee." Director Zhou cast a surprised glance at Yi Qiu, remembering how he had struggled to gather the 30,000 before. It was astonishing that he had managed to do so in just one day. That is good to hear. Your father's condition will require observation. It is best for him to stay in the hospital for a while longer until he is fully recovered. Yichio nodded and expressed his gratitude to Director Zhou. With a wave of his hand, Director Zhou hurried away once more. In the hospital room, after ensuring that his father was comfortable, Yichio finally took a moment to rest. Looking at his father, pale and unconscious, a wave of guilt surged within him again. His father had sacrificed so much for this family. Dad, focus on your recovery. Your son will take care of everything from now on, Yichio softly murmured, then took out his phone to reassure his mother at home, simultaneously requesting her to come and care for his father. He still had scores to settle. From the very beginning, Yichio firmly believed that a gentleman should seek revenge without delay. It was also time to reckon with Chang Xiaoyi and that scoundrel. A flicker of anger flashed in Yichio's eyes. This pair of adulterers not only betrayed him, but also summoned others to assault him in public. He would not let this grudge go so easily. Within a law firm, Yichio filed a lawsuit against Chang Xiaoyi and then proceeded to the local police station. Armed with a medical certificate detailing his injuries, he reported the assault he had endured to the county office. However, he did not hold much hope that reporting it would have any significant impact on Chang Xiaoyi's new lover. At most, it might merely serve to annoy him. If the opponent could assert that Yichio initiated the altercation, it could easily be dismissed as mutual combat. Yet, one must not forget that he had been the victim of a coordinated attack, which fundamentally altered the nature of the incident. While mutual combat might not be deemed particularly severe, the involvement of multiple individuals elevated the situation to that of a brawl. Chapter 6. The Shameless Family in Recent Years. The Ming state has placed great emphasis on eradicating vice and criminality. A brawl of this nature would certainly be enough to land Chang Xiaoyi's paramour in serious trouble. After resolving this matter, Yichio once again visited his father in the hospital. He noticed that his father's complexion had improved significantly. His mother was busy tending to his father, and after helping her with washing and fetching water for a while, Yichio was interrupted by a phone call. Hello? Yichio, do you still want your salary this month? It's been several days, and you haven't come to work. On the other end of the line was Yichio, the manager of the antique shop. He was not the owner, but merely managed the store on behalf of the proprietor. Typically, he would relish in making things difficult for Yichio, but given the urgency of the situation, Yichio hastily called to request leave without explaining the circumstances. Thus, it was understandable that the manager was now calling to urge his return. All right, Manager Liu, I resign. Please ensure my salary is deposited into my account. Otherwise, I shall involve the Labor Bureau, Yichio calmly stated before abruptly disconnecting the call. This decision was the result of careful consideration with his newfound abilities. The meager salary of over 3,000 from Minghua Tower no longer held any appeal for him. He opted for a direct resignation. Meanwhile, Lewin was infuriated by Yichio's audacity. Damn it, does he dare to threaten me? Lewin slammed his hand on the table in rage. However, the thought of Yichio mentioning the Labor Bureau made him hesitate to withhold the salary. After all, if this minor issue were to reach the ears of the actual owner, his position as manager would surely be at risk. At the hospital, Yichio transferred 500,000 yuan to his mother's account via mobile banking. Mom, I have transferred 500,000 to you. Keep this money for now. Dad's health has yet to improve, and he needs to rest for a while. Don't worry about spending. Your son is doing well now. Lu Yue was somewhat taken aback, struggling to comprehend the source of her son's sudden wealth. He had already paid 300,000 for his father's surgery and now was giving her 500,000. Son, while we may be poor, we must not lose our ambition. Please, do not engage in any illegal activities. As she spoke, tears welled in the corners of Lu Yi's eyes. During this period, the hospitalization of her child's father and the disdainful glances from relatives had driven her to the brink of despair. Should her son find himself imprisoned again, the very foundation of their family would surely crumble. Upon hearing this, Yichio staggered slightly, astonished by her mother's wild imaginings. Mother, rest assured, no matter the circumstances, your son would never resort to illegal actions. This is merely a fortunate acquisition I stumbled upon at the antique market. After explaining with a grim expression, Yichio suddenly noticed 3 individuals entering from outside. Chang Xiaoyi. Yichio suppressed her fury and coldly called out. The newcomers were indeed the family of Chang Xiaoyi. Yichio, what the hell is your intention? You're suing my sister? Chang Kuan, Chang Xiaoyi's brother, took the initiative, confronting Yichio with a fierce glare. Indeed, Yi Qiu, I never anticipated you to be such a person. I warn you, withdraw your lawsuit immediately. Or I assure you, this is far from over. Chang Xiaoyi exclaimed with a menacing expression. Beside her, her mother, Li Li, shrieked, Yi Qiu, you are utterly shameless. You've delayed my daughter's youth for so long and now seek compensation for her lost time by dragging her to court. Oh heavens, is there no justice? I can't bear this any longer. Li Li cried, preparing to throw a tantrum. Yi Qiu made no move to stop her, merely casting a cold stare in their direction. Passers-by in the hospital had already turned their attention to the unfolding drama, whispering and pointing, seemingly discussing the scene before them. Realizing she was being ignored, Li Li, feeling humiliated, stood up, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Qiu, and berated, You ungrateful wretch. Haven't we treated you well in the Chang family? You heartless wretch. How could you treat us this way and even bring my precious daughter to court? Chang Yue, this is the son you have raised, utterly devoid of conscience. Yi Qiu's mother evidently did not grasp the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Li Li's scathing remarks, she hastily tugged at Yi Qiu's sleeve and whispered, Son, is what Xiaoyi and the others said true? After reassuring his mother for a moment, Yi Qiu exclaimed in anger, Silence. We are in a hospital. Loud outbursts are prohibited. Furthermore, how dare you accuse me of being heartless? Li Li, I respect you as an elder and will not hold your words against you. But should you dare to point a finger at me or continue your slander, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. However, Chang Kuan was not pleased, and upon hearing these words, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at Yi Qiu. Yet, to Yi Qiu, his movements appeared remarkably sluggish. Whether it was the effect of his extraordinary abilities or some other reason, Yi Qiu slightly sidestepped, evading Chang Kuan's punch, and discreetly exerted a force that sent Chang Kuan tumbling to the ground. Oh no! He has been knocked out. Call the police, someone might die? Li Li exclaimed in a panic as she witnessed her beloved son suffer. Huh, the surveillance cameras are right there. I did not lay a finger on him, so do not speak falsely. And as for being taken to court, that is merely the just consequence for your Chang family. Indeed, as the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. Chang Xiaoyi's association with a wealthy heir must surely be your doing as her mother. With that, Yi Qiu's tone sharpened as he glared at Chang Xiaoyi and the others, reprimanding them. Indeed, I have not formalized my union with Chang Xiaoyi, and thus we cannot be deemed a lawful couple. However, you have accepted a bride price of 320,000, and an engagement has been established. Now, to demand a compensation for lost youth after merely a year together is quite audacious. Is your Chang Xiaoyi truly a celestial being, or does she merely resemble one? To request such an exorbitant fee for a year's companionship is quite brazen, indeed. Yi Qiu delivered her scorn without restraint. And the onlookers began to understand the unfolding situation. How astonishing it is that this family possesses such shamelessness. They collect bride prices while simultaneously courting a wealthy heir, only to discard him once they secure a golden opportunity. What a masterful display of opportunism. How disgraceful. The derisive murmurs of the crowd reached Li Li, causing even this brazen woman to flush with indignation. Leave, leave. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs, she retorted, directing her ire toward the spectators, before casting a menacing glare at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu, I will not tolerate this. You must withdraw your lawsuit, otherwise it will tarnish my daughter's reputation. Furthermore, that money shall not be returned to you. It is a compensation for my daughter's lost youth. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu struggled to suppress the urge to slap this wretched woman. How dare she presume to dictate terms? Am I to coddle you? To utter such words with such audacity? I shall not engage in further discourse with you. Await the court summons, Yi Qiu replied, shaking her head, unwilling to entangle herself further with the Chang family. It was evident that they were impervious to reason. Should they return the 320,000, she might consider withdrawing her lawsuit, leaving room for future retribution. However, with such an attitude, I must express my discontent. Yi Qiu is not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 7. Return to the antique market. Despite the futile uproar caused by Chang Xiaoyi and her companions, they were determined to persist until the hospital security intervened, hastily urging them to leave. Reluctantly, the trio exited the hospital premises. Once outside, Chang Xiaoyi found herself at a loss, anxiously clapping her hands. If this matter were to escalate to a court case, would she still be able to live a normal life? Continuing this uproar would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Mom, perhaps we should just return the money to Yi Qiu, Chang Xiaoyi suggested, unable to contain her thoughts. Lily immediately objected, her voice sharp. Return it? Absolutely not. That money is for your brother's house. Besides, the payment has already been made. How can we possibly return it? What if Yi Chio truly takes us to court? Lily shot her a glance, scoffing. That good-for-nothing Yi Chio, how many people does he even know? I'll call you as soon as I get back. I refuse to believe we can't handle this insignificant pest. Chang Kuan clenched his jaw, his face contorted with determination. Sister, brother-in-law will surely have a solution. Don't fret. If all else fails, I'll find someone to teach this brat a lesson. Meanwhile, the brother-in-law Chang Kuan referred to was currently in a state of turmoil. Lu Yu, suppressing his fury, ended a phone call with a sharp snap, slamming his palm onto the table. Just moments ago, his father had called to berate him. Now, as the company prepared for an important meeting, news had reached his father that their son was allegedly involved in organized crime, leading a gang to assault others on the streets. If this scandal were to surface, the Liu family's plans for going public would surely be jeopardized. Fortunately, there are influential figures within the Liu family who have suppressed this matter, preventing it from attracting attention. Otherwise, no matter how extensive their network, the pressure would be insurmountable. How dare that scoundrel file a report? I will make him pay dearly. Liu Yu's face darkened, his heart brimming with animosity towards Yi Chio. Although his interest in Chang Xiaoyi was merely superficial, the audacity of this brat to confront him openly was akin to a slap to his face. And now he even had the audacity to report him with a medical assessment of his injuries. This had escalated beyond mere personal grievances. If he did not eliminate this brat, his resentment would remain unresolved. Currently, he was not only chastised by his father, but also had his allowance drastically reduced. He could hardly fathom living on merely 100,000 a month when he was accustomed to spending 500,000. Not to mention, he was also supporting a group of subordinates. Contemplating for a moment, Li took out his phone and dialed a number. Xiaowu, assist me in investigating an individual named Yi Chio, residing in the Luohu district of Deep City, XX Village. Gather information on his background, occupation, and income. Ensure everything is thoroughly investigated. After conveying these instructions, Lu Yu ended the call. He then summoned his secretary clad in a form-fitting skirt. Upon entering, the secretary discreetly closed the door behind her, and the office was soon filled with an air of intimacy. Meanwhile, Yi Chio had returned to the antique market. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Boss Li, his face ashen, being taken away by law enforcement. Such a pity, provoking the wrong people. Beside him, old Zhang, holding a newly purchased teapot, took a sip and spoke with a tone that hinted at something more. Upon hearing this, Yi Chio promptly approached to inquire further. Originally, shortly after he and Yuan Wei departed, Ubiozai was subjected to fire inspections and various examinations, ultimately revealing that Boss Li had committed tax evasion, leading to his immediate detention for interrogation. Upon hearing this, Yi Chio could not help but inhale sharply. It was evident that this was the doing of Yu Wanhua. He had not anticipated the extent of her influence in the deep city. What's wrong, Boss Yi? Your expression suggests you were quite informed. Old Zhang remarked with a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth. Yi Chio quickly waved his hands, denying any knowledge. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't make wild assumptions. However, old Zhang dismissed his protests. You simply lack experience. Boss Li may escape this time. But do you think he will let you off the hook once he is free? In the antiques trade, imitation and forgery are rampant. If you find yourself with a counterfeit, you can only suffer in silence. Even if you are aware that the item is fake, you should refrain from stating so outright. By tearing the facade, you would only be antagonizing others unnecessarily. Old Zhang's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Yi Chio. Taken aback, Yi Chio realized that his time in the antiques business was limited. Previously, he had merely worked as a helper at Minghua Tower, where he knew little of these unwritten rules. Now the entire antiques market knows your name. If you wish to continue earning a living here, it may prove quite challenging. Old Zhang continued ominously. After absorbing this information, Yi Chio could not help but let out a bitter laugh. The shadows of trees and the names of men. He would undoubtedly find it arduous to navigate the antiques market now. What a colossal loss, Yi Chio murmured, regretting his earlier candor. It was too late to turn back now. Yi Chio shook his head and dismissed further contemplation. Even if this antique market did not offer him anything, he remained unconvinced that there were no antiquities to be found in the deep city. After a moment of reflection, he strolled leisurely through the market. The vendors on the eastern side were relatively amiable. They neither chased him away nor uttered a word. They were well aware that the items on display were predominantly counterfeit. Conversely, the shops on the western side offered him nothing but disdain. even when attended to. The tone was far from pleasant. As he surveyed his surroundings, Ichio found no intriguing antiques among the small stalls on the eastern side. While genuine artifacts were indeed plentiful in the eastern market, most were well-known fakes, rendering them devoid of any profit potential. The proprietors of the eastern market were on high alert towards him, making the prospect of discovering a hidden gem seem like a distant fantasy. At one of the eastern stalls, Ichio crouched down. The stall owner was a somewhat unfamiliar face, likely a newcomer to the antique market. Among the displayed items were a Fuqing Dynasty snuff bottle valued at 1,000, a replica Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece priced at 2,000, and a Qing Dynasty Yongzheng imitation porcelain bowl worth a staggering 1 million. Upon witnessing this, Ichio's breath quickened with excitement. He had never anticipated uncovering such a treasure at this small vendor's stall, a piece valued at an impressive 1 million. If he could procure it, he would undoubtedly strike gold. Composing himself, Ichio spoke up. "My friend, this item of yours is rather remarkable. Its condition is quite good. What price are you asking? If it's agreeable, I shall take it." The stall owner, a man in his 30s, donned a grayish-blue long gown, with wrinkles etched across his cheeks. The weathered visage bore the marks of time, with strands of gray delicately framing his temples. The man appeared as though he were experiencing the art of street vending for the very first time. With a broad grin revealing his prominent teeth, he addressed, "Young brother, as a newcomer, I am offering you this Qing Dynasty snuff bottle for 40,000. It may seem unremarkable, but its quality is quite commendable." Ichio raised an eyebrow, feigning difficulty. "My dear fellow, your price seems somewhat inflated. Alas, I fear it is beyond my means. What about the price of this porcelain bowl?" The man cast a glance at Ichio and gestured with his hand, indicating 80,000. "This porcelain bowl has been passed down through generations. It is said to date back to the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. I shall part with it for 80,000. Upon hearing this figure, Ichio felt a flicker of joy. Even at 80,000, it would not be a loss, though a lower price would be preferable. Thus, he prepared to negotiate with the man. Chapter 8. The Old Man 1,000. Ichio boldly declared, slashing the price dramatically. The man's face turned ashen. Was this truly the manner of bargaining? "Get lost. I refuse to sell to you," he retorted, his expression darkening. Ichio cleared his throat, acknowledging that his offer had indeed been rather drastic. "Brother, let us not let a deal ruin our civility. What is your genuine price? If it is reasonable, I shall purchase it." The man glared at him, but after a moment of contemplation, he held up 6 fingers. "At least 60,000, not a penny less." Ultimately, no matter how Ichio attempted to haggle, the vendor remained steadfast, refusing to budge an inch, regardless of the proprietor's relentless insistence on the porcelain bowl's imperfections. The owner remained impervious to reason. Left with no other recourse, Ichio resolved to acquiesce, acknowledging that this bargain was slipping through his fingers. Fortunately, he alone was privy to the true value of the bowl. At 60,000, compared to 1 million, he still stood to gain significantly. "Very well, 60,000 it is." Ichio feigned a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper produced a payment code from his pocket, and it took Ichio several attempts to complete the transaction. Ultimately, the porcelain bowl safely fell into his possession. Another million secured. Ichio's heart brimmed with joy. Previously, he had groveled and endured endless disdain for a mere 300,000, yet now, he had effortlessly netted 1 million simply by perusing the antique market. The velocity at which he was amassing wealth left him in a state of bewilderment. Pondering deeply, he struggled to comprehend the transformation his body had undergone. His newfound ocular abilities remained a mystery to him. Currently, he could employ this power at most 3 times a day, as overuse resulted in discomfort. Additionally, his physical constitution appeared to have significantly strengthened. Fortune and fate combined. This was indeed his serendipity. Ultimately, Ichio could only attribute this extraordinary ability to divine providence. With his current savings of 2,200,000, he resolved to purchase a vehicle. The exorbitant housing prices in Deep City would barely afford him a restroom. "Hey, wait." Suddenly, Ichio heard a voice call from behind. Instinctively, he turned to see an elderly man, whose features bore the weight of time, beckoning him with a wave. "Old gentleman, are you calling for me?" Ichio inquired with a hint of confusion. The old man seemed to be somewhat fatigued from his exertions. As he approached Ichio, stamping his feet and gasping for breath, his chest rose and fell rhythmically, adorned with a pair of reading glasses. And he wore a crisp white shirt, resembling a typical old scholar. "Indeed, young man. I wonder if you might part with the porcelain bowl you purchased earlier at the stall?" With a wry smile, the old man continued, Ah, it seems fate has not favored me with this bowl. I sensed something peculiar about it, but the vendor's asking price was exorbitant, prompting me to take a stroll. Little did I expect that in the blink of an eye, you would acquire it. Dear brother, I shall not haggle. Whatever price you paid, I will offer you double. Might you consider parting with it? Upon hearing this, Yuchio felt no stirrings in his heart. The bowl was worth 1 million, when met with the right buyer. Its value could soar even higher. To think he would part with it for a mere 120,000 was utterly inconceivable. I'm afraid, old gentleman, that I cannot part with this bowl, Yuchio reflected before declining. The old man did not appear to be the type who could afford 1 million. Thus, Yuchio decided to consult Yuanyue to see if she might be interested. 20,000. The old man persisted, undeterred. Old gentleman, I need not elaborate further. You must recognize the bowl's significance. It is a remarkable piece. To secure it for 20,000 might prove quite a challenge. Yuchio waved his hand dismissively. Responding in a calm manner, the old gentleman gritted his teeth, resolutely stating, My young friend, I hold a profound affection for this bowl. The owner of Boyue Tower and I share a close friendship. Why not take this bowl for appraisal? I shall offer you the amount equal to its assessed value. Does that sound agreeable? Yuchio was taken aback by the old man's unexpected generosity. Could it be that if the appraisal reached 10 million, he would pay that sum? Perhaps so. After contemplating for a moment, Yuchio acquiesced. If the old gentleman could indeed present a price that satisfied him, selling it would pose no issue. As for Boyue Tower, he naturally held a firm trust in it. Within the antique trading market of Deep City, countless stalls and shops abound. But none are as renowned as Boyue Tower, home to a master of the antiquities trade. Any artifact appraised by his hand would be beyond reproach. Even the most commonplace items could be authenticated with just a glance. Ah, Mr. Lin, what brings you here today? Please, have a seat. Lin Shu. Quickly pour tea for Mr. Lin. As the old gentleman and Yuchio approached the entrance of Boyue Tower, before they could step inside, the shopkeeper, Lu, scampered out with an obsequious demeanor. It seemed the old gentleman's status was indeed remarkable. Yuchio mused inwardly. Perhaps it would be beneficial to cultivate this connection. Should matters with Wan Yu become inconvenient, he could always rely on the old gentleman. Possessing extraordinary abilities, Yuchio was destined to acquire countless antiques. All he lacked was a means to sell them. While these antique shops could suffice, they could never compare to the convenience of dealing with acquaintances. Once a mere assistant in an antique shop, he now casually handled antiques worth tens of millions. While this was manageable once or twice, it could soon become problematic. Should someone with ulterior motives learn of this, the consequences could be dire. No, I must attend to an urgent matter. Is Elder Lu Zhongyuan available? The shopkeeper Lu promptly replied, Yes, Elder Lu happens to be in the store today. Excellent, please invite Elder Lu down so he may appraise this item for me. Lin Laozi stated. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with white hair and a half-length beard descended leisurely from the loft. Shaolin, what brings you to Deep City? What treasure do you wish for me to appraise? Surely, you are not uncertain? Lu Zhongyuan teased, as Lin Shanghai was indeed his junior. It was not unreasonable for him to refer to him as Shaolin, especially since they shared a close friendship that transcended generations. Elder, with the upcoming 80th birthday of Elder Yu, I thought to search for some treasures. I am particularly fond of this porcelain bowl, yet I cannot ascertain its value. Moreover, this young gentleman has already laid claim to it, so I wish to consult you for a price that would satisfy him and encourage him to part with it. Oh, is there someone with a keener nose than yours? Lu Zhongyuan remarked in surprise as he glanced at Yuchio, only to find him a mere youth. He then dismissively said, Show it to me. Chapter 9. Purchasing a car. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper Lu observed with a perplexed expression. He had seen Yuchio at Mingwei Tower. He was merely one of the associates, yet unexpectedly, he transformed into a customer at his own establishment, a change that was rather remarkable. Furthermore, this morning, he overheard rumors in the market suggesting that Bosley had provoked someone he ought not to have. It is likely that he is still in custody undergoing interrogation. And this incident appears to be related to Yuchio. On the other hand, upon hearing this, Yuchio promptly retrieved the wooden box from his bag. Lu Zhongyuan took it, extracting a magnifying glass from his pocket to examine it meticulously. After a considerable period, he expressed some regret, stating, What a pity. The bowl has a crack. It is exquisite and elegant, delicate and charming, with a pink base and an orange peel texture on the glaze. It should be an official kiln item from the Qin Yongzheng period, valued approximately between 700,000 to 1 million. It is considered a flawed piece, akin to the six-lobed bowls with pastel floral designs, but alas, Due to the crack and uneven coloring, the price is limited to this range. Lu Zhongyin truly lived up to his reputation as a master. With a mere glance, he assessed the porcelain bowl's worth. Yi Qiu could not help but feel genuine admiration. Were it not for his own extraordinary abilities, he might have spent a lifetime unable to match this esteemed elder's expertise. After listening, old Master Lin turned to Yi Qiu and said, "Young brother, you have heard the price. Master Lu Zhongyuan is indeed a luminary in the antique trade. For this porcelain bowl, I can offer you 800,000. How does that sound?" After contemplating for a moment, Yi Qiu replied, "Let us do this, old master. If you offer 900,000, I will part with this porcelain bowl." Just as old Master Lin was about to respond, he caught a glimpse of Lu Zhongyuan's expression and immediately, without hesitation, agreed, "Very well. Then it will be 900,000, my young friend. Would you prefer a bank card or a check?" "A bank card," he replied, promptly reciting a series of numbers. After a brief moment of activity on his phone, the esteemed Mr. Lin confirmed the transfer, and Yi Qiu's phone buzzed with the notification of the 900,000 transfer. "Excellent, old man. You are quite straightforward. This porcelain bowl is yours." After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Lin handed over his business card, and Yi Qiu took his leave. Once Yi Qiu departed, Lu Zhongyuan smugly remarked, "You can give this bowl to Elder Yu. It is reasonably priced. If it were to be auctioned, it might fetch around 1,500,000. The price I quoted earlier was merely for a private transaction. Without auctioning, it would cap at a mere 100,000. On the other side, as Yi Qiu exited the shop, he felt a surge of exhilaration. With the additional 900,000, his savings had surpassed 3 million. Should he not reward himself with a car? Without hesitation, he hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the largest Mercedes-Benz dealership in Liu Bei. The taxi driver cast a peculiar glance, noting that Yi Qiu's attire appeared rather inexpensive. What could this kid possibly want here? He hardly looks like someone who could afford a Mercedes, the driver thought with a hint of disdain. Yi Qiu, catching the driver's derisive expression in the rearview mirror, felt a twinge of annoyance. Upon arriving at the dealership, Yi Qiu scanned his phone and promptly paid 100, declaring, "No need for change." With that, he adjusted his modestly priced attire with an air of nonchalance before alighting from the vehicle. "Pfft, what a show-off," the driver muttered as he drove away, not missing the opportunity to mock Yi Qiu. As Yi Qiu stepped into the luxurious confines of the Mercedes-Benz dealership, a voice filled with surprise suddenly echoed from nearby. He turned to see Yi Baixue, the daughter of his uncle, whose family operated a modest factory. She had always regarded him with disdain, often looking down her nose at him. Previously, when he had visited his uncle's house to borrow money for his father's surgery, she had humiliated him by declaring that he would never be able to repay the 300,000 yuan. The money lent out was as futile as a meat bun thrown to dogs. Reflecting on these memories, a wry smile crept across Yi Qiu's face. "What brings you here?" "I warn you, I have no money to lend you." Yi Baixue cast a wary glance at him, her eyes betraying an unmistakable contempt. The Yi family was hardly affluent. While her father's small factory yielded an annual profit of 500,000, ensuring a comfortable life, Yi Qiu's parents worked in a garment factory, earning a meager combined salary of merely 10,000 a month, especially when Yi Qiu's father had been scrounging for money to pay for his son's bride price. Her disdain for him had only deepened. She could not fathom how he had managed to find work in her vicinity. "Is there nothing beyond borrowing money that you think I am capable of?" Yi Qiu retorted coldly. In response, Yi Baixue regarded him with a look of scorn, her expression mocking. "What else would you be doing at a Mercedes-Benz dealership if not to ask for money? Could it be that you intend to purchase a car? To think that you would ask your grandfather to borrow a mere 500,000. Do you truly believe you can produce 1 or 2 million to purchase a vehicle?" The sales representatives nearby seemed to have taken note of the unfolding situation, casting curious glances. Before long, a corpulent middle-aged man emerged from the office. Wang Cheng scolded with displeasure. "What is this? No one is working? Why are you all standing around?" He was the manager of the establishment, and the staff generally held him in dread. At his command, the sales team promptly returned to their respective duties. Wang Cheng approached Yi Baixue and her companion with a furrowed brow. A glance at Yi Qiu's attire revealed to him the young man's background. "Yi Baixue, what is the meaning of this? Do you still wish to keep your position?" Yi Baixue trembled at his words. Wang Cheng's authority in the 4S shop was indeed formidable. She quickly stammered, "Manager, I understand. I will get back to work right away." Subsequently, she left, grumbling internally, having expected a customer who might buy a car, only to encounter Yi Qiu instead. What bad luck. And you? What is your purpose here? Are you applying for a position? Wang Cheng cast another glance at Yi Qiu and remarked indifferently, "Ah, so you are judging one's wealth by their attire? I came to your establishment with the intention of purchasing a vehicle, yet after such a lengthy wait, not a single sales representative has attended to me. Is this truly how Mercedes conducts its business?" Yi Qiu replied, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Wang Cheng scoffed at his words, retorting, "In this world, nothing is absolute. However, I fear the prices of our vehicles may be beyond your means, sir. In this establishment, even the least expensive Mercedes-Benz is priced in the hundreds of thousands." Wang Cheng, having navigated this industry for years, possesses an intrinsic ability to discern who can afford such luxury and who cannot. It is true that the affluent often harbor peculiar tastes, yet their aura is unmistakably unattainable for those of lesser means. Presently, Yi Qiu exudes an air of destitution, utterly unlike those so-called wealthy individuals. Chapter 10. Mockery, is that so? We shall see. Yi Qiu coldly uttered these words before turning on his heel and exiting the Mercedes-Benz dealership. He still possessed approximately 3 million in savings. The realm of luxury automobiles is not confined solely to Mercedes-Benz. This is the largest automotive city in the entirety of Deep City, brimming with countless dealerships. Yi Qiu was not foolish enough to emulate protagonists from novels, who, upon being looked down upon, immediately feel compelled to purchase a vehicle to prove themselves. Such behavior is nothing short of folly. Huh, what a pauper. Wang Cheng spat disdainfully as he watched Yi Qiu depart. In those short videos, there are often images of people posing triumphantly, claiming to have earned a Mercedes-Benz within a certain number of days. To him, Yi Qiu belonged to that category. On another note, after leaving the Mercedes-Benz dealership, Yi Qiu promptly entered the adjacent BMW dealership. This time, he encountered no discrimination. Rather, he was greeted by a curvaceous, mature woman. Her demeanor was exceedingly warm, in stark contrast to the icy mockery he experienced at the previous establishment. "Sir, what is your budget for the purchase?" Lin Xia inquired, her sensual lips moving gracefully as she asked about Yi Qiu's financial parameters. Yi Qiu pondered for a moment and stated, 2 million. At most no more than 2.5 million. Although he still possessed around 3 million, this would serve as his startup capital. Relying on lucky finds was simply not a sustainable strategy. Such opportunities were exceedingly rare. After all, those stall owners were not fools. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of antiques knew their intrinsic value, merely a matter of negotiation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia, with her captivating almond-shaped eyes, gazed at Yi Qiu in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this young man possessed such audacity. Having been in this industry for quite some time, she could easily discern who could afford what vehicle. Yi Qiu's attire was unlike that of the typical wealthy science. Initially, she had assumed he would only consider purchasing a car worth around 200,000. To her surprise, he boldly proclaimed a desire for one worth over 2 million. "What? Is there none?" Noticing the voluptuous woman before him remaining silent, Yi Qiu called out. Lin Xia immediately adopted a professional smile. "Of course, sir, right this way." Her voice exuded intellect as she led Yi Qiu toward the exhibition area, her curvaceous form drawing his attention. He found himself unable to resist the temptation to use his abilities to glean further information. Name, Lin Xia, age, 32, wow. Lin Xia could only be described as a celestial beauty, particularly in her sophisticated attire, complete with stylish black-framed sunglasses and a professional outfit. The knee-length fitted skirt accentuated her figure flawlessly. Yi Qiu could confidently assert that no man could possibly resist such a captivating physique. Lin Xia seemed to sense Yi Qiu's ardent gaze, yet she felt no discomfort. Having spent considerable time in this profession, she had grown accustomed to such looks. In fact, under such scrutiny, her likelihood of closing a deal increased significantly. "Sir, this is the BMW X7 series, equipped with a 6.6-liter V12 engine. The vehicle accelerates from 0 to 100 in a mere 4 seconds. With a firm press on the accelerator, it can be said that aside from supercars, most vehicles on the road cannot compare." As she meticulously introduced the BMW X7 to Yi Qiu, she added, "The price is slightly over 200. And with additional taxes and fees, it amounts to approximately 2,300,000. Yi Qiu's eyes sparkled with fervor. Could he have ever possessed such a prestigious vehicle in the past? But now, he was indeed worthy of it. "What discounts are available? I can pay in full." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qiu resolved to purchase the X7. The car's aesthetic and performance spoke for themselves. The sleek, gray-brown silhouette exuded a sense of cutting-edge technology. Inside, the various instruments, seats, and trims were all crafted from genuine leather, offering an exquisite tactile experience. Upon hearing Yichio's words, Lin Xia couldn't help but gasp, momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that this transaction would conclude so swiftly, and with full payment at that. It was utterly surprising. This seemingly unassuming young man, dressed modestly, possessed such wealth. Very well, Mr. Yi, please hold on for a moment while I consult with the manager. Lin Xia hurriedly grabbed the purchase contract and dashed into the manager's office. After a short while, she emerged, swaying her curvaceous figure, her face betraying an unmistakable delight. Mr. Yi, the manager mentioned that if you pay in full, we can offer you comprehensive insurance and cover the vehicle registration fees. As for the price, we can provide a discount of 50,000. Yichio nodded. The offer was indeed appealing. All right, let us proceed with the payment. Without a second thought, Yichio handed his card to Lin Xia. After a flurry of operations on her portable card reader, she returned the device to him for password entry. Beep, beep, beep. With each sound of the receipt being printed, 225,000 vanished from Yichio's account. Lin Xia, witnessing the successful transaction, could not help but regard him with a more flirtatious gaze. This sale would earn her a commission of at least 50,000. Now, her perception of Yichio had shifted significantly. Handsome, wealthy, and crucially youthful. With these attributes combined, Lin Xia found it increasingly difficult to suppress the fluttering in her stomach. Who says only men are lecherous? When women indulge in desire, it can often be even more intense. Mr. Lin, here is my business card. If you have any further car buying needs, feel free to reach out. If not, perhaps we could share a meal sometime. Lin Xia, her cheeks flushed, feigned shyness as she presented a pristine white card to Yichio. As he gazed at her, Yichio felt a stirring of emotions. Lin Xia resembled a luscious ripe peach, an irresistible temptation for someone of his youth. All right, suppressing the tumult within him, Yichio accepted the card and inquired, "When can I drive the car away?" "Mr. Lin, we just happen to have this car in stock. After a brief preparation, you will be able to drive it away. As for the license and insurance, I shall deliver them to you once they are processed." Upon finishing her words, Lin Xia did not conceal her gesture of licking her lips. The implication of her words was clear to Yichio. Ahem. Very well. I shall wait here for a while. I can only wonder what the sentiments of the staff at the dealership across the street will be when I drive out. Chapter 11. The Gamble of Stones. Yichio mused quietly to himself, feeling a surge of impatience. A gentleman takes revenge without delay, even if he cannot make them pay a tangible price for their disdain. He must ensure they feel a pang of discomfort deep within their hearts to alleviate his own resentment. Ding dong. A soft sound suddenly emanated from Yichio's pocket. He retrieved his phone and discovered a message from Yuanyua. Yuanyua, are you there? Yichio, yes. What is up? Yuanyua. Nothing much. Just wanted to ask you, Yichio. I'm at the dealership, preparing to purchase a vehicle for commuting. By the way, I owe you my gratitude. In a luxurious villa in Donghai, Yuanyua chuckled softly at his message. Gratitude for what? That money came from your antique sales. By the way, I wanted to ask if you have any time recently. Yichio felt a twinge of confusion, unable to fathom why Yuanyua had reached out to him. After pondering for a moment, he responded, I have time. What is it? At home. There are currently no pressing matters, and his father's condition is gradually improving. However, today he spent 2,250,000, leaving his little treasury somewhat depleted. Enough of this. The pursuit of wealth continues. It is, after all, the relentless pursuit of wealth. Yuanyua mentioned that there will be a rough stone exhibition in Donghai the day after tomorrow and inquired if he was interested in attending. Upon reading this message, Yichio paused for a moment. Rough stones. He had heard this term numerous times, albeit only online. The rough stone industry, much like antiques, is often accompanied by tales of fortunes won and lost. Nevertheless, Yichio felt little trepidation. His extraordinary ability would provide a safety net, granting him insight into the origins and value of any object. This advantage would make gambling on stones significantly easier than possessing X-ray vision. Very well. I shall see you the day after tomorrow. Yichio promptly replied. He was indeed determined to attend and experience the world of stone gambling. As long as his ability remained intact, he was confident he could reap substantial rewards. Unlike antiques, which often require authentication, stone gambling is refreshingly straightforward. If one sees something appealing, they pay, and the results, whether a gain or loss, are immediately apparent. Furthermore, stone gambling is considerably less worrisome than dealing with antiques. There is no fear of scrutiny or concerns regarding provenance. A fine jade could easily fetch hundreds of thousands to millions on the spot. Ichio had once read a news story about an individual who had gambled a piece of imperial green jade and auctioned it for an astronomical sum of 100 million. Just as Ichio was lost in thought, Lin Xia approached him. She carried with her an enchanting fragrance. Such temptation was a challenge that the young man found difficult to resist. Lin Xia cast a glance and couldn't help but cover her mouth, chuckling softly. Hee, I didn't see that coming. With a gentle breath like orchids, she leaned closer to Ichio, playfully blowing into his ear, stirring a delightful restlessness within him. Oh dear sister, have mercy on me. Ichio sighed in exasperation. If anyone were to notice, he would face social embarrassment today. Hee, I won't tease you any longer. Here, your car keys. The temporary license plate has been arranged, and you may take it out on the road. The official license will be expedited. It should be ready within 2 days. Lin Xia laughed lightly, even rolling her eyes as if mocking Ichio's timidity. Damn, such temptation. Ichio thought he could hardly bear it. After exchanging pleasantries and successfully adding each other on WeChat, Lin Xia finally released him from her playful torment. With a wry smile, he mused about this woman. He needed to calm himself, waiting for the fire within to subside before daring to venture out, lest he truly face social demise. After a while, Ichio managed to quell the flames of desire in his abdomen. Upon driving out in the 7 Series, he deliberately opened the window, cruising around the front of the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Meanwhile, inside the dealership, Yi Baishui stood in a daze, her expression filled with disbelief. Ichio? How could he afford a 7 Series? That costs over 2 million, she murmured, struggling to grasp the reality before her. In her memory, Ichio's family had always been among the impoverished relatives. Let alone a BMW 7 Series. Even the most basic BMW, priced around 200,000, was beyond their reach. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before her as Ichio drove the 7 Series, delivering a resounding slap to her face. A wave of bitterness and regret surged within her. Ichio had immediately entered the Mercedes dealership, and it was she who had attended to him. Had the deal been finalized, her commission would have amounted to at least several tens of thousands. Yet, she had let the opportunity slip away. Impossible. Ichio, that impoverished soul, could never afford a 7 Series. Yi Baishui clenched her teeth and promptly sent a message to her close friend, who happened to be a salesperson at the BMW dealership across the street. Before long, she received a reply. Yet, she sat there, dazed and lost in thought. It was true. Yi Baishui found herself perplexed. How could Ichio's family possibly afford such a luxurious vehicle, let alone the 2 million yuan 7 Series? Just a few days prior, Ichio had borrowed money from her family, and she had even mocked him a bit. Little did she expect the swift turnaround that left her utterly astounded. Meanwhile, on another front, after purchasing the vehicle, Ichio prepared to head to the mall to acquire a new wardrobe. After all, one's appearance is paramount. He had worn his current clothes through countless summers, and they had begun to fade. Thus, he resolved to invest in a proper outfit, especially since he was set to travel to Donghai the day after tomorrow. After selecting his clothing, Ichio returned to the hospital to bring his mother a meal. His father's complexion had improved significantly, and he had inquired about Director Zhou. Given his father's condition, it seemed he would likely recover within a month. Fortunately, Ichio had directly paid another 20,000 yuan in hospital fees, ensuring his father could focus on regaining his health before being discharged. Time flew by, and soon it was the day after tomorrow. On that day, Ichio rose early, freshened up, and after a modest breakfast, he set off on the highway. It was nearly 10 in the morning when he finally arrived in Donghai. Upon exiting the highway, Ichio's gaze fell upon a striking red Ferrari parked nearby, beside which stood an enchanting woman of graceful stature, none other than Yu Wanyue. Well, you've gone to the trouble of coming to fetch me personally, he remarked with a teasing tone as he stepped out of his car. Their interaction bore the ease of friendship. Despite having met only once or twice before, there was no trace of awkwardness. I had to come. I was concerned you might lose your way. Yu Wanyue retorted playfully. Ah, not too shabby, a BMW 7 Series. It seems you've come into some fortune, she remarked, casting a glance at Ichio's vehicle. Her surprise was evident, for his previous attire had hinted at a less prosperous state. Yet now, he had not only acquired a car, but also appeared well-groomed, looking rather dapper. Not as impressive as you, stepping out in a Ferrari. Ichio shot her an exasperated glance, aware that in Yu Wanyue's presence, his 7 Series might as well be relegated to the status of a mere grocery getter. Chapter 12. The raw stone trading market. Yuanwei rolled her eyes at Yichio and said, "If I hadn't come to get you, do you really think you'd gain entry? The auction house is a realm reserved for the affluent and influential. Only those with invitations may enter." Unbeknownst to Yichio, such a stipulation existed. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, given his current circumstances, not only would gaining access to the auction house be a challenge, but acquiring even a slightly expensive raw stone would pose a significant hurdle. Thus, Yichio followed Yuanyue's Ferrari for approximately an hour until they arrived at a somewhat secluded location. Nestled between mountains and water, it was a vast market. As they approached, the cacophony of voices became increasingly pronounced. Together, they entered the raw stone market. While it was not a thronging sea of humanity, the crowd was indeed considerable. Thousands of individuals gathered in the square, clustering around the vendors. Some were beaming with joy, exuberantly shouting, indicating a stroke of good fortune, while others appeared disheveled, their faces betraying a sense of despair. Yichio inhaled deeply. This was his first encounter with the raw stone trading scene. Truly, the adage of one step to heaven and another to hell rang true. The auction doesn't commence for another 2 hours. You may explore the market in the meantime. Yuanyue remarked, further explaining, "The host of the auction is a friend of my grandfather. I need to pay my respects to the old gentleman." Yichio nodded, finding little to comment on, as he and Yuanyue shared a certain rapport. Regarding the auction's host, given his standing, there was no need for further elaboration. After parting ways, Yichio strolled deeper into the market. Similar to an antique market, some affluent merchants owned shops showcasing a dazzling array of raw stones. The stones varied in size, with some even having been cut, their verdant interiors exposed to the air. However, the prices for such raw stones were exorbitant. Starting at a minimum of several $100,000, Yichio even encountered a piece priced at $8 million for a polished original. The colors displayed in the window were extraordinarily dazzling. Even someone as inexperienced with jade as Yichio could discern their remarkable value. Nearby, several small vendors arranged raw stones along the roadside, reminiscent of the antique market, where passers-by occasionally sifted through their wares. Further away, the area teeming with the largest crowds echoed with a symphony of exclamations, some filled with joy, others with lamentation. This was likely the site for the unveiling of raw stones. Yichio stifled his excitement, inhaling deeply the scents in the air. This was the place where his first fortune would take flight. The monk's hat and porcelain bowl were merely appetizers, alleviating his prior hardships. This venture into stone gambling promised to be the golden opportunity for his inaugural fortune. His ambitions had burgeoned to a significant extent. He was no longer content with merely relying on his extraordinary abilities to run a modest antique shop. He yearned to soar at the crest of success, to become the world's wealthiest individual, to transform into a titan of capital. Just as he indulged in these lofty dreams, a commotion erupted from a nearby stall. "Damn it, you scoundrel, do you dare to deceive me? This stone doesn't possess a hint of jade. Is this your guarantee? You said it would surely appreciate?" Yichio turned towards the source of the voice. Spotting a rotund middle-aged man adorned with a large gold chain around his neck and rings of gold and silver on each finger. His tailored suit only accentuated his somewhat greasy demeanor. The target of his vitriol was a slender middle-aged man, his weathered face betraying the passage of time. With a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his forehead, clad in a bleached shirt, he resembled a scholar well-versed in the classics. Mr. Wang. In the realm of stone gambling, no one dares to assert with certainty whether a substantial rise is imminent. Trust is a two-way street. If you invite me, then you must believe in me. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. The middle-aged man spoke with a composed demeanor, his tall frame exuding an air of confidence. He is a legend in the raw stone market, possessing an uncanny ability to predict which stones are likely to appreciate in value. Mr. Wang, having heard of his reputation through others, had expended a considerable sum to engage his expertise, hoping to procure a stone that would yield significant returns. However, to his dismay, the very first stone prompted an outburst of discontent. Were it not for the substantial fee of 1 million, he would have left in a huff. Despite his stature, Lin Hai was no subservient figure. Mr. Wang's face fluctuated between various expressions as he hesitated momentarily before gritting his teeth and declaring, "I shall place my trust in you once more. Should this venture fail to yield a substantial rise, you shall not receive a single cent of the remaining payment." Ultimately, Mr. Wang chose to believe in Lin Hai, recognizing his own lack of familiarity with the stone industry. While he would navigate the coal mining sector with ease, the intricacies of raw stones eluded him. Upon his arrival at the raw stone market, he suffered a loss of nearly 200,000, all of which he had painstakingly unearthed. Outsiders may perceive him as a prosperous coal magnate, but what they do not know is that he merely owns a small mining operation in Shaanxi. The coal reserves there are nearing exhaustion, prompting him to seek alternative avenues. In Shaanxi, all the lucrative coal deposits have long been claimed by those in positions of power and influence. He was merely a small mine owner, devoid of power and influence, struggling to survive in such an unforgiving environment. Thus, he turned his attention to the raw stone trade. Once the dispute subsided, Lin Hai meticulously selected and occasionally examined the patterns of the raw stones with a magnifying glass. After a considerable time, he finally lifted a stone the size of a head, excitement evident in his voice as he exclaimed, "Boss Wang, this piece is destined for a significant rise." Wang Dong cast a skeptical glance, unable to discern its authenticity. Ultimately, he opted to trust Lin Hai's expertise, acknowledging that every field has its specialists. "Boss, I'll take this one. How much is it?" Wang Dong inquired of the stall owner. The vendor glanced at the stone, stroked his mustache, and announced a price of 300,000. "What? 300,000? This piece is even smaller than the last one. How can it be so expensive?" Wang Dong exclaimed. Astonishment etched on his face. The stall owner scoffed, retorting, "If we were to price it based solely on size, I might as well acquire a 1 or 2-ton stone." Wang Dong's expression fluctuated, and after a lengthy pause, he reluctantly retrieved his bank card. He swiped it with a heavy heart, lamenting that this was the fruit of his labor, painstakingly unearthed piece by piece. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu observed for a while and began to glean a few tricks of the trade. The raw stone transactions bore a resemblance to those in the antiques business. The price was dictated by the seller, and displaying any emotion could lead to exploitation in pricing. Thus, after Wang Dong and Lin Hai departed, Yi Qiu nonchalantly approached the stall owner, casually pointing to a stone and asking, "How much for this one, boss?" The mustachioed proprietor raised his gaze and beheld a young man, whose attire, albeit modest, suggested a semblance of affluence. Chapter 13, Ice-Grade Jade. A cursory glance revealed a lack of specialized tools, indicating that this individual likely possessed a modest fortune and was perhaps inclined to gamble on a whim. Such clientele should not be charged exorbitantly, lest they be frightened away on the spot. After careful consideration, the proprietor finally spoke. "That piece is priced at 20,000. Upon receiving the quoted price, Yi Qiu remained reticent. His eyes were fixed intently upon the raw stone, and as his focus intensified, subtle changes began to manifest upon its surface. Name: New Pit Raw Stone. Value: 20,000. It was better not to look. Upon closer inspection, Yi Qiu's irritation surged, leading him to set the raw stone aside. If he were to unwittingly purchase it at that price, it would indeed be a futile endeavor. Buying for 20,000 only to sell for the same? It felt akin to child's play. Consequently, Yi Qiu redirected his concentration, sweeping his gaze over all the raw stones displayed at the stall. Instantly, a myriad of transformations unfolded before his eyes. New Pit Raw Stone. Value: 10,000. New Pit Raw Stone. Value: none. New Pit Raw Stone. Value: 100,000. New Pit Raw Stone. Value: 3,000. A variety of white frames materialized in Yi Qiu's vision, and with each passing moment, his forehead creased with increasing frustration. Among the raw stones at this stall, aside from one of slightly higher value, the rest held no worth whatsoever. Suddenly, Yi Qiu sensed an anomaly. In the upper right corner of the stall, one particular raw stone, approximately the size of a basketball, bore a name that stood out from the rest. Name: Raw Stone from the Old Pit. Value: 5 million is. Yi Qiu could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This mere stone, no larger than a basketball, possessed a staggering value of 5 million. This exceeded the worth of the 2 antiques he had previously sold. "How much for that one?" Yi Qiu inquired, pointing to the raw stone in the upper right corner. The shopkeeper glanced over, dismissing the stone as merely an unremarkable mountain rock, its surface weathered and its graininess quite pronounced, with little chance of yielding anything valuable inside. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "If you want it, it's 5,000. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu extended a hand, gesturing for 3,000. "If you're selling, I'll take it." "Ah, you're haggling?" the shopkeeper exclaimed. Fine, 3,000 it is." With this agreement, Yi Qiu joyfully swiped his card to complete the purchase. "Is there a fee for the stone analysis?" he asked. The shopkeeper shot him a glance, confirming Yi Qiu's initial suspicion. He was one of those individuals with a bit of money eager to try his luck. No need to buy here. Instead, go to the stone analysis site, mention my name, Old Lu, and the analysis fee will be reduced, probably around 200. Yichio nodded in agreement. Every little bit helps. While he earned money relatively easily, he always adhered to the virtue of frugality. The stall was near the market entrance, a fair distance from the analysis site, and the basketball-sized raw stone was quite hefty, weighing at least 20 pounds. Yichio embraced it as he made his way to the analysis venue. Upon entering, he spotted the two individuals from earlier. At that moment, they anxiously fixated on the stone-cutting master, their lips murmuring incessantly, "Increase, increase, increase." As the machine's cutting sound resonated, the master's movements gradually slowed. "It's coming out." Suddenly, the master exclaimed, and a glimmer of emerald green emerged from the cut surface of the raw stone. The oil type. After rinsing the cutting surface, the master, somewhat disheartened, spoke up, yet his hands remained in motion. After a flurry of activity, he finally extracted a piece of jadeite the size of a dragon fruit. The size was acceptable. At the very least, it would not result in a loss. Once the jadeite revealed its true form, Lin Hai let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this stone yielded results. Otherwise, his reputation would have been tarnished. Yet, one could hardly blame him. After all, Wang Dong, the miser, was reluctant to part with more money. Had he purchased it from a store, the likelihood of a successful yield would have been significantly higher. The raw stones from street vendors were predominantly newly mined, often selected from a pool of inferior stones. The chances of yielding something worthwhile were exceedingly slim. That he could choose this dragon fruit-sized oil-type jadeite from among so much debris was commendable. "It's barely acceptable. I'll take it for 400,000. Nearby the stone-cutting site, a throng of jewel merchants typically lingered. Whenever jadeite emerged, they would converge like sharks sensing blood. Wang Dong couldn't help but beam with delight. Indeed, the raw stone trade was far more lucrative than his coal mining endeavors. Purchasing a piece of raw stone and flipping it could yield an astronomical profit margin. Moreover, if the ancestral grave were to emit a green smoke, it would undoubtedly lead to untold riches. However, such notions exist solely within his imagination. The exorbitant price of imperial jade stems from its scarcity. Were it to become commonplace, its value would plummet. Wang Dong and Lin Hai busied themselves attending to a group of jewel merchants, leaving the stone-cutting machine unattended. Yichio hurriedly cradled his raw stone and approached his master, saying, "Master, I come from Old Lu at the entrance. I kindly ask for your assistance in processing this stone." Upon finishing his request, Yichio presented a pack of soft cash as a token of goodwill. Although a mere trifle, it served to endear the stone cutter, which was of utmost importance. After all, the master operated the cutting machine, and should he be in a foul mood, a mere tremor of his hand could diminish the stone's value significantly. The master, with a knowing expression, accepted the soft cash before saying, "There is a fee for processing stones from street vendors. However, since you are from Old Lu, I shall only charge you 200. Yichio nodded, producing 200 in cash and handing it to the master while gesturing toward the raw stone on the ground. "I appreciate your assistance." The master did not reply, instead lifting the raw stone and placing it onto the cutting machine. As the machine roared to life, stone dust danced freely in the air. Before long, the master paused, pouring water over the cut surface. He stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds before exclaiming, "It's rising. A significant rise. It's icy jade." As soon as these words were uttered, the few jade merchants who were negotiating prices with Wang Dong instinctively rushed towards the jade cutting machine. In no time, Yichio found himself encircled by a throng of eager onlookers. A dozen or so individuals, their eyes ablaze with desire, fixated on Yichio. "Brother, I will buy this stone for 300,000. A voice cried out, only to be met with a scornful retort from a nearby merchant. "To hell with you. Li Sheng, do you really think you can acquire an ice-grade stone for 300,000? Brother, do not heed his words. I will offer 500,000. Cash or check, I am ready. Sell it to me." A middle-aged man exclaimed, brandishing cash and checks in an eager display, as if awaiting Yichio's favor. The sight sent a shiver down Yichio's spine. Chapter 14. On-site auction. Meanwhile, the jade-cutting master observed the fortunate young man with envious eyes. Judging by his demeanor, it was evident that this was his first foray into the world of stone gambling, and unexpectedly, he had already reaped considerable rewards. From the master's perspective, this ice-grade stone could fetch no less than 1 million, and this was merely the initial cut. Should the emerald beneath prove to be of larger volume, the price would only ascend further. Without a moment's hesitation, Yichio calmly stated, "Master, Please continue. He was acutely aware of the true value of this raw stone, which soared to an astounding 5 million. These jade merchants, hoping to acquire it for a mere few hundred thousand, were deluding themselves. Only a fool would act upon such a notion at this juncture. The jade cutting master wasted no time. Upon Yi Chio's command, he resumed operating the cutting machine, diligently refining the raw stone. This time, he exercised exceptional caution, gradually grinding away the weathered skin of the raw stone. As time elapsed, a jadeite of ice quality, roughly the size of a fist, began to reveal its true form. The onlookers couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. It was only a few months prior that a jadeite of such magnitude had emerged. Subsequently, the entire raw stone trading market had plunged into a slump for several months. Aside from a scant few pieces of oil jade, most of the offerings comprised only being jade, which held little value. Thus, the unveiling of this fist-sized ice jadeite stirred an urgent excitement among the gem traders present. Young man, I am the manager of Dafu Jewelry. I offer 3 million. Can this ice jadeite be sold to me? The middle-aged man who had previously spoken now reiterated his eagerness. His breath was quickened, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. In his discerning view, this piece of jade could undoubtedly be described as perfect. Its surface was flawless, and its color exquisite. With proper processing, it could yield several bracelets worth over 1 million each. Even the leftover scraps could be fashioned into necklaces, promising a profit of at least a few million if acquired. The moment he made his offer, the atmosphere became electric. The surrounding gem merchants began to call out their bids in a frenzy. 320,000. Young man, please sell it to me. How dare you? 320,000 for the ice jade? Young man, I am the manager of Liufu Jewelry. I offer 4 million. Please let this piece be mine. The clamorous scene left Yu Chio momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Not even in the realm of antique trading had he encountered anything like this. Yi Chio forcefully subdued the excitement swelling within him, continually reminding himself that this was merely the first step. In the future, he would undoubtedly handle even more exquisite jade. He took a moment to collect his thoughts, raising his hand to dismiss the distractions. Then he spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, there is only one piece of jade, and so many of you present. Why not conduct a live auction? We shall start at the previous highest bid, and the highest bidder shall claim it. What do you think? Upon hearing this, several smaller business owners withdrew, realizing their cash reserves paled in comparison to those of Defu and Lufu. Thus, they could only gaze longingly at the icy jade. Very well. As the young master suggests, I bid 4,200,000. The manager of Defu Jewelry was the first to respond, exuding an air of confidence and wealth. It wasn't mere bravado. Among those present, aside from that scoundrel Lu Shanghai, who could barely compete with his financial resources. Lu Shanghai, feeling slighted, retorted, "Ha! You were rather presumptuous, starting with such an arrogant bid." He refused to let it slide and immediately countered, for 1,500,000. Lin Zong shot Lu Shanghai a disdainful glance, unimpressed. After all, he was merely the manager of a branch in Donghai. How could he compare to Lin, the regional manager of Jiangnan, in terms of financial maneuverability? Without hesitation, Lin raised his bid for 1,800,000. The two continued their fierce contest, while the other small jade merchants fell silent, recognizing that their modest enterprises had no place in this high-stakes rivalry. Perhaps it was indeed a rare occasion for such exquisite icy jade to emerge. The jadeite, no larger than a fist, swiftly ascended to an astonishing price of 5,300,000 within moments of contention between the two individuals. This figure had far surpassed the intrinsic value of the jadeite itself. Furthermore, Lu Shanghai, merely the manager of the Donghai branch, was considerably limited in his financial resources compared to Lin Zong. Ultimately, the bidding culminated at 5,800,000. Lin Zong, feeling victorious, reveled in the triumph. Although the price was somewhat inflated, it nonetheless projected the grandeur of Dafu Jewelry Store, which was not an insignificant achievement. Moreover, the jadeite boasted exceptional quality. Its size was ample enough to craft 3 bangles, with additional material available to create several pendants as well. A modest profit was all that could be anticipated. Yet such trivial earnings paled in comparison to the reputation of Dafu Jewelry Store. Soon, the fierce competition came to a close. Lin Zong wore a broad smile, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. He produced a check and presented it alongside his business card. Young man, here's the payment. Should you acquire more jadeite in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. We can negotiate the price. Yi Chio did not decline. He understood the value of expanding one's network. Subsequently, they finalized the transaction, and Yichio carefully tucked the check, a substantial sum of 580,000, into his wallet. This was far more convenient than selling antiques. Remarkably, the entire process took less than an hour, even accounting for the jadeite's extraction time. With the sale concluded, Yichio's spirits surged. He generously rewarded the stone cutter with 500 yuan in cash, recognizing the meticulous effort the cutter had demonstrated throughout the process. It is necessary to express oneself, as one may need to seek assistance from others in the future. After resolving these matters, Yichio sent a message on WeChat to inquire about Wanyu. However, he received no response for a considerable time, likely because she was busy with visits. Therefore, Yichio decided to enter the raw stone market once more, this time bypassing the small stalls and directly venturing into the shops. Previously, he had been financially constrained, with a mere 850,000 at his disposal. While the prices within the raw stone shops often soared into the tens of millions, far beyond his means. However, circumstances had changed. Now armed with a capital of approximately 6 million, he was eager to explore the possibility of acquiring higher-value raw stones. The probability of obtaining quality stones from small stalls was considerably lower than that from established shops, rendering further selection from the stalls unnecessary. After all, the exertion of his abilities required a substantial reserve of mental energy, a realization Yichio had come to recently. The frequency of his abilities' manifestation was closely linked to his mental fortitude, while 3 or 4 instances posed no considerable challenge. Exceeding that number would leave him dizzy and utterly fatigued. Chapter 15. A narrow path of enmity upon glancing at the shop's name. Yichio noticed that while the selection of raw stones was limited, the prices were exorbitant, with one piece reaching a staggering 10 million. Such a price made Yichio's heart tremble. Indeed, the gamble of stone could lead one to poverty or wealth in an instant. 10 million was no trifling sum. Despite the colossal fortunes of the wealthy, often amounting to tens or even hundreds of billions, these figures largely represented fixed assets and stock holdings. If pressed to produce 10 million in liquid capital, it would likely cause them significant distress. The shop was relatively quiet, with few patrons in attendance. Guests, in small clusters, exuded an air of affluence, each accompanied by a seemingly discerning expert. Yichio stepped through the entrance, yet no one came forth to greet him. The proprietor of the establishment leaned languidly against a grand armchair, exuding an air of indifference. "Just pay for that piece," he muttered without lifting his gaze, swiftly becoming engrossed in his mobile device, utterly disregarding the patrons. Such an attitude, if exhibited in a restaurant or similar service industry, would surely lead to the downfall of the establishment within months. However, in the realm of raw stones, the narrative diverged. The owner held no desire to promote his wares. After all, anyone bold enough to gamble on stones was either immensely wealthy or well-connected to professionals in the field. Why should he burden himself with unnecessary pleasantries? Yichio remained silent, merely surveying the interior of the shop. The space spanned approximately 100 square meters, adorned with shelves displaying smaller raw stones, while the larger specimens lay directly upon the floor. Closest to him was an elderly scholar, crouched down, intermittently shining a powerful flashlight on a raw stone, striving to discern its quality. The stone he scrutinized bore a hefty price tag of 3 million. Its size was comparable to that of a rice cooker. Just as Yichio was about to approach the shelves to examine the stones, 2 individuals entered from outside, their faces strikingly familiar to him. It was none other than Lu Yu and Chang Xiaoyi, the very duo who had ushered him into the hospital. How amusingly ironic, Yichio inwardly mused, just as Lu Yu and Chang Xiaoyi also caught sight of him at the entrance. Chang Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. Her eyes widened in astonishment. How could Yichio be here? Lu Yu, on the other hand, furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with displeasure. The sight of Yichio filled him with a desire for retribution. Had it not been for that rascal causing a ruckus at the county office, his monthly allowance would not have dwindled to a mere 100,000. Thus, seeking solace, he had journeyed to Donghai, only to be dragged by a friend to this raw stone trading market. He had heard whispers of an auction for old pit stones taking place today, which piqued his interest. Little did he expect to encounter this nuisance upon his arrival. It was indeed vexing. Before Yichio could utter a word, Chang Xiaoyi seized the opportunity to launch her tirade. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, Yichio, what brings you here? Are you hoping for a stroke of luck or merely to broaden your horizons? It's likely you've never laid eyes on a stone worth several million, have you?" A little exposure might help you grasp your own insignificance. With her neck arched proudly, she reprimanded Yuichio, resembling an arrogant swan. Yet, in Yuichio's eyes, she was merely a squawking goose. Well, perhaps you should focus on whether you can win your case first. 320,000, are you prepared for that? Yuichio retorted defiantly, causing Chang Xiaoye's complexion to fluctuate between shades of blue and red. Ever since Yuichio had filed a lawsuit against her, her household had been in turmoil. 320,000 was an astronomical figure, far beyond her means. The money she had previously possessed had long been appropriated by her mother to purchase a house for Chang Kuan. Was there any surplus left to assist her? In her state of frustration, she had just heard that Lu Yu was coming to Donghai. Thus, she persistently followed him, attempting to extract some money from Lu Yu's pocket to repay the 320,000. After all, even she, in her folly, understood that without marriage, that sum would undoubtedly be demanded back by the county office. If unable to repay, she would bear a stain on her record, and should Yuichio apply for enforcement, all her assets would be seized and auctioned. Moreover, there was a risk of being blacklisted, which would become a lifelong blemish. Chang Xiaoyi also recognized that although Lu Yu came from a wealthy background, to him, she was merely a fleeting amusement, devoid of genuine affection. Their previous encounter was merely a coincidence that Yuichio had witnessed. Hence, she had opted for honesty. According to her original plan, she intended to keep Yuichio in the dark, to cultivate a relationship with Lu Yu for a while. If fortunate enough to win Lu Yu's favor, she would transform from a wild chicken into a phoenix, ascending to the status of a wealthy matron. However, should he not take an interest, she would devise a scheme to become pregnant, secure a sum of money, and then marry Yuichio. Yet, unexpectedly, this plan had not even been set in motion before it met its demise. Nevertheless, Chang Xiaoyi was untroubled. She had never held any affection for Yuichio, a mere pauper, but had been momentarily swayed by his sincerity, leading her to entangle herself with him. Her primary objective now was to serve Lu Yu well. To curry his favor, for what she could gain would be substantial. Eventually, she would strategize to conceive Lu Yu's child, using it as leverage to secure a marriage into the Lu family, which would be an ideal outcome. If that failed, she would at least procure a sum of money and seek another partner with better prospects. Did she not possess the charm to avoid a life of solitude? Little one, it seems the previous lesson was insufficient, yet today, this young master is in a good mood and shall not hold grudges. Be more cautious in the future. Upon hearing Yuichio's words, Lu Yu's anger soared. Yuichio was the reason his allowance had been reduced. Living on a mere 100,000 a month was utterly unimaginable. The orchestrator of this impoverished existence was none other than the wretched individual before him. However, at this moment, he could not act against him. Even if he did, he could not afford to be as foolish as before. His father's company was on the brink of going public and could not withstand any turbulence. The last incident had been smoothed over, but should another scandal erupt, it was likely that his father would unleash a torrent of wrath upon him. Yuichio smirked coldly, feigning indifference, yet his heart raced with alarm. As the saying goes, the barking dog seldom bites. Lu Yu was the perfect embodiment of this adage. Although he had recently acquired a modicum of wealth through his abilities, he remained worlds apart from those who wielded power and influence. A mere pretext could easily lead to his downfall. If it were as simple as before, calling someone to confront him, Yuichio would not be intimidated. What truly frightened him was the possibility of Lu Yu scheming against him from the shadows. Such an attack would be nearly impossible to anticipate, especially given their disparate social standings. Lu Yu's connections were firmly entrenched in the upper echelons of society, composed of the powerful and affluent. Targeting an ordinary citizen like himself would be a trivial endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Yuichio resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. He would remain vigilant. As long as he acted with integrity, he doubted Lu Yu could ever seize upon his vulnerabilities. Once he gained sufficient strength, he would ensure Lu Yu experienced the true meaning of despair. With that silent vow, Yuichio chose to disregard the two of them, redirecting his focus to observing the raw stones on the shelves. Chapter 16. The Gamble of Stones. Name: Old Mine Raw Stone. Origin: Myanmar Store. Value: 300,000. As Yuichio focused his mental energy, the raw stone before him began to reveal its nuances. 300,000. Yuichio scoffed, for the selling price of this stone soared to 500,000, while its actual value upon purchase barely amounted to a trifling 300,000. Moreover, any slightest damage during the stone deciphering process would inevitably lead to a decline in price. Deciding against it, Yuichio turned his gaze to the other stones on the shelf. Huh. Just look at yourself, scraping together 300,000. Do you truly think you can afford these raw stones? Chang Xiaoyi offered her scathing mockery, her eyes brimming with derision. In her view, Yiqiu was merely a country bumpkin, a pauper who likely came here merely to try his luck in gathering funds for his father's medical expenses. Little did she realize, the Yiqiu of today was far removed from his former self. A mere 300,000 was nothing worth his consideration. Her words immediately drew the attention of several onlookers, among them an old acquaintance, Lu Xinghai, who had previously been fervently bidding at the stone deciphering site. Brother, have you found anything of interest? Lu Xinghai approached Yiqiu as if they were the best of friends. The two appeared remarkably familiar with one another. Yiqiu glanced at him and replied, not at the moment. These stones contain no goods. This remark elicited laughter not only from Lu Yu, but also from the other three scholarly individuals, who could no longer contain their amusement. Even those who have spent a lifetime navigating the rough waters of the uncut gemstone market would hesitate to guarantee the availability of certain stones. Yet, this young man exudes an audacious confidence. Yiqiu, hailing from the countryside, clearly lacks exposure. Let us show him some understanding, Lu Yu proclaimed loudly, belittling Yiqiu's worth while feigning to defend him. Do not engage with them, young man. They are but frogs in a well. Lu Xinghai, might I inquire if you could sell me the raw stone directly once it is revealed? I assure you, I shall offer you a fair price, he suggested. Attempting to uphold Yiqiu's dignity, even while acknowledging the gambling nature of the stone industry, which relies 70% on luck and 30% on skill. However, nothing is absolute. Who knows whether this fortunate lad might unveil another exquisite ice variety in the next moment. An elderly scholar, dressed in traditional attire, seemed to recognize Lu Xinghai. Mr. Lin, if you seek jade, you could consult me directly. It would be far superior to this inexperienced young fellow. Lu Xinghai smiled as he replied, indeed, old son, I shall seek your counsel next time. Nevertheless, do not underestimate this young man. Just an hour ago, he purchased a rough stone from a stall and revealed a high-quality ice variety, roughly the size of an adult's fist. Unfortunately, it was sold at a bargain to Lin. The price fetched an impressive 5.8 million. So, old son, do not dismiss this young man lightly. Lu Xinghai subtly elevated Yiqiu's reputation. Yet his words struck old son with a tinge of bitterness, stemming from the depths of his heart. As he reflected on the countless hours he had toiled in this very domain, the ice seed he procured can only be described as exceedingly rare. It is astonishing how fortuitous this young man appears. From his demeanor, it seems this is his inaugural experience with stone gambling. Such remarkable luck is indeed extraordinary. Following Lu Xinghai's remarks, the gaze of those present towards Yiqiu shifted dramatically, especially that of Chang Xiaoyi. She could not fathom how Yiqiu had transformed so drastically. One moment he was a mere impoverished youth, and the next, a millionaire. Lu Yu's expression reflected a tumultuous blend of emotions. 5 million was indeed a substantial sum for him at this juncture. However, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand, for he anticipated that once his father passed, the company's shares would naturally fall into his lap. At that moment, he would seamlessly transition into the realm of billionaires. What truly irked him was his inability to tolerate Yiqiu's prosperity. Their enmity had been firmly established, and his discontent grew at the thought of Yiqiu thriving while he languished. Only when Yiqiu faced adversity would he find joy. Oh, let him revel in his fleeting happiness. I shall ensure he finds himself destitute once more. Suddenly, Lu Yu devised a scheme to cast Yiqiu back into the abyss of despair, determined to see him forever fallen from grace. Lu Yu had always harbored a narrow-minded perspective, believing in the principle of retribution. His previous recklessness had allowed Yiqiu to exploit his vulnerabilities. This time, he resolved to engage Yiqiu in a game of wits. Lu Yu was intent on imparting a lesson. Ordinary individuals should remain in their place. For the chasm between social classes is exceedingly difficult to bridge. The Lu family wielded power and influence, with assets amounting to hundreds of millions and connections both legitimate and illicit across the city. Were it not for the rapid advancement of the internet, with Lu Yu's temperament, Yiqiu would have long since suffered grievous injuries, reduced to a beggar on the streets. Let us begin with your parents, Lu Yu murmured to himself, before retrieving his phone to compose a text message to Xiao Wu. Within the shop, after a series of commotions, tranquility once again enveloped the atmosphere. As for Lu Xinghai's words, they paid them no heed. In their eyes, Yiqiu was merely fortunate, and thus not worthy of mention. Yiqiu, however, focused intently on the entire row of shelves, meticulously scanning each piece of rough stone. The prices varied, with some stones valued at over $1 million. Yet in comparison to those priced around 7 to 800,000, they seemed rather unappealing. At this juncture, Ichio had grown disinterested in profits of merely several hundred thousand. As time passed, a glimmer of determination flashed in Ichio's eyes. While beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his spirit waned somewhat. In his quest to discover a suitable piece of rough stone within the shop, he had exerted his extraordinary abilities for a full 3 minutes, only then managing to identify one. Name: Old Pit Rough Stone. Value: 13 million. Yet, the selling price of this stone was a mere 230,000. At this moment, the stone was being scrutinized by the elder son, who had spoken earlier. Bossly, in my opinion, the probability of this stone being sold is quite low, elder son remarked after a careful examination. Bossly, clad in a tailored suit, appeared remarkably robust, with a short, slightly graying hairstyle and wrinkles delicately tracing the corners of his eyes. He nodded thoughtfully, harboring a quiet excitement for this rough stone. However, since this professional, old son, has spoken, it would be wise to heed his advice. After the two departed, Ichio finally breathed a sigh of relief. If those two had indeed purchased the stone, he would have suffered a significant loss. He had exerted himself to locate such a valuable piece, and if it were to be sold off, it would be a grievous blow. The stone that Ichio had set his sights on was as large as an air conditioning unit, its surface a dark greenish hue, speckled with a subtle texture. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a worthless rock. Chapter 17. A Dramatic Rise. Boss, I will take this stone, Ichio declared without a moment's hesitation. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, he resolved to purchase it immediately. His proclamation caught the attention of old son and Bossly. Young man, the likelihood of this stone yielding a profit is rather slim. The price of 230,000 is no trifling matter, old son cautioned, his tone reflecting a blend of concern and wisdom. He recognized a reflection of his younger self in Ichio. In his early days in the stone gambling trade, he too had experienced a stroke of luck, acquiring a stone for 50,000, which subsequently sold for over 3 million. However, from that point forward, he became inflated with pride, believing himself to be favored by fate. He dismissed all caution and ultimately faced dire consequences, losing everything. Thus, he now spoke to Ichio as a seasoned veteran, urging him not to succumb to reckless arrogance. Ichio smiled and replied, "No worries, I am confident." Huh? Do you truly believe that a stroke of good fortune, earning 500,000, has led to your arrogance? Lu Yu and Chang Shaoi remarked sarcastically from the sidelines. Ichio cast a glance at them and retorted, "Whose dog is that? Why release them without proper restraint, allowing them to bite indiscriminately? And why do they come in pairs, as if they have come to breed at the raw stone shop?" Lu Yu was so enraged that he felt a pang in his chest. You wretched creature. Just wait. If I don't put an end to you, I shall no longer be called Lu Yu. With that, he shouted and stormed out of the raw stone shop. Resorting to violence is a crude method. He anticipated witnessing Ichio stripped of everything, with his parents laid off. Inside the shop, the owner took a moment to return to reality from his phone. Glancing casually, he stated, 230,000. Will that be by card? Ichio, however, did not possess such funds, only a check for over 500,000. Lu Shanghai seemed to perceive Ichio's predicament and promptly interjected, "Zhao, please charge it to my account." "Brother, that wouldn't be appropriate," Ichio awkwardly replied, then handed over the check. "How about this, brother? I'll give you this check, and when the time comes, could you please cash it? Just transfer the remainder directly to my bank account." Lu Shanghai nodded with a smile, understanding that this might be a bit troublesome, yet he appreciated the budding friendship. He had a favorable impression of Ichio. This could be considered a modest investment. After all, providing timely assistance is far more valuable than mere embellishments. Ichio shared this sentiment, recognizing that having more friends opens more avenues. Lu Shanghai seemed decent for the time being, and Ichio made a mental note of this favor. With his extraordinary abilities, he possessed an abundance of jade at his disposal. There would surely be opportunities to reciprocate in the future. So, shall we proceed with the stone unearthing? If so, I can have someone take it to the unearthing site. Zhao, the shopkeeper, cast a fleeting glance and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Ichio pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of indecision. As a newcomer to the world of gambling stones, he could rely on luck to mask his inexperience for a time or two. However, with repeated attempts, he risked drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Very well, I shall trouble the proprietor then. After a moment of contemplation, Ichio resolved to unveil the stone. This particular specimen held significant value. If he could sell it on the spot, it would be splendid. After all, an auction awaited him shortly. The raw stones within these shops were of decent quality, yet they paled in comparison to those at the auction. As for future dealings, Yi Qiu decided against exposing himself in public to the stone's revelation. Presently, he had several avenues to explore, aside from the immediate Lu Shanghai, including Linsong and Yuanyue. He could offload the stones to them, thereby mitigating the risk of exposure. After all, it is not the thief one fears, but rather the thief who fixates on one's possessions. He understood this principle well. Until he had grown sufficiently strong, maintaining a low profile was imperative. Upon hearing his response, Zhao nodded affirmatively and promptly dialed a number on his phone. Shortly thereafter, two burly men entered, pushing a small cart. With great effort, they loaded the raw stone onto it and began wheeling it towards the stone revelation area. Lu Laoj, would you care to take a look? Yi Qiu turned to Lu Shanghai and inquired. If the other party could indeed handle the stone, Yi Qiu would have no qualms about selling it directly to him. Oh, splendid. So confident, are we? Let us go take a look. If you manage to sell it, little Yi, you must sell it to your elder brother. These past few days, the shop was nearly out of stock. If he did not procure new materials soon, Lu feared he might lose his managerial position. After Lu Shanghai jested, he followed Yi Qiu with a small cart towards the stone-cutting site. The treatment received in the shop was somewhat distinct. Within the specialized stone-cutting venue, aside from the skilled stone cutters, there were hardly any others, most being mere spectators. After exchanging a few words with the stone cutter, Yi Qiu stepped back a few paces. As the machinery whirred to life, his thoughts began to stir. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of excitement. Everything appeared surreal. Just a few days prior, he had been a destitute youth unable to gather the 30,000 needed for his father's surgery. Yet, in such a brief span, he was on the verge of possessing assets worth millions. Remain calm. Stay low-key. This was merely the first bucket of gold. More would undoubtedly follow. Yi Qiu continuously reassured himself, attempting to quell his exhilarated thoughts. However, at his core, he was still a youthful and impetuous young man. To claim he was not thrilled by such wealth would be disingenuous. The sensation was akin to being a beggar one moment and a prosperous boss driving a luxury car the next, utterly dreamlike. As the machinery roared, a crowd began to gather. Drawn by the spectacle, before long, the stone cutter halted the equipment, commenced dousing water, and the dust from the cutting face was washed away. It surged, a tremendous increase. It's ice type, the stone cutter suddenly exclaimed. The surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Shanghai gazed at Yi Qiu in disbelief, his mind racing with just two words. No way. Do you possess X-ray vision? Purchasing two raw stones, both yielding immense value? And they're all ice type? You must be cheating. It is not surprising that Lu Shanghai harbors such thoughts. Yi Qiu is simply extraordinary. Any discerning observer can discern that the other party is a novice in the industry. Yet, it is precisely this inexperienced individual who has unveiled remarkable treasures not once, but twice. Even a seasoned jade master, well-versed in the intricacies of the trade, cannot claim to be infallible. Such luck is nothing short of miraculous. Ultimately, Lu Shanghai, grumbling, categorizes it as mere fortune. He resents the injustice of fate, pondering why there exists a divide between the fortunate and the unfortunate. After all, we are all human, of the same hue. Why must one's luck be so disproportionately blessed? Lu Shanghai's gaze reflects a tinge of melancholy. Yi Qiu cleared his throat and remarked, "It has risen? Ha ha, I truly am fortunate." His tone was dry, laced with insincerity, which only deepened Lu Shanghai's sense of grievance. Master, please continue with the deciphering. Chapter 18. The remarkable surge of the raw stone brother. I wish to purchase this piece. Is that agreeable? Lu Shanghai, now fully alert, quickly took the initiative to secure the raw stone. Yi Qiu nodded and replied, "Elder brother, let us continue observing. The deciphering is not yet complete." His tone brimmed with confidence. Lu Shanghai had intended to immediately finalize the purchase, but seeing Yi Qiu's unwavering self-assurance, he restrained himself. He then fixated his gaze intently on the actions of the stone master, each cut eliciting a surge of anticipation within him. This icy jadeite was something he was determined to acquire at any cost. If funds fell short, he would seek to secure a loan. If conditions were lacking, he would forge them. As he had mentioned, it had been quite some time since the shop last procured new stock. Though he had previously been unable to outbid Linzong for that piece, this time, he absolutely could not let it slip away. In no time, The entire raw stone was meticulously dissected. Gradually revealing its true form, the stone master gazed at the sizable jadeite, nearly the size of a basketball, causing a shiver to run down his spine. His eyes involuntarily flicked towards Ichio, a truly fortunate lad. This substantial piece of jadeite was more than enough to elevate him to the ranks of millionaires. Meanwhile, Lu Shanghai was breathless, his gaze fixated, barely blinking. Brother, 10 million. Sell it to me. What do you say? The commotion began to draw attention. Wow, such a large piece of jadeite. TSK. It must be worth at least 10 million. A stout middle-aged man, with keen eyes, caught sight of the jadeite resting beneath the stone-cutting machine from afar. What? Jadeite? Let me take a look. Upon hearing the words of the portly man, those nearby quickly moved in. Old Sun and Boss Lee also sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as if someone had recognized the jade. Let us go have a look. If it comes to it, we might as well purchase it, Boss Lee sighed. He ran a jewelry store, but for the past 2 or 3 months, quality jade had become completely unavailable. Not only was his small shop affected, but even chain brands like Lu Fu and De Fu were struggling. Now that it seemed jadeite had re-emerged in the market, he felt compelled to acquire it. Otherwise, the reputation of his modest shop could diminish significantly. Before long, the stone-cutting site was thronged with onlookers, including several jade merchants. Wow, the quality is so remarkable. And such a large piece? What a pity, Lu Han lamented, helplessly acknowledging that his working capital was far too limited to purchase such a sizable jadeite. At that moment, Boss Lee and Old Sun also squeezed into the crowd. Upon encountering Yi Qiu before the jade-cutting machine, Lao Sun's expression was one of astonishment. This cannot be. Lao Sun was utterly bewildered. Could it be that this young man possessed such extraordinary luck? Instantly, a sense of regret filled his heart. For that piece of stone had been his discovery first. Alas, he lacked the strength to seize it, and thus let it slip through his fingers. Otherwise, it should have been he who was surrounded at this moment. Boss Lee wore a similarly complex expression, grappling with his thoughts. Well, fortune has its whims. Destiny has dictated that this raw stone is ultimately not meant for me. Boss Lee appeared remarkably nonchalant, perhaps resigned to the fact that fate had decided he would not have a connection with this jade. Young man, we meet again. Would you consider parting with this icy jade? I can offer 9 million. Lu Shanghai cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, first come, first served, you understand? Moreover, my offer stands at 10 million. Your 9 million is rather unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Boss Lee was momentarily taken aback, a hint of apology crossing his face. Then I shall increase my offer to 10,050,000. Manager Lu, with the vast fortune of Liu Fu, does this piece of jade truly make a difference? Perhaps you could let it go? Boss Lee clearly recognized Lu Shanghai, and with a self-deprecating tone, he spoke, though he held no real hope. After all, the quality of this icy jade was exceptional. Had he been the manager of Liu Fu, he would not relinquish it easily. Enough. Business is business, and relationships are relationships. As for this icy jade, let us allow the highest bidder to prevail, shall we? Lu Shanghai waved his hand, promptly halting Boss Lee's attempts to appeal to their friendship. Boss Lee let out a bitter smile. If Lu Shanghai were truly determined to contend, no matter how gritted his teeth, he could not muster the funds to compete with Lu Shanghai's offer. Brother, I bid 1,100,000. Lu Shanghai spoke once more. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qiu replied, Lu, let's do this. I shall sell you this piece of jadeite for 2,200,000. If you find that agreeable, we can proceed with the transaction. What do you think? Subsequently, Yi Qiu addressed the other jade merchants, saying, I apologize, everyone, but the ownership of this jadeite has already been determined by Brother Lu. Upon hearing this, though the other merchants felt a tinge of disappointment, they still offered polite remarks. Not to worry, brother, here is my business card. If you have more jadeite in the future, please be sure to contact me. Yes, here is mine too. As these words echoed, Yi Qiu found himself with a handful of business cards. At this moment, Lu Shanghai had also made up his mind. He declared, it is indeed suitable. How could it not be? If you were to auction this piece of jadeite, even 1,500,000 would find a buyer. In this case, it seems I, old Lu, am the one benefiting. Upon finishing his statement, he promptly dialed the general manager of the Donghai region to report the situation. After all, he was merely a humble branch manager and lacked the authority to mobilize 2,200,000 in funds. Shortly, a voice on the other end responded with astonishment. What? A basketball-sized ice-type jadeite? and of exceptional quality? We must secure it, regardless of the price. Lu Shanghai then excitedly shook his phone, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy tycoon. Brother, please provide me with your bank account number, and I shall instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qiu shared his banking details, and within a mere 5 minutes, he received notification of the funds being deposited. A pleasurable collaboration. This piece of jade is now yours, Yi Qiu declared, suppressing his inner excitement. The recent events had felt surreal. In just one short hour, he had ascended to the status of a millionaire. It was indeed a swift transformation. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Qiu departed from the stone market. He initially intended to explore the raw stone market further, curious to see if there were any additional stones worth acquiring. Suddenly, a message notification chimed on his phone. Upon checking, he discovered that it was a call from Yu Wanyue. Hello? Where are you? The auction is about to commence. After informing her of his location, it was not long before the elegant and poised beauty appeared before him. What's the matter? You look radiant. Did you strike it rich? Yu Wanyue teased, seemingly perceptive of the joy etched across Yi Qiu's face. Ah, you must have inherited some fortune-telling skills. How did you know? Indeed, I just purchased a raw stone and sold it for over 10 million. Chapter 19. Lu Zia. Yu Wanyue clearly did not believe Yi Qiu's claims, casting him a skeptical glance. Oh, do keep dreaming. The raw stone market has been dismal over the past few months, with an abysmally low probability of good finds. Over 10 million, you say? That must be some kind of ice or glutinous jade. Yi Qiu shrugged, responding, if you do not believe me, what can I do? Moments later, the pair continued their banter as they approached a loft. The attic decoration was splendid, with 2 imposing stone lions standing guard at the entrance. Flanking them were 2 elegantly attired hostesses in kipeos, though their beauty might not rival that of Yu Wanyue, who could be likened to a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. They were nonetheless strikingly attractive. Wanyue, is that you? Suddenly, a voice reached their ears, and the 2 turned to see a man in a finely tailored suit approaching them. Lu Zia, please address me as Yu Wanyue, she replied, her tone somewhat frosty, suggesting her disdain for the individual before her. Lu Zia offered a faint smile and said, Wanyue, we will eventually become family. It's merely a name. What's the fuss? Is this your friend? I don't believe I've met them before. Would you be so kind as to introduce us? Lu Zia's voice was gentle, yet his gaze cast an inexplicable sense of danger over Yi Qiu, akin to the predatory stare of a serpent. Yu Wanyue furrowed her brows. Lu Zia, firstly, that was merely a marriage contract arranged by our grandfathers. Secondly, this is my friend, and it's unnecessary for you to know more. Thirdly, upon my return, I will explain to my grandfather that we are incompatible, and I have no desire to be with you. Let us not speak of this archaic arranged marriage again. And do refrain from proclaiming me as your fiancé to others, understood? Lu Zia silently clenched his teeth, yet he maintained his affable demeanor. Very well, I shall not intrude any further. With that, he departed without a trace of reluctance. Seeing Lu Zia take the hint, Yu Wanyue chose not to elaborate further. Her complexion was not particularly pleasing. Once, her grandfather and Lu Zia's grandfather were comrades in arms, bound by life and death. They had arranged a marriage for their grandchildren in their youth, but unforeseen circumstances arose, and after enduring those dark years, the matter became obscure. The Lu family had fallen into decline, yet unexpectedly, her father displayed remarkable capability, carving out a niche for themselves in the East China Sea. Once the Lu family regained prosperity, this past event resurfaced, and out of consideration for reputation, Yu Wanyue's grandfather merely suggested that she and Lu Zia get to know each other. If they were compatible, a union could be established. However, Lu Zia, that fellow, began to proclaim her as his fiancée everywhere. As a result, Yu Wanyue's impression of Lu Zia plummeted to an abysmal level. Yi Qiu did not inquire further. Recognizing it as a personal matter, he simply followed Yu Wanyue into the loft. Little did they know, a pair of sinister eyes were intently watching their retreating figures. Wretched woman, I will make you submit to me in due time. That day is approaching swiftly. After your grandfather's demise, I shall see what means the Yu family has left to resist. Lu Zia coldly uttered. He then made a call, intending to investigate Yi Qiu's identity. In his eyes, Yu Wanyue had become his possession, untouchable by any man other than himself. No one was permitted. Meanwhile, Yu Wanyue led Yi Qiu into a private room. Inside stood 2 elegantly dressed women in kipeos. Welcome, they chimed in unison with melodious voices. Yu Wanyue frowned and said, you may leave for now. I will call for you if needed. After the two departed, Yuanyue finally settled onto the sofa. The room was quite compact, furnished with a couch facing the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. In front of the sofa lay a coffee table adorned with an array of fruits and beverages. Soon, they would have a clear view of the raw stones being auctioned. Yuanyue gestured towards the window and remarked, regarding the previous matter, "Please do not take it to heart. That was an issue from my grandfather's era. If Lu Zia gives you any trouble, do not hesitate to inform me." Yuanyue hesitated momentarily, explaining that while Lu Zia presented himself as cultured and refined, he possessed a somewhat narrow-minded disposition. In the context of Yi Qiu's identity, engaging with him could undoubtedly lead to unfavorable outcomes. She was reluctant to cause any negative repercussions for Yi Qiu due to her own circumstances. As their relationship was merely superficial, it would be regrettable to cause harm to others. She had invited Yi Qiu to this auction primarily because he had previously assisted her at the antique market, helping her avoid deception. Just as she was pondering how to repay his kindness, she became aware of this auction event, which prompted her impulsive decision to invite him to Donghai. If Yi Qiu took a liking to a particular raw stone during the auction, she resolved to purchase it for him, provided the price was reasonable. This approach aligned with Yuanyue's principles. She believed in repaying debts of gratitude tenfold or 100-fold. Yi Qiu nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation, and dismissed any concerns regarding Lu Zia. After all, he truly had little to do with Yuanyue. The auction itself was the main focus. Now he possesses a fortune exceeding 10 million. If he could select a highly valued raw jadeite from the auction, it would be a tremendous profit. He has heard that the raw jadeite at auctions differ significantly from those in the external trading market, as they have all been appraised by esteemed jade masters, ensuring that they contain pure jadeite, with the only variable being their worth. His forte lies in discerning the true value of objects. Thus, this auction is tailor-made for him. Before long, the auction commenced as scheduled. A woman, whose beauty rivaled that of Wanyu, emerged from backstage onto the elevated platform. Wanyu felt a surge of rage as she gazed upon the woman, her silver teeth nearly ground to dust. Lin Xuan. She had believed she had long since moved on, but upon seeing this woman again, the animosity within her surged anew. Once, she and Lin Xuan had been the best of friends, their families of equal standing, having attended school together from primary through university. During their college years, she had experienced the flutterings of young love and entered into a relationship. Little did she know, Lin Xuan had audaciously intruded upon her romance. It was indeed her own folly for not recognizing the true nature of that deceitful man, leading her to remain emotionally detached from any man ever since. "What's wrong?" Yi Qiu inquired, glancing at Wanyu, perplexed by her demeanor. He had caught a glimpse of the predatory look in her eyes and felt compelled to ask. Wanyu suppressed her fury, regaining her composure shortly thereafter. "It's nothing, merely reflecting on a few matters. The auction will commence shortly. If you have your eye on something, feel free to let me know." Yi Qiu found himself somewhat bewildered, given the tone. Could it be that someone intended to purchase these for him? A wry smile crept across his face as he mustered the courage to inquire further. Chapter 20. The 80 million yuan raw stones. The Cheongsam exquisitely accentuated Lin Xuan's figure. Holding a microphone, she clapped her hands, prompting several men to appear from behind the scenes. They struggled to push a cart laden with 3 raw stones, each varying in shape and size, each as large as an air conditioning unit. The surfaces were adorned with intricate patterns, and one of the stones had already been partially cut, revealing a vibrant green hue within. Ladies and gentlemen, these 3 stones were excavated from the old pit in Laowa. The quality is evident, and I shall refrain from boasting about it. The starting bid for each stone is 3 million, with increments no less than 100,000. You may now come and inspect the goods. After Lin Xuan concluded her announcement, she stepped aside. The auction hall fell into a profound silence. Soon, an elderly gentleman, well past 50, emerged from the crowd. With a tuft of goatee adorning his chin, he wielded a powerful flashlight and a magnifying glass. In a private box, Yuanwei glanced at Yi Qiu and remarked, "Aren't you going to check the quality?" Yi Qiu maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "The actual value of these 3 stones does not exceed 2 million. The auction price has far surpassed their true worth, so there is no need for further inspection." Upon hearing this, Yuanyue could not help but chuckle, casting a playful glare at Yi Qiu. "What's the matter? Do you possess the ability to see through them? If only you could truly see through things." The words that Yuanyue intended to say trailed off, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. If Yi Qiu possessed such a power, Wouldn't she have been completely exposed by now? Observing the disbelief etched on Yu Wanyue's face, Yichio refrained from offering further explanation. After all, it was prudent to keep his extraordinary abilities a secret from outsiders. In a world rife with gossip, should the truth ever slip out, he would undoubtedly find himself confronted by white coats and surgical instruments. Of course, the likelihood of that happening was minuscule, as few would take such claims seriously. Nevertheless, as he continued to acquire jade and antiques, it was possible that he might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the jade master with the goat-like beard had completed his appraisal. Two of the pieces seemed promising, with a high probability of yielding valuable jade. But he was uncertain about the raw stone with the window. While it might produce jade, whether it could surpass the starting bid of 3 million remained uncertain. After his assessment, several other jade masters took their turns, yet their evaluations yielded similar results. After a considerable interval, when no one else stepped forward, Lin Xiaoyin approached the front with the microphone. "Esteemed guests, you may begin bidding. 3,100,000. As Lin Xiaoyin's words resonated through the room, bids quickly followed, igniting an electrifying atmosphere. The auction persisted for some time, ultimately concluding with each raw stone reaching a price of 4,200,000. Congratulations to the patron in box 3. These 3 raw stones are now yours. After the sound of the wooden mallet resonated for the 3rd time, no further bids were made, and the ownership of the 3 raw stones was successfully secured by box 3. As time passed, 2 stones did catch Yichio's attention. However, the prices far exceeded his expectations, rendering them unworthy of purchase. Thus, Yichio refrained from placing a bid. As the auction approached its conclusion after an hour, Lin Xiaoyin, her voice somewhat hoarse, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next raw stone is the highlight of this auction. The starting bid is 5 million. Several burly men pushed a cart, bringing forth a raw stone towering a meter in height onto the stage. The surface of this stone was pockmarked, its hue reminiscent of sulfur, and its weathered exterior appeared remarkably fragile. Yichio's gaze sharpened, his focus narrowing onto the stone. In his mind's eye, a transparent frame materialized, revealing the details. Name, Old Nest Old Pit Raw Stone. Value, 80 million. Gasp. Yichio widened his eyes in disbelief. 80 million? What does that signify? His total assets barely exceeded 16 million. This sum was several times greater than his own fortune. It must be acquired. He resolved fiercely within himself. The actual value of this raw stone was extraordinarily high, igniting his desire. Securing it would bring him significantly closer to achieving a modest goal. The Jade Masters made their reappearance, and after a brief period of observation, the final bidding commenced. 520,000. The occupants of Box 3 were the first to call out a price. Suddenly, a few rounds of bidding surged, propelling the price of the raw stone to an astronomical 8 million. At this juncture, the number of individuals willing to continue bidding evidently dwindled, with many opting to observe quietly. Yichio inhaled deeply and proclaimed, 8,200,000. His declaration immediately attracted a wave of attention. The private room he occupied was room 1, which had never before engaged in bidding, and this unexpected utterance left several onlookers bewildered. In room 3, Lu Zia's face twisted with resentment. He was all too familiar with the occupants of room 1. It belonged to the Yu family, and naturally, those present were well known. Among them was Yu Wanyue, the woman he coveted fiercely. Wretched woman. Lu Zia cursed vehemently, his expression contorted with fury. He could not fathom that Yu Wanyue would be in the company of another man. This was an affront he could not bear. Yu Wanyue was his woman. I want you dead. Lu Zia seethed, his heart brimming with murderous intent directed at the man beside Yu Wanyue. His emotions could not accommodate such a betrayal. 9 million. He cried out first, his gaze venomous. Since you desire this raw stone, I shall ensure you cannot have it. Meanwhile, the Jade Master beside him dared not speak, though he longed to assert that the stone's value did not warrant such a figure. Yet, witnessing Lu Zia's dark demeanor, he refrained from uttering a word. In room 1, Yu Wanyue's brow furrowed slightly. Previously, she had paid little attention to the occupants of room 3, and with the rapid pace of the bidding, she hadn't caught the details. However, she recognized the voice now. It was indeed Lu Zia. Are you interested in this raw stone? After contemplating for a moment, Yu Wanyue decided to inquire about Yichio. Initially, she believed Yichio had purchased that piece of raw stone as a gesture to settle their feelings. However, the astonishing price of the stone was indeed daunting, potentially soaring to 10 million. Such an amount was far beyond her means. Although she was the daughter of Yusherong and her family owned a publicly listed company among the Fortune 500, coming up with 10 million would be quite a strain. Moreover, her father would certainly not approve of such expenditure. A couple of million could be managed with her personal savings, but 10 million was simply out of the question. Yi Chio nodded solemnly, expressing, "I have a strong intuition that the jade concealed within this raw stone is truly extraordinary. Even if it costs 10 million, it would be a worthy investment." Chapter 21. The dust settles with that. Yi Chio called out again, 9,500,000. On the other side, Lu Zia let out a derisive snort. Humph. When it came to money, no one in Donghai could rival Lu Zia. Indeed, the Yu family operated a Fortune 500 company valued at hundreds of billions, but that was merely in fixed assets and shares. His family ran a financial group, predominantly dealing in cash flow. Even the Yu family could not compare to his 9,800,000. Lu Zia continued to bid, determined to confront that wretched woman today and make those two scoundrels regret their actions. Of course, Lu Zia was not a fool. He intended to enjoy this game. After allowing his rationality to overshadow his anger, he realized that his previous thoughts had been rather foolish. Even if he ultimately succeeds in thwarting his opponent from acquiring this precious stone, what will he truly gain? Is it the affection of Yuanyue? Or perhaps fame? Indeed, if he were to spend a sum of 10 to 20 million to secure this stone, he would undoubtedly become well known in Donghai. Anyone who encountered him would likely think of him as a fool. In the realm of stone gambling, the essence lies in the gamble itself. He cannot ascertain whether this stone will appreciate significantly in value. After all, at nearly 1 million, unless it reveals a substantial glass-like quality or imperial green jade within, the venture would surely result in a loss. Thus, Lu Zia resolved to engage in a strategic battle with his opponent, ensuring that even if Yi Chio were to secure the stone, he would pay a far steeper price. As Lu Zia and Yi Chio continued to raise their bids, the auction house gradually fell into silence. Other jade merchants observed with expressions of amusement, clearly perceiving that the individuals in Box 3 were sparring with those in Box 1. Moreover, the current bids had far exceeded the stone's worth, rendering any further bidding unwarranted. They were content to spectate from a distance. Meanwhile, Yi Chio furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat irked, as it seemed that with each of his bids, the individual in Box 3 would raise the stakes even higher, as if deliberately opposing him. "Do you know who occupies Box 3? Yi Chio inquired, feeling out of place in Donghai, with no apparent reason to have offended anyone. The only conclusion pointed towards Yuanyue. Her expression darkened slightly. "Lu Zia," she uttered through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Yi Chio suddenly realized, followed by a wry smile. "Alas, the beauty brings misfortune. It seems I have incurred the resentment of your admirers." The sequence of events has become clear, and Yi Chio understands why the third private room has engaged in a verbal skirmish with him. Yuanyue cast him a glance, murmuring, "Perhaps Lu Zia has misunderstood something." Yi Chio shook his head, sighing inwardly. It appears that securing this precious stone today will not be a simple task. Yet, acquiring this stone is imperative for him, which is quite vexing. After some contemplation, Yi Chio clenched his teeth. With assets amounting to 16 million, should the opposing bid surpass this figure, he would have no choice but to concede. Armed with his extraordinary abilities, he need not fret about encountering another stone of such worth. Most of the raw stones in the country are imported from abroad, having undergone several layers of selection, leaving only a scant few capable of revealing their true value upon reaching the market. If necessary, he could travel directly to the source to make a purchase. With this thought in mind, Yi Chio called out again, 10 million. Lin Xiaoyin's face radiated joy. The starting bid for this stone was merely 5 million. And now it had doubled. 10 million. Is there no one willing to bid higher? In the third private room, Lu Zia hesitated. The 10 million price exceeded his expectations significantly, and he was unsure whether his next bid would be matched. If it were not, he would indeed be the unfortunate fool to purchase this stone. Should his father find out, who knows what trouble might ensue. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Zia finally gritted his teeth. 11 million. In the private room number 1, a friend remarked, "If your price exceeds this, I shall willingly relinquish this piece of raw stone." Upon finishing his statement, a trace of anxiety flickered across his face as he awaited Yi Chio's next bid. Meanwhile, within room number 1, Yi Chio, without a moment's hesitation, boldly declared, 11,100,000. Did not the other party assert that they would surrender the stone should the price rise above this? Regardless of the veracity of that claim, why should he squander more money? He decided to propose the lowest possible increment. If the other party chose to bid again, they could engage in further competition. As soon as Yi Chio's words escaped his lips, Lu Zia's complexion turned a shade of green. How contemptuous of him to offer such a meager price. Infuriated, Lu Zia slammed his hand on the table, yet the die was cast. A considerable number of individuals present were aware of his status. To go back on his word would tarnish his reputation. Thus, he had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the situation. Humph, just you wait. Once I ascertain your identity, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Lu Zia muttered under his breath, determined to make those close to Wan Yu suffer the consequences. After 3 sharp strikes of the gavel, Lin Xiaoyin smiled gently and announced, "Congratulations to the esteemed guests of room number 1. This piece of raw stone now belongs to you. Let us proceed to make the payment," Yi Chio said, suppressing his internal excitement. Although the auction price of over 10 million caused him some distress, the intrinsic value of the stone was estimated at a staggering 80 million. Yu cast a surprised glance at Yi Chio and hesitantly remarked, "Do you truly possess over 10 million? Failing to pay the auction fee could lead to severe repercussions." Yi Chio nonchalantly replied, "Rest assured, I was fortunate in my previous stone appraisal, and I managed to obtain a piece of ice jade, selling it for 21 million. Coupled with the auction proceeds of 11 million from my previous antiques, I am more than adequately prepared." Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Yi Chio was not speaking in jest? Had he truly extracted an ice jade? Although she had harbored doubts when he first mentioned it. His current demeanor, along with the imminent payment of the auction fees, left no room for deception. Yet, if Yi Chio possessed such remarkable skills, why had he previously been so impoverished? This conundrum left Yuan perplexed. As they made their way backstage, Lin Xiaoyin greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Yuan, it's been a while," she said with an ease that belied any awkwardness, her radiant smile directed at Yuan. However, Yuan's expression darkened at this. With a huff, she chose to ignore Lin Xiaoyin. "Excuse me, where do I go to pay the auction fees?" Yi Chio inquired. Lin Xiaoyin cast a surprised glance at him. She had initially assumed it was Yuan who had purchased the last piece of raw stone. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that the rightful owner was this young man instead. Chapter 22, as the saying goes. Lin Xiaoyin glanced at Yi Chio and noticed that he possessed a certain charm. She giggled. "Yuan, is this your boyfriend?" Instinctively, Yuan wrapped her arm around Yi Chio's, her lips curling into a pleasing smile. "Yes, what? Are you thinking of snatching him away?" Lin Xiaoyin's expression dimmed for a fleeting moment as she processed the answer, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes, before she forced a smile. "Oh, how splendid. Congratulations on discovering true love. You must treat my dear Yu with utmost care," Lin Xiaoyin playfully admonished Yi Chio. Yi Chio appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the situation at hand. When had he become Yu's boyfriend? He acknowledged that Yu was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, and he had entertained fanciful thoughts in the past. However, after the incident with Chang Xiao-yi, his sole ambition now was to amass wealth. Should there come a day when his status, position, and financial capacity could rival Yu's, perhaps he might entertain the notion of pursuing her. Yet, at present, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them. Given their incongruous backgrounds, even if they were to be together, he could not provide her with the happiness she deserved. Just as Yi Chio was about to clarify his thoughts, he caught sight of Yu's piercing gaze, which seemed to hold a predatory intent, compelling him to fall silent. Ultimately, under Lin Xiaoyin's slightly melancholic gaze, they settled the cost of the raw stone. After agreeing that the auction house would deliver the stone to his residence, Yi Chio and Yu finally exited the auction venue. Throughout their journey, Yi Chio grappled with his unspoken thoughts. Eventually, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired. Yu remained silent for a moment before responding. "In truth, I merely wish for Lin Xiaoyin to relinquish her feelings." Yi Chio's confusion deepened, his expression one of utter disbelief. "Relinquish what?" Yu shot him a glance, seemingly hesitant to articulate her thoughts. After a lengthy pause, she finally murmured, "Lin Xiaoyin harbors feelings for me." Upon uttering this, Yu fell silent, her countenance tinged with sorrow. It is hoped that this time, Lin Xiaoyin will be able to let go of her feelings upon discovering she has a boyfriend. After all, the bond between two women can never truly flourish. Meanwhile, Yi Chio felt an expletive erupt within him, casting a peculiar glance at Yuan. After surveying her from head to toe, he genuinely acknowledged her beauty. only to realize that such a lure could captivate both men and women alike, which left him in a state of bemusement. Ah, miss you, as the saying goes. The opposite sex may fulfill a need, but the same sex holds true love. The beauty of lilies is boundless. Yet before he could finish his thought, Yu Wanyue fiercely pinched his waist, causing him to cry out in pain. If you say another word, I will end you, she threatened. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yichio quickly raised his hands in surrender. I won't dare. Please, show mercy and spare me. After a playful exchange, the two prepared to part ways. Watching Yichio's receding figure, Yu Wanyue furrowed her delicate brows. The inability to repay Yichio's kindness left her feeling restless. She had always believed in the principle of gratitude, yet the cost of this particular debt was beyond her means to bear. Perhaps next time, I shall treat you to a meal, she murmured to herself as her driver arrived. After settling into the back of the Maybach, she departed. On the other side, Yichio was about to start his BMW and leave Donghai when his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Mom, what's the matter? Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized his mother's voice, which came through the line in a tone of urgency. Son, have you offended someone recently? The factory has suddenly dismissed both your father and me, claiming we have crossed paths with the wrong people. Upon hearing this, Yichio initially felt a surge of anger, which quickly subsided. His current earning capacity was sufficient to support his parents. What did it matter whether he continued at that dismal factory? After toiling for long hours, their combined salary barely exceeded 10,000 a month. A single antique he purchased and subsequently sold could yield profits equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of months' wages. Mother, if they have dismissed you, so be it. Did I not transfer 500,000 to you recently? Once father's health improves, you both can rest at home. Your son has achieved success now. You will have no further obligations. Just enjoy playing mahjong and dancing in the square with the elderly in the neighborhood. On the other end of the line, Chang Yue first appeared astonished, then gradually expressed relief. Yes, father, weakly chiming in, remarked, the child has grown. We should not trouble him. Let us heed Xiao Chio's wishes. Very well, but it is a pity about last month's wages. The murmurs of the two were clearly audible to Yichio. Unexpectedly, he learned that his father had awakened after only a day's absence. Father, focus on your recovery. You need not worry about finances. I will transfer another million shortly. Buy whatever you desire. Do not hold back. After listening to his parents' further chatter, he finally ended the call. Offended someone? Huh. Yichio let out a cold chuckle. In the past, he was merely an assistant at an antique shop, with little opportunity to provoke anyone. Moreover, this person's influence could even lead to the dismissal of his parents from the factory. In this regard, there are only two individuals who fit this description, Lu Yu and Lu Zia. The likelihood of it being Lu Zia is rather slim, for they have only recently met. Even if the other party wishes to investigate his family background, it would require a certain amount of time. The only plausible candidate left is Lu Yu. I have yet to settle the score with you from before, and here you are, eagerly making your presence known? Very well, Yichio uttered coldly, while his mind pondered how to confront the forthcoming tactics. Since the other party had already forced his parents to resign, the next target would undoubtedly be himself. Lu Yu, as he had heard, is the son of the chairman of a soon-to-be listed company. In the confines of Luohu Bay, he possesses a modicum of power, albeit not substantial. Currently, he is in a precarious position, lacking the means to contend with the opponent. The only acquaintance with a significant background is Yu Wanyue. If he were to reach out, the possibility of her assisting him in suppressing the Lu family would be quite high. However, employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut seems excessive. His relationship with Yu Wanyue is merely superficial, and once this favor is exhausted, it may vanish entirely. Thus, further contemplation is necessary. As the saying goes, when the soldier comes, the general meets him. When the water comes, the earth conceals it. After much deliberation, Yichio found no solution and decided to set aside his thoughts. The immediate priority is to uncover the precious stone valued at 80 million and sell it. However, this time he must proceed with greater discretion. After all, he has already made quite an impression in the raw stone market. Should he unveil another 80 million valued piece, it is likely to provoke the interest of others. Chapter 23. Lu Yu's betrayal. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Donghai, a group of individuals revels in laughter and merriment, surrounded by an abundance of food and drink. As a text message chimes, a smile flickers across Lu Yu's face. Now that your parents are out of the picture, the real feast begins. Lu Yu glances at the contents of the message, a cold smirk escaping his lips. "What's wrong, brother? You look as if someone has crossed you," inquires Lu Zia, his face flushed and slightly inebriated. Being cousins, the two share a common disposition, which naturally fosters a close bond. "Nothing, just a trivial person," Liu replies with a smile, a hint of flattery in his tone. Despite their familial ties, the disparity between them is significant. Were it not for the Liu family, his father would not have attained his current status. It is fair to say that Liu Yu's family owes their present standing to the unwavering support of Lu Zia's father. Upon hearing the mention of a trivial person, Lu Zia feels an inexplicable surge of irritation. His emotions spiral out of control as he slams his palm onto the table, causing the bottles to topple over. The cacophony of shattering glass mingles with the sound of the strike, creating an exceptionally jarring noise within the room. The sudden outburst from Lu Zia startles everyone present. "Brother, what is the matter?" Lu Yu musters the courage to ask, perplexed by the scene. Lu Zia, regaining his composure, casts a cold glance at Lu Yu and replies, "It's nothing. Continue enjoying yourselves." With that, the effects of alcohol take hold, and he begins to fumble about, his hands wandering across the exquisite figure beside him. However, Lu Yu's expression was exceedingly grim. Though he harbored no feelings for Chang Xiaoyi, she was, after all, momentarily his woman. Yet, he dared not voice his objections, for he feared that everything he possessed might vanish in an instant. Lu Yu hurriedly beckoned the other women to another room, relinquishing the entire presidential suite to Chang Xiaoyi and Lu Zia. As Liu listened to the intimate sounds emanating from within, he clenched his fists tightly, his heart swelling with resentment. In a fit of anger, he furiously pulled out his phone, composed a text message to Xiao Wu, and then turned to enter another room. Meanwhile, in Deep City, within a certain room, Xiao Wu heard the notification of the incoming message. Upon reading its contents, a smirk crept across his lips, and he promptly dialed a number. "Hello? Old Lu. Gather a few local experts and proceed as planned." Later that night, Yichio finally returned home. The journey from Donghai to Deep City was not particularly long, yet he encountered considerable delays due to the rush hour traffic in the urban area. No sooner had he arrived home than his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" A deep male voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am from the Jiaxing auction house. I have just arrived in Deep City and am approximately 30 kilometers from your residence. However, given that it is currently peak hour, our arrival may be delayed." Yichio replied, "No worries, take your time. Call me when you arrive." After hanging up the phone, Yichio excitedly clenched his fist, filled with anticipation. After all, it was a raw stone worth 80 million. Anyone would be exhilarated in such circumstances. Once the thrill subsided, Yichio felt a wave of fatigue wash over him after a long day of driving, compounded by the multiple uses of his extraordinary abilities, leaving him utterly exhausted. As night had fallen, he decided to receive the raw stone and postpone his search for a cutting machine until the following day. After waiting for approximately 2 hours, the delivery truck finally arrived, albeit with a delay. Yichio's residence was located on the second floor of a building in the urban village, which lacked an elevator. The stone, towering at about a meter high, prompted Yichio to instruct several workers to carry it into the grocery store. "Thank you for your hard work," Yichio said with a smile, offering them a round of cigarettes before handing out a few red envelopes to the lead worker. The man was immediately overjoyed. It was their duty to deliver, yet they had not expected a bonus. The boss was truly generous. "Boss Yi, it's too much," the lead worker said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Yichio waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just accept it, it's not much. Consider it a treat for you all after your long journey." Upon hearing this, the worker excitedly accepted the red envelope. The grocery store owner, who had been observing, appeared somewhat astonished. Once the delivery men had departed, he cautiously inquired, "Yichio, what do you intend to do with this stone? Why have someone personally deliver it? I don't mind keeping it here, but you'll have to pay 100 for storage. Otherwise, don't blame me if it goes missing." The store owner, an elder in the urban village, was around 50 years old and could be considered Yichio's neighbor. "All right, 100. Yichio was in high spirits and did not intend to argue with the shopkeeper. Such a large rock, even if placed outside, might not be moved by anyone. However, it is better to be cautious. One can never be too careful. If someone unaware were to take it away, he would have nowhere to lament. After all, this was an original stone worth 80 million, crucial to his rise to wealth, and he could not afford to be careless. Thus, he decided to give the shopkeeper 100, which would save him a great deal of worry. Upon seeing the money, the shopkeeper patted his chest. assuring that it would never go missing. Yet, he looked at Yi Qiu as if he were a fool. To him, it was merely a worthless stone. Why go to such lengths? Chapter 24. Purchasing a stone-cutting machine the next morning, Yi Qiu awoke, still drowsy, but for the first time in a long while. He felt a sense of peace in his sleep. The recent troubles concerning his father had weighed heavily on him, and he had been busy earning money with his extraordinary abilities. Consequently, his sleep had been less than restful. However, today he felt considerably more at ease. With resources in hand, he was no longer anxious. The original stone worth 80 million awaited his cutting. Therefore, Yi Qiu decided to rise early and prepare to rent a discreet workshop, which would serve as his future stronghold. The original stones or antiques he would handle in the future would surely be numerous, and to avoid drawing attention, he resorted to this strategy. Originally, he had planned to register an offshore company and choose a visible legal representative, while he would operate behind the scenes. However, the current circumstances did not allow him this luxury. After acquiring the raw stone, he found himself with a mere 5 million to his name, having transferred 1 million to his parents, leaving him with 4 million in assets. This sum was essential, intended as startup capital. Therefore, if he wished to establish an offshore company, he must find a buyer for this raw stone. By morning, Yi Qiu hastily consumed a light breakfast before venturing out. Today, he aimed to procure a stone-cutting machine. Unfortunately, he lacked reliable assistance. He was hesitant to enlist the help of strangers for the task of stone cutting. Thus, he resigned himself to the necessity of handling the raw stone personally. The raw stone trading market in Deep City, unlike the renowned one in Donghai, was situated in a rather obscure location, drawing a sparse crowd. Each vendor appeared lethargic, and upon spotting a newcomer, they resembled wolves sensing blood. Hey there, interested in raw stones? Our stones are of superior quality and reasonably priced. Come take a look. Get lost, Lao Zhao. Stop boasting about your stones. You haven't unearthed a decent one in half a year. Don't believe him, young man. My stones come from the old pits near the Myanmar shop. Their quality is absolutely top-notch. As Yi Qiu arrived, he drew the attention of the vendors at the entrance, two of whom quickly approached him, eager to attract customers. Yi Qiu felt a wave of frustration. The raw stone trading scene in Deep City was a far cry from that of Donghai. The eagerness of the two vendors suggested they would gladly kneel before him, but only if he were inclined to make a purchase. Unfortunately for them, they had misjudged their target. Yi Qiu was not there to buy raw stones today. Stop. My friends, I shall not purchase any raw stones. Yi Qiu waved his hand, halting the two men. Upon hearing this, their demeanor swiftly plummeted. What a waste of effort. Let's leave, old Zhao scoffed, a look of dejection etched upon his face. The other vendor mirrored his sentiments, though he did not voice them. Disappointment was evident in his expression as well. Yi Qiu, noticing their countenances darkening, felt a surge of indignation. Was it to imply that his refusal to buy raw stones was a harbinger of misfortune? His temper flared. This was intolerable. After all, he considered himself a provisional millionaire, with only a slight distance separating him from his modest goal of 10 million. While he might forego purchasing raw stones, he was intent on acquiring a stone-cutting machine. Whoever can facilitate this transaction shall claim these $200, Yi Qiu declared, producing 2 crisp red bills from his pocket, their vibrant hue strikingly luminous in the light. Upon hearing this, old Zhao's attitude transformed immediately. Ah, dear sir, had you mentioned this sooner? I, old Zhao, am known as the Oracle of Deep City. A stone-cutting machine is no trouble at all. Leave it to me. He thumped his chest, exuding confidence. $200 may not be substantial, but even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. He had not made a sale in nearly 2 months, and without a generous patron soon, he might very well starve in this bustling city. That amount could sustain him with instant noodles for a month and a half. Moreover, it was merely a matter of words. Why would he not seize the opportunity? Aye. Good sir, my aunt's neighbor works at the stone-cutting site. I have connections. Old Wang chimed in, unwilling to be overshadowed. The two vendors vied for attention, while Yi Qiu maintained his composure, observing the unfolding scene. All right, I only need one. First come, first served. As soon as these words left his lips, the two dashed out like exuberant huskies. Within half an hour, old Wang returned triumphantly with a stone-cutting machine that was in excellent condition. Yi Qiu wasted no time, handing him 200 yuan before turning to find a truck to transport the machine away. Old Zhao, arriving a moment too late, could only cast a resentful glare at the smug old Wang. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu instructed the driver to stop at an area on the outskirts, where factories were plentiful, and many vacant buildings were available. He approached a manager and, after spending 200,000, successfully acquired a factory spacious enough to accommodate a basketball court. The interior was dust-laden, suggesting it had not been used in quite some time. However, Yi Qiu was unfazed, as this was merely a temporary solution. Once his operations expanded, he would inevitably seek a more suitable location. Subsequently, Yi Qiu made another call, requesting the driver to bring the vehicle into the factory to unload the stone-cutting machine. He then instructed the driver to return to Liu Bei's urban village to collect the raw stones. The driver was pleased to take on the extra work, as it meant straightforward earnings without any commission deducted. Initially, Yi Qiu considered asking the driver to find a few helpers to assist with the lifting. But seeing the driver's confident demeanor, he decided against it. Approximately 2 hours later, the driver arrived at the factory with a disgruntled expression. Having labored intensely for the 300 yuan moving fee, he had assumed it would be a trivial task, believing the stone would be light. Yet its weight nearly caused him to injure his back. After ensuring everything was in place and sending the driver on his way, Yi Qiu powered up the stone-cutting machine. He took a deep breath and began to skillfully manipulate the jade cutting machine to slice through the raw stone. As time passed, his fluency in the task deepened. Simultaneously, to avoid accidentally shattering the jade, Yi Qiu occasionally employed his extraordinary abilities to assess the stone's value. Fortunately, after a suspenseful process, the cutting surface was unveiled, and after being doused with clear water, a shimmering, transparent hue emerged within the workshop. Glass type? Yi Qiu's countenance radiated delight. Having gained some insight into jade after his journey to Donghai, he was now somewhat knowledgeable in the field. Glass-type jade is characterized by its transparency akin to glass, possessing a remarkably fine quality with densely packed crystalline particles. Its hallmark is a visible fluorescence, commonly referred to as qiang by experts. Jade typically exhibits a glassy luster, with a texture that is delicate, pure, and flawless, displaying a vibrant, bright, rich, and uniform emerald green hue. Particularly, jade from the Old Pit is the most exquisite. Old Pit jade features very fine jadeite granules, making it exceedingly difficult to perceive its vividness with the naked eye. Under light, it appears semi-transparent to transparent, representing the finest quality jade. Chapter 25. Tremor now, merely revealing one facet, it already exuded such crystalline brilliance, truly deserving its title as the premier jade beneath the imperial green. In the realm of jade, apart from the imperial green, glass-type jade is the most precious. Yi Qiu was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart brimming with anticipation, and he hastily resumed cutting. However, this time he was even more cautious, fearful of damaging the glass type, for such a misstep would significantly diminish its value. After nearly 2 hours of diligent effort, the jade finally revealed its true form, translucent, crystalline, resembling a solid piece of glass. It was breathtakingly exquisite. Yi Qiu gazed intently at the magnificent jadeite, which was as large as 2 basketballs, his eyes filled with a hint of obsession. No wonder it was valued at a staggering 80 million. Given its size and flawless quality, Yi Qiu disregarded the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, swiftly retrieving his phone to capture several photographs of the jadeite. He subsequently opened WeChat and sent the images to Lin Song and Yu Wanhua. Within less than half a minute, a video call from Yu Wanhua popped up. Soon, her delicate visage appeared before Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu, is that jadeite you just uncovered? Yu Wanhua's face was etched with astonishment. From her discerning perspective, such a lustrous quality, coupled with its glass-like clarity and substantial size, could easily fetch over 50 million. What's wrong? Have you forgotten? That was just yesterday at the Jessen auction. Yi Qiu chuckled, responding with a light-hearted remark. Instantly, from the other end of the video, an unusual expletive escaped Yu Wanhua's lips. No way. Her disbelief was palpable. She had initially thought Yi Qiu had become overly ambitious, spending 1 million on a mere rough stone. Yet now, he was revealing that the stone had skyrocketed in value. A glass-grade jadeite worth over 50 million. Who wouldn't be astounded? All right, enough chit-chat. Do you want this jadeite? 80 million. If you're interested, I can sell it to you. Since Yu Wanhua was the one initiating the video call, Yi Qiu's line remained open for Lin Song's incessant calls. Yu Wanhua fell silent. 80 million was an astronomical figure. While the Yu family might manage it with some effort, she would still need to discuss it with her father. Wait for a moment, let me ask. After Yu finished speaking, she hastily ended the video call. The 80 million was not something she could decide on her own. It required her father's expertise. Hello? Brother Lin, what brings you to call me? After hanging up the video call, Yi Qiu promptly answered Lin Zhang's call. He teased lightly, but on the other end, Lin Zong was nearly exasperated. Having called 4 times without a response from Yichio, he feared someone else might seize the opportunity. Fortunately, Yichio finally answered the phone. "Brother Yi, are you trying to drive me to madness? I am in this business, and here lies a magnificent jade piece before me. Yet, you persistently ignore my calls, which truly vexes me," Lin Zong complained with a hint of reproach while addressing him as Brother Yi. To be honest, if Yichio were willing to sell him this exquisite jade, he would not mind calling him Father Yi. Having been in this industry for decades, he had never encountered such a prodigious young talent. He had also heard that in the East China raw stone market, Yichio had unveiled an exceptional ice jade piece, but regrettably, he had not been present at that time. Otherwise, how could Lu Xinghai's grandson have had the opportunity? Just as he lamented his misfortune, Yichio surprised him with an astonishing revelation. The jade, evident from the photographs, exhibited excellent quality, free of significant flaws, and was of considerable size and glassy texture. Brother Yi, how about selling this jade to me?" On the other end of the line, Lin Zong gritted his teeth and inquired, "Brother Yi, where are you? I will come over immediately. This jade is indeed as splendid as it appears in the photographs, and I will offer you a minimum valuation of 50 million. The esteemed gentleman should come and see for himself. Regarding this piece of jadeite, my psychological price is 80 million. If you find it agreeable, you may visit Shenzhen to take a look." Subsequently, Yichio sent over the factory's address. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they concluded the call. In Jiangqing, within the Dafu jewelry store, Lin Zong hung up the phone and immediately arranged for a driver, feeling compelled to witness the gem in person. Such exquisite glass jade. Should he let it slip through his fingers, he would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. He recalled that the last time such a sizable piece of glass jade appeared was a year ago, and unfortunately, that particular piece was snatched up by a wealthy individual from the country. Otherwise, the jewelry industry would have been graced with many more splendid glass jade pieces. Hence, Lin Zong was eager to have a driver arranged to head to Shenzhen. En route, he also reported the matter to the big boss. Receiving a straightforward directive, it must be acquired at all costs. Meanwhile, in Donghai, within a luxurious estate, Yu Wanyue, dressed in home attire, walked directly from her bedroom into the study. "Dad," she called out to the man seated at the desk. The man lifted his head. His hair was streaked with gray, and he appeared somewhat aged. Yu Shirong glanced at her, realizing it was his daughter. "Yeah, what brings you here?" he inquired with a furrowed brow. The household rule dictated that when he was in the study, he should not be disturbed unless it was mealtime. Yu Wanyue instinctively shrank her delicate neck. At home, her greatest fear was her father. Noticing his gaze growing increasingly stern, she hastily extended her phone. He pointed at the image above. "Dad, my friend sent me several photos of glass-type jade and asked if I was interested." Upon hearing this, Yu Shiyong's interest was piqued. Perhaps due to the influence of the elder Yu, the entire Yu family, regardless of age or gender, has a profound affection for antiques and jade. Yu Shiyong was no exception. He had always cherished jade, and upon hearing the news about the glass-type jade, he could hardly contain his excitement. He snatched Yu Wanyue's phone and began to examine the photos meticulously. "Wow, simply exquisite. The quality and condition are truly unprecedented." Moments later, Yu Shiyong exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated such a delightful surprise. Regrettably, he could not see the piece in person, otherwise he would have been able to discern its intricacies more clearly. "Wanyue, where is this jade located?" Yu Shiyong inquired with fervent eyes fixed on Yu Wanyue. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "It should be in Deep City." "Excellent. I will summon the driver immediately." With the knowledge that the jade was in Deep City, Yu Shiyong could no longer suppress his eagerness. Ignoring the encroaching dusk, he promptly called for the driver. Yu Wanyue found the situation somewhat amusing yet said, "Dad, I'll accompany you." After a moment's thought, Yu Shiyong agreed, sensing that Wanyue seemed quite familiar with the jade's owner. Chapter 26. The Scheme Deep City. Within an hour of Yichio sending the message, an urgent honk suddenly resonated from outside the door. "Oh, so soon?" Yichio, filled with curiosity, approached the entrance and discovered a Maybach parked before his factory. Leaning against the car door was a graceful figure, while on the other side stood a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, slender in build, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. At first glance, he exuded the unmistakable aura of a businessman. "This place is indeed hard to find," Yu Wanyue lamented, as her father had been urging her to hasten their journey, for she too was on her way. Hence, she had refrained from allowing the driver to take the wheel. It seems the landlord's family is short on provisions. We must conserve where we can, Yi Qiu replied with a smile. Only in the outskirts would the rent be so affordable, otherwise. Securing a factory space in the city would cost no less than 1 million annually, he continued. You must be Xiao Yi, Yu Shirong said, a warm smile gracing his face. I've heard much about you from Yaya along the way. Truly, you are impressive for your youth. Yet, Yi Qiu couldn't shake the feeling that this smile was somewhat insincere. After all, Yu Shirong was the chairman of Rongguan Group, a quintessential businessman. How could a merchant's smile be genuine? Uncle Yu, it is an honor to finally meet you, Yi Qiu flattered, and indeed, the reality surpasses the reputation. Yu Shirong chuckled heartily, and once the laughter subsided, he swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. His expression was tinged with eagerness. After all, his greatest passion in life was jade. With the precious gems before him, he was naturally anxious. Please, Uncle Yu, this way, Yi Qiu gestured, leading the two into the factory. The floor was still dust-laden, as Yi Qiu had yet to tidy up. It may appear a bit rudimentary, so I hope you won't mind, Uncle Yu. Yi Qiu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and spoke. However, Yu Shirong did not respond. Upon entering the workshop, he immediately spotted the translucent jadeite from a distance. The flickering lights illuminated its surface, reflecting waves of shimmering brilliance. This is a rarity beyond compare, Yu Shirong exclaimed without hesitation, hastening to the side of the glass jade, his face alight with fervor. Yu Wanyue was evidently accustomed to her father's exuberance. The members of the Yu family, having been influenced by the elder Yu over the years, each possessed their own distinctive interests. The elder Yu had a penchant for antiques, particularly porcelain, while her father was enamored with various forms of exquisite jade. His obsession with jade was so profound that he had even purchased a villa solely for the purpose of housing his collection. Among his treasures, his most cherished piece was a glass jade he acquired several years ago. Yet, its quality was evidently inferior to the one before him, marred by a subtle crack that diminished its value significantly. In contrast, the jade before them was clearly of superior quality, easily discernible even to someone like Yu Wanyue, who lacked expertise in jade. One could only imagine how much more it captivated Yu Shirong. The jade's worth, in his eyes, could only be described as priceless. Among his entire collection, perhaps only a thumb-sized imperial green jade could rival it, albeit the imperial green would still hold the edge in terms of size. Xiaoyi, are you willing to sell this glass jade? Yu Shirong reluctantly withdrew his hand from the jade, his words directed at Yi Qiu. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the exquisite stone. Yi Qiu truly wished to respond. A corpulent middle-aged man hurriedly burst through the door, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. Oh, little Yi, this is... Yu Shirong was also captivated by the sudden intrusion of the rotund figure. His gaze tinged with a hint of wariness, for the man's eyes had not strayed from the glass specimen beside him since his arrival. Yi, brother Yi, is the glass still here? Lin Zong panted, having urged the driver to accelerate relentlessly, even at the risk of speeding. Fortunately, they had arrived in this bustling city in just over an hour. However, misfortune struck when the very vehicle he was in suffered a flat tire just as they neared the factory. This nearly sent Lin Zong into a fit of exasperation. The big boss had issued a stern ultimatum, insisting that he secure this piece of glass jade. Otherwise, his position as the general manager of the 3 provinces would be in jeopardy. Upon hearing Lin Zhang's words, Yu Shirong's mood soured. Such matters were best kept to a select few, yet it seemed that the urgency in Lin Zhang's tone indicated that Yu Qiu had alerted him. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Shirong pieced together the sequence of events and involuntarily cast a glance towards Yi Qiu. At such a tender age, displaying such ambition, truly, a little fox. Yu Shirong mused inwardly. The middle-aged gentleman who followed should possess some wealth, yet undoubtedly not as much as he himself. Judging by the man's initial demeanor upon encountering Yi Qiu, it appeared he was aware of his identity. Thus, it seemed that Yi Qiu harbored a greater desire to sell the jade to him. However, should he be the sole purchaser, the price would surely not be exorbitant. Thus, the sole purpose of Lin Zong is to drive up the price. Brother Lin, do not be anxious, the jade is still here. Take a moment to gather your thoughts. Yi Qiu remarked with an expression that blended amusement and exasperation. Upon hearing that the jade remained, Lin Zong felt a surge of joy. However, when his gaze fell upon Yu Shirong's visage, he was suddenly taken aback. It is true that he might not be intimately familiar with the countenance of a typical magnate. Yet, by a stroke of fate, Yu Shurong happened to be the individual who had previously acquired another piece of glass-type jade. Hence, Lin Zong was quite well acquainted with him. Ah, Mr. Yu, I did not expect to see you here. Lin Zong inwardly inhaled sharply, then calmly greeted Yu Shurong, though turmoil brewed within his heart. In the realm of jade, who is unaware of Yu Shurong's penchant for exquisite jade? Whenever fine jade emerges, there is invariably Yu Shurong's presence. Consequently, he is often referred to as the ghost that worries the unfortunate in the jade circles. It is a rarity for exceptional jade to elude his grasp. Yet this time, the magnate had issued a stern decree. He must secure this piece of glass-type jade at all costs, lest he jeopardize his position. Ah, greetings, Yu Shurong replied coolly. Then turned back to Yichio. Young Yi, might you consider parting with this jade? I would be willing to offer 70 million. Upon uttering these words, Yu Shurong produced a thick stack of checks from his pocket, exuding an air of affluence. Young Master Yi, I shall offer 72 million for this piece of glass-type jade. Would you consider selling it to me? Lin Song gritted his teeth and directly responded to Yu Shurong's price. Subsequently, Lin Song and Yu Shurong's gazes inadvertently met, and a spark seemed to ignite between them. Hee, sir, you appear somewhat unfamiliar. May I inquire about your esteemed position? Yu Shurong spoke with a feigned smile. Chapter 27. A simple objective, he had always prided himself on his keen judgment of character. This middle-aged man, despite his expensive attire, lacked the aura of a true leader. Typically, young entrepreneurs exude a sense of arrogance and self-importance, while older businessmen tend to be insincere and shrewd. However, Lin Song possessed neither of these traits. His demeanor was indistinguishable from that of his subordinates. Thus, he confidently concluded that Lin Song's status was not particularly elevated. Lin Song smiled, reciprocating with a similarly disingenuous expression. Mr. Yu, I am Lin Song, the general manager of the Dafu Group for the Jiangnan provinces. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh. Yu Shurong nodded, realization dawning upon him. Upon hearing the name, he recalled Lin Song's identity. It appeared that Lin Song was representing Lin Dongxiang today. Lin Dongxiang, the head of the Dafu Group, may not hold a higher social standing than Yu Shurong, but in terms of wealth, he was not far behind. After all, the Dafu Group had a nationwide presence, with interests in gold and jewelry, essentially serving as a cash cow. Although Yu Shurong's Rongguan Group ranked among the Fortune Global 500, that wealth was tied to corporate assets. In the short term, he could not readily access substantial personal funds. Currently, he could only mobilize approximately 200 million. Haha, Mr. Lin, it appears that today we are destined to compete for supremacy. Since you have placed your bid, I cannot afford to lag behind. Let us set the price at 75 million. Neither party is willing to concede. The formidable momentum of Yu Shurong is undeniable, for his affection for this jadeite is profound, and he cannot relinquish it easily. Lin Zong, undeterred, initiates the bidding without hesitation. With a powerful backer ready to settle the bill, what is there to fear? 80 million. Lin Zong remains silent no longer, directly raising the bid by 5 million, though it may seem a substantial increase. Yichio had previously articulated his psychological threshold at 80 million. Thus Lin Zong boldly escalates the price to this point. Any further increments would yield substantial profits for Yichio, perhaps even leading him to remember Lin Zong favorably in the future. Should another exquisite jadeite surface, he might not inform others. With decades of life experience, Lin Zong is well aware of Yichio's subtle intentions. Informing two equally matched competitors serves only to elevate the jadeite's value. Yu Shurong furrows his brow. To be frank, for a businessman, 80 million is indeed exorbitant. However, for a connoisseur of jade, no amount is too great, provided it aligns with one's desires. 85 million. Yu Shurong, unwilling to yield, similarly raises his bid by 5 million. The ultimate beneficiaries of this contest smirk discreetly from the sidelines. Indeed, this strategy proves remarkably effective, though it may evoke disdain. The tangible glass-type jadeite laid bare before them must be accepted, regardless of their aversion. Well, you must be pleased now, little rascal. Yuan Wanwei spoke softly, her beautiful eyes rolling dramatically, exuding an air of intrigue. Well, one must compare prices. As a seller, I can certainly evaluate two options. Yichio responded with a chuckle. The only reply he received was a grand eye roll. Yichio dismissed it, as their bidding had slowly begun to wane. After all, each increment was in the millions. Even though they were chairpersons of publicly listed companies, such reckless spending was unwise. If it were corporate funds, They could easily muster tens or hundreds of billions, but now they were dealing with personal assets. 90 million. Yu Shirong's nostrils flared as he breathed heavily. His eyes slightly reddened, fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the law against violence, he would have relished the opportunity to strike that scoundrel, who clung to the matter like a dog with a bone. Lin Song opened his mouth, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. The price of 90 million. Truth be told, it was already inflated. Further bidding would undeniably diminish their profits. Brother Yi, wait a moment. I need to make a phone call. After a brief silence, Lin Song spoke, needing to consult with the higher-ups. His authority was limited to managing funds of up to 30 million. He had felt uneasy even with the previous offer of 80 million, let alone the current 90 million. Hello? Boss. Lin Song stepped aside to dial the number of his superior. In a villa in the capital, Lin Dongxiang inquired, "What is the matter? Have we secured that piece of jade? What is the final price?" Lin Zong, "Boss, there is a bit of trouble. Yu Shirong is here as well. And the price has now escalated to 90 million. This far exceeds the actual value of the jadeite, and if we proceed, our profit will likely be minimal. Therefore, I would like to seek your guidance on whether we should still acquire it." Lin Zong expressed his concerns candidly. At that moment, a voice filled with exasperation echoed from the other end of the line. Lin Zong, I truly do not know how to advise you. How long has it been since glass-type jadeite jewelry has graced the market? Even if it does appear, it's merely trivial items. This piece of jadeite is substantial enough to be carved into a masterpiece. If we were to assemble a complete set, what do you think it would be worth? 1.3 billion would be more than sufficient. Moreover, the prestige it would bring to our brand is irreplaceable. Even several hundred million would not suffice. Do you understand? 1.5 billion. I can grant you that budget. You must bring me the jadeite. With that, Lin Dongxiang abruptly ended the call. Yet Lin Zong returned with newfound confidence, as if he had found his anchor. He immediately declared, 5 million. 95 million. Yu Shirong's expression fluctuated uneasily. It was evident that the previous call had been directed to Lin Dongxiang, and judging by his demeanor, it was clear that Lin Dongxiang had instilled him with confidence. Yu Shirong clenched his teeth, suppressing his heartache, and stated, 100 million. This amount represented nearly half of his personal fortune, and his willingness to invest such a significant portion underscored his deep affection for this jade stone. What a cunning fellow. Upon contemplating the loss of half of his personal fortune, Yu Shirong cast a resentful glance at Yu Qiu. Were it not for this rascal, could he have ever commanded such an exorbitant price? He mused that he could have secured it for a mere 60 to 70 million. Meanwhile, Yu Qiu, who was merely an observer, found himself momentarily taken aback. 100 million? A modest goal? So effortlessly achieved? He felt as though he were ensnared in a dreamlike state. Previously, 300,000 had seemed an astronomical figure, yet now, 100 million appeared so readily attainable. Truly, life is full of uncertainties. Yi Qiu sighed inwardly. Yet being a youth, the delight in his eyes was unmistakable. His expression was perfectly clear to both Lin Song and Yu Shirong, who both silently regarded him as a clever little fox. The competition continued unabated. However, in the blink of an eye, the value had surged to 120 million. Yu Shirong began to feel the strain, contemplating surrender, yet the pang of reluctance lingered in his mind like a relentless nightmare. Chapter 28. The overzealous bidder, he coveted jade as if it were his very lifeblood, especially this exquisite piece of jade laid before him. How could he remain unmoved? To watch such beauty slip into another's hands would be more agonizing than death itself. Lin Song was somewhat astonished by Yu Shirong's bid. He had not anticipated that this old fellow would indeed part with such a sum. 150 million. Lin Song responded with a calm demeanor, for it was not his own money at stake. He had no fear of trifles. Excellent. Very well. If Lin Dongxiang wishes to compete, let us see whose prowess prevails. Yu Shirong said with a sardonic laugh, then immediately interjected, 120 million. His eyes could be aptly described as lethal. Lin Song's relentless pursuit was particularly irksome. Boss Yu is magnanimous, but I fear I may disappoint him, as my superior has commanded me to retrieve this piece of glass jade. Otherwise, I fear my position may be in jeopardy, so I apologize, Boss Yu. 125 million. Lin Song let out a wry smile, resolutely refusing to relent. Yu Shirong fell silent. Observing Lin Song's reaction, it was evident that Lin Dongxiang's resolve was unwavering. Comparing financial strength with the Dauphin Group seemed rather foolish, as they could utilize corporate funds for the purchase, whereas he could not. His company had no involvement in the jewelry industry, thus he was limited to his personal finances. The power of an individual was utterly insignificant against such a colossal entity, filling him with a profound sense of frustration. If Lin Dongxiang was determined to acquire this jade, he truly had no chance of competing. After all, the approaches differed. The other party could purchase the jade under the company's name, while he could merely draw upon personal resources. Wait a moment, I will call Lin Dongxiang. Yu Shirong, suppressing his anger, spoke to Lin Song before retrieving his phone and locating Lin Dongxiang's number in his contacts. After about 10 minutes of negotiation, and after Yu Shirong promised a share of the commercial benefits, the two ultimately reached a consensus. The thought of this cost made Yu Shirong slightly pained, as it represented several prime commercial properties under his group's umbrella, particularly those on the first floor, each valued at tens of millions. Each market opening attracts prestigious international brands eager to establish their presence, with annual rental income surpassing millions. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zong received a call from Lin Dongxiang, urging him to abandon the pursuit of jade. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the capital, Lin Dongxiang wore an expression of cunning satisfaction. His objectives had been met. He truly desired that piece of glass-grade jadeite, which would undoubtedly enhance the reputation and prestige of the Defu Group. However, in comparison to the commercial sphere under the Rongguang Group, it seemed somewhat diminished. The primary business of the Rongguang Group is real estate, and in recent years, they have constructed Rongguang plazas in economically prosperous regions across Asia. Within these commercial hubs, prime locations are strictly for lease, drawing a plethora of international brands vying for them each year. In this regard, Lin Dongxiang had already amassed a fortune. In the factory in Deep City, Lin Zong felt somewhat perplexed, but since the big boss had spoken, he could only comply. Reflecting on the earlier call with Yu Shirong and his subsequent pained expression, he surmised that the chairman of these two groups had likely engaged in some clandestine dealings. Mr. Yu, given this situation, I shall withdraw from the competition. Brother Yi. My apologies, Lin Zong said, gesturing apologetically towards his phone, appearing obliged to acquiesce. Yu Shirong's expression darkened, interpreting Lin Zhang's words as insinuating that had he not made that call, he would have been subjected to even greater exploitation. With a grimace, Yu Shirong pulled out a pen and inscribed a figure on the check. As the figures inscribed on the paper multiplied, a heaviness settled upon his heart. This was a staggering sum of 120 million, his private fortune, now vanished in an instant. It truly pained him to the core. Xiaoyi, here is 12,500,000. This jadeite is now mine, correct? Yu Shirong, with a darkened expression, handed over the check, inwardly cursing Yi Qiu, the cunning little fox. At that moment, Yu Qiu, who had been rather inconspicuous, finally made his appearance. Ahem. Uncle Yu, you are too kind. Yi Qiu feigned a clumsy smile, yet swiftly tucked the check into his pocket. Yu Shirong let out a cold snort, a hint of grievance lacing his words. I can hardly bear the weight of your uncle. Clearly, he was somewhat miffed about Yi Qiu summoning Lin Zong. Yi Qiu could only pretend not to have heard a thing, fixated on counting the zeros. After all, he had never truly encountered a sum exceeding 100 million before. It was imperative to count carefully. As for Yu Wanwei, she felt as though she had nearly exhausted all her eye-rolling for the day, torn between exasperation and amusement. All right, yeah, let us depart. Yu Shirong disregarded Yu Qiu entirely, focusing intently on cradling the glass-grade jadeite in his arms, unconcerned about whether the dust might soil his attire worth over 100,000. For him, such exquisite jade was invaluable. He thought nothing of a few garments worth tens of thousands. Soon, he would lovingly place the jade upon the leather seats of his nearly $10 million Maybach, even fastening a seatbelt to prevent any mishaps. Haha, Uncle Yu, travel safely. Do come again. Yi Qiu cheerfully escorted Yu Shirong to the door, his words nearly causing Yu Shirong, who was cradling a precious jade, to strain his back. Are you coming back? He thought. Even if he were to leap from this very spot today, he would never return. Just one visit had cost over 100 million. Who could bear such a burden? After exchanging a few indifferent farewells with Yi Qiu, Yuan Yu departed in her Maybach. Yet, to Yi Qiu's eyes, the Maybach seemed to be moving at a glacial pace, slower than his own single-cylinder tractor. Inside the Maybach, Yu Shirong exclaimed, "Oh dear. Please slow down. What if you bump my precious treasure?" He cradled the jade protectively, even fastening a seatbelt around it, his demeanor reflecting an overwhelming concern for its safety. Yuan Yu rolled her eyes, too weary to comment. She had witnessed her father's antics far too many times. At that moment, she wished for nothing more than to vanish. Why did she insist on trailing behind, fully aware of her father's nature? Was she simply inviting misfortune upon herself? In the factory, Lin Zong wore a broad smile. Brother Yi, congratulations. You are now a billionaire. Yi Qiu chuckled heartily. Indeed, it feels like a dream. Perhaps after enduring so much suffering in the first half of my life, fate has finally smiled upon me. He jested, attributing his recent fortune to mere luck. Haha. Brother Yi, your luck is truly remarkable, Lin Zong replied, relieved, recognizing that even masters of jade occasionally encounter misfortunes, let alone others. Yi Qiu might very well be the embodiment of the legendary luck of a European emperor, Lin Zong mused with a tinge of envy. Why could he not be graced with such fortune at least once? Was he destined to be akin to an African chump? Brother Yi, Lin Zong continued. I have some matters to attend to at my shop, but do reach out next time you have some jade to discuss. Yi Qiu replied, Brother Lin. Today you are truly the hero of the hour. Shall we indulge in a couple of drinks? There's no rush to leave just yet. Lin Zong chuckled heartily, acknowledging Yi Qiu's words. Indeed, the remarkable price fetched by the jadeite today was largely due to his efforts. Well then, Brother Yi has become quite the tycoon. It's only fitting to celebrate by robbing the wealthy before we depart. At the Deep City International Hotel, Lin Zong and Yi Qiu found themselves seated at a window-side table, engaging in lively conversation. Through their dialogue, Yi Qiu gleaned insights into the recent challenges plaguing the jade industry. With the diminishing availability of old mine sources, the emergence of jadeite has become increasingly rare, particularly over the past few months. Aside from some inferior quality ice varieties, glass-type jadeite has virtually vanished from the domestic market. Consequently, prices have soared. Otherwise, in previous years, the jadeite Yi Qiu procured would have fetched merely around 50 million. At auction, the price might rise slightly, yet the final sale would likely not surpass 70 million. Sighing, Lin Zong continued, Brother, you may not be aware, but while we do have raw stones domestically, their quality is often subpar. The finest specimens are predominantly found in the old mines of a few neighboring countries in the Golden Triangle. However, the majority of those raw stone mines are predominantly controlled by local armed factions or the government. And the raw stones that manage to circulate within our country are mostly inferior products that have been selectively picked over. The probability of finding quality stones is exceedingly low. Lin Zhang's expression turned somewhat despondent after he spoke. After all, this is his line of work, and the feeling of being constrained is quite unpleasant. He yearned to directly procure stock from those regions, but regrettably, he lacks connections, and the local situation is exceedingly complex. Typically, individuals arriving there without any influence would find themselves at the mercy of the local powers. Only those with audacity and connections to local armed factions dare to venture into such chaotic territories. Lin Zhang's words sparked an idea in Yi Qiu. Ultimately, one can only engage in minor skirmishes domestically, and no matter how much effort is exerted, the targets remain modest in scope. Some exceptionally fine jadeite can only be found in the Golden Triangle region, and perhaps a visit there would be worthwhile. After all, he possesses extraordinary abilities, making the act of purchasing raw stones akin to collecting wealth. However, undertaking such a journey alone poses significant risks, especially when it comes to acquiring a substantial amount of raw stones without any assurance of safety. Thus, Yi Qiu decided to postpone this matter. That region is far too tumultuous, and he is relatively powerless, making solitary travel fraught with peril. Even though he possesses extraordinary abilities, at his core, he is merely an ordinary person, vulnerable to bullets, capable of bleeding, and susceptible to death. While the two conversed, unbeknownst to them, someone nearby had already set their sights on them. Boss, I've located that kid. He's at the International Grand Hotel. A small-haired youth squatted by the roadside. Speaking on the phone, his words seemingly intertwined with Yi Qiu's affairs. Damn it. Am I destined to sip the dry winds by the roadside while you indulge in such sumptuous feasts? Abalone and lobsters abound. Young Huang couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he gazed enviously at the exquisite spread on Yi Qiu and Lin Zong's table. There were abalones, lobsters, steaks, fine red wine, and other delicacies whose names escaped him. Clearly, it was a feast of no small expense. Very well, keep your eyes on them. Notify me as soon as Yi Qiu is alone. A dull male voice resonated from the other end of the line. Half an hour later, Yi Qiu and Lin Zong concluded their meal, having enjoyed a delightful repast. Lin Zong savored each bite, despite being the general manager of Sanqing. His day-to-day life was rather frugal. Unless entertaining clients, he seldom had the opportunity to indulge in such luxuries. Yi Qiu, on the other hand, had never experienced such a feast before. He had only seen it on television. Today was different. He had ascended to the status of a billionaire. The meal had cost him nearly 30,000. Just the bottle of red wine alone was worth 10,000. After settling the bill, Yichio escorted Lin Song to his car. He then staggered down the street, the after effects of the wine making him feel slightly lightheaded. Suddenly, Yichio felt as though he had collided with something, and a shattering sound jolted him back to reality. My Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain. I spent 800,000 on this. A young man knelt before Yichio, his face a portrait of despair, as he frantically gathered the broken shards from the ground, desperately attempting to piece them back together. Yet, a shattered mirror cannot be reunited, let alone the more delicate porcelain. The young man, his eyes brimming with tears, lifted his gaze and fixed it intently on Yichio. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel. This is an exquisite Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain that I purchased for 8 million. I intended to cherish it as a family heirloom. Now that you have shattered it, what do you propose we do about this?" As the youth spoke, a few onlookers gathered by the roadside, intrigued by the commotion. Among them was an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, adjusting his spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose. Gradually, he crouched down. Selecting a shard from the debris and pulling out a magnifying glass, he examined it meticulously. The craftsmanship is exquisite, adorned with azure smoke patterns. This is a quintessential example of Tang blue and white porcelain. By the technique employed, it appears to be a product of the Huangye Tang Sankai kiln in Goni. Its value can only be described as priceless and rare. This marks a pivotal moment in the evolution of Tang Sankai, adding a significant chapter to the history of Huaxia. "Forgive me, young man. I am merely overwhelmed with excitement," the old man remarked, his astonishment spilling forth in a torrent of words, before he noticed the bewildered gazes of the crowd, prompting him to clarify, "Oh, isn't that Professor Wu Qinghua? I never expected to encounter him here." A voice suddenly arose from the crowd, followed by another filled with curiosity. "Who is Wu Qinghua? Is he quite renowned? Uninformed, are we?" Professor Wu is a distinguished antiquities expert. The crowd then began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. If what Professor Wu claims is true, and this is indeed Tang blue and white porcelain, then that young man has certainly found himself in unfortunate circumstances. Alas, one can only resign oneself to misfortune. After all, in broad daylight, who could have anticipated that he would fail to walk properly? With the stench of alcohol surrounding him, the situation is hardly anyone's fault. The murmurs of the onlookers, along with the escalating quarrel, began to dissipate Yichio's intoxication. What does this mean? Yichio furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. The youth across from him appeared utterly incensed. What does this imply? Compensation. You have shattered my Tang blue and white porcelain. 800,000. Not a penny less. Or I shall summon the authorities. Chapter 30. The Scammer. What a situation. A smirk curled at the corners of Yichio's mouth as he activated his special ability. Name: imitation of Tang blue and white porcelain. Value: 200 yuan. In an instant, the worth of the shattered porcelain pieces on the ground became clear to his eyes. Is this truly Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain? A glint of danger flickered in Yichio's gaze, though internally, he found it rather amusing. He had encountered such a scam online several times, yet today, he had unwittingly become the protagonist. The youth, upon hearing this, patted his chest and confidently produced a crumpled A4 sheet from his pocket. Of course, the authentication certificate is right here. Moreover, Professor Wu is a distinguished figure in the antique industry. If he claims it to be genuine, how could it possibly be false? Regardless, you shall not leave without compensating me today, 800,000. Not a single cent less. The youth's tone shifted, and he began to relentlessly demand payment from Yichio. How amusing. If this were indeed Tang blue and white porcelain, then surely my attire, worth several tens of thousands, must have once adorned the robes of Emperor Qin. Yichio did not directly expose the young man, but rather subtly hinted that he was aware of the deception. In the case of an ordinary fraudster, such a statement would likely prompt a retreat. For most of these individuals operating groups, and to unambiguously reveal their deceit could provoke their ire, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. However, the young man's reaction was one of audacious defiance, as he disdainfully scoffed. Do you fancy yourself an archaeologist? Or perhaps a connoisseur of antiques? Can you truly discern authenticity at a glance? I have my certificate of appraisal right here. It cannot be forged. Furthermore, there are numerous bystanders who can attest to your destruction of my Tang blue and white porcelain. Even if you doubt their words, surely you would trust Professor Wu's opinion. In any case, you shall compensate me 8 million, not a cent less. The young man's tone was aggressively confrontational, provoking Yichio's ire. Ah, I had intended to spare you some dignity, but since you do not value it, do not blame me. You claim this is Tang blue and white porcelain. Yet where are the intricate patterns? The surface is a crude imitation, easily discernible as counterfeit to any discerning eye. Do you truly believe I am unaware that many of these onlookers are your sycophants? Those with sense should depart promptly. Otherwise, beware. I might consider contacting the authorities. Let me ponder. Extortion, and the sum is considerable. What might the sentence be? 7 years? Less than 10? The young man feigned exasperation. Very well. I had hoped to conclude this matter with your payment, allowing us to move on. But since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for the consequences. Upon concluding his words, the young man retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the emergency services. Subsequently, with an air of audacity, he proclaimed, "You dare not flee. Just wait until the officers arrive. Then we shall see how you attempt to defend yourself." Yichio furrowed his brow momentarily, only to relax it soon after. In the face of the law, all individuals are deemed equal. Even if it were proven that he had shattered the porcelain, what of it? The utmost consequence would be a compensation of 200 yuan. After all, it was merely a substandard counterfeit, easily discernible by any reputable appraisal institution. Not long after the young man's call, an urgent siren echoed from afar. Shortly thereafter, 2 officers clad in sharp uniforms navigated through the crowd to stand before the young man and Yichio. The officer at the forefront surveyed the situation before inquiring. Who made the call? As soon as the question was posed, the young man eagerly interjected, "Officer, I am the one who called. This individual has broken my antique. And despite my request for compensation, he refuses. In my desperation, I had no choice but to alert the authorities. Officer, I implore you to ensure justice is served. That piece was a Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase that I purchased for 8 million just a few years ago, and its current value exceeds 10 million. I believe this young man is not entirely blameless. I have only requested the return of my initial investment, yet he insists it is a forgery. Enough. I have grasped the situation," the officer replied. "Liu, please secure these pieces as evidence for examination. As for the 2 of you, accompany me back to the precinct to provide your statements. Everyone disperse. There is no need for such a crowd." The senior officer waved his hand, dispersing the onlookers. Subsequently, Yichio and the young man boarded the police vehicle. Inside the precinct, in an interrogation room, an older officer sat before the table with a serious expression. Facing Yichio. "Name, gender, age. Please recount the events." Yichio felt somewhat astonished until this moment. He had been an upstanding citizen with no prior encounters with the law. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. And he even began to suspect that he might be a suspect himself. Despite his unease, Yichio responded to each query, narrating the sequence of events. "Officer, I believe they are frauds. Such tactics are all too common, especially when dealing with an antique worth 8 million. Would one simply cradle it so carelessly?" Silence. "Who is the officer here, you or I?" "Your opinion is unnecessary," the older officer interrupted sharply. Yichio furrowed his brow, feeling irked, yet he suppressed his frustration, trusting that justice would prevail. "All right, this is your record. Take a look. If everything appears in order, please sign." The older officer then handed Yichio the completed A4 sheet. Containing his anger, Yichio accepted the document, glanced over it, confirmed it matched his account, and elegantly signed his name. "Officer, may I leave now?" Yichio inquired, his tone a touch abrasive after signing. The older officer, however, chuckled in response. "Leave? Where do you think you're going? I'm afraid you'll be spending some time in the detention center." "What do you mean?" Yichio was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Isn't this rather obvious? You brazenly undermine the financial stability of others and refuse to offer compensation, resulting in your temporary detention. Should the other party pursue this matter, the sum of 800,000 will likely entail at least 3 years of consequences. Young man, it would be wise for you to settle your debts. Life in a detention center is far from pleasant." Jin Dong, with a hint of pride, could not suppress the smile on his face. How easy it is to acquire such a sum from mere evidence. This money comes effortlessly, and upon its successful acquisition, one might even attain a permanent position. Why had such a fortuitous opportunity eluded him? After all, he had been in service for 7 or 8 years. Meanwhile, Yichio, seated across from him, had begun to grasp the situation. He had been duped. Yichio clenched his fists tightly, feeling an inexplicable fury boiling within him. Despite his extensive precautions, he had not anticipated that Lu Yu's machinations would await him here. Aside from Lu Yu and Lu Zia, he could scarcely conceive of anyone else daring to act against him. Yet, the die had been cast, and he finally understood why he had felt so ill at ease. This was no mere suspect. He was undeniably being treated as a criminal. It was likely that the descriptions he had just signed would serve as evidence in court. Chapter 31. Colluding in Misery. Ah, very well, I shall remember you. Yuchio cast a cold glance at the seasoned individual before him, judging by the latter's expression. It was clear he had reaped substantial benefits from this situation. What pained him most was the presence of such a parasite in this hallowed place. Jin Dong felt an unaccountable shiver at Yuchio's gaze, yet he soon regained his composure, emboldened by the knowledge that Fifth Master was a member of the Lu family. In this deep city of Luohu Bay, who was not familiar with the illustrious name of the Lu clan? This Yuchio has clearly provoked the Lu family. It is likely that once he steps inside, he will not only face dire consequences, but also emerge with a tarnished reputation. He will undoubtedly tread lightly in the future, hesitant to show his face again. So what is there to fear? There is no reason for concern. Moreover, Fifth Master has promised to assist him in securing an official position once the matter is resolved. Upon achieving that status, he would be a government employee. Who could dare to threaten him then? If anyone is bold enough to try, they may find themselves on the receiving end of a bullet. Huh. Jin Dong let out a cold chuckle as he exited the interrogation room, the heavy door slamming shut behind him. At that moment, Jin Dong's expression shifted dramatically, transforming from one of righteousness to that of an obsequious sycophant. Fifth Master, you've arrived? He inquired. Lu Wu cast a sidelong glance at Jin Dong, disregarding him, and asked nonchalantly, have you completed your task? Have you obtained that young man's confession? At this, Jin Dong immediately patted his chest and cautiously glanced around. Rest assured. Fifth Master, I seized the opportunity to swap the documents on my way back, and under the pretense of inquiring about the incident, I managed to persuade that young man to sign. Lu Wu nodded in approval. Good. Hurry and have someone escort him inside. A lavish feast awaits him in the detention center. Absolutely, Fifth Master. You can count on me to get this done impeccably. Jin Dong responded with fervent assurance, his demeanor akin to that of someone invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Subsequently, Jin Dong led two young officers back into the interrogation room. Well, young man, will you walk on your own, or shall we escort you? Jin Dong threatened, raising the handcuffs he held aloft. Yuchio let out a cold laugh, retorting, you are merely a lowly constable. Who bestowed upon you the authority to act in such a manner? Your actions constitute bribery and forgery. How long do you believe you will languish in prison once your misdeeds are uncovered? Furthermore, according to the law, even if I were guilty of murder or robbery, I still possess the right to counsel. I cannot accept your hasty judgment. I demand to see my lawyer. Jin Dong erupted into raucous laughter, unabashedly mocking. Have you not grasped the reality? The law you speak of holds no weight in the presence of true power. Young man, should you manage to survive this ordeal, I advise you to be more perceptive in the future and refrain from provoking those you ought not to. With that, Jin Dong, along with two other constables, violently forced Yuchio down onto the table, twisting his hands behind his back and securing them with handcuffs. Enough of your prattle, Jin Dong scoffed, applying pressure while continuing his taunts. Yuchio's heart surged with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot as they bore into Jin Dong. He meticulously memorized the faces of his captors, vowing never to forget this day's humiliation, promising to return the affront tenfold or 100-fold. And Lu Yu, just you wait. Yuchio silently screamed in his mind, struggling against his restraints, his teeth gritted and his cheeks flushed with anger. Despite the significant enhancement of his physical abilities after acquiring special powers, he found himself outmatched, as three opponents overwhelmed him with their combined strength. Yuchio's thoughts continued to churn, and it seemed that the only person who could possibly save him was Yu Wanyue, among those he was acquainted with. She was undoubtedly the most powerful and influential. However, these few rascals would clearly not allow him to make a phone call. As Yuchio's mind raced, a sense of urgency engulfed him. He needed to find an opportunity to contact Yu Wanyue. Otherwise, if he truly ended up in a detention center, he feared he would not survive. What kind of good people could be found in a detention center? With just a little money, but you could easily buy off a multitude of people to do his bidding. While murder was unlikely, he certainly could not withstand the incessant torment of small steel rods. Perhaps a deal could be negotiated. Yuchio ceased his struggles, allowing the three men to restrain him. Suddenly, a suggestion slipped from his lips, causing Jin Dong to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. A deal? Let's hear it. Jin Dong squinted, seemingly intrigued. However, Yi Qiu remained silent, which led Jin Dong to realize something. He waved his hand, instructing the two junior officers to leave. Soon, the interrogation room was left with just Jin Dong and Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu propped himself up, leaning awkwardly in the chair. His hands were cuffed, causing an uncomfortable sense of restraint. I can offer you 100,000 on the condition that I get to use a phone. 2 minutes. What do you say? Yi Qiu's voice was laced with temptation. Jin Dong perceived him clearly. He was an undeniable money grubber. This was precisely why Yi Qiu had devised this approach. The moment the figure of 100,000 was mentioned, Jin Dong's eyes gleamed with interest. Although he had already received half of the 500,000 from the fifth master, who could ever have too much money? Nevertheless, judging by this young man's demeanor, he seemed to possess some assets. 200,000, that's the price for your phone. Yi Qiu couldn't help but chuckle coldly within, recognizing him as a quintessential miser. However, this was acceptable. He preferred greed over indifference. All right, return my phone, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Yi Qiu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jin Dong wasted no time and promptly retrieved Yi Qiu's phone from the drawer. Once in possession of the device, Yi Qiu requested Jin Dong's bank account number and, after transferring the 200,000, hurriedly opened WeChat. Only 2 minutes. Remember to be swift. Jin Dong observed Yi Qiu as he executed the transfer, and once completed, glanced at his watch and remarked. Yi Qiu wasted no words, opening the chat with Yuan Yue to send an urgent message. He then provided a brief account of the situation along with a location pin for the county office. Meanwhile, on the highway, Yuan Yue appeared somewhat distraught. 2 hours had passed. Finally, she spotted the exit. The journey had been torturous, as her father incessantly urged her to drive more slowly, fearing for the safety of his prized possession. Fortunately, the minimum speed limit on the highway was 60. Otherwise, she truly could not fathom how much longer it would have taken. Ding dong. A crisp WeChat notification sounded, quickly followed by a flurry of messages like firecrackers. Yuan Yue felt a twinge of curiosity. Aside from a few friends and her parents, there seemed to be no one else who would message her so frequently. Dad, could you check the messages for me and see if there is something important? She decided to have her father glance at the notifications, as she still needed to focus on driving. Chapter 32. A call for help before long. Yu Shirong's expression transformed into one of sheer delight, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. This clever little fox, Yi Qiu, had managed to swindle him out of several million, which left Yu Shirong feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, upon suddenly witnessing Yi Qiu's predicament, he felt an inexplicable thrill in his heart. Father, what news do you have? Yuan Yu, noticing her father's prolonged silence, could not help but inquire. Upon hearing her question, Yu Shirong responded with a teasing tone. It's nothing much. Your friend, Yi Qiu, has encountered a bit of trouble. He has been wronged and is currently detained at the county office, about to be sent to the detention center. What? Yuan Yu exclaimed in surprise. They had only left a few hours ago, and now Yi Qiu had been apprehended. Father, could you make a call to find out what is going on? If Yi Qiu is in the right, then let us assist him. Yu Shirong was taken aback by his daughter's concern. She had never shown such interest in a male before. Approaching 25, she had yet to find a boyfriend, and her mother was becoming increasingly anxious. While Yi Qiu was somewhat cunning, he was nevertheless a good man. The sole issue was their differing social standings. Yet, this thought was quickly cast aside by Yu Shirong. He had only this one daughter, and as long as she found someone who treated her well, that was sufficient. Social status was not a significant concern. The Yu family lacked neither wealth nor influence, hence there was no need for a strategic marriage. His daughter's happiness outweighed all else. Unbeknownst to Yuan Yu, her casual remark had prompted her father to ponder such far-reaching implications. No more. Xiaoyi has already sent it to your WeChat. It seems like a setup. Encountering someone intentionally causing trouble, the orchestrator likely possesses some influence. Given the situation, it appears that I must assist Xiaoyu. Never mind. I shall make a phone call. Yu Shiyong sighed bitterly and shook his head. A young woman cannot be retained. It seems I will owe another favor soon. Shortly after Yu Shiyong made a call, a figure rushed into the Luohu Bay police station with great urgency. Where is he? Fang Tonga inquired anxiously of the officer on duty. The chief. Who? The young officer appeared bewildered. It was the first time he had seen the chief so flustered. I made a mistake in my haste. Xiaolu, has anyone new been brought in today? A young man around 1.8 meters tall. Xiaolu pondered for a moment and recalled that Officer Jean had brought someone in earlier, reportedly a defaulter. Chief, it seems Officer Jean brought someone in this afternoon. I'm not sure if it's him. He is currently in the interrogation room. Before he could finish, Fong Tonga anxiously kicked open the door to the interrogation room. At that moment, Jin Dong was just restraining Yu Qiu at the door. Fong Tonga forcefully kicked the door open, which collided directly with Jin Dong's nose, causing him to tremble in pain. Damn it! Who is that? Don't they know how to knock? Jin Dong, clutching his nose, felt the warm blood seeping through his fingers, dripping onto the floor. Despite his pain, he unleashed a torrent of curses, but when he finally looked up to see who had entered, he was taken aback. It was none other than the chief of the Liu Bei police station. Fong Tonga. Director, I did not mean you, Jin Dong hurriedly explained. Though he often relied on his seniority to assert dominance over newcomers, in the presence of Fong Tonga, he resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. After all, she was his direct superior, wielding the authority over his formal employment. Thus, Jin Dong dared not overstep his boundaries before Fong Tonga. She shot him a cold glare, her peripheral vision catching sight of Yu Qiu, who was handcuffed. Instantly, Fong Tonga's expression shifted dramatically. If she mishandled this situation today, it could spell disaster. Who was responsible for this? Why has he not been released? Fong Tonga shouted furiously, her face flushed with anger. Jin Dong, bewildered, failed to comprehend the urgency that prompted Fong Tonga to kick open the interrogation room door. Director, this individual has caused significant damage to another's property and refuses to compensate. I am currently taking him to the detention center. Just as Fong Tonga was seeking an outlet for her pent-up frustration, Jin Dong eagerly stepped forward, admitting that it was indeed he who had apprehended the man. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. My subordinate has overstepped, and it is a failure of my management. Fong Tonga's demeanor was notably earnest. Observing her reaction, Yu Qiu realized that his message to Yu Wanyue had indeed borne fruit. He had always believed in the principle of revenge not being deferred, and while Lu Yu was currently powerless, he would not let the little pest, Jin Dong, slip away easily. Director Fong, I shall refrain from saying much more, but I have a few questions for you. Firstly, the officials brazenly drove vehicles while accepting bribes and colluded with others to fabricate evidence. How does Director Fong perceive these two matters? Upon hearing these words, Fong Tonga was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This was not merely an inquiry, but rather an implication of guilt. It is indeed his fault for being excessively lenient with his subordinates and for placing too much trust in Jin Dong, who had been part of the department even before Fong assumed the directorship. Jin Dong had always maintained a clean record, and Fong had intended to apply for his formal appointment this year, even granting him the authority to operate a police vehicle. He frequently assigned him to tasks, essentially considering him a formal officer, with the application merely pending. Little did he anticipate that such an incident would transpire today. Mr. Yi, this is entirely my oversight and management. Therefore, I invite you to a dinner at Wanyue Tower tonight at 8. I hope you can overlook this minor transgression. A magnanimous heart can indeed accommodate great endeavors. I will personally oversee this matter regarding Jin Dong. If the allegations prove true, he will face dismissal. Should the bribe amount be substantial, he will face severe sentencing. At this moment, Jin Dong was utterly disheartened, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could fit an egg. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Observing Fong Tonga's reaction, he discerned that Yu Qiu's background was extraordinary, undoubtedly of considerable wealth and status. At this juncture, Jin Dong regretted his greed, wishing he could slap himself. Given the current situation, he feared he might be imprisoned for 7 years or more. Everything that Yu Qiu had stated was indeed factual. If uncovered, he would surely face a lengthy prison sentence. Chapter 33. The outcome in an instant, Jin Dong's legs weakened, and he broke down in tears. The sharp sound of clapping echoed in the interrogation room. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I was blinded by my own folly. I implore you, with your magnanimity, to spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to care for. I cannot afford to be in trouble. Jin Dong repeatedly slapped his own face, pleading incessantly. However, Yu Qiu remained utterly unyielding. Had he not ingeniously thought to bribe Jin Dong with money to allow him 2 minutes with his phone, he would have been left to languish in detention. Helpless and forsaken, he doubted that Lu Yu would extend any mercy towards him, as it was likely that the detention center had its own methods in store for him. Why did you not consider this when you had me pinned down and cuffed? Enough. You are merely a pawn in someone else's game. Further discourse with you is futile. Director Fong, why are you still standing there? Shouldn't we apprehend this scourge? By the way, ensure that he returns my 200,000. Yu Qiu stated coldly, then turned away, showcasing the handcuffs still binding him. Director Fong, suddenly enlightened, quickly called for assistance to restrain Jin Dong while he retrieved the key to the handcuffs. Once freed from their constraints, Yuchio exited the interrogation room alongside Director Fong, while Jin Dong was left pale and subdued under the control of two officers. In the director's office, Yuchio recounted the reasons for his arrest. Director Fong, upon hearing the full account, finally grasped the situation. From Mr. Ye's extensive experience in criminal investigation, it is evident that he has attracted the attention of nefarious individuals. Otherwise, it would be unlikely for anyone to have meticulously orchestrated such a scheme against him. Furthermore, in this era of legal governance, apart from those truly powerful figures who wield absolute authority, no one dares to claim the ability to dictate life and death with a mere word. Even when plotting a scheme, one must adhere to the principles of evidence. Thus, in Fong Tonga's perspective, Jin Dong is likely the compromised insider, responsible for tampering with the evidence. The individual who intentionally prompted Yuchio to shatter the porcelain must have been an accomplice. Upon comprehending these matters, Fong Tonga refrained from elaborating further. Judging by Yuchio's demeanor, he must have already deduced the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. It is probable that this conflict stems from a rivalry between two influential figures, and it would be prudent for a mere small-time director like himself to avoid entanglement. Otherwise, he might find himself facing an unforeseen demise. Yuchio, however, remains oblivious to Fong's terrifying capacity for speculation. Had he been aware, he would likely have found it laughable. An influential figure? At present, he could at most be considered a somewhat affluent local businessman. After exchanging pleasantries, Yuchio graciously declined Fong's offer to treat him as an apology. Upon exiting the county office, he cast a lingering gaze back at the place. At this moment, he truly comprehended the sense of helplessness that accompanies wealth devoid of power. Had it not been for Yu Wanyue's timely assistance today, he might very well have found himself in a detention center. Yuchio clenched his fists, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. Until Liu is dead, his resentment will remain unresolved. Yet, accompanying this fury is an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Liu Yu is insignificant, but his father is an entity far beyond his ability to challenge. He possesses a certain understanding of Liu Yu's family. His father was once an unequivocal ruffian, entrenched in the underbelly of the city, forming alliances and engaging in dubious activities. However, through some unknown twist of fate, he suddenly established a company that spans various industries, including real estate, landscaping, and concrete. The company's value has soared into the billions, and it has recently been rumored to be on the brink of going public. Given such immense power, Yuchio found himself powerless to seek revenge, as the chasm between them was insurmountable at this moment. Just wait, he murmured to himself, resolute that one day he would make them pay the price. He was confident that with his extraordinary abilities, his assets would eventually eclipse the Liu Group. At that time, even without substantial influence, the wealth he could wield through his mobile device would be sufficient to strike down his adversaries. Ah, so they are about to go public. Are they? Let us await the outcome, Yuchio said with a cold smile, contemplating a crucial point. The Liu Group was currently experiencing a meteoric rise, fervently pursuing its aspirations of a public listing in Hong Kong. In that scenario, he might become a shareholder, perhaps even a major stakeholder, which would undoubtedly spell trouble for the Liu family's fortunes. As this thought crossed his mind, a smirk tugged at the corners of his lips, as he suddenly conceived a plan to retaliate against the Liu father and son. However, this scheme would necessitate substantial financial backing. Otherwise, his mere 100 million would prove insufficient. After all, a conglomerate valued at tens of billions before its public offering would undoubtedly soar even higher once listed. A mere 100 million would only afford him a minor stake, incapable of threatening the Liu family's standing. That evening, after hastily finishing dinner, Yuchio, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you. Yuchio sent a message to Yu Wanyue, and soon a reply came through. Yu Wanyue, no problem, friends should help each other. I assisted you this time, but next time, you mustn't cause trouble for my father again. His savings are quite limited. Smirking, Yuchio, haha. All right, I promise not to cause any trouble. Inside the Royal City Bar, Liu Wu felt somewhat troubled. Just moments ago, one of his subordinates had been apprehended, specifically the young man who had smashed the vase earlier in the afternoon. Under normal circumstances, Liu Wu would not have been perturbed. He would have regarded it as a minor infraction that could be easily resolved. However, the situation was different this time, as the operation was led by Fong Tonga, who had explicitly demanded to find his subordinate. This made Liu Wu feel that the matter was quite unusual. Could it be that this young man was not as ordinary as he seemed? Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Lu Wu's mind, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Fang Tonga was known for his meticulous approach. He would only act if there were substantial benefits involved, or if he had received directives from someone of even greater authority. Yet, Lu Wu sensed something amiss. This young man was just an ordinary citizen, having merely sold a few antiques for a modest profit. As for his background, it was virtually non-existent. His parents were factory workers, and none of his relatives were particularly influential. Yet, strangely enough, Fang Tonga had chosen this moment to intervene. This easily brought to mind Yichio, especially since his subordinate had not caused any trouble in the past year, except for this incident involving Yichio. Should I report this to Lu Xiao? Perhaps it is best to refrain. Lu Wu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and hope, silently wishing that his fears were unfounded. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in the consequences. The following day, Yichio was roused from his slumber at 10 in the morning by the persistent ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he noted that it was a call from Lin Song, which sparked a flicker of confusion within him. Their relationship, though outwardly cordial, was merely superficial. Both were adults driven by self-interest, hence the facade of brotherhood. In truth, they seldom communicated under normal circumstances. After a moment's contemplation, Yichio decided to answer the call. Hello? Chapter 34. The alluring summer on the other end, Lin Song's voice came through instantly. Yi, my younger brother, I realized I forgot to mention something yesterday. Do you have any free time in the near future? In 3 days, the head office plans to send me to the old base, coincidentally. A raw stone trader is headed there as well. You need not worry about safety. The trader has excellent relations with the local armed factions. I wanted to ask if you would like to accompany me. Upon hearing Lin Song's words, Yichio's mind began to race. If what Lin Song claimed were true, he certainly had to make the trip. The domestic raw stone market was ultimately too limited. Only in the chaotic Golden Triangle region could he truly unleash his extraordinary abilities. His previous hesitance stemmed from a lack of strength and the disordered powers at play in the Golden Triangle, where one misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, with Lin Song's assurance now at hand, it was imperative to seize this opportunity. After all, relying solely on the domestic raw stone market would make it exceedingly difficult to amass substantial capital swiftly. The realm of antiques holds countless invaluable treasures, numbering in the hundreds of millions, yet such items are elusive and rarely encountered. Moreover, this industry is particularly opaque, without genuine expertise. A single misjudgment could lead to irreparable consequences. However, this does not apply to him, for he possesses certain extraordinary abilities that ensure no antique can elude his discerning gaze. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Brother Lin, resolutely determining that this overseas journey must yield substantial capital. After hastily attending to his basic needs, Yichio found himself somewhat disenchanted, standing on the balcony and gazing at the bustling village within the city. Having resided in this place for nearly a decade, his dwelling had grown aged and cramped, leaving his family of 3 feeling exceedingly confined within the modest 50 square meters. Now that he had acquired wealth, it was high time to provide his parents with a more comfortable home. With this thought in mind, Yichio grabbed his coat and stepped out the door. He climbed into his BMW 7 Series and drove towards the nearest real estate agency. Before long, he parked his car at the entrance of the agency. As he alighted, he was approached by a vivacious woman clad in a fitted white shirt and a sleek black pencil skirt, which accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her appearance was striking, and her voluptuous silhouette radiated an alluring charm. This allure was not ostentatious, rather, it stemmed from an inherent grace, particularly highlighted by the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which stirred the heart. Hello, sir. Are you here to view properties? Qiu Qingqing approached Yichio with confidence, wholly unfazed by the intensity of his gaze. She had long since become accustomed to such gazes. Every man who came to purchase a property was invariably captivated by her alluring figure. Zhou Qingqing possessed an unwavering confidence in her physique, and it was this very allure that had facilitated countless transactions. The commissions she garnered amounted to several hundred thousand. However, despite her natural charm, she was not one to engage in indiscretion. She understood the motivations of men all too well. Yet, Zhou Qingqing's standards were lofty, and not once had she allowed a man to succeed in his pursuits. At that moment, Yichio also regained his composure, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It was evident that the woman was merely pleasant to look at, not nearly as breathtaking as Yuanyue. Yet, he found himself momentarily entranced upon her arrival. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to set aside his thoughts. Indeed, Are there villas available? Yi Qiu inquired after calming his emotions. A villa would suit him perfectly. He had accumulated a modest fortune, exceeding 120 million. Investing 30 to 40 million in a villa was certainly feasible. However, the exorbitant property prices in Deep City were quite staggering. He surmised that with 30 to 40 million, he could only procure a villa on the outskirts. On the other hand, upon hearing the word villa, Zhou Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her smile instantly transformed into one of flattery. Indeed, we have some. Please, this way. Sir. Zhou Qingqing's face radiated joy as she had spotted the BMW 7 Series that Yi Qiu had parked. She initially assumed he would only be inquiring about a modest apartment. To her astonishment, he had come asking about villas. This was undoubtedly a significant client. In Deep City, even the most remote villa could command a price of 1 to 2 million. If this deal comes to fruition, her commission would undoubtedly amount to several hundred thousand, sufficient to rival half a year's income. Soon, Zhou Qingqing ushered Yi Qiu into the VIP room, where envious and jealous glances permeated the intermediary company. It seemed that Zhou Qingqing had once again secured a significant client. TSK, one wonders what abilities she possesses that draw so many men to her. Jing Lingshan's tone bore a hint of envy. Having been here for almost 3 months, he had yet to finalize a single transaction. If he failed to meet his targets this month, he might have to pack his belongings and leave. Humph, that wretched woman, what means could she possibly have? It's merely about sharing beds with those looking to purchase homes. Beside Jing Lingshan, a short and plump girl gazed enviously at the VIP room, her eyes reflecting both jealousy and admiration. If only she possessed Zhou Qingqing's enviable physique, her performance would surely crown her as the top seller in the agency. Alas, she was resigned to surviving on a meager base salary each month. Did she not yearn to be like Zhou Qingqing? However, even if she were willing to open her legs, it would require a man to find her appealing. While Zhou Qingqing had a voluptuous figure with ample curves, she, on the other hand, was burdened by excess weight, her 150 centimeters frame supporting a hefty 160 kilograms. If such proportions could attract a man's gaze, it would certainly be a matter of peculiar taste. Meanwhile, within the VIP room, the atmosphere was somewhat enchanting. Zhou Qingqing feigned an interest in showing Yi Qiu pictures of villas, leaning her entire body against his shoulder. Due to her posture, Yi Qiu caught a glimpse of her white shirt, crinkled from her bending form. Long, dark hair cascaded down, with a few strands brushing against his neck, provoking an odd itch that incessantly stirred Yi Qiu's senses. This was utterly maddening. Yi Qiu lamented silently. After all, he was a vigorous young man. And since parting ways with Chang Xiaoyi, he had not engaged with any woman. The tantalizing gestures of Zhou Qingqing ignited a fervor within him. May I inquire about your budget, sir? Zhou Qingqing's sultry tone caressed Yi Qiu's eardrums like an intoxicating summer breeze, imbued with warmth yet refreshing enough to pierce his heart. After a prolonged moment, Yi Qiu finally managed to respond, his voice slightly trembling. Approximately 30 million, not exceeding 40 million. Chapter 35. Purchasing a home. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flashed in Zhou Qingqing's eyes, her cheeks betraying a slight blush. Wealthy and youthful, coupled with striking looks, it was impossible not to be enamored by such a flawless man. Even someone as proud as Zhou Qingqing found herself indulging in a few fantasies. Despite having attracted numerous men with her perfect curves, her lofty spirit rendered her dismissive of the common suitors. Having navigated this profession for quite some time, she had never engaged in any indiscreet behavior. At most, she had allowed those unremarkable men a fleeting taste of sweetness during their business interactions. Yet now, Zhou Qingqing realized she was experiencing a sense of exhilaration for the very first time. How absurd, what am I thinking? Blushing, Zhou Qingqing muttered under her breath, subsequently suppressing the fluttering sensation within as she rummaged through an album for quite some time. However, she appeared somewhat distracted, taking a full 3 minutes to locate a villa that met Yi Qiu's specifications. Sir, this page features villas that align with your budget. Please take a look. If you find one to your liking, do let me know, and we can arrange a viewing. Yi Qiu nodded, casting a casual glance. I suppose that one will do. After a moment, he pointed to a duplex villa in the album. He was quite fond of this type of villa, and the accompanying description indicated that the space was ample. The villa comprised 3 levels, included 2 garages, and boasted a private garden, nestled amidst mountains and rivers. The surroundings were delightful, truly captivating his heart. Zhou Qingqing nodded, and after regaining her composure, she transformed back into the capable businesswoman she was known to be. Swiftly, she retrieved the owner's contact information and additional details not included in the album. Sir, the asking price for this villa is 38 million. Does that meet your expectations? Upon hearing the price, Ichio furrowed his brow slightly. While the villa's environment was indeed splendid, spanning over 400 square meters, the price was rather steep. Very well. Please assist me in contacting the owner. Let us view the property in person before making any decisions. At these words, Zhou Qingqing felt a surge of excitement and promptly reached out to the villa's owner. Sir, Miss Lin is currently at the villa. If it is convenient for you, we can visit right away. Ichio, wishing to avoid any further complications, nodded in agreement. The villa is situated approximately 2 kilometers in a straight line from the real estate agency, nestled beside Luohu Park. It is said that when this area was initially developed, the property prices were quite daunting. The developer had set the staggering price of 150,000 per square meter. However, for reasons unknown, this exorbitant price eventually plummeted. After a 6 or 7 minute drive, Ichio and Zhou Qingqing arrived at the villa's location. As they gazed around, they were met with rows of charming villas. And the one Ichio had his eye on was the finest among them, positioned in the upper right corner of the entire villa complex, with the nearest neighboring villa being over 100 meters away. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Qingqing stepped forward to rap on the grand door of the villa. When the door swung open, Ichio was taken aback. The familiar face before him had once represented his youth, but soon enough, a smile broke across his face. Long time no see, Lin Huixue. Lin Huixue had been the object of his secret admiration throughout high school, a dream for many boys in Jinzhong, Ichio included. Yet, at that time, Lin Huixue appeared as a majestic swan, while he was merely a frog gazing out from the depths of a well. Later, Ichio learned that Lin Huixue intended to apply to Tsinghua University, prompting him to study late into the night, hoping to attend the same university as her. The outcome, however, was predictable. He failed to meet expectations and fell short of the college entrance examination, his scores barely qualifying him for an undergraduate program. Following a graduation gathering, he never saw Lin Huixue again. Perhaps it was due to his disheartenment after receiving his exam results that he withdrew from the high school group chat. And from that moment forth, he heard no more of Lin Huixue. After many years, he had thought he had forgotten, yet when Lin Huixue reappeared before him, Ichio recognized her at once. Lin Huixue, however, was somewhat perplexed. The contours of the person before her seemed familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen him. Indeed, during their high school days, Ichio was merely a background figure, daring only to observe Lin Huixue from the shadows. Moreover, with the passage of 5 or 6 years, she had long forgotten the visage of this classmate. Who are you? Lin Huixue hesitantly inquired, uncertain of Ichio's identity. Do you not remember? I am Ichio. Does that ring a bell? Your classmate from Jinzhong, he replied, a bittersweet smile dancing on his lips, though his heart felt somewhat desolate. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. After all, in high school, he had been merely a timid boy, and a swan like Lin Huixue would naturally not have taken notice of him. Oh, now I remember. You are the boy who sat behind me? Lin Huixue's eyes brightened, as memories long buried began to resurface. It finally dawned on her why Ichio's silhouette seemed so familiar. He was indeed that shy boy seated in the row behind her. However, their shared memories were limited. Despite sitting in proximity for 3 years, their conversations had been scant. This was partly due to Ichio's overwhelming shyness and partly because Lin Huixue had been wholly focused on her studies at the time. Yes, I am indeed the Ichio who sat behind you, he responded, a smile breaking across his face at her recognition. His spirits soared, feeling as if he were basking in the gentle warmth of spring. You, seated in front of me, and I, who can only steal glances at you. Haha, what a coincidence. Are you residing here? Lin Huixue seemed oblivious to the envious gaze of Zhou Qingqing beside her. Zhou Qingqing thought to herself, how utterly kitsch. She could instantly perceive the affection that Ichio harbored for Lin Huixue, and their dialogue made it evident that Lin Huixue was the object of Ichio's unspoken affection. Miss Lin, this is Mr. Yi, who is interested in purchasing your property. Zhou Qingqing interjected at just the right moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Huixue was taken aback. In her recollection, that young boy had come from a rather ordinary background. Yet here he was, suddenly expressing a desire to buy a villa. Such a stark contrast was indeed surprising. It seems you have been doing quite well over the years. However, why did you miss the class reunion last year? Lin Huixue teased, her mind drifting back to the gathering. She had heard from classmates that Ichio had vanished after the college entrance examination, even leaving the class group chat. I left the group after the exams, so I missed the reunion information. Yi Qiu explained awkwardly, prompting further teasing from Lin Huixue. I thought that was the case. No wonder I didn't see you. Chapter 36. Old classmates. As Lin Huixue and Yi Qiu entered the villa, they became so engrossed in their conversation that they entirely forgot about Shou Qingqing. After a while, Lin Huixue finally remembered the important matter at hand. Yi Qiu, are you truly looking to buy the villa? Lin Huixue's tone carried a hint of astonishment. She was well aware of Yi Qiu's family circumstances. It was hard to believe he could afford a property worth tens of millions. Even the purchase of a modest apartment worth a few million could prove to be somewhat challenging. Yet, it so happens that Yi Qiu is indeed the prospective buyer on the other end of the line. Yes, the space at home is rather limited, which is why I wish to acquire a villa for the time being, Yi Qiu replied with calm assurance. However, Lin Huixue still wore an expression of disbelief. All right. Yi Qiu, since we're old classmates, if you are genuinely interested in buying, I can offer you this villa at the price of 36 million. However, it must be a full payment, no installment plans, Lin Huixue said, biting her lip, her tone tinged with difficulty. After all, it is common for affluent individuals to purchase properties through installment payments to maximize their financial resources. Spending tens of millions outright on a villa could lead to complications should any liquidity issues arise. The truth lies in making money work for you. Real estate is merely an asset. When one finds themselves in urgent need of funds, it is nearly impossible to liquidate such investments promptly, especially with a villa valued in the tens of millions, which could take a year or even longer to sell. Understood, Yi Qiu responded without a moment's hesitation. He was not like those billionaires on the Huruan list, whose net worth might soar into the tens or hundreds of billions. Yet the liquid capital they can readily access rarely exceeds 10 billion. Their wealth is predominantly tied up in real estate or corporate stocks. Really? Lin Huixue asked, clearly taken aback, her eyes sparkling with a hint of disbelief. This villa had been on the market with the agency for several years without a buyer, primarily due to her requirement for full payment. It can even be described as being neglected. Most inquiries dissipate into thin air immediately after a cursory glance at the circumstances. The city is not vast, and the circle of those who can afford such an extravagant villa is quite limited. Once rumors began to circulate, her villa remained untouched. With no further inquiries, if it's convenient for you, we can proceed with transferring it to my name right now. Would you prefer a bank transfer or a check? Yi Qiu inquired, recognizing the substantial sum involved, which could not be processed via mobile. It necessitated a visit to the bank counter. Let us go with a transfer. Lin Huixue appeared somewhat despondent, frequently glancing at the villa's decor, each detail steeped in her memories. This villa bore witness to her childhood and encapsulated her yearning for her late mother. If it weren't for the pressing circumstances, she would never have considered selling it. After discussing the finer details, Yi Qiu and Lin Huixue proceeded to the bank. Once the transfer was completed, Lin Huixue felt a sense of relief as she held the property deed for the name change. After a busy afternoon, the villa was finally recorded under Yi Qiu's name. Let me treat you to dinner, Lin Huixue said, forcing a smile. This sum might merely be a drop in the bucket for her father, yet it represented her modest contribution. As for what came next, she felt utterly powerless. In a Western restaurant, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Yi Qiu asked, noticing Lin Huixue frequently lost in thought. She managed a slight smile, saying, It's nothing. Old classmate, let us drink until we can't anymore. With that, she raised her glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. Though the wine was of a modest degree, Lin Huixue had always abstained entirely from alcohol. Under the influence of the drink, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling two red clouds suspended in the sky. After several rounds, Lin Huixue found herself increasingly intoxicated, her words slurred. Yi Qiu, do you truly believe I am a harbinger of misfortune? When I was 10, my mother passed away, and my father later remarried. Little did I know that wretched woman conspired with others to ensnare him. If the debts of 2 billion are not settled by the 31st of next month, my father will face imprisonment. Yet, he is already 58. If he were to enter, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to emerge again. With her tongue heavy and under the influence of alcohol, she lamented her plight. Yi Qiu listened in silence, unsure of how to respond, offering only words of comfort, assuring her that everything would eventually improve. After a while, it was evident that Lin Huixue was nearing her limit, her body slumping onto the table. Allow me to escort you home. Although Yi Qiu had also consumed alcohol, he was merely tipsy, far less impaired than Lin Huixue. However, driving was out of the question, so he opted for a taxi. Given that Lin Huixue was utterly inebriated and her consciousness was fading, Ichio reluctantly directed the cab towards the villa area. The villa was indeed spacious. He had observed earlier that it boasted 3 floors, with a guest room on the first floor that he could tidy up later. As the moon graced the branches, Ichio steadied Lin Huishue as they stumbled through the entrance of the villa. The young lady does not appear to be overweight, yet she feels remarkably heavy. Ichio wiped the sweat from his brow and, with great effort, lifted Lin Huishue onto the bed. However, he could not assist with her clothing. Observing Lin Huishue, reeking of alcohol, he surmised that the bedsheets would be rendered unusable. It mattered little, as he intended to procure daily necessities the following day. After all, these linens had been previously used by another, and Ichio had no inclination to preserve them for his own use. Once Lin Huishue was comfortably settled, Ichio retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower before heading to the guest room to rest. However, in the dead of night, the creaking of the door jolted him awake. Before he could gather his thoughts, a slippery figure slipped into his bed. Lin Huishue, in the dim light of the moon, Ichio discerned the identity of the person in his blankets. Feeling the warmth of her unclad form, his pulse quickened with an inexplicable fervor. It was unclear why Lin Huishue had entered his room, but gazing upon her body, as radiant as white jade, stirred an undeniable tumult within him. Calm down. Ichio gritted his teeth, resolute in his refusal to take advantage of the situation. Lin Huishue clearly appeared to be inebriated, lacking any self-awareness, perhaps having mistakenly wandered into the guest room. To avert any potential missteps, Ichio carefully edged towards the bedside, intending to make another trip to the bathroom. Yet, Lin Huishue turned, pressing herself against him. Ichio found it difficult to breathe and quickly attempted to push her away. A soft moan escaped from Lin Huishue's cherry lips, a sound so alluring that it ignited a spark within Ichio, akin to the final ember that sets a volcano ablaze. The narrative continues for a considerable length. As dawn broke, a piercing scream erupted, reminiscent of a landslide, rousing the slumbering Ichio from his dreams. Groggy and bewildered, he wondered if an earthquake had struck. However, his thoughts were swiftly interrupted by a foot aimed squarely at his cheek. To him, the motion appeared to transpire in slow motion, as if time itself had decelerated. Instinctively, he caught the delicate foot that had aimed to strike him, and upon looking up, he beheld Lin Huishue, her enchanting form partially obscured by the bedding. At that moment, Lin Huishue was consumed by fury, her thoughts swirling with the desire to exact vengeance. She could scarcely fathom that a mere bout of melancholy, exacerbated by a few too many drinks, had cost her over 20 years of innocence. Such a loss was utterly intolerable. Her purity was reserved for the day she would wed her beloved. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, it had been seized by Ichio, the vile scoundrel. Now, he held onto her foot, further inciting her wrath. Ichio, you scoundrel! You shameless beast! You are nothing but an animal! Lin Huishue unleashed a torrent of invectives, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ichio, his expression darkened by the weight of her accusations, refrained from retorting. Although it was Lin Huishue who had lured him in the first place, she had been inebriated and devoid of awareness. He could only blame himself for his lack of restraint. I am sorry, Ichio muttered weakly. Lin Huishue, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly. Sorry? Is it of any use to say sorry now? Can my virtue be restored? Can my virginity be restored? Ichio, I never anticipated you to be such a person. You truly disappoint me. Are you satisfied now? Have you obtained my body? But let me tell you, Ichio, even though my family is currently in distress, we remain individuals from 2 entirely different worlds. After saying this, Lin Huishue prepared to take out her phone to call the police, but upon reaching for it, she realized the surroundings were somewhat familiar. This was indeed the guest room of her villa. Everything inside had been arranged by Lin Huishue herself. She could not have mistaken it. Ichio let out a bitter laugh and explained, You were quite intoxicated yesterday, completely unaware of your surroundings. I had no knowledge of where your home was, so I brought you back to my villa directly. After settling you in the room, I came to the guest room to rest. I did not touch your clothes at all, yet you suddenly crawled into my bed at night, completely undressed. So Ichio did not continue further, but Lin Huishue could discern the implication. However, at that moment, her face turned a shade of embarrassment. She had a habit of sleeping naked. Even if she donned clothes to bed, she would awaken the next day completely bare. Additionally, she occasionally had the habit of waking up at night, often due to the necessity of using the restroom located on the first floor, which led her to sleep in the guest room. Considering this, it seemed, at least half the responsibility lay with her. Well, you are at fault too, Lin Huishue insisted defiantly. Yes, it is my fault. The responsibility lies with me, and I will take responsibility for you, Yi Qiu replied earnestly. Responsibility? Lin Huishue's expression darkened upon hearing this. Yi Qiu, that is impossible. Let us treat this matter as though it never occurred. I shall not hold you accountable. Let it pass like this. Lin Huishue's voice gradually returned to its coldness. Well, giving it to Yi Qiu is certainly preferable to bestowing it upon Zhao Liangqiang. She had been bound by an engagement since her youth, and although she vehemently opposed it, with her father on the brink of imprisonment, she found herself devoid of any reason to resist. Her father was her sole family in this world, and she could not bear to witness him languish behind bars. The only viable course of action was to consent to Zhao Liang's engagement. Presently, only Zhao Liang could assist her father in extricating himself from his predicament. The Zhao family was a prominent clan in the harbor city, effortlessly capable of alleviating the debt crisis with 20 billion. Previously, Lin Huishue had staunchly opposed this union, yearning for true love and a husband with whom she could share a life of mutual support. Yet now, she found herself unable to escape. Rather than surrendering herself for the first time to someone as unfeeling as Zhao Liang, she would prefer to give herself to Yi Qiu, a classmate for whom she harbored a modicum of affection. You are my woman, Yi Qiu stated after a moment of silence. Oh, your woman? Lin Huishue retorted. Do you think that after sharing a bed once, I am destined to be yours? Wake up. We are fated to be apart. I am to be married. By the end of her statement, Lin Huishue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, which woman would willingly marry someone she does not love? This could hardly be termed marriage. At best, it could be called a union of convenience. Yi Qiu seemed to perceive Lin Huishue's predicament and directly inquired, Have you encountered some difficulties? You may share them with me. Perhaps I can offer a solution. Lin Huishue cast a fleeting glance at Yi Qiu. Although he could afford a villa worth over 30 million, it was merely a drop in the ocean compared to her family's predicament. They faced a staggering shortfall of 2 billion, a sum that few individuals in the entire Ming country could muster. Furthermore, once the deficit was addressed, at least another billion would be required to maintain the company's operations. Otherwise, bankruptcy and liquidation would be inevitable. You cannot resolve this. Lin Huishue shook her head, her eyes reddening, as if she had reconciled herself to her fate. Yi Qiu gritted his teeth. Lin Huishue had been the object of his affections throughout his 3 years in high school, and now she had become his beloved. He could not bear to watch her marry another. Moreover, it was evident from Lin Huishue's expression that she held no affection for the person in question. Yet, no matter how much Yi Qiu implored, Lin Huishue remained silent. She endured the anguish and donned her clothes before leaving. After her departure, Yi Qiu reflected on her words. It dawned on him why she had spoken so. Last night, in her drunken state, Lin Huishue had revealed that her father's company was facing a risk notification from the bank due to issues with the cash flow. If they failed to repay the 2 billion debt by the 31st of next month, Lin Yi would face imprisonment. Judging by Lin Huishue's tone and reaction, the person she was to marry was not someone she loved, but rather someone she was compelled to accept. After untangling the entire situation, Yi Qiu fell into a contemplative silence. To alleviate Lin Huishue's father's crisis, a sum of 2 billion must be secured before the 31st of next month. Chapter 38. Transformation. With merely 40 days remaining until the 31st of next month, his entire fortune was but a little over 100 million. The prospect of amassing 2 billion seemed little more than a fanciful dream, unless he ventured to the Golden Triangle tomorrow and recklessly acquired high-value raw stones. The possibility appeared bleak. However, the notion of raw stones worth 2 billion, such an occurrence was likely to invite unforeseen complications. Setting aside whether anyone could absorb such a bounty, even if it were possible, he would undoubtedly attract suspicion. A few pieces might be attributed to luck, but to unearth jadeite valued at 20 billion would certainly raise eyebrows. Contemplating this, Yi Qiu felt a throbbing headache. He furrowed his brow tightly, casting a glance at the crimson stain on the bed, and steeled himself. Lin Huishue was his woman, an immutable fact. He would never stand idly by while Lin Huishue married another. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Yi Qiu's eyes, akin to an impending explosion. As an unbearable agony emanated from the depths of his soul, the discomfort persisted for quite some time before it eventually subsided. However, by then, Yi Qiu was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a river. The sheets beneath him bore large damp patches, tainted with a thin layer of dark grime. Yi Qiu lay sprawled on the bed, utterly drained of energy, with his internal organs clamoring for sustenance. The gnawing hunger surged in his mind, and once he regained a modicum of strength, he hastily donned his clothes and dashed out the door. He randomly selected a restaurant outside the villa area and, upon entering, slammed a thick stack of 100 yuan bills onto the table. "Boss, quickly, bring me all the meat." The proprietor's eyes lit up, fixated on the stack of 100 yuan notes, unable to divert his gaze. "Certainly. Please hold on." He disregarded the other patrons and promptly retreated to the kitchen, swiftly igniting the stove. Before long, a plate of braised pork emerged. Yet, within a mere minute of its arrival, it was devoured entirely by Yi Qiu. The owner, motivated by the substantial sum of money, wasted no time and cranked up the heat, expertly flipping the spatula in his hand as plates of meat dishes continued to pour forth. Fortunately, it was just past 9 in the morning, and the establishment was sparsely populated, with only a couple of customers present. "Wow, that giant plate of chicken is gone already?" The diner seated behind Yi Qiu could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed the plate of chicken vanish in less than a minute. He glanced around, surprised to find no sign of any live streaming equipment. Such an impressive appetite. It seems they must be quite affluent at home, he mused. With a hint of playful sarcasm, Yi Qiu paid him no mind, focusing solely on his meal. He was perplexed by his own condition ever since that sharp pain. It felt as though he had not eaten in years. His stomach roared like a tempest, and only now, with sustenance finally entering his body, did the turmoil begin to quell. An hour later, the expressions of the two diners at the adjacent table had grown somewhat numb. An entire hour had passed. For a full 60 minutes, that fellow's mouth had scarcely paused. The pace at which the owner could serve was utterly outmatched by Yi Qiu's voracious consumption. At this point, the restaurant owner appeared utterly exhausted. Observing Yi Qiu, who continued to devour his meal with fervor, the proprietor's hand trembled as he wielded the spatula. In his 2 decades of experience, he had never encountered someone with such an insatiable appetite. "Ah, at last, I'm full." Yi Qiu reclined back in his chair, his stomach protruding prominently, round and taut, resembling an inflated balloon. "Time to settle the bill," Yi Qiu weakly called out, prompting the owner to approach with a beaming smile. "Dear customer, you have consumed 10 jin of pork, 5 jin of beef, 5 jin of lamb, along with 10 bowls of rice and processing fees. The total is 5,000 yuan, quite a bargain." Yi Qiu's lips twitched, rather than itemizing the dishes. The proprietor had simply recounted the weight of the meat consumed. However, he was certain the owner had exaggerated the figures. Even with his remarkable appetite, it was unlikely that a single meal could amount to 5,000 yuan. Did he truly believe his humble establishment rivaled a 5-star restaurant? Here, 4,000 will suffice. Let's not itemize the prices dish by dish. Furrowing his brow, Yi Qiu extracted 40 crisp 100 yuan bills from the stack and placed them on the table. Although the owner hesitated, he ultimately accepted, pinching his nose in resignation. The actual cost of the meal was at most close to 3,000. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Qiu returned to the villa district, finally finding the leisure to ponder why he had become this way. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. The symptoms he had previously experienced mirrored those that arose from excessive use of his abilities, both characterized by a piercing pain emanating from the depths of his soul. With this realization, Yi Qiu immediately focused his attention on the stone bench by the roadside. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. His present circumstances had been entirely dependent on the powers he possessed. Should these abilities wane, any hope of assisting Lin Huaixue would be utterly futile. As Yi Qiu focused his attention, subtle changes began to manifest above the stone bench. Name: modern cement stone bench. Value: 50 yuan. Value after 20 seconds: 0 yuan. The abrupt alteration momentarily left Yi Qiu in a state of bewilderment, as a new line of text appeared on the panel. 20 seconds? Yi Qiu murmured in disbelief, his expression tinged with incredulity. Could it be that he was able to perceive the future value of objects? If this were indeed the case, it would grant him a multitude of options. With that thought, excitement surged within him, and as he impulsively kicked the stone bench, it shattered under the force of his foot. This left Yi Qiu in a state of utter astonishment. Was this truly his doing? Since when had he possessed such strength? Doubtful yet intrigued, he picked up a fragment the size of his fist from the ground. To his amazement, with a mere exertion, he crushed the cement piece into powder. Yi Qiu inhaled sharply, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This reminded him of the thin layer of grime on his bedsheet that morning, along with his sudden, inexplicable increase in appetite. Washing the marrow and refining the essence? He whispered to himself again, this fantastical scene rendering him momentarily speechless. However, in an effort to avoid detection. Ichio quickly returned to his villa. Upon arriving home, he immediately retrieved a kitchen sharpening rod from the kitchen. With both hands firmly gripping, he exerted force, and the knife sharpening rod, approximately the length of his forearm, began to bend slowly, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and shattering with a resounding crack. However, in comparison to the concrete block, this iron object proved to be significantly more laborious for Ichio, as if he had exhausted all his strength. It was evident that he had indeed undergone a transformation. Ichio murmured softly, his eyes glimmering with excitement, although he had not undergone systematic testing. He was certain that he now possessed the strength of 3 or 4 adult men. Chapter 39. New discoveries. What puzzled Ichio was the origin of his transformation. Could it be akin to a game, where increased usage enhances proficiency and leads to upgrades? Or could there be other underlying reasons? After pondering for a moment, Ichio began to experiment with his newfound abilities. He concentrated intently, examining the objects within the villa one by one, and discovered that he could maintain his focus for a significantly longer duration than before. Previously, when he activated his abilities, he could only sustain them for a maximum of 3 minutes before fatigue set in. Now, he found he could use them for a full 6 minutes without feeling the slightest weariness. The enhancement of his powers was undeniably good news for him. By the way, I wonder if my abilities extend to virtual objects. Ichio's eyes suddenly sparkled. If it worked, he would soar to new heights. Without delay, he switched on the television and tuned into a financial channel, where a stock for a company named Tianhe was being displayed. Name: Tianhe Company. Stock value: 20 yuan per share. Value after 1 week: 13 yuan per share. It truly could work. Ichio's eyes widened in astonishment, and the delight in his gaze was impossible to suppress. He could hardly believe that his sudden inspiration might actually come to fruition. If that were the case, he was absolutely confident that he could amass a staggering 2 billion within the next month. Back when he was still a university student, one of his roommates was utterly fascinated by stocks, futures, and various financial instruments. Consequently, through constant exposure, he had developed a subtle understanding of this domain. Once his emotions settled, Ichio began to contemplate whether to venture into stocks or futures. Stocks, he thought, were more suited for long-term holding. Without significant favorable news, price increases would be exceedingly gradual. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the domestic stock market was considerably limited in size. With over 100 million in his possession, his mere entry into any stock could easily trigger a substantial upward trend. This was incompatible with his short-term profit objectives. The only market that seemed suitable for him now was perhaps the futures market, especially in commodities like crude oil, rubber, and gold. This arena undoubtedly attracted around 30% of the world's capital, with tens of billions of dollars being harvested daily. Furthermore, in the event of a financial crisis or similar black swan events, the losses could even reach hundreds of billions. With this thought in mind, Ichio tentatively mapped out his forthcoming plans. He resolved to penetrate the U.S. futures market to secure substantial profits for himself. As for the impending trip to the Golden Triangle, Ichio found himself in a bit of a quandary. Perhaps he would compensate old Lin at a later opportunity. Time is money, and his schedule was exceedingly tight. He had merely 40 days to generate 2 billion. Although raw gemstones held potential, the associated risks were considerable, with local armed factions posing as latent threats. Even if one could retrieve the raw jadeite back to the country, the subsequent steps would pose a significant challenge. The value of 2 billion is exceedingly vast, inevitably attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. A mere inquiry would reveal the origins of the raw stone, thereby greatly increasing the risk of exposure regarding one's abilities. After all, in the realm of raw stones, no one can guarantee 100% success in transactions. Not even the most renowned stones. Contemplating these thoughts, Ichio wearily rubbed his forehead. 12 minutes? Quite impressive, a 4-fold increase compared to the initial time. After a brief respite, Ichio drove his BMW directly to the nearest financial exchange. Unfamiliar with the American futures market, he was uncertain whether an account could be opened at the exchange. After parking, he entered the building, intending to inquire further. "Good day, sir. Are you interested in stocks or futures?" Upon stepping inside, a woman in professional attire, appearing to be in her 70s, approached him. Glancing at her name tag, Ichio noted her name, Xing Hongxia. "Excuse me, may I ask if you can open accounts for the American futures market?" Upon hearing this, Xing Hongxia assessed Ichio with a discerning gaze, surprised by the young man's ambition. The American futures market is not a realm accessible to just anyone. It is often referred to as the graveyard of wealth. A single fluctuation could result in losses or gains of hundreds of thousands, far beyond the reach of the average individual. May I ask your surname? Yi, just Yi Qiu. Very well, Mr. Yi, please follow me. Xing Hongxia guided Yi Qiu to an empty space, beginning to instruct him on how to open an account. Half an hour later, Yi Qiu successfully opened his account. However, trading in U.S. futures is conducted in dollars. To engage in trading, Yi Qiu needed to convert his funds into dollars. Excuse me, can you exchange for dollars here? Xing Hongxia estimated that this young man was likely just dabbling, probably looking to convert no more than 100,000 yuan. Thus, she responded directly, Mr. Yi, certainly. Very well, I believe I still have over 100 million in my card. Please convert the entire amount into dollars for me. Xing Hongxia replied, Understood, Mr. Yi. Please hold on. What? Over 100 million? Xing Hongxia gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat the amount? Yi Qiu frowned slightly, feeling pity for this young lady whose hearing seemed to be lacking at such a young age. He reiterated, It's roughly just over 100 million. Xing Hongxia was taken aback. How could one speak so casually about 100 million? Was she out of touch with the times? Is 100 million truly just pocket change now? After all, it's merely a small target, nothing substantial. Soon after, Xing Hongxia somewhat flusteredly accepted Yi Qiu's bank card and reported this matter to her manager. In the manager's office, when Yuan Li learned that someone had come to exchange dollars for investment in U.S. futures, he was quite pleased, as the exchange charged substantial fees for U.S. futures. However, upon hearing the amount, he became somewhat unsettled. Over 100 million? Wouldn't that amount to over $10 million? This was quite the predicament. He could only seek assistance from headquarters. Otherwise, how could this small exchange possibly have access to such a vast amount of USD? 2 hours later, Yuan Li stood before Yi Qiu, an expression of deep apology etched on his face, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the delay. The amount you wished to exchange was rather substantial, thus it took a bit more time. Here is your card, please take care of it. With that, Yuan Li extended the bank card with both hands. After Yi Qiu accepted it, he inquired further about matters concerning the U.S. futures market. Although Yuan Li harbored some skepticism, he diligently elucidated the relevant details. Perhaps he is the son of a wealthy family. Observing Yi Qiu's apparent lack of understanding, Yuan Li had no choice but to start from the very basics, covering topics such as how to establish a position, how to place orders, and what constitutes closing a position or a margin call. Yuan Li imparted numerous insights and operational strategies regarding trading. Firmly convinced that Yi Qiu must belong to a distinguished lineage, merely indulging in the notion of dabbling in the U.S. futures market for amusement. Although he anticipated the scene of Yi Qiu potentially losing everything, nonetheless, this did not deter him from seeking favor, for after all, this was an individual capable of casually risking 100 million. Chapter 40. The outcome. Soon enough, Yi Qiu mastered the fundamental operations. As for the more advanced strategies, they held little significance for him, given his ability to perceive the future value of commodities. Futures were no exception. However, he also learned from Yuan Li about the harsh realities of the futures market, which were far from the idealized vision he had initially conceived. Regarding the future value discernible through his unique abilities, he remained uncertain whether it represented the pinnacle of potential or otherwise. Ultimately, the futures market could be succinctly described as a battleground between bulls and bears, with the number of retail traders managing to profit being minuscule at best. The futures market is not a serene expanse, but rather a realm in constant flux, where even the slightest fluctuation can precipitate losses in the tens or hundreds of thousands. Should the margin in one's account fall short, the system will forcibly liquidate positions, resulting inevitably in a total loss of capital. After grasping the intricacies of trading, Yi Qiu bid farewell to Yuan Li. Due to time zone differences, the opening bell of the U.S. futures market coincides with 9:30 p.m. local time, remaining active until 3 or 4 in the morning. Thus, Yi Qiu needed to return home to conserve his energy. In his villa, Yi Qiu reclined on the sofa, perusing the previous day's crude oil trading prices on his phone. The U.S. futures market encompasses commodities such as rubber, soybeans, gold, and crude oil, with the latter commanding the largest trading volume. Those who wield influence in the crude oil futures market are invariably the titans of global capital. With merely $15 million at his disposal, Yi Qiu realized that his investments in crude oil futures would scarcely create any significant impact. This is precisely why he set his sights on the crude oil futures market. Currently, the crude oil he was observing pertained to the contracts of the New York International Oil Exchange, with the previous day's closing price at $83 per barrel. Each contract consists of 1,000 barrels, and given his current financial standing, he could purchase over 170 contracts, disregarding margin requirements. Even the slightest increase in price could yield staggering profits. As time slipped by like a fleeting horse, dusk settled outside, and the sun dipped below the horizon. After hastily dining, Yichio sat before his computer, eagerly awaiting the market's opening. As the moment approached, his focus sharpened. A glimmer of white light flickered in his eyes, and the information displayed on the screen began to shift gradually. Name: $01 crude oil, value: 83 per barrel, value in 5 minutes, 83, 5 per barrel, instantly. Yichio felt a surge of joy in his heart. A 0.5 increase signaled a prime opportunity for a bullish move. Soon after, as the crude oil market opened, Yichio promptly purchased 170 contracts at the price of 83 per barrel, amounting to over $14 million. Apart from reserving 10% as margin, he refrained from utilizing the remainder of his funds. Although he had immense faith in his extraordinary abilities, he understood the importance of leaving a safety net. It was wise to have an escape route to prevent the risk of losing everything. This sum of around $10 million represented his entire fortune, and in the event of failure, he would not be compelled to gamble again. In no time, Yichio had completed his position, and his account reflected a significant decrease in funds, leaving just over $1 million. However, he now held 170 contracts of crude oil. To avert unforeseen circumstances, Yichio set an automatic liquidation point at 83 per barrel, ensuring protection against system fluctuations that could cause delays. While this meant sacrificing a 0.1 increase, it favored stability. As seconds ticked away, 5 minutes swiftly passed, and the price of crude oil rose by 0.4 points. Upon reaching the automatic liquidation threshold Yichio had established, the system autonomously liquidated his holdings. In a fleeting moment, his account swelled with a profit of $68,000. Yichio stared at the substantial amount of dollars that had just been credited to his account, momentarily lost in thought. In a mere 5 minutes, he had amassed $680,000, which, when converted to renminbi, amounted to $4,320,000. The sight of those cascading figures made him gasp in astonishment. This was merely the result of a fleeting 5 minutes. Instantly, Yichio felt invigorated, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. Name: New York Urent crude oil. Value: 83, 5 per barrel. 3 minutes later, the value plummeted to 81, 1 per barrel. Upon witnessing this figure, Yichio could no longer contain himself. He swiftly decided to short the oil at its peak. As he executed his strategy, the funds in his account began to dwindle. Finally, after an intense minute of trading, he completed all his short positions. It seemed prudent to consult a few professionals, for if he were to manage this himself, he might very well exhaust himself. Yichio sighed, pondering how making money had become such a strenuous endeavor. This was an unexpected revelation for him. Yet, therein lay the motivation. With a mere $2 billion, if he maintained this pace, he could easily accumulate wealth in just a few days. Within the futures market, prices approached their zenith, but as time progressed, the bears began to assert their dominance. Despite the bulls' valiant efforts to resist, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the bears' might. The market experienced a catastrophic collapse, with prices plummeting from 83.6 per barrel to 81.6 in the brief span of 2 minutes, and the downward trend appeared relentless. Yichio's eyes, slightly reddened, remained fixed on the screen, unwavering. Fall. With each exclamation of drop, it seemed as though the bearish giants had heard his call, promptly drawing a shadow line on the market. The bulls, unable to mount any resistance, could only watch helplessly. During this tumultuous period, countless retail investors faced liquidation, losing everything, while the fortunate short sellers reaped substantial rewards. Before long, the price plummeted below 81.2. Yet the market saw an influx of both bulls and bears clashing, leading to a temporary price recovery. However, this was short-lived, as the bears gained momentum once more, causing the price to dip beneath 81.2 again. At this juncture, Yichio's automated liquidation point was reached. With a sigh of relief, he watched as the liquidation transaction was completed, his anxious heart finally at ease. From this short-selling endeavor, he amassed a profit of $391 million, which, when converted to renminbi, allowed him to achieve his modest goal in merely 10 minutes. The rapidity of his earnings was enough for Yi Qiu to boast, "I make millions in mere moments. What do you have to compete with me?" At 3 a.m., Yi Qiu, invigorated, gazed at the balance displayed on his computer screen. In just a few hours that night, he had harvested a staggering $100 million from the crude oil market. Coupled with his initial capital, his total assets had surged to over $110 million, transforming him into a man with 7 modest goals. Chapter 41. The aristocrats and the newly rich. It is no wonder that people say those who engage in finance possess dark hearts. The speed at which one can accumulate wealth is astonishingly faster than robbing a bank, and it remains entirely legal. In just one night, his assets had multiplied 7-fold, a feat that truly defies imagination. Well, let us conclude here for today. Yi Qiu stifled a yawn. After a night of exuberant energy, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. After a brief wash-up, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, he was roused from his dreams by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon checking the caller ID, he discovered it was Lin Song. Oh no! In the flurry of opening accounts and researching yesterday, he had forgotten to inform his elder brother Lin. "Hello? Brother Lin," he answered. Lin Song replied, "Yi, where are you? Still at the factory? I'm en route to Deep City. Let's take a flight directly to Yunnan Province and then to the Golden Triangle. It's safer that way." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu felt a twinge of discomfort. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Song was already on his way, and refusing him now would be rather impolite. He decided to treat it as a little adventure. Consequently, after hanging up, Yi Qiu promptly sent his location to Lin Song. He then began packing his belongings, rationalizing that a trip could indeed be a form of leisure. After all, he could manage his operations in U.S. crude oil futures from his mobile phone. Moreover, he could keep an eye out for any valuable raw stones. As long as he didn't overindulge in his purchases, Lin Song could likely handle a few $100 million. And if necessary, he could sell them in batches. His current network was quite extensive, not to mention the chairman of a top Fortune 500 company, you sure wrong. Lin Song and others could certainly manage the venture. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Song arrived as promised. Yi Qiu wasted no time and loaded his luggage into the car, following Lin Song to the airport. Fortunately, it was not rush hour, and once they hit the 3rd ring road, their speed picked up. The villa was approximately an hour's drive from the airport. Lin Song excitedly recounted the intriguing tales of the Golden Triangle to Yi Qiu, who, however, appeared somewhat fatigued, having nearly pulled an all-nighter the previous evening. This morning, he was rudely awakened by Lin Zhang's incessant phone calls before he had fully rested. After a journey of an hour, they finally arrived at the airport. Lin Zhang promptly escorted Yi Qiu to the VIP lounge, and after a brief respite, the airport announcement indicated it was time for boarding. "Hello, Mr. Lin," greeted a man in professional attire, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who was holding a sign inscribed with Lin Zhang's name. "I'm here on behalf of Mr. Wang, who is currently occupied with preparing documentation and could not come himself. Fortunately, the flight was on schedule, and by approximately 4 in the afternoon, Yi Qiu and Lin Zhang arrived punctually at the airport in Yunnan Province. Upon exiting the terminal, they spotted a man waiting with a sign. As they approached, the earlier conversation unfolded. "All right, let us proceed," Lin Zhang nodded, and after placing their luggage in the trunk of the Mercedes, they boarded the vehicle. Before a grand estate, Yi Qiu stood beneath a magnificent archway, his figure appearing diminutive against the imposing stone entrance. "How do you find it, my young friend? I assume you have never seen such a sight before." Old Wang is indeed one of the foremost rough stone merchants in the Ming Kingdom. At least half of the rough stones in the country originate from him. This estate reportedly spans 2,000 square meters, encompassing an entire mountain, with construction costs soaring to 700 million, not to mention the lavish decorations within. As the conversation progressed, Lin Song's tone grew somewhat envious. If it were not for his superior, he would never have had the privilege to step through these grand doors. The disparity in their statuses was undeniable. However, as time passed and familiarity blossomed between the two, the barriers dissipated. "Come on, Brother Yi, allow me to take you to the esteemed doghouse. Old Wang is a master of the 8 culinary traditions of our nation. I assure you, you will be left longing for more," Lin Song remarked, swallowing his saliva unconsciously, clearly salivating at the thought of Old Wang's delectable dishes. Although the two shared a cordial relationship, their differing statuses still held him back from frequent visits. Yi Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that there truly was a gulf between the wealthy elite and the nouveau riche, not only in terms of cultural refinement, but also in taste and style. while the latter might revel in a fleeting delight from a Michelin-starred caviar. Such pleasures paled in comparison to the true aristocracy. Others directly employed masters of all 8 culinary traditions, granting them access to the finest delicacies from every corner of the nation. This level of sophistication far surpassed any fleeting Michelin accolade. Upon entering, they were greeted by expansive greenery, with rare trees dotting the landscape, and even some exquisite flowers and plants visible among the woods. Aside from a wide asphalt road, there was also a charming path paved with natural stone fragments. The sunlight filtered through, casting glimmers of jade-like reflections. Yi Qiu felt akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand estate, his mouth agape in awe. This, indeed, was the essence of life. The notion of owning a villa seemed outdated. He silently vowed to acquire a similar estate, one that embodied understated luxury. Ha ha, brother Yi. I suppose you've never seen anything like this before, have you? Lin Zhang's expression was somewhat smug, reminiscent of how Yi Qiu looked when he first encountered the manor. He couldn't help but curse the affluent household in his heart. However, the astonishment was yet to come. This was merely the prelude. As Lin Zhang led the way, breathtaking vistas unfolded before Yi Qiu's eyes. Upon crossing the woodland, he beheld a basin nestled between mountains and water, with distant clouds swirling around a grand, antiquated 3-story villa situated by a vast lake. The sunlight danced upon the lake's surface, creating rainbows that transformed the villa into a celestial paradise. Behind the villa lay a sea of bamboo, where the wind rustled the leaves softly, while to the right was a verdant golf course glistening in the sun. And to the left, a vibrant garden bursting with blossoms of every hue. A gentle breeze wafted by, playfully teasing the air with floral fragrances. Yi Qiu felt somewhat numb, astonished that this was merely a manor. As the two approached, a sun-kissed woman jogged toward them. She was Wang Qingge, Lin Zhang's niece. Lin Zhang waved, greeting her, while simultaneously winking at Yi Qiu, seemingly inquiring about his thoughts. The woman was tall and athletic, clad in refreshing sportswear. Her headphones in place as she appeared to be running. A flicker of understanding crossed Yi Qiu's gaze. This sun-kissed beauty exuded a wildness unlike the sweetness of Wan Yu, reminiscent of a summer rainforest, graceful yet untamed, akin to a leopard in the woods. "Hello, Uncle Lin." Wang Qingge greeted, her eyes briefly flickering with curiosity as she noticed Yi Qiu, someone she had not encountered before. The visage was strikingly unfamiliar, given the age. Could this be a relative of Uncle Lin? "This is Yi Qiu, my niece Qingge. He will accompany your father to the Golden Triangle," Lin Song introduced Yi Qiu. But before he could elaborate further, a hearty laugh erupted from behind. Chapter 42. The distinction between the aristocracy and the nouveau riche old Lin. "It has been quite a while since you last graced my Qin palace." The voice was boisterous, imbued with the robust cheerfulness characteristic of Shandong locals. Upon hearing the familiar voice from behind, Lin Song instinctively turned. "Old Wang, you have finally arrived." Lin Song greeted the newcomer with ease. This man was none other than the owner of the estate, Wang Xiugua. "Ah, a new official has been appointed, I see. That's why it took some time. We should be able to secure the permits by this afternoon, and then we can set off. I will have someone guide you." Wang Xiugua remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, expressing his frustrations regarding the new appointee, who was proving to be quite a challenge. If it weren't for his connections, he would indeed be in a predicament. "Old Wang, this is Yi Qiu, a young brother of the Yi family. Do not underestimate him. He is not ordinary. He has made 3 significant contributions, each time with remarkable results. Recently, the ice jade sculpture of the dragon and phoenix, crafted by Master Jin, was also his handiwork. Lin Song took the initiative to introduce Yi Qiu, ensuring that old Wang would not underestimate or overlook him, sharing Yi Qiu's impressive accomplishments. "Oh." Wang Xiugua glanced at the young man with a hint of surprise. He had not expected Yi Qiu, so youthful, to possess such remarkable talents. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of this industry for half his life, he, having been acquainted with raw stones since childhood, comprehended that consistently achieving success thrice was not merely a stroke of luck. Yi Qiu was undoubtedly a person of genuine skill. He trusted his own judgment. Although Yi Qiu's demeanor was rather unremarkable, Wang Xiugua felt an inexplicable depth to him, as if he were shrouded in a veil of mystery. "Young brother Yi, haha, what a pleasure to meet you. Come, let us enter and enjoy a meal before we set off again." Within the courtyard, Yi Qiu, Lin Song, Wang Xiugua, and Wang Qingge were gathered around a grand round table, upon which an array of delicacies was being served. The offerings primarily consisted of appetizing clear soups and hawthorn fruits. Young brother Yi, please make yourself at home. Wang Shogwa gestured towards the dishes with a hearty and genial demeanor. Despite his current wealth amounting to billions and his significant presence in the domestic raw stone market, he was no stranger to hardship. He never considered himself superior to others or looked down upon anyone. To him, farmers and aristocrats were equal, as long as he found someone intriguing. He would likely forge a connection with them. The initial impression Yu Qiu left him was imbued with a hint of enigma, prompting Wang Shogwa to nurture a desire to befriend him. Yi Qiu responded in kind, feeling a touch flattered by Wang Shogwa's enthusiasm. He had not anticipated that these affluent individuals would not embody the disdain often depicted in novels. Rather, they exhibited a remarkable level of refinement. Before long, the table was laden with an abundance of colorful and aromatic dishes, both familiar and unfamiliar, filling the entire surface. Haha, no need to be polite, please dig in. These are merely some home-cooked dishes, Wang Shogwa chuckled. This remark caused Yi Qiu's lips to twitch involuntarily. Indeed, the king crab, the size of a human head, and the substantial lobster with its lengthy claws, along with the clear broth floating with a few segments of cabbage, were all quite extraordinary. If he was not mistaken, this should be the famed boiled cabbage served at state banquets. As for the Buddha jumps over the wall, it was even more extravagant. Atop the earthen pot lay a premium abalone, while the treasures beneath were likely even more precious. Well, Yi Qiu conceded that there indeed existed a chasm between the affluent and the nouveau riche. What he had previously encountered paled in comparison to the vast array of unfamiliar dishes before him. Each dish was a sensory delight, with aromas converging and rushing to his nostrils, immersing him in a veritable ocean of culinary wonders. As the host began to eat, Lin Song and Yu Qiu finally picked up their chopsticks to commence their feast. It was no wonder they were so eager. Lin Song, having attended upscale dining events due to social obligations or accompanying his superior, had partaken in his fair share of abalone and lobster. Yet, could any of those experiences rival this? This affluent host had summoned chefs from the 8 major culinary traditions, along with many local culinary masters, presenting an ever-changing array of dishes. Perhaps breakfast consisted of Guangdong's crystal shrimp dumplings, steamed siu mai, and secret recipe money bags. Lunch might showcase Shandong cuisine, while an afternoon feast could shift to the bold flavors of Sichuan. And during festive occasions like the Mid-Autumn Festival or the New Year, one could expect nothing less than a half-complete Manhan Xuanqi feast. With a slight click of his tongue, Yi Qiu felt a stirring within him. What he lacked was merely a sense of grounding. For someone with his extraordinary abilities, money had devolved into nothing more than a mere string of digits. In just one night, he had amassed 700 million yuan, a pace of earning that even some Fortune 500 companies could scarcely rival. Thus, the only chasm separating him from the elite circles lay in connections and resources. Wealth, regardless of its magnitude, held little significance if one remained invisible to the upper echelons. Hence, during social gatherings, Yi Qiu subtly engaged Wang Shogwa in casual conversation, aiming to forge a closer bond between them. The dynamics of male relationships often unfold in inexplicable ways. Perhaps a shared cigarette or a drink could cement their camaraderie. As the two indulged in a few glasses of prized Mao Tai, their rapport flourished rapidly, their addresses becoming increasingly sincere. Brother Yi, it's such a shame we hadn't met sooner. Let us not say more. It's all in the drink. Wang Shogwa, embodying the boldness typical of a Shandong man, exuded a hearty spirit. What is this? Playing with the cats? Chinga, fill up your Uncle U's glass. With a flush on his face and slightly dazed, Wang Shogwa cast a glance at Yi Qiu's drink, prompting a hint of discontent in his commands. Meanwhile, Wang Chinga's expression darkened further. How absurd it was that after just a few drinks, she suddenly had an uncle, especially when Yi Qiu appeared to be no older than herself. You all enjoy. I'm full, she declared, her temper flaring as she slammed down her bowl and stood to leave. Where do you think you're going? Not going to listen, are you? Do you believe I won't send my pack of wolves after you? Wang Shogwa, upon speaking, began to unbuckle his belt. But Yi Qiu and Lin Song managed to halt his actions through a mix of persuasion and coaxing. Ah, how embarrassing. Chinga's mother passed away early. And now that we are grown, we no longer heed discipline. It seems I ought to give her a good scolding today, Wang Shogwa murmured. Though he had a penchant for alcohol, inheriting the traditional fortitude of a Shandong man, his tolerance for liquor was rather poor. A maximum of 2 cups would render him tipsy, and 3 would leave him utterly incapacitated. After a considerable time, the 3 of them finally felt satiated. Most of the dishes on the table had been devoured, primarily by Yi Qiu, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Ever since his abilities had evolved, His appetite had significantly increased. Chapter 43. A turn of events. He could consume a substantial amount of food in a single meal, yet there were benefits to this as well. For it seemed that after each meal, his body would absorb the ingested food at an astonishing rate, leaving him with an ever-growing sense of strength. Once they had finished their meal and slightly sobered from the effects of the alcohol, the trio boarded the vehicle heading towards the Golden Triangle. In the northern region of the Golden Triangle, after enduring a lengthy journey by car, Yichio finally set foot on foreign soil. The surrounding individuals bore a similar complexion to his own, albeit slightly darker and more diminutive in stature. As soon as he disembarked, Yichio noticed a group of about 10 soldiers clad in dark green military uniforms, armed and vigilant, encircling him. After the accompanying translator descended to explain the situation to the soldiers, he turned back with a somewhat troubled expression and said, "Boss, I informed them that you are a guest of General Chai, yet they still refuse to grant us passage." Wang Shihua, still feeling a bit dazed, had nearly regained his sobriety after the long journey. He felt a sense of bewilderment. The leading soldier appeared somewhat familiar, reminiscent of someone who had once been in the company of General Caizha. Logically, he ought to have met him before. After all, he had been in dealings with Caizha for over a decade, annually bestowing a considerable sum of money. In the Golden Triangle region, Caizha had become a formidable ally. As long as he refrained from provoking the other two warlords, he could navigate these territories with impunity. "Do you still recognize me?" Wang Shihua commanded directly. After the translator babbled for a while, the leading soldier, resembling a stubborn monkey, seemed somewhat displeased. With the dark muzzle of his gun pointed directly at Wang Shihua, he bellowed angrily. Upon hearing the translation, the translator's legs weakened, nearly toppling over. "Boss, he says General Caizha is dead. And now Caizha's eldest son, Zhuoshan, has ascended to power." Upon hearing the translator's words, Wang Shihua's expression darkened immediately. As a citizen of the Ming nation, he understood all too well. With Zhuoshan now in power, would their previous agreements with Caizha still hold? Damn it! In a fit of rage, Wang Shihua cursed, realizing that he had only spoken with Caizha a mere day and a half ago, and now, unexpectedly, he was gone. His timing could not have been worse. He was well aware of Zhuoshan's insatiable greed. The amount previously agreed upon with Caizha would undoubtedly fail to satisfy his voracious appetite. Considering the transportation of raw stones in the Golden Triangle, without the backing of a formidable armed force, one could easily fall victim to bandits every 100 meters. It would be particularly amusing if one were to encounter a brash newcomer. A single bullet could silence you, leaving you to ponder where to seek solace. The Golden Triangle, due to its unique geographical location, has become a lawless region. In addition to the warlords entrenched there, numerous malevolent criminals from the surrounding countries also find refuge in this area. These individuals, fearing repercussions, refrain from causing a ruckus and resort instead to highway robbery or drug smuggling as their means of livelihood. This has led to complications. Old Lin, I fear the original stone I promised you may no longer be feasible. Wang Shihua let out a bitter laugh, as the recent revelations had dealt him a significant blow. It could be said that his support in the northern part of the Golden Triangle had collapsed. Now, not only is he unable to continue his business in original stones, but during his youthful exuberance, he also made enemies in this land. Previously, under General Chacha's protection, those scoundrels dared not provoke him. However, the situation has changed dramatically. "We must return home immediately." Without waiting for Lin Song's response, Wang Shihua seized Lin Song and hurried away. He feared that any delay might trap them. Connections with Zhuoshan would have to be established later. Currently, they were in the Golden Triangle. Whether they lived or died was no longer in their hands. The division of profits was also dictated by others. Thus, it was imperative to vacate the Golden Triangle region at once, even if they could not return to their homeland. They must seek refuge in neighboring countries such as Vietnam or Myanmar. At least within those nations, he still had some connections, but in the Golden Triangle, he was utterly powerless. Just as the three were about to board their vehicle, the leader of the Vietnamese group fired a shot into the air. The ominous barrel of the gun aimed squarely at Wang Shihua. He spoke in Vietnamese, and the translator's face paled, filled with regret for having come. "Boss, he says General Zhuoshan wishes to see you." Upon hearing those words, Wang Shihua felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It seemed that his arrival in the Golden Triangle had already been disclosed to Zhuoshan. Had he not encountered this armed pair of soldiers, his chances of fleeing the region would have been considerably higher. However, now, with the menacing muzzles of a dozen firearms directed at him, Wang Shihua found himself paralyzed with fear. Ultimately, he resigned himself to fate, allowing the leading soldier to escort them onward. As they proceeded, he lamented, "Old Lin, brother Yi, I owe you an apology. My oversight in failing to communicate with Kai Cha upon my arrival has put you in jeopardy." His tone bore a hint of despondency. For entering Zuoshan's territory would likely cost him dearly, compelling him to relinquish considerable gains to emerge unscathed. "Brother Wang, fret not. When soldiers come, we shall meet them, and when water arrives, we will dam it," Lin Zong reassured him, nodding in agreement. If they truly intended to harm us, they would have unleashed a barrage of bullets by now, rather than escorting us to meet General Zuoshan. It is evidently a matter of finances. Before long, they found themselves amidst a vast opium field, where laborers could be seen toiling diligently. With sickles in hand, they scraped the black resin from the opium pots, filling the air with a noxious odor. Wang Xiuguo's expression darkened further. Although General Kai Cha dabbled in narcotics, he would never cultivate them himself, merely acting as an intermediary. Yet Zuoshan had clandestinely engaged in cultivation, revealing the depths of his ambition. Beyond the poppy fields lay a row of bamboo huts, surrounded by armed soldiers. To the right of the bamboo house, a large pit came into view, within which flames danced fiercely, consuming charred remnants that filled the hollow. Yi Qiu, with his keen eyes, was able to discern from afar that those were human bones. The bones, scorched by the raging fire, had turned a deep black. "Those are human remains," Yi Qiu stated, his face pale as he pointed towards the fiery pit. His words left Lin Song and Wang Xiugua utterly astonished. "What, brother Yi? Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Wang Xiugua inquired, disbelief evident in his tone. Despite his extensive experiences, he had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. As he gazed at the still-burning flames, a foreboding feeling settled within him. Could this pit be intended for him or other merchants? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he cursed inwardly. He should not have indulged so recklessly. Now he was merely reaping the consequences of his own folly. Typically, before embarking on a journey, he would make a call to Kai Cha to confirm everything before setting out. Chapter 44, General Zuoshan now. He felt he was courting disaster. General Zuoshan had never been known for his benevolence. In the past, he had been kept in check by Kai Cha. However, the circumstances had changed. The only person capable of restraining him was now deceased, and Zuoshan would undoubtedly become more brazen and ruthless in his methods. Before long, the group was led by the previously encountered Yunnan Hosey to a bamboo house. Yunnan Hosey respectfully knocked on the door, and it was promptly opened. "Aha! Xiugua, it has been far too long," a diminutive man exclaimed, arms wide open, his face adorned with a facade of insincerity. His gaze conveyed a chilling malevolence to Yi Qiu. This sensation caused Yi Qiu to focus his attention more intently. Suddenly, a few details manifested before his eyes. Name, Zuoshan. Age, 32. Personality, ruthless and insidious. Remaining lifespan, half a day. This revelation left Yi Qiu momentarily stunned. It appeared that this supernatural ability had varying effects on different individuals. When employed to investigate Yuan Wei, it had revealed a three-dimensional account of her heritage. Now, however, it directly unveiled Zuoshan's remaining lifespan. Could it be that this ability had malfunctioned? The thought was swiftly dismissed. Thus far, there had been no errors in its functioning. Yet, he was perplexed, for General Zuoshan was the most formidable warlord in the northern region of the Golden Triangle, commanding numerous troops. Upon entering, Yi Qiu had already observed a significant number of rifles, sufficient firepower to wage a small-scale war. Yet, Zuoshan's fate was evidently sealed. With merely half a day's worth of life remaining, the crucial question lingered: who could possibly bring about his demise? After fruitless contemplation, Yi Qiu relinquished his thoughts. If that were the case, he would simply continue observing, for half a day's time was not an eternity. Meanwhile, Wang Xiugua forced a smile. "General Zuoshan, congratulations," he exclaimed. "You, General Zuoshan, are indeed favored by destiny, seizing control of the northern armed forces upon your ascent." Wang Xiugua expertly flattered him, knowing well that Zuoshan was a man who cherished his reputation as someone who had toiled for years to establish his enterprise. Wang Xiugua had long mastered the art of reading others. Even before the previous investigation, he had discerned Zuoshan's greedy and image-conscious nature. Thus, his current flattery struck a chord with Zuoshan's vanity. "Ha ha, to quote the words of the Ming dynasty, those who understand me govern the nation." Zuoshan spoke in a clumsy Chinese that had a hint of banana flavor, uttering phrases that felt somewhat out of place. This peculiar demeanor was indescribably strange. He ordered, "Today, with esteemed guests arriving, let us slaughter pigs and sheep. Turning to Yi Qiu and the others, he added, "Everyone, please come in and take a seat." Within the bamboo house, Wang Xiugua and Zuoshan engaged in a casual conversation for a while. It was only after this that Zuoshan nonchalantly broached the main topic. "Xiugua, my father has departed, but the business shall not cease. I will take over from here. However, I find the previous profit-sharing rather inadequate." As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. "Here it comes." Wang Xiugua clenched his fists inwardly, fully aware that Zuoshan's visit bore ill tidings. As expected, the confrontation had commenced. Without hesitation, Wang Xiugua feigned a troubled expression. "General, I am merely earning a meager living. The 3% previously agreed upon with your father has dwindled to a mere 2% after domestic dealings consumed the remaining 70%. After accounting for costs, my actual profit is only 1%. Humph." Before Wang Xiugua could finish, Zuoshan emitted a cold snort. With a sharp clap, he slammed a handgun onto the table, slowly caressing the barrel before aiming it directly at Wang Xiugua. "Xiugua, we are all good friends. You and my father shared a long-standing friendship. In truth, I ought to call you uncle. I have no desire to make this situation awkward. I hope you do not force my hand. Do you see the pit at the entrance?" And Ihang's grandson, emboldened by his close relationship with my father, took advantage of my youth and attempted to negotiate a lower price. Consequently, he now finds himself in a dire predicament. Zuoshan's tone gradually turned frigid, issuing threats both overtly and subtly, particularly with the ominous barrel of a gun pointed directly at Wang Xiugua. Wang Xiugua opened his mouth to speak, but upon glancing at the gun's muzzle, he found himself rendered speechless. In a face-to-face confrontation, he could have stood his ground against Zuoshan, perhaps opting to forfeit the Golden Triangle supply. After all, one could simply traverse legitimate channels and pay the requisite taxes to the governments of the 3 nations surrounding the Myanmar border. However, with his life now in someone else's hands, he lacked the courage to utter even a word of refusal. Ultimately, Wang Xiugua yielded, yet his acquiescence was far from sincere. It was merely a verbal concession. Once he was out of the Golden Triangle, he would disregard Zuoshan's identity entirely. "Very well, but I can only concede 10% of the profits. Henceforth, the division shall be 4 for me and 6 for you." This proclamation elicited a round of derisive laughter from Zuoshan. "Wang Xiugua, do you truly believe I am still that Na'vi lad? Are you really so bold as to disregard my authority? From now on, it shall be 7 for me and 3 for you. I am well aware of your intentions. Your agreement is merely a fade, destined for retraction." As his words lingered in the air, Zuoshan retrieved a stack of photographs from beneath the table. Among them was an image of a sun-kissed girl. "Chingu?" Wang Xiugua gasped in shock, hastily snatching the photographs from the table. As he perused them one by one, he discovered they were all candid snapshots of Qing Ji's life, revealing even the details of her movements. The meaning of Zuoshan's words could not be clearer. If one did not comply with his demands, his daughter would be in peril. "Very well," I acquiesced. Wang Xiugua hesitated momentarily but ultimately conceded, his fist clenched tightly. Yet he dared not express his wrath. He was even compelled to wear a semblance of a smile. "Ah, you are an astute individual. You must comprehend the consequences of failing to uphold one's promises," Zuoshan remarked coldly before holstering his firearm. His expression then transformed into a grin as he summoned several young women to his side. "Ladies, a modest token of my appreciation. I hope you find it pleasing," Zuoshan declared with a beaming smile, his arm draping around a petite girl. Yi Qiu observed closely from the sidelines, noting the unmistakable fear in the girl's eyes, which clearly indicated her lack of consent. Among the 5 girls, 3 displayed skin tones markedly different from those typical in this region, their complexions notably fairer, and their underlying trepidation was impossible to disguise. Resolutely, Yi Qiu employed his extraordinary abilities to discern the identities of these women. The revelation ignited a surge of indignation within him. Name: Tang Yu. Age: 20. Abducted by human traffickers into Yunnan province, subsequently captured by smugglers heading to the Golden Triangle. Lu Qing, a citizen of the Ming state, ensnared by Zuoshan via the dark web. Li Qingran, also a citizen of the Ming state, lured into the world with the enticing promise of being a little princess, only to be subjected to a grisly fate due to her appealing appearance, catching Zuoshan's eye. The other 2 were a Vietnamese and a local from Laos, but it was the plight of the latter 3 that truly incited Yi Qiu's fury. Chapter 45. Those who offend our great Ming. They were living embodiments of the Ming nation, yet now they were treated like mere dogs, adorned with collars meant only for beasts. Their attire was tattered, and their bodies bore numerous bruises, clearly having endured severe beatings. In the eyes of the three young women, besides a palpable fear, there resided a profound resignation to death. Yi Qiu clenched his fists, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. The safety of Zhuoshan was paramount. With armed men guarding the bamboo hut, though he possessed the confidence to disarm a foe, the subsequent escape remained a daunting question. With Wang Xiaoguo, Lin Song, and these three girls in tow, Yi Qiu found it unwise to take action. Thus he suppressed the fury within his heart. I want this one, Yi Qiu declared as he pulled the nearest woman toward him, the one known as Li Qingran, who stood closest. Wang Xiaoguo cast a glance, playfully remarking, Brother Yi, is one sufficient? If not, I could offer you this one. Wang Xiaoguo's interest lay in a more challenging woman, and Yi Qiu chose to ignore him, instead gesturing towards Tang Yu. Brother Wang, may I have this one as well? Ha ha ha, sure. Youth is indeed a blessing, Wang Xiaoguo exclaimed. All right then, let us take a break while we wait for the raw stones to be loaded. Zhuoshan, displaying unexpected enthusiasm, arranged a room for Yi Qiu, all the while regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly questioning his capabilities. Inside the room, after pulling two women, who exhibited a hint of trepidation, into the room, Yi Qiu paid them no heed, but silently pushed open the door, committing to memory the location of Zhuoshan's chamber. As dusk descended, it was not yet the opportune moment. Suddenly, a sound of two figures kneeling resonated behind him. What are you doing? Get up. Yi Qiu turned to find Tang Yu and Li Qingran on the ground, their faces streaked with tears. Please save us. Li Qingran whimpered, her heart heavy with remorse. Her gaze towards Yi Qiu was imbued with a plea. We are all compatriots, for the sake of our shared nationality. I beseech you to help us. As she spoke, her sobs intensified, and she clutched at Yi Qiu's pant leg. She understood that this was their solitary chance. Typically, those who frequented such places were the denizens of the Myanmar underworld, indifferent to their plight. They would simply take them by force. Yet, by some stroke of fortune, they had encountered a fellow countryman. Despite the unfamiliarity and the inherent danger of their situation, they dared to speak out, even if hope seemed futile, even if he might refuse. I am sorry for the trouble. If you cannot save us, please, just put us to death, Tang Yu sobbed, her existence here a torment with each passing minute and hour. Were it not for the constant surveillance, she would have long sought her own end. In this moment, she held no expectation of Yi Qiu, merely hoping that, after his satisfaction, he might grant them release out of compassion for their shared heritage. Yi Qiu remained silent, his fingers trembling slightly, his heart in turmoil. What kind of treatment could drive a person to desire death so fervently? Get up, he urged. I will rescue you. Rest assured, I shall bring you home. He crouched down, speaking earnestly to the two women, making a solemn promise. The elevation of his abilities instilled him with the confidence to utter these words, yet he was uncertain whether he could evade the bullets that might come his way. When adrenaline surged through him, Yi Qiu discovered yet another remarkable aspect of his powers. In such a heightened state, the world around him slowed, while his own speed escalated dramatically. However, he had never encountered firearms and lacked a systematic comparison to determine if his velocity could match that of a bullet. Since the enhancement of his abilities, he had indeed grown stronger. With increased sustenance, he estimated his strength to be equivalent to that of 10 men. Initially, bending steel had posed a challenge, but now he could effortlessly contort rebar as thick as an infant's arm. Thus, he felt a measure of confidence in rescuing these girls, though various reasons had restrained him from taking action earlier. Soon, the moon ascended the branches, marking the arrival of 1 o'clock in the morning, the hour when weariness envelopes the human spirit. The defenses at the west gate had also grown somewhat lax. As long as he did not create too much commotion, the guards would remain undisturbed. Under the cover of night, Yi Qiu swiftly bypassed the sentinels and quietly pushed open a window to slip inside. Within the room, he could faintly discern two figures lying on the bed. One of them was slender, occasionally emitting thunderous snores. Another slender figure was the girl whom Zhuoshan had previously pulled into his embrace. The last of the Ming nationals, Lu Qing. At this moment, Lu Qing was not asleep. Her small hand cautiously reached beneath the pillow, attempting to retrieve a pistol. However, as a warlord accustomed to skirting the edge of danger, Zhuoshan's vigilance was heightened to the utmost, even in slumber. The instant Lu Qing's hand grazed beneath the pillow, he awakened with a start. Yet before he could utter a word, a shadow struck his face with the force of a heavy hammer, landing squarely on his chin. The human chin is particularly sensitive. A blow of sufficient strength could lead to unconsciousness. Yi Qiu, however, tempered his force, for he could not allow such scum to meet a swift demise. Indeed, Yi Qiu harbored murderous intent. As a Ming national who had witnessed his compatriots endure such treatment, he felt compelled to stand up and seek justice for his fellow countrymen. The world had transformed, the Eastern Dragon had awakened, and all who dared provoke it would be crushed. Hush, do not make a sound. I am here to rescue you, Yi Qiu whispered. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's tears began to flow uncontrollably. How familiar and melodious was the language of her homeland. She had nearly forgotten how long it had been since she had heard the words of her country. Hearing it once more was so reassuring, so endearing. Are you a soldier? Lu Qing inquired with excitement. In her eyes, only the sight of military green could provide solace. Since her capture, she had yearned for a soldier to burst through the door and save her. Yi Qiu shook his head and said, "Enough talk. Let's leave this place at once." With that, he helped Lu Qing climb out of the window, delivering a swift blow to the neck of the drowsy guard, rendering him unconscious before dragging him into the room. This way, they would have a little more time to evade detection. The northern region of the Golden Triangle was closest to the Myanmar border, so he resolved to depart with Lin Zong and the others under the cover of night. Later that night, Yi Qiu stealthily entered the rooms of Wang Xiugua and Lin Zong, rousing them with a brief account of the unfolding events. Wang Xiugua, upon hearing the news, was filled with fury. He could hardly believe that such a scene was hidden here. Up until now, General Chai had been in control, and due to his advanced age, he had shown little interest in women. Hence, Wang Xiugua had not encountered Tang Yu and the others sooner. Chapter 46. Fury that scoundrel. I never imagined there were still Ming people here, he exclaimed. Fear not, ladies, I assure you I will bring you home. In a wild forest. After listening to Yi Qiu's narration, Wang Xiugua was incensed. He could not fathom that Zhuoshan could be so deranged. There were still several Ming people hidden in the camp, and had it not been for Chai's sudden demise, who knows how much more suffering these young women would have endured in this place. Lin Zong bore a similar expression of indignation, his face a canvas of rage. This vile creature truly deserves his fate. Lin Zong spat, kicking the bound Zhuoshan that Yi Qiu had brought along, his eyes ablaze with indignation. As a Ming person himself, how could he bear to witness his compatriots suffering such treatment? Old Wang, just deal with Zhuoshan already. Keeping him with us is nothing but a burden. Lin Zong made a gesture of slicing his throat with his hand, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Now, the conflict with Zhuoshan had escalated to a point of no return. It would be simpler to eliminate him altogether, thereby removing a burden. Although Zhuoshan was currently subdued and unconscious, no one could guarantee what might transpire upon his awakening. The moment Lin Zong uttered these words, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The three young women exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with unmistakable hatred. They harbored a stronger desire than anyone to eliminate Zhuoshan. Previously, they lacked the opportunity, but now it lay before them like a tempting prospect. Lu Qing, known for her decisiveness, had initially planned to steal Zhuoshan's handgun that very night, contemplating either to end his life with a single shot and then take her own, or to be discovered and shot down on the spot. The outcome was predictable. Had it not been for Yi Qiu's sudden intrusion, she might have already lost her life. With determination, she seized the dagger that Zhuoshan had carelessly tucked at his temple and plunged it mercilessly into his heart. Yet, even this act did not quell her wrath. Lu Qing withdrew the dagger and relentlessly stabbed it into Zhuoshan's chest time and again, until sheer exhaustion rendered her unable to lift her hand any longer. After completing this grim task, she collapsed onto the ground, her hands bruised and battered, covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Her actions plunged Yi Qiu and the others into a profound silence, although they refrained from intervening. Under prolonged pressure, each of the three women was strung tight with tension. Without a means to release their pent-up emotions, it was likely that they would suffer psychological repercussions in the future. Thus, the once mighty ruler of the Golden Triangle's northern region met a humiliating end, vanquished by the very dagger he had carried with him. Completely oblivious to the fate that had befallen him. Curse this scoundrel, Yi Qiu muttered to himself. He had initially hoped to make this rascal suffer immensely, yet unexpectedly, Zhuoshan met his demise at Lu Qing's hands, shrouded in ambiguity. Even in death, he remained in a state of unconsciousness, rendering his end rather merciful. Let us depart swiftly, while Zhuoshan's subordinates remain oblivious. We must leave the Golden Triangle at once. Wang Xiugua interrupted the group's contemplation. Although a path had been severed, resulting in diminished profits, he harbored no regrets. In his advancing years, he had long intended to extricate himself from the shadows of this underworld. While acquiring rough stones from the Three Kingdoms government would entail exorbitant tariffs and elevated costs, it promised stability, sparing him from precarious predicaments. Fortunately, Wang Shogwa frequently traversed this region. Despite their avoidance of main roads, they remained on course. After 2 to 3 hours of arduous travel, the horizon gradually brightened with the first light of dawn. We are nearly there. Once we cross the next ridge, we shall reach the borders of Myanmar. Just a little longer, Wang Shogwa puffed, reflecting on the passage of time with a sense of melancholy for his advancing age. In his youth, such a journey would have seemed trivial, yet now he must concede to the inevitability of aging. Lin Song fared worse. Accustomed to a life of revelry and devoid of physical exertion, his physique had long since deteriorated. After trudging for several hours along the rugged terrain, he was nearly at his breaking point. Sweat drenched his body, and he leaned heavily against the nearby trees for support. Brother Wang, how much longer must we endure? I can scarcely continue. Lin Song let out a, gasping as he spoke. It won't be long now, just about an hour. Wang Shogwa responded, and paused briefly to regain his strength before resuming their journey. The three young ladies exhibited no signs of discontent. Despite the beads of sweat cascading down their faces, they uttered not a single complaint. In fact, their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. After all, compared to their previous hardships, this minor discomfort seemed trivial. If they could just persevere and ascend this final ridge, home would be within their grasp. The notion of returning home had been a cherished dream, long yearned for through countless nights. Now it lay tantalizingly before them. Meanwhile, Yuchio appeared remarkably at ease. Not a drop of perspiration marring his brow. Had it not been for the necessity of accommodating Wang Shogwa and the others, his swift pace would have already carried him well into the territory of Myanmar. His enhanced physical capabilities, a result of his powers, rendered this modest exertion mere warm-up. An hour later, they finally crested the ridge, and before them stood an unmistakable national boundary marker, encircled by barbed wire, adorned with a red warning sign. At last, we have arrived. Upon uttering these words, Lin Song collapsed onto the ground, incredulous that he had endured this ordeal. Wang Shogwa and the others were not faring much better. The only one still standing was likely Yichio. I'll make a call to have someone come to our aid. After a brief respite, Wang Shogwa retrieved his phone and dialed a friend in Myanmar. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of birdsong emanated from beyond the boundary marker. Soon, several figures appeared on the horizon. Greetings, Boss Wang. I am sent by our employer to escort you. A few figures approached, led by a young man of considerable stature, whose dark complexion obscured his features. After a brief conversation with Wang Shogwa, the group departed, navigating through the underbrush until they emerged onto the main road, where 2 cars awaited them at the roadside. Lin Song, filled with excitement, flung open the door and reclined into the back seat, yearning for rest. Lin Song exclaimed, "Finally, I don't have to walk anymore. Today, I feel as though I have traversed a lifetime's worth of distance." In the southern region of Myanmar, within a private apartment, a jovial middle-aged man with a robust physique approached the entrance, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Ah, Shogwa, it has been far too long. What brings you to my humble abode?" Upon receiving Wang Shogwa's call, he had been taken aback. As the car came to a steady halt, Wang Shogwa waved his hand in mild exasperation and inquired, "Is there anything to eat? Hurry and bring us some food. We are absolutely famished." After a long day of travel, their energy had been entirely depleted, and their stomachs were in desperate need of sustenance, grumbling incessantly. Chapter 47. The Rough Stone Market at the Dining Table. The guests devoured their meal with great eagerness while Wang Shogwa recounted the events that transpired in the Golden Triangle to his old friend, Lan Yun. Upon hearing the tale, Lan Yun reflected on their shared experiences as rough stone merchants, noting that while they both operated in the same sphere, he exclusively dealt with white stones and shunned any association with the gray market. Within the Golden Triangle, aside from narcotics, raw stones constitute a significant product, with the quality of these stones being exceptionally high. The probability of successful sales is considerable, and due to the lawless nature of the Golden Triangle, one can evade tariffs if they possess the means. Consequently, the profits garnered are several times greater than those from legitimate raw stones, prompting many to take risks. Wang Shogwa is one such individual. He has dabbled in both legitimate and illicit dealings. However, the routes in the Golden Triangle have since been severed. Nonetheless, escaping from there can be deemed a stroke of fortune, simultaneously resolving the ticking time bomb that is Washan. Thus, Wang Shogwa felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At worst, he would merely earn a little less in the future, for his Swiss bank account already holds sufficient funds to indulge in a lifetime of extravagance. Even if he were to raise 2 prodigal offspring, he would still be more than well off. After dining, Lin Zong, appearing fatigued, expressed the need for rest. Apart from Yi Qiu, the others were utterly exhausted. "Very well, you may rest. I shall take a stroll," Yi Qiu remarked before preparing to visit the raw stone market in Myanmar, for this is indeed the origin of raw stones, abundant with exquisite jade. Akalai Market, one of the largest trading hubs in Myanmar, not only offers raw stones for sale, but also a plethora of gemstones. Naturally, discerning the genuine from the counterfeit relies heavily on one's keen eye. Notably, due to its proximity to Minghua, most individuals here are conversant in Mandarin, thereby eliminating the need for translation services. "Sir, come and take a look at this exquisite agate." Before he could even enter, Yi Qiu was already surrounded by numerous vendors, each of whom sported a waist pouch brimming with goods, while some appeared to be cloaked in a layer of dust, as though they had just emerged from a mine. Yi Qiu cast a glance at a young man of modest stature standing before him, whose height barely reached his shoulder. The young man struggled slightly to raise one hand, cradling a shallow red rhombus-shaped gemstone within his palm. Sunlight glinted off the surface of the gem, revealing a faint reflection. Yi Qiu, unfamiliar with gemstones and jade, had only encountered such items through online discussions prior to acquiring his extraordinary abilities. Thus, the gemstone appeared strikingly beautiful to him, with its flawless exterior and transparent hue tinged with a hint of red. Intrigued, Yi Qiu focused his attention, eager to ascertain the value of this so-called agate stone. Name: synthetic gemstone. Value: 20 yuan. Upon reading this information, Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback, and his lips twitched in disbelief. To think that he was about to be charmed by what turned out to be a synthetic gem. His fleeting interest dissipated instantly, without a second thought. He lifted his foot and prepared to leave. Yet the young man, undeterred, shouted after him, "Handsome, this is natural agate. I won't sell it for 80,000. Nor even for 8,000, just 800. Take home this natural agate." Yi Qiu quickened his pace, having realized that aside from the people, everything in this marketplace was a facade. It echoed the well-known saying in his country, "Only the trains are real in the train station." He was utterly exasperated, feeling that even the modest price of 88 was exorbitant for goods valued at merely 20. It was astonishing that such individuals could vocalize their grievances. Shaking his head, Yi Qiu quickened his pace, grateful for his recent enhancement of abilities. Otherwise, he would have squandered yet another opportunity. Previously, using his powers more than 3 times would leave him feeling unwell, and exceeding 6 times would result in dizziness. Now, however, he found that he could comfortably utilize his abilities up to 20 times in a single session. Upon entering the gate, the bustling trading market unfurled before Yi Qiu's eyes. Unlike the domestic markets he was accustomed to, this place was teeming with small vendors, with large-scale shops being a rarity. Though it was labeled a trading market, it was, in essence, a broad street spanning over 5 meters, lined with various stalls showcasing an array of items. The so-called agate stones he had encountered earlier were abundantly displayed here. However, he noticed the raw stones he sought were conspicuously absent. As he casually strolled past the vendors, Yi Qiu finally arrived at the heart of the trading market. Countless raw stones were haphazardly scattered across the ground, and throngs of individuals were engaged in exploration and observation. This section of the market was far more vibrant than the other side, and with a mere glance, Yi Qiu counted no fewer than 30 shops, along with dozens, if not hundreds, of small stalls. A wave of joy surged through him. The previous night had been a lost opportunity for investment in the futures market due to delays caused by Zhuoshan, which pained him deeply. After all, he could have easily earned a minimum of 700 million overnight, even with just a 10 million capital base. Now, with a capital of several hundred million, the potential earnings could easily reach several billion in a single night. He decided to let it be, treating it as a mere diversion for the time being. Upon comparison, the fleeting joy that initially brightened Yi Qiu's expression was swiftly extinguished. The modest sums associated with stone gambling no longer held any allure for him. The arduous labor, coupled with the anxiety of potential exposure, paled in comparison to the ease of acquiring wealth in the futures market. For one endowed with extraordinary abilities, the futures market indeed resembled a mere collection of riches. He even need not fret over the scrutiny of prying eyes. As his powers swept across the street vendors, Yi Qiu cast an irritable glance at his lips, Each raw stone along the street, worthy of his attention, was valued at most at a meager 9 million RMB. Such paltry profits were scarcely worth his exertion. Thus, he decided to step into a well-established raw stone shop. Inside the store, a considerable number of individuals had gathered around the stone analysis machine, their expressions grave as they intently observed the artisan's movements. Prices soared. Damn it. Once again. There was no stock. Wang Ming grumbled, having already gambled on 3 worthless stones, lamenting that the money spent amounted to naught, like throwing water into the air, where at least one could relish the sound. A moment's inattention could lead to millions vanishing. True, he possessed wealth. Yet he was no fool willing to squander it all on this venture. Many had stumbled in this game, with countless wealthy entrepreneurs facing ruin overnight. He merely sought amusement. But after cutting through 3 worthless stones, his interest waned, and he prepared to depart, embracing his internet celebrity girlfriend. However, the scene in the raw stone area suddenly caught his attention. On the other side, are you buying or not? If not, I shall proceed with the purchase. Yuchio frowned and addressed the middle-aged man before him. Adhering to the principle of first come, first served, he refrained from saying much. Little did he know that this fellow had been lingering for over 10 minutes, wearing an expression of deep indecision. Chapter 48. Useless Stones? Upon hearing the urging voice from behind, the middle-aged man turned around and shot a displeased glance at Yuchio. Upon noticing Yuchio's youthful visage, his discontent only intensified, and he exclaimed, "What are you rushing for? Do you think this is merely purchasing cabbages? Young man, this is a raw stone priced at 8 million. Do you truly believe you can afford it?" The man's tone was laced with arrogance, and his words dripped with contempt for Yuchio. In this raw stone market, Lin Fei had encountered numerous individuals akin to Yuchio, essentially, those who pretended to be affluent despite their lack of funds. With a mere cold laugh, Yuchio found it amusing that someone would underestimate him. You have been scrutinizing this raw stone for over 10 minutes. If you have no intention to purchase, kindly step aside. A good dog does not block the way, understand? Yuchio's retort was equally unyielding, laced with sarcasm. What? Are you insinuating that I cannot afford it? I, the manager of the West India Company's Asian division, cannot manage such a purchase? Young man, are you jesting? However, he made it clear that he had no intention of buying this particular stone, which appeared dry and cracked, with a significant fissure running through it. The likelihood of it yielding water was less than 10%. Ha! Young man, there is still much for you to learn on this path, Lin Fei proclaimed. Adopting a condescending tone as if to guide the other, Yuchio merely glanced at him, finding him quite tiresome. Engaging in trivial banter with you is truly a waste of time. If you are not going to purchase, then kindly step aside. Lin Fei was ignited by a surge of anger, stepping aside and expressing his resentment with a hint of disdain. Humph. I find it hard to believe you can afford it. From his perspective, the likelihood of Yuchio pretending was at least 60%. After all, his attire was excessively inexpensive, totaling merely a few tens of thousands. If he were indeed a wealthy heir, he would not dress in such a manner. Being understated is one thing, but through Lin Fei's discerning gaze, this fellow lacked the air of a privileged scion. In his eyes, he was simply one word: vulgar. Utterly insufferable. Hence, he was so certain that Yuchio could not afford it. Yuchio let out a cold sneer. Who does he think he is looking down upon? It's merely 8 million. He casually circulates in the tens of millions, and with a stroke of luck, the fluctuations could easily reach 100 million. 8 million is nothing to him. He doesn't even regard it with any seriousness. Consequently, Yuchio chose not to waste words and promptly produced his bank card, calling the owner to process the transaction. Before long, the sound of the card machine echoed as it printed the receipt, causing Lin Fei's expression to shift noticeably. His face flushed slightly. He had misjudged. How could this seemingly impoverished individual possibly afford an 8 million yuan raw stone? It must be a fabrication. How could this be? Yet, no matter how much he disbelieved, the undeniable reality lay before him, compelling him to accept it. Humph. So what if he bought it? It is merely a piece of worthless stone. TSK, to spend 8 million on a completely valueless rock. What sheer extravagance. Lin Fei continued to speak with a sarcastic tone, his words laced with unfounded resentment and a hint of displeasure. Sir, do you require the stone to be split on site? Following a successful card transaction, the shopkeeper's demeanor grew notably amiable, jesting, this must be the god of wealth himself. Without batting an eye, the man had just swiped his card for a raw stone valued at 8 million. What other title could he bear but that of a deity of fortune? The thought alone caused the shopkeeper's brow to arch. Indeed, such a notion held merit. This raw stone had occupied a prominent position in the shop for over 2 years. Countless visitors had perused it, yet all ultimately vacated, deterred by the conspicuous fissures running through it. The quality of the stone's surface left much to be desired, which explained its prolonged presence. It was only today that it found a buyer, a fortunate turn of events credited largely to Ichio. Had it not been for him, who knows how much longer it would have lingered. After deliberating for a moment, Ichio initially intended to proceed with discretion, but upon observing the middle-aged man's peculiar demeanor, he promptly nodded and declared, "Let us proceed with the splitting." This raw stone was far from worthless, as some might suggest. On the contrary, its intrinsic value was astonishing. Were it otherwise, Ichio would not have chosen to acquire it. For him, profits in the range of several million were hardly of concern. Upon receiving confirmation, the shopkeeper gestured, and 2 burly men promptly entered the premises. The raw stone Ichio purchased was substantial, measuring nearly half a meter in width and comparable in height to a large bucket. Naturally, its weight was formidable. With the aid of specialized machinery, the 2 men worked in concert to hoist the stone. In no time, it was positioned atop the splitting machine. The stone processing site here differs significantly from those domestically, as each shop possesses an independent space for customers to unveil their stones. Presently, after Ichio's raw stone was placed on the processing platform, it instantly attracted a multitude of onlookers, for this particular stone is exceedingly renowned. Astonishingly, there indeed exists a fool willing to purchase this raw stone. Wang Ming, somewhat taken aback, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Even he, possessing scant knowledge of raw stones, was aware that stones with significant fissures should be avoided. Consequently, Wang Ming's interest in the raw stone was piqued, as such a naive buyer was enough to intrigue him. Before long, the stone cutter secured the raw stone, and as the machine buzzed to life, the outer layer of the stone began to be removed. The cutter appeared to harbor little hope for this raw stone. Thus his approach was rather casual. In no time, a portion of the surface was sliced off, revealing nothing within. "Boss, shall I continue cutting?" the stone cutter inquired. Although he had internally condemned the stone, he still sought Ichio's permission. After all, it had cost someone 8 million. And even if it proved to be a worthless stone, he was obliged to proceed at the boss's behest. "Continue," Ichio responded, exuding an air of composure, entirely unperturbed. The value of this raw stone was evident, amounting to a staggering 200 million. This was merely the beginning, and the jade had yet to reveal its true form. Lin Fei, witnessing the word cut, wore an expression of malicious glee. The youth of today, disregarding the wisdom of their elders, suffering the consequences before their very eyes. How splendid! He mercilessly mocked Ichio. Ichio cast a fleeting glance at Lin Fei, who seemed nothing more than a grasshopper at the end of autumn, bound to leap only for a short while. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Lin Fei's face later. After all, when the jadeite revealed its true form, that would mark the commencement of the main event. With Ichio's cue, the stone cutter resumed his silent operation of the machine. As time passed, a substantial layer of stone skin was sliced away. Suddenly, the stone cutter froze, seemingly in disbelief, his eyes widening as he hurriedly splashed a basin of water onto the cutting surface. Water emerged, the stone cutter stammered, as the crowd could hardly believe that a piece of seemingly worthless stone had yielded something of value. After all, countless individuals, including renowned jade masters, had scrutinized this raw stone over the past 2 years. Chapter 49, Impromptu Auction. Wow, is this for real? Water has emerged? Wang Ming exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening as he tried to discern the water's clarity. The emergence of water itself was not surprising. The crucial aspect lay in its quality. Lin Fei, equally incredulous, remarked somewhat sourly, "What does it matter if water has emerged? If the quality is poor, it will still result in a loss." On the other side, after splashing the basin of clean water, the stone cutter began to tremble uncontrollably. Ignoring the dust on the cutting surface, he swiftly wiped it clean with his sleeve. Soon, the quality of the water revealed itself, with the vibrant green jadeite reflecting sunlight and shimmering brilliantly. Incredible! Incredible! The onlookers, now able to see the quality clearly, erupted in exclamations. Imperial green! Incredible! A gasp of astonishment escaped from the crowd, igniting a wave of excitement among those who had yet to glimpse the magnificent jadeite. The imperial green, a paragon of jade, invariably incites fervent competition whenever it is unearthed. They could hardly believe their fortune in witnessing the emergence of such a treasure. Instantly, the entire stone-cutting venue fell into an expectant silence, where the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible, save for the resonant roar of the stone-cutting machinery. Approximately half an hour later, the jadeite revealed its true essence, measuring only about the size of 2 adult fists, its verdant surface glimmering enticingly under the light. Young man, 70 million. I shall offer 70 million for this jadeite. Can it be sold to me? A middle-aged gentleman exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with desire. Yet, a flicker of regret lingered in his gaze. He had previously scrutinized the raw stone for some time, but ultimately dismissed it due to the significant surface cracks and poor skin. Had he known it harbored imperial green within, not even 8 million would deter him. Even if the price soared to 30 or 50 million, he would have exhausted his resources to acquire it. The rarity of imperial green is unparalleled. Each piece is immensely precious, with even a thumb-sized specimen fetching millions at auction. Given that Yichio's imperial green was substantial enough to yield 3 or 4 bangles, with offcuts suitable for pendants or rings, the intrinsic value is beyond dispute, easily surpassing 200 million. No sooner had the middle-aged man's words faded than a robust Mediterranean gentleman interjected, "What utter nonsense! This is imperial green, and of considerable size at that. You think you can acquire it for 70 million? Lin Yuhang, you must be dreaming." Heed not his words, young brother. This fellow is merely a cunning merchant. I shall offer 90 million. Would you sell it to me? Lin Yuhang, the middle-aged gentleman of your, and Zhao Donglai, you insolent wretch, do you dare to challenge me? It is said that rivals are often foes. Lin Yuhang and Zhao Donglai, both proprietors of jade businesses, share a mutual disdain. Thus, they find themselves at odds, seeking to undermine one another. Come, let us settle this matter today. Zhao Donglai, with a fiery temper, was ready to roll up his sleeves and impart some reason to Lin Yuhang. Enough. What manner of behavior is this? Stand down. Just as the two were poised to engage in conflict, a commanding voice rang out. The crowd turned in unison to behold an elderly man, leaning on a cane, who approached the jade stone with unsteady steps. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the imperial green jade, flawless, exhibiting a rich luster. It was indeed a masterpiece of imperial green. Young brother, I shall offer 120 million. Might you part with it for this old man? The elder addressed Yichio, his gaze filled with hope. Upon hearing this, Yichio remained silent. The news was still circulating, and many were likely unaware of the jade's emergence. He resolved to wait a while longer, anticipating that its value would rise closer to his expectations. This imperial green jade, under the influence of special abilities, was worth 180 million. Clearly, this offer of 120 million fell short of Yichio's aspirations. Although its worth was appraised at 180 million, actualizing such a price would require certain attributes. However, regarding this imperial green jade, Yichio possesses the confidence to sell it at its intrinsic value, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility to exceed it, for after all, imperial green is exceedingly rare, and every jade enthusiast cannot resist its allure. As time unfolds, some local magnates have also become aware of the emergence of imperial green jade. Consequently, luxurious cars, which seldom grace the streets, began to race forth. These individuals are none other than the elite tycoons of Myanmar, a nation renowned for its jade, where every affluent individual harbors a fondness for the stone. Before long, the jade workshop where Yichio was situated was cleared of all but those intent on bidding. The majority of idle individuals were ushered away by the bodyguards of the wealthy. An impromptu auction commenced. Guma, I didn't expect to see you here. Huh. If you can come, why can't I? Even before the auction began, tensions flared among the attendees, as they were accustomed to being in competition with one another. A situation that was now intensified. There exists but a single piece of imperial green. Yet the number of individuals who rushed over upon hearing the news has swelled to about 10, not including those who may arrive later. Regardless of who secures the bid, the others can only watch and envy. As the crowd reached a near capacity, Ichio subtly stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, there is only this one piece of jade. And with so many present, let us simply allow the highest bidder to prevail. Earlier, this esteemed gentleman bid 120 million. You may feel free to increase upon this figure. Oh, and just to clarify, that is in renminbi, not in Myanmar currency. Yichio made a light-hearted jest, establishing order amidst the potential chaos. For Myanmar is hardly a land of tranquility. In this place where I am unfamiliar with anyone, it would indeed be amusing to settle the auction payment in Chat, especially when it amounts to a staggering 120 million renminbi. Upon hearing this price, many participants immediately recoiled, although they are renowned tycoons from southern Myanmar. The exorbitant sum would certainly take a toll on their finances. Despite their passion for jade, The operation of their businesses took precedence, prompting their withdrawal. Nonetheless, while some retreated, no fewer than 5 individuals remained in the bidding war. In a short span, the price escalated to 150 million. At this elevated level, only a handful persisted, including the initial elderly gentleman and 2 portly middle-aged men. One of them bore a fearsome visage, with a scar that traversed his face like a centipede. Guma Yi, I advise you to concede, the menacing figure threatened. Guma Yi's expression darkened. Was this scoundrel disregarding the rules? Yet, this was not northern Myanmar, where intimidation would suffice. Huh, Kai Xiong, are you attempting to intimidate me? Guma Yi retorted coldly, his demeanor ominous, with a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Kai Xiong snorted, determined to acquire the imperial green jade at all costs, even if it meant flouting the rules. Kai Xiong's silence in response to Guma Yi was palpable. Indeed, this was not northern Myanmar, not his territory. Realizing that the young master had set his sights on the jade, Kai Xiong finally parted his lips, softly uttering a single phrase. Yet, those seemingly gentle words stirred a tempest within Guma Yi's heart. The esteemed young master Cha Ju, as mentioned by Kai Xiong, was none other than the sole heir of the illustrious Henry Group, the largest entity in the northern region of Myanmar. He was not to be trifled with, nor did Guma Yi wish to provoke him. Subsequently, Guma Yi cast a penetrating glance at Kai Xiong and exclaimed, I never anticipated that you would so willingly bow to another. This is not your nature, Kai Xiong. Since it is young Master Cha Ju who has taken an interest, I shall withdraw. Please convey my regards to him. After uttering these words, Guma Yi ceased to participate in the bidding, instead standing quietly in place. The temporary auction hall now only housed the initial elderly gentleman and Kai Xiong. Although Guma Yi's remarks were not particularly loud, they resonated throughout the gathering. Nevertheless, despite the formidable reputation of Cha Ju, the old man remained undeterred, sharing Kai Xiong's resolute determination. 100 million, 90 million. Ultimately, the elderly gentleman quoted an exceedingly lofty price, one that exceeded Yi Chio's expectations. However, Kai Xiong was not one to concede easily. After all, this was a mission entrusted to him by young Master Cha Ju. Failure was not an option, for he could not guarantee the integrity of his own kidneys. The mere thought of Cha Ju's methods sent a chill down his spine, and he had no desire to traverse that slaughterhouse. 200 million. Kai Xiong gritted his teeth, audaciously presenting a figure that pained him immensely. As for reimbursement, this question was not one he dared to ponder, unless he was willing to part with his very essence. Soon, the price surged once again, leaving only Guai Xiong and the elderly gentleman in the bidding arena. In a brief moment, the figure escalated to 230 million. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Guai Xiong's forehead. Who was this old man? He had never encountered anyone of such wealth in the Myanmar market. The man's face was strikingly unfamiliar. Could he be a magnate from one of the neighboring countries? Or perhaps from Mingwa? This price had reached its zenith, and both Guai Xiong and the elderly gentleman found it increasingly arduous to raise their bids. After all, this was 200 million Huaxia coins, and very few could muster such an amount within the Myanmar market. Alas, the youth is formidable. After a brief silence, the elderly gentleman ultimately chose to withdraw. Although imperial green jade is indeed precious, its market value is evidently surpassed by this bid. Even if he were to acquire it, the profit would be meager. Noticing the gentleman's retreat, Guai Xiong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The elderly man's financial prowess was indeed formidable. Had the bidding continued, it was likely that all he had amassed over the years would dissipate into thin air. Before long, he came face to face with the jade's owner, a somewhat youthful and slender individual who appeared almost lamb-like. Instantly, a mischievous thought flickered in Guai Xiong's mind, but it was swiftly extinguished. After all, this was the South, and even if he were to seize the jade, escape would be improbable. Hello, may I inquire your name? Yi Chio smiled warmly as he addressed Guai Xiong. The latter was momentarily taken aback. Was he speaking to a citizen of Mingwa? The tone, articulate and unmistakable, resonated profoundly. In an instant, Kai Xiong's heart was filled with a cold smirk. Initially, he harbored some trepidation. However, upon realizing that Yu Chio hailed from Mingwa, the extinguished thoughts within him reignited with fervor. Once beyond the realm of the raw stone market, was it not a matter of life or death dictated by his own will? The Chinese are notoriously known for their fear of death on the international stage. He was certain that with a mere hint of intimidation, this youth would readily kneel and plead for mercy, offering up the imperial green jade as a token. What a delightful prospect. Ah, Greetings, my Chinese friend. You may simply call me Kai Xiong. There are many people here. Let us retreat to a more private location for our transaction, he said, wearing a facade of amiability, though his countenance did little to evoke such warmth. In fact, his grin only accentuated a more sinister appearance. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback, yet after a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to the proposal. This place was far from the stability of Mingguo's law and order. The temptation of wealth often incited avarice in this region, where the lack of surveillance rendered the streets perilously vulnerable to robbery or worse. In a narrow alley, Yi Qiu, clutching the imperial green, ensured the surroundings were deserted before he turned to divulge his bank account number. Yet, Kai Xiong's demeanor began to shift ominously. Ah, foolish compatriot. Why tread the path to heaven when you choose to walk with me here? Today, my mood is favorable. I prefer not to shed blood. Hand over the jade, and I may grant you a chance to live. Kai Xiong mocked. Then with a grandiose gesture, feigned magnanimity. At this moment, Guai Xiong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. These words reflect the utter folly of the Chinese people, truly believing that the Myanmar shop is akin to the Ming dynasty. If in the presence of many, Guai Xiong might have exercised some caution, refraining from such thoughts. However, given the sheer foolishness of this fellow, he could hardly be blamed. After all, we are talking about over 200 million. Yi Qiu's expression faltered, a shadow of annoyance crossing his brow. What a predicament had he stumbled upon a case of black eating black. He had long heard that the world beyond the Ming was rife with chaos, but to encounter it firsthand was unexpected. Ah, your implication is that you wish to seize my belongings? Yi Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The man before him, though possessing a physique reminiscent of a bear with broad shoulders and bulging muscles that strained against his clothing, bore scars on his face that lent him a menacing aspect. Yet, he remained within the realm of humanity. Ever since the elevation of his abilities, Yi Qiu himself was uncertain to what extent his strength had grown. Indeed, he often found himself troubled by his own excessive power. The table, the floor, the door locks, none of his possessions remained unscathed. Even mundane items required his tender touch, lest he inadvertently crush them with a mere exertion. Oh, am I not being sufficiently clear? While I am still in a pleasant mood, you'd best present the jade quickly, or I cannot guarantee that you will leave here with all your limbs intact. Very well, if you desire it, come and take it yourself, Yi Qiu said softly, raising the bag in his hand. Guai Xiong's expression hardened, uncertain of Yi Qiu's intentions. Yet it was likely this fool would not dare to play any tricks. After all, the matter of strength was evident. There is an old saying in Ming, one's strength can overpower 10 skills, and his arm was proportionate to the thickness of the other's thigh. Such a disparity. Does he intend to lose with his head? Humph, it is preferable this way. Guai Xiong let out a cold snort. Chapter 51. Young Master Wang stepping forward. He swung his arm, attempting to seize the bag containing the jade. However, would Yi Qiu truly hand it over? Previously, it was merely a jest directed at this foolish giant. Guai Xiong leaned in closer, but Yi Qiu merely sidestepped, evading him effortlessly. Kid, are you toying with me? Guai Xiong's fury ignited upon witnessing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although taking a life in the southern region would bring him some trouble, if this brat continued to be ungrateful, he would not hesitate to send him off. Toying with you? I harbor no interest in such games. If you wish to take it, come and try. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own abilities. Upon hearing these words, Guai Xiong finally grasped Yi Qiu's intentions, and his inner rage surged. Had he ever been so provoked? In the northern part of Myanmar, who would not scurry away like a mouse before a cat at the sight of him? Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Guai Xiong bellowed in a clumsy Mandarin, raising his fist, the size of a sandbag, and striking towards Yi Qiu's face. If this punch were thrown by another, it would likely result in immediate cerebral hemorrhage. Yet, since Yi Qiu dared to provoke Guai Xiong, he must possess some skill. As the saying goes, one does not venture onto Liangshan without 3 parts courage. Without even focusing intently, Yi Qiu perceived this punch as riddled with flaws. As for the power behind it, it was commendable, but to him, it was hardly worthy of consideration. Yi Qiu merely raised his hand slightly to shield his face, and with a dull thud, the fist of Kai Xiong was effortlessly deflected. What? Kai Xiong gazed at Yi Qiu in astonishment, and as Yi Qiu tightened his grip, he felt as though he were ensnared by a steel clamp. The bones in his hand creaked under the strain, accompanied by a surge of excruciating pain that coursed through his nerves. Hiss! Cold sweat dripped from Kai Xiong's forehead, his eyes wide with terror. He could not fathom how such formidable strength resided within the seemingly fragile frame of Yichio. Let go of me. Kai Xiong gritted his teeth and managed to utter. A flicker of regret gnawed at him. He should not have been so greedy. For this young man was undoubtedly a trained fighter. He had long heard that people from Mingwa practiced martial arts, but he never expected to encounter one so powerful by mere chance. Oh, this simply won't do. In Mingwa, we value reciprocity. Since you have bestowed a gift upon me, I must return the favor. Yichio chuckled lightly and delivered a swift kick to Kai Xiong's abdomen. Instantly, the hefty figure, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying 3 meters away, rendered unconscious by the force of the blow. Huh, is that all? Yichio cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious Kai Xiong. This fellow, appearing so tall and imposing, turned out to be as fragile as a candle in the wind. One kick was all it took to knock him out. How utterly dull. Yichio shook his head in disappointment, having initially hoped that the valuable $200 million Imperial Green would mitigate his losses, only to discover that someone sought to exploit him. It now appears that this transaction has fallen through, so I should promptly check if that elderly gentleman is still around. If he is, I might be able to sell him this piece of jade. Without further ado, Yichio disregarded the fainted Gui Xiong and swiftly exited the alley. Just as he emerged, he encountered an individual approaching him. Wow, brother, you are incredibly bold. Just casually unearthing a raw stone worth 200 million. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Ming. Wang Ming stepped closer to Yichio, chattering excitedly, his face alight with enthusiasm. When he mentioned Yichio's discovery of the jade, his excitement was palpable, as if he were the one who had struck gold. Behind Wang Ming was a petite girl, whose face bore an inexplicable sense of familiarity to Yichio. Young Master Wang. Haha, I never expected to see you here in Myanmar. You can just call me Yichio. Yichio recognized the newcomer immediately. He was the contemporary object of envy among the downtrodden, after all. A transient internet celebrity with the enduring reputation of young Master Wang. The two clicked instantly. Wang Ming was the type who cherished friendships, valuing them irrespective of one's status, family background, or wealth. In this world, few could overshadow him in terms of financial prowess, considering the vast empire his father had established across Ming country. It was no mere jest. Brother, do share your secrets with me. I've been here for 3 days, bought 3 or 4 raw stones, and I'm on the verge of financial ruin. My father might not even recognize me anymore. Wang Ming exclaimed in exasperation, firmly believing that Yichio's discovery of the Imperial Green was not merely a stroke of luck. After all, he had witnessed the scene where the other party purchased the raw stone. Without even a blink, the payment was made, and not a single glance was spared for observation. If it weren't for some hidden secret, he would have devoured the raw stone skin without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Yichio couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, so you expect me to bestow upon you some extraordinary ability? He himself was rather unclear about how his own powers had come to be. Thus, he responded with an air of mystery, this unique skill of mine is passed down to sons, not daughters. Wang Ming, upon hearing this, silently raised his middle finger at Yichio, incredulous that someone would wish to assume the role of a father on their very first meeting. After exchanging some banter with Wang Ming, Yichio remembered the matter at hand and began to survey the surroundings, yet he could not find the old man's figure. Master, what are you searching for? Let me assist you in finding it. Wang Ming approached with a mischievous grin. Just moments ago, he had been persistently trying to become Yichio's disciple to learn his exquisite skills, but he didn't want to miss out on the title. So he decided to address him as master while Yichio would call him brother. Get lost, Yichio retorted, feeling somewhat disheartened at not locating the old man. It seemed he would need to return and see if Lin Song or brother Wang had any use for it. Wait, master, haven't you sold this jade yet? Wang Ming's peripheral vision caught sight of the jade in the bag. Hadn't he just been trading with that imposing-looking man? Could it be that the transaction had fallen through? Yichio briefly recounted the events, and Wang Ming finally understood. Well, it seems that overseas transactions cannot compare to those domestic. Wang Ming remarked, a hint of trepidation evident in his tone. Chapter 52, A Turn of Events. Alas, what a pity. Suddenly, Wang Ming exclaimed with regret, his eyes filled with envy at the jadeite that Yichio held in his hand. However, he had recently invested a substantial sum into a live-streaming company, and faced with the exorbitant price exceeding 100 million, he could only sigh in dismay. Despite being the son of a wealthy magnate, he had not received any funds from his father after the initial 500 million. His apparent prosperity was merely a fade for the actual amount of money he could access was barely 10 million. Consequently, when confronted with prices that soared into the hundreds of millions, he found himself powerless. Master, since that fellow does not want it, why not take it back to our country? Perhaps it could fetch an even higher price. The wealthy here cannot compare to those in Minghua, Wang Ming suggested eagerly, a look of excitement gleaming on his face. He even envisioned the frenzy that would ensue when he shared the news back home, anticipating that many would seek him out for information regarding the jadeite. Such an opportunity to flaunt would be too tempting to resist. However, Yichio dismissed Wang Ming's suggestion outright. He preferred to avoid the complications of transporting it back home. He simply wished to make a swift sale. The prospect of dealing with the intricacies of shipping was not appealing, especially for a price that barely exceeded 200 million. The effort required for a mere 2 billion was hardly worth it. He would rather immerse himself in the futures market, where a significant rise could yield unimaginable profits. This was one of the reasons for his refusal. Additionally, he remained somewhat cautious, having already gained a notable reputation within the raw stone community. His previous successes could still be attributed to mere luck. However, what does it mean that a trip abroad could yield a piece of jadeite worth over 200 million? Such a frequent turnover is bound to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. One might argue that Yichio is a master in the realm of jade or has influential connections. 100% turnover probability certainly indicates his exceptional skill and discerning eye. Yet, prior to this, he was merely an assistant in an antique shop, entirely ignorant of this field. Nevertheless, Yichio cast a discerning glance at the visibly disheartened Wang Ming. Thus, I entrust this piece of jade to you. Whether you wish to take it to auction or keep it for personal collection, I require 30 million within a week. Anything beyond that is yours. What do you think? This is also the price from the previous auction. Goodness, Brother Yi, are you serious? Wang Ming gazed at Yichio in disbelief. Yichio's audacious proposal left him astounded. This was a piece of jadeite worth 200 million. How could he place such trust in him upon their first meeting? Although Wang Ming felt elated by such confidence, he was hesitant to accept. After all, this was jadeite valued at 200 million. He could not bear the thought of it being damaged on the return journey. What's the matter? If you don't want it, I'll sell it to that old man. Yichio's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting Wang Ming to hastily assure him. Brother Yi, your trust means a lot to me. I won't let you down. If anything goes awry, I will sell everything I own to make it right. Haha, splendid. I leave it in your capable hands. Yichio let out a hearty laugh before tossing his entire bag to Wang Ming, an act that nearly caused him to collapse in shock. After all, the bag contained 200 million worth of imperial green jade. Should it be damaged, he would have no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Subsequently, the two exchanged contact information and indulged in a casual meal at a nearby Chinese restaurant. Following the meal, young Master Wang expressed that it was time for his post-dinner exercise and bid farewell to Yichio. As night fell, he took his leave and returned to his previous apartment building. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Zong and Wang Xiugua, who were hastily preparing to leave. Brother Lin, why the rush? Where are you off to? Yichio inquired, perplexed. Lin Zong promptly responded, Brother Yi, you are unaware that news just broke about a piece of imperial green jade being auctioned at the raw stone trading market. It is as large as 2 adult fists. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. After saying this, Lin Zong lifted his leg to leave, his heart racing with anxiety, regretting that he had merely taken a brief respite and missed such significant news, which was indeed frustrating. Oh, you mean that? Don't worry, it hasn't been sold yet. Yichio replied without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Wang Xiugua, intrigued, remarked, Brother Yi, it seems you are quite familiar with the seller. Could you perhaps introduce us? I am also very fond of that jade. Yichio chuckled heartily. Ah, what is far away is also near at hand. Gentlemen, I shall introduce you to the seller. Upon hearing these words, Lin Zong and Wang Xiugua were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. What? Brother Yi, you must be jesting. Who could possibly unveil imperial jade like you? They exclaimed in unison, their voices imbued with astonishment. Among them, Lin Zong was the most astonished. He was well aware of Yichio's extraordinary achievements. To his knowledge, whenever Yichio took action, success was assured, and each endeavor yielded even more valuable results than the last. This was utterly preposterous. In the realm of jade, regardless of one's expertise or discerning eye, there would invariably be moments of oversight. No one could possibly maintain a 100% success rate. Such a being could no longer be considered human. They could only be described as a monster. Indeed, it was I who unearthed it, Yichio confessed candidly, understanding that the details could easily be verified. There was no need for concealment. It was far more gratifying to acknowledge it openly. Goodness, truly? Brother Yi, would you consider selling me that piece of imperial jade? I am prepared to offer 180 million. Lin Song, gritting his teeth, swiftly sought to secure the transaction before any further discussions. Even if the owner were to learn of it later, he would likely have no objections, perhaps even expressing joy. For a jade business, 3 factors are paramount: the quality of the jade, the quantity, and the presence of a skilled master carver. If all 3 criteria are met, this jade business could swiftly ascend to become a leading establishment in the country. Chapter 53. A shift in mindset. Brother Yi, what are we waiting for? Quickly bring forth that imperial green jade for us to behold. Wang Xiugua said, his impatience evident. Despite having spent the better part of his life in the raw stone trade, the instances when he had encountered genuine imperial green jade were few and far between. Moreover, the quality he had seen was far from satisfactory. Being an avid jade enthusiast himself, he found himself exceedingly intrigued by the imperial green jade that Yi Qiu had mentioned. If circumstances allowed, he would even consider acquiring it outright. Yes, Brother Yi, hasten to show us. Lin Song chimed in eagerly from the side. Yi Qiu spread his hands, a bemused smile on his face as he replied, Gentlemen, I fear I must disappoint you. The jade is not in my possession at present. He proceeded to recount the events that transpired after he unearthed the imperial green jade. Upon hearing the mention of the young master, Wang Xiugua's brow furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, Lin Song nearly leapt in frustration upon learning that the jade was currently in the hands of Wang Ming. Oh dear, Brother Yi, how could this be? Although Wang Ming is the son of a former tycoon and possesses remarkable connections, he is ultimately not a person of the jade industry. If you had entrusted this jade to me, I assure you that a multitude of affluent jade aficionados from across the country would flock to it. Lin Song lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Yi Qiu laughed heartily and said, Fear not, Brother Lin. The fragrance of fine wine need not fear the depths of alleys. Once the name of this imperial green jade is known, I am confident that all who are interested will come forth. Yi Qiu was utterly unconcerned. While young Master Wang's connections might lean slightly towards other realms, the term imperial green held significant weight. Once word spread, it was assured that anyone with a penchant for jade would not miss this grand event. In the end, Lin Song and Wang Xiugua were unable to behold the coveted imperial green jadeite. The following day, after Yi Qiu accompanied Wang Xiugua and Lin Song to finally witness the imperial green jadeite, the 2 men were able to relax. In their hotel room, Yi Qiu and Wang Ming gazed at Wang Xiugua, who was crouched on the floor, incessantly caressing the imperial green jadeite, both feeling a chill run down their spines. When do you plan to return? Young Master Wang expressed his weariness with the Myanmar store, noting that possessing such a jadeite, valued at 200 million, was more burdensome than pleasurable. He was even anxious about losing it, to the point that he was preoccupied with it, even while in the restroom. Thus, he intended to head back soon to resolve the matter. Yi Qiu pondered for a moment. His presence in this Myanmar store was solely due to Lin Song's repeated invitations, and he felt obliged to come. In his view, wouldn't it be more gratifying to spend this time at home, attentively observing crude oil futures? Notably, the previous night had witnessed minimal fluctuations in the crude oil market, so Yi Qiu had refrained from any actions. I should return today or tomorrow, he remarked, somewhat uncertain, as he was unaware of how much longer Wang Xiugua and the others intended to remain in the Myanmar store. As a guest accompanying Lin Song, it would be inappropriate for him to dominate the conversation. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, expressing his intention to return to his country shortly. With this jadeite worth 200 million in my possession, I truly cannot sleep. Meanwhile, on another front, Kai Xiong lay in a pristine hospital room, accompanied by a brooding young man. After listening to the account of Gui Xiong, Cha Ju's expression darkened even further. Mingwa people? How dare they challenge him? This was nothing short of a slap in his face. He had always held a disdainful view of the Mingwa populace, considering them a spineless bunch, fearful of death. Yet now, one of his subordinates had been severely injured and hospitalized by a Mingwa individual. If he did not avenge this grievance, what face would he have left? However, according to Gui Xiong's description, the young man's prowess appeared to be extraordinary. In his earlier days, before joining Cha Ju's ranks, Gui Xiong himself had been a formidable figure. His skills were undoubtedly impressive, but even so, that young man had managed to severely injure him with a single kick, which could not be taken lightly. Nevertheless, Cha Ju could not help but chuckle to himself. What does it matter how strong you are? I refuse to believe you can outrun a bullet. This is not Mingwa, where strict gun control laws apply. Here in Myanmar, Cha Ju feared no one. Especially in the northern region, he was a king. Those who dared to challenge his authority would find themselves without a grave. Bring it to here. And also have him bring the dog along, Cha Ju coldly commanded. Upon hearing these words, his underlings trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Yes, the subordinate quickly complied, making a phone call, his heart sinking with apprehension. That dog, he dreaded facing it, even if they belonged to the same faction. Meanwhile, upon learning that Wang Ming would be leaving Myanmar that afternoon, Wang Xiugua immediately booked the next available flight to return to the homeland alongside Wang Ming. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the airplane landed punctually. As Yichio opened his phone, he received a call alert. Upon seeing the number, he recognized it belonged to a law firm. Without hesitation, Yichio returned the call. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Lawyer Wang. Your case is scheduled to be heard tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Will you be able to attend? Yichio replied, certainly, I will be there on time. After hanging up, Yichio shook his head. Perhaps it was a matter of different levels of understanding. Reflecting on his past entanglement with Chang Xiaoyi, he felt no stirrings in his heart. In fact, he found himself almost amused, contemplating how foolish he had been to act on behalf of that wretched woman. Indeed, the connections in this world are wonderfully intricate. Had he not faced adversity, he might never have embarked on this unconventional journey. He could still be that livestock enslaved by capitalists, perpetually lamenting the mundane existence of an ordinary life. Everything he now experienced was beyond his previous imagination, perhaps even beyond the realm of his dreams. Chapter 54. A minor black swan at 9:30 in the evening. The U.S. futures market reopened, and Yichio waited eagerly. For the past few days had brought no favorable winds. He hoped to encounter a black swan today. Yichio then shook his head, finding the thought amusing. Not to mention the futures market. Even in the stock market, encountering a bull market was a rare and elusive event. As he activated his abilities, the computer screen before Yichio began to transform. Title: West Texas Intermediate Oil Value, 82. 3 barrel. 10 minutes later, the value plummeted to 70 barrel. Upon receiving this news, Yichio was immediately unsettled. Could it be that his dreams were indeed coming to fruition? Had he truly encountered a black swan event? Astonished, he thought, what is there to wait for? He urgently shouted with excitement and began to short West Texas Intermediate Oil with over $100 million at his disposal. A colossal number of orders were executed, amounting to more than 1,300 short positions. This action seemed to serve as a catalyst. The market was swiftly overwhelmed, and the price plummeted, producing an elongated bearish candlestick. On Wall Street, often referred to as the financial district, many renowned figures in the finance world congregate. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu appeared to possess profound insight, his face radiating confidence. A graduate of the Cambridge University finance program, he was dubbed the Satan of Finance. During the 2008 financial crisis, he amassed a fortune, and subsequently, after graduation, he established an investment bank in this foreign land, now valued at over $10 billion. Zhang Tianyu, holding a high-stemmed glass filled with red wine, stood in rapture before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the entirety of Wall Street, where he was undoubtedly the king. Boss, the price of crude oil has already dropped to 76. 2, exclaimed one of the traders beside him, bursting with excitement. His boss was nothing short of an oracle in the stock market. No data eluded his keen observation. The $1 billion injected earlier that morning had already yielded a profit exceeding $70 million, and the price continued to decline relentlessly, continuing to maintain a bearish stance. The price is yet to reach its nadir. Zhang Tianyu, brimming with confidence, remains unfazed by the surplus of over $70 million. On the other hand, in Shenzhen, Yichio exhibits a differing demeanor. His face reflects an exhilaration that is difficult to contain. In merely 3 minutes, he has maneuvered over $700 million, which, when converted to RMB, amounts to nearly 500 million. Had he known this was merely a fleeting moment, and given the data provided by his extraordinary abilities, this decline is projected to persist until the price hit $70 per barrel. When he ceased trading, the price hovered around $82.2. Thus, calculating it out, he stands to gain at least 12 points. To clarify, this means that for every barrel acquired, there is a profit of $12. Furthermore, he purchased over 1,300 short contracts, leading to a staggering surplus of over $90 million after disregarding the negligible transaction fees. Upon realizing this, Yichio couldn't help but lick his lips, Such an elusive black swan event epitomizes the allure of the futures market. The remaining time is merely trivial skirmishes, hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, this is not yet the end. It is merely the 10-minute mark, with several hours still remaining before the market closes. Ichio senses that by the night's end, his deposits may very well surpass 2 billion. After all, the larger the capital, the greater the volume of contracts he can engage in, and consequently, the increase in profit. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes have swiftly passed. The market price has reached the automatic liquidation threshold that Ichio had set. Shortly thereafter, upon the completion of all transactions, the balance in Ichio's account has soared to an impressive $200 million. 14 billion. Ichio's lips felt parched as he spoke, his expression tinged with bewilderment. He had never encountered such an immense sum of money before, and it had only been a mere few dozen days since he had acquired his extraordinary abilities. His personal fortune had skyrocketed from single digits to an astonishing 14 billion. The sensation was almost surreal, as if he were ensnared in a vivid dream. After a considerable pause, Ichio managed to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. His eyes slightly reddened as he continued to fixate on the screen. Name: West Texas Intermediate Crude Oil Value. 70. Half an hour later, the price soared to 86. Observing this valuation, Ichio swiftly positioned himself to capitalize on the dip, an avalanche of orders flooding the market. Amidst the plummeting prices, countless retail investors hastily sold off their stocks to mitigate losses. This presented Ichio with a golden opportunity. Regardless of the price, he was resolute in his purchases. In a short span, he acquired over 2,600 contracts. Upon completion of his purchases, Ichio could not contain his exuberant laughter. The market today seemed to be in disarray, fluctuating erratically between steep declines and sudden surges. This ebb and flow allowed him to turn a profit with alacrity. If all went well, he could amass $300 million from just these transactions tonight. The pace was nothing short of extraordinary. Boss, the bulls are gaining momentum. A tug-of-war is unfolding between both sides, the trader reported immediately. Zhang Tianyu fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. The current price was perilously close to hitting the limit down. The bulls would undoubtedly not sit idly by as the prices plummeted. Moreover, he sensed something peculiar about today's pricing, as if a financial shark was orchestrating a cleanup. As soon as the thought crossed Zhang Tianyu's mind, a chill ran down his spine. If that were indeed the case, it would be prudent to withdraw swiftly. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared. And even the most transcendent beings would be unable to rescue him, for even they were not adept at trading stocks. Having contemplated this, Zhang Tianyu promptly issued a directive to the trader to place an order. The financial titan was liquidating positions, and although he proclaimed himself the king of Wall Street, it was merely self-aggrandizement. The true monarchs of Wall Street were those financial moguls who could effortlessly manipulate the market's ebbs and flows, ruthlessly harvesting profits from the global populace. Even if one retreats with caution, a single misjudgment could lead to irrevocable entrapment. Deciding to take a long position, perhaps 500 million would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again, though his tone bore a hint of uncertainty. Even he struggled to discern the market's trajectory today. Prudence was essential. Having previously garnered 900 million in profits from an investment of 1 billion, allocating 500 million for a gamble seemed reasonable. The investors would not raise objections. Should fortune favor him, it would significantly enhance his investment bank's reputation, attracting more investors eager to invest their capital. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since he last returned to his homeland. Once this period of busyness concluded, he resolved to pay a visit, especially since President Huaqing had extended several invitations. After all, it was once his alma mater. With this thought, he made a firm decision to return home. Chapter 55. Court Hearing. Meanwhile, Ichio, brimming with excitement, set his automated liquidation price at approximately 85.8. Now that his financial resources had expanded, he realized that completing all transactions in a short span would still require some time. The predictions from the supernatural abilities indicated a price that barely reached 86.2. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Ichio opted for a more prudent approach. After concluding these matters, it was still only approaching 10 o'clock. However, he felt a twinge of fatigue after spending the morning gambling at the Jade Shop and then enduring several hours on a flight. Coupled with encountering a minor black swan event and frequently employing his abilities, it had left him feeling somewhat drained. He decided to rest, reassured that the automated liquidation price was already established, sparing him from excessive worry. The following day would bring its own challenges, particularly in dealing with those insufferable smug faces. Yi Qiu stretched lazily, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, tinged with sarcasm. If Chang Xiaoyi were aware of his current balance, she would surely be filled with regret. This thought made Yi Qiu wish he could print his bank balance and throw it in Chang Xiaoyi's face. Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea as unworthy. Wealth should remain discreet, a principle imparted by ancestors over millennia. It was far safer to amass riches quietly. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, the alarm clock's persistent beeping roused Yi Qiu from his slumber. After a brief morning routine, he eagerly settled before his computer. Upon opening the futures trading software, he was astonished to find his account balance had ballooned to an astounding $410 million. When converted to renminbi, that amounted to over 2.6 billion. This figure, indeed, was something that many tycoons worth billions in the Ming Empire could scarcely muster. After all, this is hard cash. The wealth of those executives is primarily composed of stocks and fixed assets. The actual liquid funds they can readily access rarely exceed 300 million. It is noteworthy that when Wang, the richest man, provided 500 million to young Master Wang as startup capital, it was dispersed in installments. If the wealthiest among us handles funds this way, one can only imagine the circumstances of others. Of course, excluding the likes of the two Mayas and the cash flow of Tencent. It is remarkable that a single mobile game like Honor of Kings can generate an annual revenue of 400 billion yuan. The distinction between internet ventures and traditional industries lies here. The former is merely virtual data, after deducting costs such as server maintenance and personnel salaries. The remainder is pure profit. In contrast, traditional industries involve a complex web of suppliers, distributors, and various operational costs. For the owners of these enterprises, the profits left after all expenditures are often alarmingly meager. Naturally, Apple stands apart from this discussion. This entity defies conventional classification, while it operates without its own factories. It nonetheless sells tangible products. A moment's reflection reveals that it primarily markets its brand and operating system, outsourcing the manufacturing of components to factories worldwide, then affixing its label, causing prices to soar, with new models retailing at nearly 10,000 yuan. Of course, our devoted Apple fans remain unfazed, embracing it as a matter of faith and sentiment. In the Luhu district, outside the Intermediate People's Court, Mr. Yi, greetings. I am Luo Xiang, the attorney responsible for your case. Greetings, Attorney Luo. Yi Qiu smiled in acknowledgement and added, Attorney Luo, how soon can we expect this case to conclude? Luo Xiang pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitant, and remarked, that depends on Mr. Ye's intentions. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu sensed a glimmer of possibility. Was he suggesting reconciliation? Yet, if reconciliation was the goal, why would he still require a lawyer? Luo Xiang appeared to discern Yi Qiu's confusion and adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Mr. Yi, what I mean is, how many years of sentencing do you desire for them? The defendant, Chang Xiaoyi, had indeed engaged in actions constituting illicit gains, which, if taken seriously, could be viewed as fraud. This matter hinges entirely on Mr. Ye's wishes, whether to downplay it or to pursue a substantial sentence. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, you truly are something, Teacher Luo, to directly inquire about the sentencing. In that case, I shall not hold back. Lawyer Luo, feel free to wield your expertise. The law can be as severe as it is warranted. Do you comprehend? Yi Qiu spoke coldly, for he had always been a person who bore grudges. As long as Chang Xiaoyi and Lu Yu remained unscathed, he would not relinquish his animosity. Lawyer Luo, do you have confidence in the other case? Yi Qiu pondered, turning his thoughts to the matter concerning Lu Yu. Lu Yu's background was rather complex, and he was uncertain of the outcome, for money holds an alluring power. Too many in the mundane world succumb to its temptations, executives and common folk alike, all ensnared by its grasp. Lawyer Luo took a moment to gather his thoughts, his expression revealing some distress. Mr. Yi, this case is somewhat troublesome. During my discussions with the police, it appears that your injury assessment only indicates minor soft tissue damage. At this juncture, it hardly amounts to anything substantial. Even if a lawsuit were to be filed, and even if Mr. Yi remains unforgiving, the defendant would only face a detention of 3 to 7 days at most. Upon hearing this response, Yi Qiu fell into silence. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it still left him somewhat disheartened. He could easily deduce that Lu Yu had surely engaged in some form of manipulation. After all, he had been struck to the point of unconsciousness and hospitalization. Such an incident could effortlessly result in a concussion, Yet the injury assessment had been downgraded to merely soft tissue contusion. He could hardly believe that no foul play was involved. Very well, let us set this case aside for now, Yichio spoke in a low voice, fully aware that such trivial measures could never shake Lu Yu's foundation. In fact, they barely scratched the surface. Only by dismantling his very foundation could he render him utterly destitute. A cold smile crept across Yichio's face at this thought. He was convinced that day would not be far off. Currently, his personal liquid assets had soared to an astonishing 26 billion, and this fortune would only continue to grow. Lu Yu's company was on the verge of going public, wasn't it? Surely, when he became a major shareholder in that company. The expressions on their faces would be quite a spectacle. However, this was not the ultimate aim of Yichio. He sought to leave Lu Yu with nothing, plunging him into utter despair. He would gradually increase his investment to dilute their shares, ultimately driving the Lu father and son out of the company. Without that layer of identity, he was confident he could unearth incriminating evidence against them. He certainly did not believe that the two of them were without sin. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a piercing voice that cut through the air, shattering Yichio's contemplation. Oh, some individuals truly possess the hearts of wolves and the lungs of dogs, squandering an entire year of youth belonging to my dear Xiaoa. All for a trivial sum of money. They have created such turmoil. How blind I was to once regard him favorably. A sharp, acerbic voice pierced the air from behind Yichio, unmistakably belonging to the bitter and scornful mother of Chang Xiaoa, Li Li. As Yichio turned around, the repugnant countenance of Chang Xiaoa's family came into view. How I hope you can still find your voice in court later, Yichio remarked with cold derision. Choosing to dismiss the family entirely, Chang Xiaoa, casting a disdainful glance at Yichio, felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Had she known Yichio was of such character, she would not have squandered a year of her youth on him. If only she had encountered Lu Zia sooner. She might have already ascended to the status of a wealthy matron. Since aligning herself with Lu Zia, Chang Xiao's demeanor had markedly changed. She now perceived herself as above the common folk. A mere 300,000 was hardly a burden for her. Especially considering that within just a few days of being with Lu Zia, her wealth had already surpassed 500,000. Humph. Yichio, I was truly blind to have been with you. Your conduct is utterly repulsive. She scoffed. As a young woman, my parents have raised me with great difficulty. And yet you hesitate over a mere 500,000 in betrothal gifts. Thankfully, I have seen your true nature. Subsequently, she remarked, you shall never savor 4 dishes in your lifetime. Is a girl's year of youth not worth your 300,000? What? Once it's over, you intend to simply pull up your trousers and leave? In Chang Xiao's view, Yichio merely exploited a legal loophole. Could it be that a girl's splendid year is utterly valueless? The 300,000 she received is entirely justified, yet Yichio, that despicable individual, has taken advantage of the situation. Even if she wishes to evade repayment, she cannot escape the law. She had contemplated seeking Lu Zia's intervention to suppress this matter. But upon reflection, if Lu Zia were to discover her past, her standing in his eyes would undoubtedly plummet. Chang Xiaoi considered herself quite attractive. Despite the ambiguous relationship with Lu Yu, she still harbored hopes of marrying into a wealthy family. If this situation were to lead to her downfall, she would surely regret it. After all, having tasted the lifestyle of the upper class, how could she ever resign herself to the drudgery of daily life? Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Yichio couldn't help but applaud the family's absurd reasoning. With such shamelessness, they could easily qualify as gatekeepers. Indeed, your family has truly broadened my horizons. Nevertheless, it is futile to say more. I hope you can still find a reason to smile later. With that, Yichio turned and entered the courtroom alongside Attorney Luo. Meanwhile, Chang Kuan, Chang Xiaoye's brother, wore an expression of indignation. Sister, is that scoundrel truly intent on reclaiming that 300,000? Just to be clear, I have already invested that sum in purchasing a house, and it's not something I can withdraw. Lily spoke up, stating, let it be known that even if we lose the case, your brother shall not bear the financial burden. Otherwise, I shall consider you as no daughter of mine. Chang Xiaoye's expression darkened, and a flicker of resentment passed through her eyes. However, now is not the time to sever ties with these bloodsuckers. She had only recently aligned herself with young Master Lu. Should her ambitions falter, at least she would have a place to return to. If she were to confront this group head-on, she would find herself with no escape route. I understand. Ultimately, Chang Xiaoyi had no choice but to swallow her indignation, burying her resentment deep within her heart. Yet, once she ascended to prominence, transforming into a phoenix, She would unceremoniously cast aside this family of vampires. Her mother and brother would not receive a single penny from her hands. Though Chang Xiaoye's thought process was peculiar, she was far from foolish. Her brother, Chang Kuan, and mother, Li Li, were nothing but leeches, intent on draining her dry. They would not relent until they had siphoned every last bit from her. But now, circumstances had changed. She had latched onto the substantial support of Lu Zia. Even if she failed to enter the elite circles, she could still acquire a considerable sum of wealth. In such a case, she would completely shed her identity as Chang Xiaoyi and soar to greater heights. As she pondered this, her thoughts began to wander. With her skills, she ensured that Lu Zia was utterly captivated. She even refrained from using protection, her intent clear, to conceive a child of the Lu lineage. Should her scheme succeed, it would serve as leverage to firmly establish herself within the Lu family. If it failed, well, she would still walk away with a handsome sum for an abortion. By the judgment of this court, the defendant, Chang Xiaoyi, has been ordered to return the bride price of 320,000 yuan to the plaintiff within 1 week due to her illegal appropriation of another's property, which involves suspicions of fraud. Furthermore, this case will continue to be investigated, and if any fraudulent activities are confirmed, appropriate legal actions will be taken. Outside the county office, Yi Qiu expressed his gratitude to lawyer Luo. Although they were unable to incarcerate Chang Xiaoyi as they had hoped, it was sufficient. There would be ample time ahead for him to accompany them in their pursuits. Luo Xiang shook his head with a sigh, saying, Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my underperformance. I could not secure the opponent's incarceration. Haha, lawyer Luo, you have performed admirably. Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. On the other side, the Chang family wore grim expressions, largely due to the behavior of Li Mu, who, despite her astonishingly boisterous nature, had not engaged a lawyer. Her nonsensical remarks had proven utterly ineffective, leading the judge to suspect their family of fraud. Mother, what shall we do now? If fraud is indeed established, will I not be imprisoned? Chang Xiaoyi exclaimed, her anxiety causing her to pace frantically, her tone tinged with desperation. Li Li immediately retorted, how was I to know about these legal intricacies? You never informed me. Regardless, the situation has escalated to this point. Perhaps, my daughter, you should consider spending some time in confinement? After all, your brother's house will never be sold to repay you. Mother, what are you saying? That money is supposed to come to me. Is your younger brother your child, and I am not? Am I not also a piece of flesh that fell from your body? How could you favor him so? Chang Xiaoyi trembled with anger. Although she had long since lost hope in her mother's character, she never imagined that the words about her being sent to prison would come from her own mother. No matter what, she, Chang Xiaoyi, was also flesh and blood of her mother. Li Li, confronted by Chang Xiaoyi's accusations, immediately placed her hands on her hips and began to shout, you ungrateful wretch! I raised you from infancy, and you dare to rebel against me? Moreover, your father and I will grow old and rely on your younger brother for support. If we sell the house, where will he live? Daughters are like spilled water. Can we truly expect you to support the whole family in the future? Enough. How long must this commotion continue? Do you not feel ashamed to cause such a scene in public? At that moment, Chang Yuanshan, who had always been overshadowed, suddenly spoke up with authority, startling Chang Xiaoyi and the others into silence. In their memories, their home had always been ruled by their mother, while their father seemed almost non-existent. He worked tirelessly at home, perpetually silent, embodying the role of a good-natured man. This was the first time Chang Xiaoyi and her brother had witnessed their father's anger. Li Li, taken aback, could hardly believe it. Chang Yuanshan, you insolent wretch, how dare you shout at me? With her hands on her hips and her short, wavy hair framing her face, she resembled a furious harpy. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu remained oblivious to the argument unfolding nearby. At this moment, he was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the lawyer at a restaurant. Lawyer Luo, I wonder if you have any interest in stepping outside the confines of the law firm? Suddenly, Yi Qiu inquired. Luo Xiang paused slightly, somewhat perplexed by Yi Qiu's words. To be honest, I have considered that, but after leaving the law firm, what else could I do? I have not handled many significant cases, and my financial resources are insufficient. Establishing my own practice may be beyond my qualifications. Luo Xiang sighed, for he too yearned to carve out a space for himself in the world. Yet, reality is often harsh, without reputation or connections. Even if he were to leave the law firm and establish his own practice, he would likely only handle trivial cases such as divorce or civil disputes. With that time, it might be wiser to remain at the law firm, as there could be a chance of encountering a major case. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu chuckled softly. refraining from revealing his own plans, as the time was not yet ripe, and it was still too early. Initially, before his powers had advanced, he had contemplated starting a company focused on jade and antiques. However, after the enhancement of his abilities, such small ventures no longer appeal to him. The most lucrative industry in the world is undoubtedly finance. The stock and futures markets, bolstered by the state, are teeming with capital magnates. The daily circulation of funds reaches staggering amounts, and with his abilities, Yi Qiu could ensure that he would never sink in this ocean of finance. Thus, he had lost interest in companies dealing with jade and antiques, and he was now preparing to establish an offshore investment company. Though it remained merely a concept in his mind, yet to be acted upon. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the two parted ways. Due to the influence of alcohol, Yi Qiu opted for a designated driver. Along the way, he stumbled upon an intriguing piece of news. The report detailed an explosion at an oil well in the Middle East, which subsequently triggered a chain reaction, resulting in a temporary rise in oil prices. So yesterday's minor black swan event stemmed from this incident. Yet, Yi Qiu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that those camels had somehow detonated the oil well themselves? Just as he was engrossed in his thoughts, a private message from his high school group popped up on his Penguin app. Do you have time? Let's meet. Yi Qiu was taken aback. Lin Huixue was actually reaching out to him? Moreover, she suggested a meeting. Ever since that incident, no matter how he tried to contact Lin Huixue, she had remained unresponsive, as if she had vanished into thin air. After countless calls to the phone number obtained through an intermediary, he ultimately found himself blocked. Ignoring the suddenness of Lin Huixue's message, Yi Qiu hastily replied, I'm here. Where are you? Lin Huixue responded, I'm at Xinqing River Park. She then sent a location pin. Yi Qiu quickly instructed the designated driver to turn the vehicle around and head towards the specified location. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at the designated spot. Yet he found himself scanning the surroundings without catching a glimpse of Lin Huixue. Had something gone awry? The thought ignited a sense of panic within him. Perhaps a remnant of youthful dreams or a lingering sense of responsibility. Unbeknownst to him, the feelings he had harbored for Lin Huixue in his younger years had once again taken hold of his heart. At present, Lin Huixue's absence stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qiu retrieved his phone and initiated a voice call. Shortly thereafter, the sound of ringing resonated by the riverbank. Yi Qiu hurriedly dashed toward the source of the sound, only to discover a smaller figure curled beneath a willow tree. A barely perceptible sobbing reached his ears, and as he approached, he noticed that the figure was discreetly wiping away tears from her eyes. You've come, Lin Huixue murmured. Yi Qiu nodded and settled himself beside her, instinctively placing a hand on her back, gently patting her in a comforting manner. Lin Huixue shivered slightly, appearing somewhat bashful. I miss my mother. She had her accident right here. Lin Huixue spoke softly, tears once again breaking free and cascading down her porcelain cheeks. Yi Qiu opened his mouth. Yet words eluded him. He longed to offer solace, but found himself at a loss. He could only continue to gently pat her back. After a considerable time, Lin Huixue finally calmed her emotions. Following a prolonged silence, she uttered, I am getting married. The date is set for the 15th of next month. At her words, Yi Qiu's hand faltered, and his lips quivered slightly. Why so soon? Lin Huixue forced a bitter smile. My father's company is on the brink of bankruptcy and liquidation. If we do not secure an influx of capital, it will be entirely dissolved. Then you could have told me. Why didn't you say anything? Lin Huixue shook her head and said, the financial chain of my father's company has already collapsed. It requires at least 1 billion to revive it, and with the subsequent operations, the total amounts to 2 billion. Although Lin Huixue did not explicitly state it, she was subtly implying that Yi Qiu could not bear such a burden. Ever since that day, her mind had been in turmoil, but as time passed, she began to feel that it wasn't as significant anymore. After all, she would eventually marry someone she did not love. What difference did it make if it were Yi Qiu? She still harbored a slight fondness for her classmate. Let us annul the engagement. I will cover the expenses. Yi Qiu spoke with an unwavering tone. Lin Huixue was his woman, and he would not sit idly by while she married another. Lin Huixue forced a smile and replied, Yi Qiu, you still do not understand. It's not a matter of thousands or tens of thousands. It's 2 billion. Even if you could purchase a villa worth several million, the disparity is still vast. I called you out today simply to bid you farewell. After this, perhaps there will be no future. After uttering these words, Lin Huixue fell silent once more. Yi Qiu, however, embraced the frail Lin Huixue, disregarding her struggles. What? You still do not trust your husband? It's just 2 billion. Yi Qiu declared with confidence, and upon seeing Lin Huishue's face redden from her exertion, he could not resist placing a gentle kiss on her lips. Lin Huishue's delicate face was now flushed, her rosy cheeks framing her slightly dazed eyes. She had guarded her purity for over 20 years, never engaging in any intimate contact with a man, not even the simple act of holding hands. Yet, at this moment, as Yi Qiu infringed upon her personal space, she felt no urge to resist. Rather, she found herself inexplicably enjoying the encounter. Chapter 58. Learning Chinese. Why You Let Go of Me. Lin Huishue's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly, reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze caressing the branches in March, evoking a unique tenderness. Ha ha, all right. I won't tease you any longer, Yi Qiu chuckled, pulling out his phone to reveal a futures trading application. There was an astonishing sum of over 400 million US dollars displayed, which, when converted to Chinese yuan, amounted to over 2.6 billion. This was more than sufficient to cover the deficiencies in your father's company. Lin Huishue widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at the string of figures, counting them repeatedly, confirming the truth of Yi Qiu's words. Why, Yi Qiu, is this really your money? Lin Huishue struggled to accept this reality. During high school, Yi Qiu's family did not boast affluence, even though he had recently purchased a villa worth over 30 million. Yet now, before her lay a fortune of 26 billion. Enough with the tears. Tomorrow, take me to meet your father, Yi Qiu gently reassured her. Immediately, Lin Huishue's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze reddening as tears cascaded down her cheeks like a river breaching its banks. Why are you so good to me? Lin Huishue managed to choke out, reflecting on their one night together under the influence of alcohol. In this tumultuous society, could a single encounter truly define a lifetime? Moreover, it is indeed 2 billion. Yi Qiu could effortlessly produce such an amount. What manner of person could he possibly be? In an instant, Lin Huishue felt her heart in turmoil, a wave of emotions swirling within her. Perhaps it was because Yi Qiu was her first man, or perhaps it was due to his timely assistance. A sentiment known as affection began to take root in her heart. Upon hearing Lin Huishue's inquiry, Yi Qiu managed a wry smile and replied, in my youth, you were the one who inhabited my dreams, the enchanting figure who entered my heart when I first experienced love. However, back then, you were like a blossoming lotus, and I could only admire you from afar, lacking even the courage to meet your gaze. Lin Huishue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yi Qiu had harbored feelings for her since high school. Indeed, the number of love letters she had received during that time could have easily covered half of the playground, a testament to her allure. Well, Lin Huishue stammered, struggling to find her voice. Are you hungry? Come, let me treat you to a meal. Yi Qiu took Lin Huishue's hand, assisting her into the car. Driver, please take us to the Luohu Bay Villa area. Before long, the car entered the villa's private garage. After tipping the driver 500 yuan, Yi Qiu led Lin Huishue into the villa. Lin Huishue's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as she marveled at the wonders of fate. Just days ago, she had sold this very villa, and now she returned, and as the lady of the house no less. At this moment, Lin Huishue had already begun to see herself as Yi Qiu's woman. Having done what needed to be done, the troubles that once plagued her heart had dissipated. With this realization, why not embrace love with open arms? Although Lin Huishue had never experienced romance throughout her life, she deeply admired the notion of a love that endures until old age. Her character was one that boldly embraced both love and hate. Therefore, she had firmly resolved to claim Yi Qiu for herself. Then, let me ask my father to annul the engagement tomorrow, Lin Huishue said, revealing a sweet dimple as she joyfully savored the noodles prepared by Yi Qiu. Certainly, even if you don't mention it, I will speak to your father. After all, you are now my woman, Yi Qiu replied with an air of undeniable authority. It would be quite absurd to maintain a three-person happiness, wouldn't it? As the night deepened, Yi Qiu lay alone in bed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He could not comprehend why, after everything that had transpired, Lin Huishue still felt shy. Why did she insist on asking for time? After tossing and turning for 2 or 3 hours, Yi Qiu could no longer contain himself. Damn it, he muttered, throwing off the covers and stealthily making his way downstairs. Upon reaching Lin Huishue's door, he twisted the doorknob with a mischievous smile. However, to his dismay, he found that she had locked it. This unexpected turn of events left Yi Qiu feeling exasperated, as if it were a slight against his character. Fine. If the door is locked, then I shall simply climb through the window. Inside the room, Lin Huishua covered her flushed face with the blanket, her eyes fixed intently on the door. Upon noticing the silence at the door, a sense of relief washed over her, yet concurrently, a wave of disappointment lingered in her heart. "Oh dear, Lin Huishua, what are you thinking?" she muttered to herself. Although she had indulged in wine the previous night, fragments of memories remained hazy. Suddenly, a sound jolted Lin Huishua from her reverie. With trepidation, she peeked out, only to see a shadow slipping through the window, swiftly burrowing into her bed. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, warmth pressed against her lips, accompanied by a large hand exploring her form. Lin Huishua's cheeks flushed crimson as she exhaled softly. Yi Qiu, you're insufferable. Hee, you're my little treasure. Yi Qiu replied in a muffled tone, stirring a delightful chaos within Lin Huishua, her gaze now brimming with unspoken longing. The following day, "You're incorrigible," she chided lightly. Yi Qiu chuckled, "Is that my fault? Now, let us hasten to have breakfast. We need to meet your father." The sooner they resolved this matter, the more at ease he would feel. Chapter 59, Meeting the Parents. Though Yi Qiu possessed a certain audacity reminiscent of a bygone era, Lin Huishua was not so bold. She was, after all, the goddess she had secretly adored for quite some time. Nodding in agreement, Lin Huishua acknowledged the urgency she had felt, but now, with Yi Qiu by her side, her worries had diminished. After breakfast, Yi Qiu drove Lin Huishua onto the city's ring highway. Lin Huishua's father owned a company in another district of Deep City, a place where she had once pursued her studies, which explained why they had purchased the villa in this location. At Yotian Company Limited, Lin Songhai stood despondently on the rooftop, his expression devoid of emotion, his face betraying a profound sense of despair. Though he was merely in his 50s, his hair had turned a stark white, a testament to the immense pressures he bore. Yet now he found himself at a dead end, unable to repay the daunting sum of 1 billion. The gaping holes in the company's finances could not be mended, and ultimately, the repercussions would fall squarely upon his shoulders. Should it reach that point, the lightest sentence would be over 7 years of imprisonment. He understood that at his age, the chances of emerging from such a fate were negligible. Thus, Lin Songhai resorted to this desperate measure, if death was inevitable. Why not embrace a departure devoid of suffering? However, the corners of his eyes began to brim with murky tears. His own demise might indeed bring closure. But what of his daughter? Her path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. Those creditors, unable to extract payment from him, would inevitably thrust that immense debt upon her. Huishua father is so sorry. With that thought, Lin Songhai prepared to leap from the rooftop, but just then, his phone rang, interrupting his journey towards oblivion and shattering the fragile courage he had mustered. With a dark expression, he fished his phone from his pocket. Who could it be? Even in seeking death, one could not find peace. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was his daughter's name, perhaps out of guilt. After a moment of silence, he chose to answer. "Hello? Dad? Are you at the company?" "I'm in the office, but haven't seen you." Lin Huishua asked with a hint of confusion, as her father had been residing at the company during this period, and thus she had refrained from calling. However, upon entering the office, she found no trace of her father. Beside her, Yi Qiu shook his head. Indeed, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In such a vast company, not even a security guard remained, let alone other employees. On the other end of the line, Lin Songhai fell into silence for a moment, contemplating the decision to meet his daughter for one last time before his demise. What did a little more time matter? After all, he would have ample opportunity to rest later. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Songhai spotted Yi Qiu beside his daughter. He hesitated, noting the unusual expression on Lin Huishua's face, which suggested a significant connection with this young man. "Huishua, is this your friend?" Lin Songhai inquired, feigning ignorance. Lin Huishua's cheeks flushed, and she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Dad, this is my boyfriend, Yi Qiu." At that moment, Yi Qiu also greeted him, saying, "Hello, uncle. I am Huishua's boyfriend." Lin Songhai nodded in realization and then scrutinized Yi Qiu from head to toe. After a brief moment, he withdrew his gaze, having gleaned some insights. This young man, named Yi Qiu, seemed to possess commendable qualities. It should not be a problem for him to care for his daughter. However, he wondered whether Yi Qiu would hesitate upon learning about their family's circumstances. After all, in addition to the 10 billion yuan loan from the bank, the company was also burdened with outstanding payments from upstream and downstream transactions. These individuals disregard the notion that one's debts are absolved upon death. Should someone choose to confront his daughter over this matter, even the officials would find themselves powerless as it pertains to a civil dispute, where their role would merely be to mediate. After exchanging introductions, an awkward silence enveloped the room, with the three of them staring blankly at one another, uncertain of what to say. Soon, Yichio could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Uncle Lin, I've heard from Hueshua that your company has recently encountered some difficulties. I came here to see if I could be of assistance. Lin Songhai sighed upon hearing this and shook his head. The boy, Yichio, possessed a good heart. Yet he remained unaware of the magnitude of the financial burdens at hand. He refrained from commenting on his daughter's choices. After all, as one approaches death, their words tend to carry a certain wisdom. If he could witness his daughter find happiness in her final days, he would harbor no regrets. As for the engagement, he would let that dissipate into the winds. Previously, Lin Songhai had placed his hopes in the Zhao family from the harbor city, as there had been a prior engagement between the two families. However, circumstances had conspired against him, leading to his entrapment. Thus, he had begun to pressure Hueshua into marrying into the Zhao family. But recently, he had come to a realization. Since his daughter had discovered her own happiness, he would allow her to pursue it. He had resigned himself to fate, and to be able to act as a proper father in his final moments was indeed a blessing. I shall call you Xiao Yi, he said, accepting the young man's goodwill. However, this matter is far beyond your involvement. Focus on building a good life with Hueshua. I will do my utmost to ensure that the debts do not affect you. After a brief silence, Lin Songhai finally spoke again. Meanwhile, Yichio opened the futures balance on his phone and deliberately placed it before Lin Songhai, clicking to withdraw funds. Uncle Lin, I can temporarily provide you with 1.5 billion, and I will inject the remaining funds into your company within a month. As for this sum, consider it as my investment. You can directly allocate the shares to Hueshua. Yichio spoke confidently, completely oblivious to Lin Songhai's astonished expression. As if his mouth could accommodate an egg, Lin Songhai stared incredulously at the balance on his phone, an astounding $400 million. He had some understanding of futures. Having fallen victim to traps in the stock market, futures share certain similarities with stocks, which is why he was so taken aback upon seeing that balance. After a lengthy pause, Lin Songhai stammered, Xiao Yi, no. Brother Yi, are you serious? Overwhelmed with excitement, he addressed Yichio with newfound respect. After all, who could summon such a sum at this moment? He would not mind calling him father if it meant securing the funds. Meanwhile, Lin Hueshua rolled her eyes at the revelation. So, while Yichio appeared to be her boyfriend, he was actually her uncle behind the scenes? Yichio nearly choked upon hearing this. Cough, cough. Uncle Lin, there's no need for such formality. Just provide me with an account number, and I will transfer the funds as soon as they arrive. As for the shares, you can divide them as you see fit. But the name should be directly under Hueshua's. Lin Songhai, elated, exclaimed, wonderful, wonderful. Then let's agree on 40%. After all, I have only this one daughter, and eventually, she will belong to both of you. What does it matter how the shares are divided? Instantly, Lin Hueshua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon receiving Yichio's promise, Lin Songhai felt invigorated, once again embodying the commanding presence of a formidable leader. Chapter 60. Class reunion. By the way, Uncle Lin, since Hueshua is now my girlfriend, what about the marriage contract from before? Yichio gently reminded. Without hesitation, Lin Songhai patted his chest and assured, rest assured, Xiaoya. Hueshua is not only your girlfriend, but also my daughter. If it weren't for the pressing circumstances, I would never have made such a foolish mistake. As he spoke, a flicker of regret crossed Lin Songhai's face, revealing the psychological torment his daughter had endured during this time. Caught between her father and a man she does not love, Lin Hueshua's predicament was akin to being tormented on a pyre. Fortunately, he had not committed an irreparable error. Otherwise, how could he face his daughter's mother? Yichio nodded, and the three continued to chat casually within the company. During their conversation, Lin Songhai subtly inquired about the futures account. Uncle Lin, I was just fortunate enough to ride a wave, Yichio casually remarked. The futures market, unlike the world of stone gambling, is not easily scrutinized by outsiders. Only the exchange's backend can view the transactions. However, this thought served as a warning to Yichio, as his account was indeed registered under the exchange. All operational details regarding the funds in the account would be meticulously recorded. A simple inquiry by the exchange could reveal his trading activities. In this regard, it represented a minor risk, yet the futures market is not as scrutinized as other industries. This matter can be spun into a tale of extraordinary talent. As for Uncle Lin, there is no need for farewells. We shall take our leave, Yi Qiu remarked with a smile. As the sum of 1.5 billion had already been transferred to Lin Songhai's company account, this should suffice to address the obligations with the bank for the time being. As for the other upstream and downstream suppliers, we can settle half of their payments for now. The remaining funds can wait. This approach significantly alleviates the financial pressure, allowing us to navigate this period without complications. After all, for the bank, the more debt you owe, the better. This predicament arose from the company's funds being immobilized, leading to Lin Songhai's firm being classified as a high-risk client. However, with Yi Qiu's substantial deposit, the company is poised for a rebirth, prompting the bank to relax its policies. On the roadside, after bidding farewell to Lin Songhai, Yi Qiu and Lin Huixue walked in tandem down the bustling street. Suddenly, Lin Huixue quickened her pace to catch up with Yi Qiu, her cheeks flushed as she softly uttered, "Thank you for this time." Yi Qiu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he teased, "Is that merely a verbal expression of gratitude?" Lin Huixue, mustering her courage, inquired, "What would you prefer then?" Resolved, she acknowledged her inability to escape Yi Qiu's grasp, for even without mentioning the 1.5 billion, the fact that he had taken her virginity was an irreversible chapter. In truth, Lin Huixue had already come to terms with her feelings for Yi Qiu. "I want to devour you," Yi Qiu whispered close to Lin Huixue's ear, his warm breath caressing her delicate neck. She couldn't help but slightly retract her neck, a faint blush creeping across her face. The vivid memories of the previous night's passionate encounter swiftly resurfaced in Lin Huixue's mind. "You are insufferable," Lin Huixue bit her lip, her eyes glimmering with a unique allure as her small fist playfully tapped against Yi Qiu's chest. Yi Qiu let out a hearty laugh, casting a quick glance around to confirm their privacy, and then, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, pressed his lips against Lin Huixue's soft, red ones. Moments later, their lips parted, and Lin Huixue's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, resembling a rose poised to bloom. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone intruded upon their tender moment. Lin Huixue shot Yi Qiu a disapproving glance, seemingly accusing him of his public display of affection. "Oh, it's Luing calling," she exclaimed in surprise as she glanced at the caller ID. Luing was a classmate from her high school days, with whom she had a rather lukewarm relationship. "I should answer it and see what she wants." Yi Qiu had a vague recollection of Luing. He had heard whispers of her less-than-stellar reputation, as she had been known for her promiscuity during their school years. Some of the more precocious boys in their class would exchange tales about her. However, at that time, Yi Qiu's heart belonged solely to Lin Huixue, leaving him utterly disinterested in other girls. The idea of a girl who was so easily accessible made him feel quite uncomfortable. Before long, Lin Huixue had finished the call, her expression somewhat peculiar. Luing had informed her that the class monitor was organizing a gathering, scheduled for 8 o'clock that evening. "Are you going?" Lin Huixue hesitated to inquire, as Yi Qiu had never attended any of their high school reunions. "Why not go?" Yi Qiu, however, held no objections. After all, he yearned to gracefully reconnect with his former classmates. Yet, he had always lived a rather unremarkable life, which had fostered a lingering sense of inferiority within him. This was precisely why he had abstained from previous gatherings. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. He had long transcended his former self. As the saying goes, wealth is the courage of a man. Now, with a staggering 11 billion in savings, his demeanor was a far cry from that of his youth. Taken aback by his response, Lin Huixue was momentarily speechless. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Yi Qiu's words ignited a blush upon her cheeks once more. "Why not go? If I don't, how will those fellows know that I've won over the school's most coveted dream girl?" Indeed, Lin Huixue had been the goddess of the entire school during their high school years. Countless admirers had harbored secret affections for her, Yi Qiu being one among them. However, the distinction now lay in the fact that Yi Qiu had realized his childhood dream. In their youth, during the peak of My Fair Princess, Yi Qiu was particularly fond of a certain lyric. "Let us accompany each other through the mortal realm, living freely and gallantly, riding forth to relish the splendor of life." The goddess, the galloping steed, he had achieved them all. In the deep city, at the Baiyun Grand Hotel, Yi Qiu and Lin Huixue arrived in his BMW X7. A fleeting glance revealed a rather reserved man, a classmate of Yi Qiu, who, despite being male in form, possessed a heart akin to that of a woman. The demeanor and attire were excessively effeminate. Initially, Yi Qiu found it quite distasteful. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather inconsequential. Everyone has their own way of living, and such preferences belong to others. Why should he impose his own views upon them? After parking the car, Yichio took Lin Huishue's hand and walked towards the entrance. At first, Lin Huishue felt somewhat bashful, but gradually she became accustomed to the sensation of being led, much like a child who need not ponder or act, but simply follow along. Chapter 61. Shi Shi and Dong Shi. Sister, doesn't that person look familiar? Huh. Sister, look at who he is holding hands with. Yang Linyu exclaimed, his voice a peculiar blend, neither masculine nor feminine, resembling a duck's quack. Beside him, Zhou Kai displayed a faint air of disdain, her expression tinged with contempt. Who do you think you are, calling me sister? Zhou Kai couldn't help but internally scoff, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, as they were all classmates and it would be unwise to strain their relations. Zhou Kai casually followed Yang Linyu's gaze, but upon catching sight of that enchanting visage, her eyes widened in shock. What on earth? She couldn't help but exclaim. What was she witnessing? The renowned ice-cold girl from high school was actually dating someone. And judging by their affectionate hand-holding, it was evident that theirs was a genuine love. How regrettable, indeed. Zhou Kai murmured softly, lamenting that the class monitor's affections were likely in vain. Class leader Li Hua had been pursuing Lin Huishue since high school, yet Lin Huishue seemed indifferent to everyone. It was rumored that she had never been in a romantic relationship even in university, which made today's encounter all the more astonishing. After all, it was merely a matter of possessing a beautiful visage. Reflecting on the class leader's arrangement, Zhou Kai couldn't help but express a hint of jealousy. Lin Huishue had been the dream goddess of all the boys and a rival to the girls. She stood tall and graceful, her beauty comparable to that of a legendary beauty, with a physique that was nothing short of perfection. The other girls in the school felt a sense of inferiority in her presence, the disparity between them akin to that of Shi Shi and Dong Shi. Zhou Kai then turned her gaze towards Yichio, curious to discern what manner of man could captivate such an icy goddess. However, upon this fleeting glance, she hesitated. Years had passed, and although their appearances had matured and changed somewhat, she could still discern traces of familiarity. Yichio's countenance evoked a sensation within Zhou Kai that was both known and foreign, as if they had crossed paths before, yet she could not place it. Hello. Zhou Kai, Yang Linyu. Yichio greeted first, their names resurfacing vividly in his mind, particularly Yang Linyu. He felt that he would never forget having such a classmate. Zhou Kai hesitated. You, who are you? She truly could not recall where she had met Yichio, yet he seemed to recognize her name, suggesting a prior acquaintance. Meanwhile, Lin Huishue stifled a laugh beside them, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. Ha ha ha, Yichio. It seems your presence was so tragically insignificant back then that these old classmates have completely forgotten you. Yichio? Zhou Kai was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that name, as memories surged forth like a tidal wave. After a while, she finally recalled. Yichio, Zhou Kai exclaimed, for Yichio had merely been an inconspicuous figure in class, with average grades and a reticent demeanor, lacking deep connections with anyone. The reason Zhou Kai could remember him so swiftly was due to his absence from several gatherings. However, as she thought of Yichio, her heart was filled with astonishment. She could hardly believe that such an unremarkable classmate had managed to win the affection of the frost goddess. At that moment, Yang Linyu, who was nearby, also began to recollect Yichio. He quickly assessed Yichio from head to toe, then, adopting an exaggerated tone and flamboyant gestures, exclaimed, "Oh my, so it's you. Yichio, long time no see. You've certainly built up quite a physique." As he spoke, Yang Linyu, with a flirtatious gleam in his eyes, reached out, intending to touch Yichio's muscular chest. A wave of discomfort washed over Yichio, and he immediately felt that his initial impression of Yang Linyu had been misguided. Such morally ambiguous intentions would not be accepted by the general populace. After all, if a man, with a flirtatious demeanor, sought to touch your chest muscles, would you not be alarmed? After all, the consequences could be dire. Slap. Before Yichio could evade, Lin Huishue, like a protective hen, glared at Yang Linyu with wide, furious eyes. What do you think you're doing? Lin Huishue exclaimed in anger, asserting that if Yang Linyu were to touch Yichio, she would certainly not wish for Yichio to approach her for at least half a month. Moreover, there was one unspoken thought lingering in her mind. Yichio is my man. Only I have the right to touch him. How dare this effeminate fool think he can? Humph, if he can't touch him, then so be it. Who cares? Yang Linyu, with a haughty toss of his head and fingers delicately arched, could not help but steal glances at Yi Qiu. As a self-proclaimed Mother Zero, he found Yi Qiu, with his slim attire and well-defined physique, utterly captivating. He yearned to experience the intense masculinity that emanated from Yi Qiu. Alas, it seemed that Lin Huixue, that little vixen, was watching closely, and today did not promise any opportunity. Nevertheless, Yang Linyu had resolved to obtain Yi Qiu's WeChat and phone number later. He was determined to win Yi Qiu over. After a period of casual conversation, Zhou Kai suggested, Yi Qiu, Huixue, why don't you two head upstairs first? They are in box 806, and some classmates haven't arrived yet. So we must wait a while. Lin Huixue nodded, saying, all right, thank you for your efforts. We'll go ahead. At that moment, Yang Tianyu interjected once more, casting a flirtatious glance at Yi Qiu. Xiao Qi Qiu, you go on up first. We'll join you shortly. Yi Qiu clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the urge to punch Yang Linyu in the face, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. He simply could not appreciate such flamboyant behavior from another man. My name is Yi Qiu. If I hear you call me anything else, do you believe I want to make you regret it? Yi Qiu felt a sense of discomfort welling up within him. After uttering those words, he hurriedly seized Lin Huixue's hand, dashing up the stairs as if escaping. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might truly lose control and wish to harm Yang Linyu. Everyone else had a girlfriend, and it was Lin Huixue of all people. I wonder if you could cease your daydreaming for just a moment? Zhou Kai could not help but retort. Yet, Yang Linyu remained unfazed, casually inspecting his nails, and arrogantly declared, what of having a girlfriend? We are not yet wed. It is a level playing field. Besides, who knows if others might desire an additional boyfriend? Furthermore, love between the same sex is the true affection. Opposite-sex relationships merely serve the purpose of procreation. Humph. I have no obligation to explain myself to you. With that, Yang Linyu turned his head away, dismissing Zhou Kai entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Huixue was doubled over with laughter, her eyes nearly disappearing with mirth. Ha ha ha. Yi Qiu, do you wish for another boyfriend? Chapter 62. Class Reunion. Lin Huixue playfully huffed, rolling her eyes at Yi Qiu. Thankfully, the corridor of the restaurant was somewhat dimly lit, and there were not many people around. The two engaged in playful banter until they reached the entrance of room 806. The door to the private room was slightly ajar, and sounds of raucous chatter emanated from within. Lin Huixue knocked gently before cautiously pushing the door open, peeking her head inside before stepping in. Although her movements were subtle, they nonetheless captured the attention of several onlookers. After all, tonight's gathering was unlike any other. It pertained to the lifelong happiness of their class president, hence they were particularly attentive. Lin Huixue had arrived. A hushed voice spoke, and immediately the gaze of the crowd turned toward the entrance. At that moment, Ouyang Hua rose from his seat, clad in a sleek black suit, his hair meticulously slicked back, and his shoes polished to a brilliant shine. A charming smile adorned his face, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. As he stood, he discreetly exchanged a glance with the person beside him. However, his expression soon became rigid. Lin Huixue entered, holding hands with a man, their demeanor strikingly intimate. A sharp crack echoed within Ouyang Hua, resonating like the shattering of his heart. The other attendees exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Ouyang Hua's feelings were an open secret. Since their school days, he had pursued Lin Huixue, yet had never received a reciprocation. After years apart, he had organized a high school reunion, subtly coordinating with other classmates to assist him in his theatrical endeavor. He intended to make a grand confession that night. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for Lin Huixue's arrival with a male companion, their closeness palpable. Hello everyone, it's been so long. Lin Huixue greeted cheerfully, a nostalgic spirit emanating from her. She cherished the enduring bonds of friendship, grateful that they had not faded with time. In fact, they gathered annually, a tradition that brought her great comfort. Huixue, who is this? Li Ming inquired, having once shared a dorm with Lin Huixue and being her close confidant. When did Lin Huixue enter a romantic relationship? How is it that she remains unaware? The two of them have always shared an open and candid rapport. If Lin Huixue were indeed to engage in a relationship, she surely would not conceal it. Could it be that Huixue is aware of the true purpose of this gathering? Is it possible she wishes to spare Ouyang Hua from embarrassment? Hence, she hastily sought someone to impersonate her boyfriend? One must admit, Li Ming's capacity for imagination is quite formidable, as she swiftly conjures such elaborate scenarios. Following Li Ming's inquiry, the crowd perked up, their faces alight with curiosity. After all, Lin Huixue is renowned as the perfect ice goddess during her high school years, despite the many wealthy suitors vying for her affection. She had clearly stated her intentions to remain unattached. Yet now, she has brought a man into the fold, and their demeanor suggests an intimate bond, arousing the classmates' keen interest in the man's identity. Ouyang Hua's heart raced, his anxiety reaching a crescendo as he continued to deceive himself. May the Bodhisattva bless me. May Laozi and the Buddha protect me. Let that man not be Lin Huixue's boyfriend. Ouyang Hua fervently prayed within. Suddenly, a bespectacled young man leapt to his feet, his face alight with excitement as he shouted, "Yi Qiu!" Yi Qiu turned at the sound, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The speaker was his best friend from high school. Regrettably, after the college entrance examination, their contact dwindled. As they both entered university and met new acquaintances, their bond gradually faded. "Long time no see, Sun Hao," Yi Qiu waved, greeting him. "It truly is you. At first, I hardly recognized you. You've changed quite a bit." Sun Hao was momentarily taken aback, and then spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Their conversation drew the attention of their former classmates nearby, who gradually wore expressions of surprise. The name Yi Qiu evoked a faint memory, yet they could not quite place which classmate it belonged to. This was not entirely Yi Qiu's fault. During high school, due to his somewhat introverted nature, his relationships with most classmates were limited to mere nods of acknowledgement. However, he shared a kindred spirit with Sun Hao, which fostered a close bond, despite the years that had elapsed. Their initial awkwardness slowly began to dissipate, revealing deeper sentiments. Lin Huixue glanced at Yi Qiu beside her, and then, in response to Li Ming's words, announced, "This is Yi Qiu, our high school classmate, and also my boyfriend." As soon as the words left her lips, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the room. Originally, Lin Huixue had planned to gradually unveil her intentions upon arrival. But now the sudden introduction of an additional person brought an air of strangeness. Ouyang Hua, suppressing his simmering anger, inquired with a forced smile, "Old classmates. When did this relationship blossom? It seems you kept it under wraps quite effectively, making it difficult for us to catch on. Yi Qiu, you sly fellow. To have won the affection of the goddess Lin Huixue." The words, though lighthearted, stirred a pang of bitterness within Ouyang Hua. With Sun Hao's reminder, he recalled Yi Qiu's presence from their high school days, where he had remained somewhat of a shadow among his peers. His academic performance was neither exceptional nor poor, landing him in the middle tier. Yet, he consistently ranked among the top 10 in his class, which made it all the more infuriating that Lin Huixue had caught the attention of that fellow. Lin Huixue chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and remarked, "We just officially got together yesterday." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy finally appeared in Ouyang Hua's eyes. It had only been a day since they had established their relationship. Even though the two had communicated prior, their identities as classmates had kept their feelings somewhat superficial. As the saying goes, with a good swing of the hoe, there is no corner that cannot be dug. If all else failed, he could always offer Yi Qiu $1 million. After all, Yi Qiu came from an ordinary background, and Ouyang Hua was skeptical that he could resist the allure of wealth. If only Lin Huixue could see through the true nature of her partner, it would not be a loss. "Come, take your seats. Why are you still standing there?" Ouyang Hua resumed his pretentious demeanor, eager to showcase himself before Lin Huixue. "Come on, Yi Qiu, you haven't been here the last few times. How about a penalty of 3 drinks? The crowd began to cheer in agreement. However, Lin Huixue's expression darkened. 3 drinks? Wasn't that tantamount to drinking Yi Qiu to death? All right, let's skip the penalty drinks. We're all here for a class reunion. Who will take care of everyone if they get drunk?" Lin Huixue interjected appropriately. Now that Yi Qiu was her man, it was only natural for her to protect his interests. With Lin Huixue having spoken, Ouyang Hua dared not say much more. Who could blame him for being so foolishly infatuated with a Lin Huixue? He could not have. If it were any other girl, she would have long succumbed to his advances. After all, he is handsome and tall, and his father manages a company valued in the billions. With such credentials, he is undoubtedly a scion of wealth. Who could resist such a catch? Yet, Ouyang Hua remains infatuated solely with Lin Huixue, and even after entering university, he has never had a formal girlfriend. In his heart, only Lin Huixue is worthy of being his official partner. As for other women, they are merely companions to alleviate his loneliness. Before long, after Lin Huixue and Yi Qi settled at the table, Ouyang Hua clapped his hands, and soon, waitstaff began to bring forth an array of dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, lobster, abalone, and a multitude of delicacies filled the table. Everyone, Please feel free to indulge. Today, I shall foot the bill, Yang Hua declared grandly, while his gaze subtly flickered towards Yi Qi, his expression seemingly flaunting his financial prowess. Yi Qi caught sight of this expression and leaned slightly closer to Lin Huixue, teasing her. It seems your charm is quite formidable, as there are admirers everywhere. Lin Huixue shot him a playful glare, her delicate hand gently pinching the soft flesh at Yi Qi's waist beneath the table. With a hint of mock sorrow, she replied, "Isn't that because you have already laid claim?" Lin Huixue was well aware of Yi Qi's intentions. After all, the gathering was imbued with a touch of boastfulness. However, she chose not to expose it, feeling a small thrill of delight instead. This also served to subtly deter Yang Hua's pursuit. From their high school days, Yang Hua had relentlessly pursued her, despite her numerous rejections. Yet, he persisted, bombarding her with messages unceasingly. Lin Huixue, out of consideration for her classmates' feelings, found it inappropriate to block him directly. Thus, she chose to feign ignorance and simply disregarded his messages. "Oh, it seems you all have started eating," she remarked. At that moment, two individuals entered the room, revealing themselves to be Yang Linyu and Zhou Kai. Class monitor, it appears the remaining classmates are unlikely to arrive, Zhou Kai stated, noting that over half an hour had passed since the agreed-upon time, suggesting that only these classmates might be present. Perhaps they are preoccupied with other matters. In that case, let's begin our meal, Yang Hua proposed after a moment of contemplation, promptly declaring the commencement of the feast. Instantly, the classmates resembled famished wolves, their chopsticks nearly conjuring phantoms as they hovered over the dishes. One cannot blame them. After all, not everyone possesses Yang Hua's status. Typically, substantial feasts occur only during the new year, while other times, they are accustomed to simpler home-cooked meals. Moreover, the table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, which even during the new year might not be readily available. As the wine flowed, Yang Hua, feeling the effects of the alcohol, rose and approached Yi Qi. "Yi Qi, I need to discuss something with you. Shall we step outside?" The atmosphere abruptly quieted as the old classmates exchanged curious glances at the two. Yi Qi hesitated, instinctively sensing what Yang Hua intended to convey. "All right," he finally agreed after a moment's reflection, casting a reassuring look at Lin Huixue, who seemed ready to intervene. Upon receiving his silent encouragement, Lin Huixue relented. In the restroom of the restaurant, Yang Hua offered a cigarette, but Yi Qi waved his hand, indicating that he did not smoke. Upon witnessing this, Yang Hua said little more. After putting away his cigarette, he produced a lighter and ignited the cigarette dangling from his lips. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a plume of smoke slowly. "Yi Qi, do you know? From the very first day I set foot in high school and laid eyes on Lin Huixue, I resolved that she would be the only one I would marry in this lifetime. I have loved her for 9 years, and my affection for her has never wavered, even a fraction. I can provide her with a better life, one that ensures her happiness. And what about you? As far as I know, your family situation is rather bleak. If Lin Huixue were to be with you, she would have to toil for the mundane struggles of daily life and endure pressures from every facet of existence. You would be burdened with a mortgage, a car loan, and worries over diapers and formula for your child, leading to quarrels over all manner of trivialities. Yi Qi, if you truly love her, then let her go. This card holds 1 million. It is sufficient to enhance your life." With that, Yang Hua pulled a bank card from his pocket and extended it, as if waiting for Yi Qi to accept it. His face radiated confidence, for in his eyes, there was no problem that money could not resolve. If there were, it simply meant the amount was insufficient. Of course, true love was the exception. I must say, quite a spectacle. After listening to Yang Hua's assertions, Yi Qi could not help but applaud him. If he were merely an ordinary man, perhaps there would be a sliver of temptation. However, it was evident that Yi Qi was entirely unconcerned with Yang Hua's words. He could offer Lin Huixue happiness. He could provide her with a life of luxury and abundance. "What do you mean?" Yang Hua furrowed his brow and inquired, "Could it be that you find the compensation insufficient?" "Oh, I see. You mean to refuse. Well, have you finished your speech? I must take my leave now." Yi Qi responded dismissively, turning on his heel to depart. Yang Hua was instantly enraged, his temper flaring due to the influence of alcohol. He seized a nearby toilet plunger and hurled it towards Yi Qi. Yi Qi deftly sidestepped. But when he realized it was a plunger, an incredulous expression overcame him. "Do you really have to be so disgusting?" Yi Qi bellowed, delivering a resounding slap to Yang Hua's face. The sharp sound echoed within the restroom as Ouyang-hua rolled his eyes and collapsed into a nearby urinal. Observing the scene, Yi Qiu felt somewhat speechless. He had struck too forcefully, rendering Ouyang-hua unconscious. His head lay submerged in the slightly discolored urinal, perhaps due to a clogged pipe, leaving remnants of urine that were just enough to submerge Ouyang-hua's mouth and nose. Ultimately, Yi Qiu suppressed his revulsion and turned Ouyang-hua over with his foot to prevent him from drowning in the restroom. After performing this act, Yi Qiu washed his hands and returned to the private room. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of a large bouquet of roses strewn across the floor. Lin Huishue's face bore a hint of anger. Tell Ouyang-hua that I have no feelings for him, no interest, and I already have a boyfriend. Therefore, I implore him not to bother me any further. After uttering these words, Lin Huishue turned on her heel and departed, fortuitously encountering Yi Qiu upon his return, whom she promptly seized and exited the restaurant with. What troubles you so, causing such distress? Given the circumstances in the private room, Yi Qiu could surmise some of the situation, yet he still inquired. Lin Huishue shot him a glance, somewhat exasperated, and waved her hand dismissively, saying, Chapter 64. Journey to the Magic City. That Ouyang-hua even had someone deliver roses, attempting to profess his love in public. I have clearly rejected him numerous times. Yet he persists like an insistent adhesive plaster. Lin Huishue's tone carried a hint of disdain, as Ouyang-hua's relentless pursuit had truly revolted her. Ah, what a pity it is to miss witnessing his declaration. Yi Qiu remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. I imagine Ouyang-hua is so overwhelmed that he would even drink urine to quench his thirst, leaving him no leisure to profess his feelings. Lin Huishue shot Yi Qiu a glare, saying, as if you relish watching your girlfriend being courted by another. Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile spread across Yi Qiu's face. Oh, girlfriend? Shouldn't we engage in some mutually pleasurable activities then? Oh dear, you are such a rogue. Lin Huishue's cheeks flushed instantly, and she playfully scolded him. Her thoughts began to wander. After a while, at a night market stall, Lin Huishue remarked with irritation, Is this what you mean by mutually pleasurable activities? Yi Qiu, with an air of righteous indignation, replied, Isn't late-night dining deserving of joy? With that, he buried himself in his meal. The dishes in the restaurant were indeed sumptuous, but regrettably, most were merely pleasing to the eye and lacked substance, sufficient for an ordinary person to feel quite satisfied. Unlike Yi Qiu, that little bit was barely enough to satisfy 2 portions, and having barely consumed half, he was called by Ouyang-hua. Huh, who could be calling at such a late hour? Yi Qiu retrieved his phone and noticed the caller ID displayed a number from the Kyoto region. Hello? Who is this? A voice instantly erupted from the other end. Damn. Old Yi, you haven't saved my number? Didn't I ask you to save it last time? Oh dear, I must have forgotten, Yi Qiu replied. What is up? Isn't young Master Wang busy exploring the profound truths of life with your girlfriend? Why are you contacting me? Yi Qiu smacked his forehead. During their hurried departure last time, he and Wang Ming merely exchanged numbers without saving names. Thus he momentarily failed to recall who it was. Forget it. I've been preoccupied with your affairs, leaving me no leisure time at all. By the way, do you have time the day after tomorrow? Come to the Magic City. That piece of jade you're dealing with is ready, and it will officially be auctioned the day after tomorrow. Wang Ming's tone was evidently tinged with a hint of melancholy, lamenting that as the esteemed young Master Wang, he found himself scurrying around to assist others. Over the past few days, he had been in contact with the auction house, while also reaching out to numerous affluent individuals domestically. Fortunately, everything had been arranged. All right, I'll come over the day after tomorrow. What time exactly? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qiu agreed, considering he had yet to visit the Magic City, seizing the opportunity to explore as well. The auction is set for 7 in the evening. Then it's settled. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they concluded the call. Meanwhile, Lin Huishue, like a curious child, was eavesdropping intently, her ears perked up to catch every word of their conversation. After Yi Qiu hung up the phone, he appeared impatient and inquired, Yi Qiu, what auction is it? Still in the Magic City? Amidst the bustling street vendors, Lin Huishue could not catch much of the conversation. Oh, it's nothing much. A few days ago, I visited a shop in Myanmar and, by chance, managed to acquire a piece of imperial green jade. I asked a friend to assist me in auctioning it off. The auction will be the day after tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? Yi Qiu responded candidly, also inquiring if Lin Huishue would join him. Lin Huishue seemed tempted but ultimately decided, never mind, I won't go. The day after tomorrow marks my grandfather's Memorial Day, and my father and I need to return to our hometown. That is perfectly fine, Ichio replied without further comment. Their relationship was still in its nascent stages as mere acquaintances. Attending someone else's grandfather's memorial would not be appropriate for him, although he could attend if he wished. And Lin Songhai would likely be pleased, it would still lack legitimacy. After enjoying a meal, Ichio drove Lin Huishiwei back to the villa, where the atmosphere once again filled with the sweet sounds of romance. In the Magic City, Ichio exited the highway and followed the navigation to young Master Wang's residence. The previous day, Lin Huishiwei had returned home early, so he devoted himself to the futures market. After a night of dedicated effort, his account had seen a significant change. When converted, his funds amounted to an impressive 18 billion RMB. However, this sum still seemed insufficient. He intended to explore whether young Master Wang had any opportunities to offer during his visit to the Magic City. The matter concerning the offshore company has become urgent. He cannot succeed alone. Moreover, the Liu family's company is set to go public this month. Operating independently poses significant risks that are unsuitable for him. This urgency is characteristic of Ichio, who has never been one to hold grudges without retribution. The saying that a gentleman avenges after 10 years is utterly absurd. It is often said that revenge should not be delayed until the next day. Had it not been for the disparity in status between him and the Liu family, he would have already sought to undermine them. However, circumstances have changed. Once the Liu family's company is listed, he will have the opportunity to orchestrate their downfall. In front of the Tangshan Yiping community, Ichio parked his BMW X7 at the entrance and gently honked the horn to signal the security personnel to open the gate. However, the security guard's face bore an unmistakable expression of disdain. Who among the residents of this community is not worth hundreds of millions? A BMW? Such a vehicle hardly holds any significance here, merely categorized as a grocery shopping car. I'm sorry, but entry is prohibited for non-residents of this community, the guard declared with an air of superiority. Ichio's lips curled into a smirk. One might think this community was his to oversee. How presumptuous. To act as if guarding the gate makes one the master. Nevertheless, the guard was merely doing his job, as it is indeed quite challenging for outsiders to gain entry into such an upscale community. Ichio merely found the guard's demeanor irksome. He chose not to engage the guard further and promptly called Old Wang. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang in the security office. Upon answering, the guard's previously haughty expression transformed into one of obsequiousness as he opened the gate for Ichio, standing upright and even saluting him respectfully. In jest, one might say that this is a guest of young Master Wang. A person of such caliber would likely pack up and leave at a mere suggestion. Inside room 808 of Building A, Ichio couldn't help but exclaim at the opulence of the decor. Although the room was simply furnished, it exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. Wang Ming shot him an irritated glance. With a raw stone worth at least a couple of 100 million, he wondered where Ichio found the audacity to label him a wealthy dog. Despite achieving some modest success over the years with the initial capital provided by his father, his total assets barely amounted to a few tens of billions. The liquid funds at his disposal were even less. He could muster, with some effort, close to 200 million at most. Chapter 65. Lingyan Pavilion. It was only 10 o'clock. Shall I introduce you to a different world? Wang Ming wiggled his eyebrows, diverting the topic while speaking in a tone that only men might comprehend. Ichio appeared somewhat bewildered, but upon catching the glint in young Master Wang's eyes, he quickly understood. Well, I suppose we could take a look. Lingyan Pavilion, a private club situated near Huangpu in the bustling metropolis, boasted expenses that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The establishment offered 3 tiers of membership cards. One required a membership fee of 100,000, yet that merely granted a bronze card. There were also silver, gold, and the elusive diamond card, which existed only in rumor. Each tier's upgrade necessitated a tenfold increase in the membership fee. For instance, while the bronze card cost 100,000, the silver card would demand 1 million, and so forth. At this moment, the parking lot of the Lingyan Pavilion was filled with a myriad of luxurious vehicles, including no fewer than 10 supercars that Ichio had spotted. This car is impressive. I should acquire one myself someday. Ichio had not driven here, but had arrived in the convertible light blue Phantom belonging to young Master Wang. This car, valued at a few million, would barely exceed 10 million once all expenses were accounted for. For someone like you, isn't that a mere trifle? Wang Ming glanced at him skeptically, unable to believe that this fellow could not afford a Rolls-Royce. In fact, he could likely acquire any of the supercars present. Yichio nodded. Acknowledging the undeniable superiority of luxury vehicles, his own BMW, worth around $1 million, paled in comparison. The comfort alone was on an entirely different level. All right then. Could you assist me in procuring one? Let us go for the highest specifications available. In a moment, provide me with an account number. I shall transfer $50 million to you initially, and we can address any shortfall later. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, leaving Wang Ming momentarily speechless. Was he the affluent heir, or was this ostentatious individual the true magnate? To casually throw around $50 million for a car? Such an extravagant move was beyond even his means. His own vehicle purchases rarely exceeded a few million, and he seldom ventured into the realm of tens of millions. Especially since he had recently embarked on his own entrepreneurial journey, grappling with various pressures. Notably, one of his platforms was teetering on the brink of a financial crisis. By the way, what kind of gathering is this? Yichio inquired, his curiosity piqued. Wang Ming disdainfully replied, it's merely a playground for wealthy young gentlemen or newly affluent individuals. Do not be deceived, nor allow yourself to develop any genuine feelings. Upon entering, Wang Ming approached the front desk and produced a golden-hued card. After completing the registration, he returned to Yichio's side. Old Yi, the rule here is that members of gold status or higher may bring 1 to 3 guests, but the activity area is limited to the first floor. The Lingyan Pavilion boasts 4 expansive levels, each more opulent than the last. The ground floor resembles a high-end buffet, offering unlimited supplies of delectable dishes. It is also equipped with massage and foot bath services, catering to well-being. The second floor is even more luxurious, incorporating saunas and swimming pools into its offerings. Wang Ming's card permits only Yichio's entry. To access more exclusive areas, additional membership fees are required. You enjoy yourself here for now. I shall ascend to meet a friend, Wang Ming announced before turning to swipe his card and ascend in the private elevator. Meanwhile, Yichio wandered about the first floor. The space was vast, with numerous elegantly attired women passing by. Most glanced at Yichio's attire before swiftly moving on. His clothing, valued at only a few tens of thousands, suggested he was merely a novice in this realm, unworthy of further attention. Although these women flaunted their bronze cards worth 100,000, Yichio regarded them with disdain. It was only the less attractive socialites who sought to engage with someone of his modest means. At that moment, 2 boldly dressed women approached Yichio. Their faces adorned with an excessive layer of makeup, their pallor rivaling that of his late grandmother. Li Xian and her friends cast flirtatious glances at Yichio, coyly inquiring. Handsome, are you here alone? Is it your first time here? Would you like us to give you a tour? Yichio remained silent for a moment before responding nonchalantly. Sister, you're a bit too powdered. The sight of her smile, which seemed to threaten a breakout, compelled him to voice his thoughts. Li Xian was taken aback, her anger flaring instantly. What nonsense are you spouting, you pathetic loser? You're wasting my time. With that, she shot Yichio a disdainful glare and turned to leave. However, her friends chose to stay, for in this realm, the bonds of convenience were paramount. Chapter 66, The Faux Socialite's Provocative Maneuvers Handsome. The night is long. Why not engage in a discussion about ideals? I'm afraid I have no ideals to discuss with you. Yichio adjusted his attire and replied coldly before making his way towards the front desk. Wang Huali, feeling slighted, could not help but feel a surge of indignation as she observed Yichio approaching the front desk. Did she misjudge him? The reception area of Lin Yangu was merely decorative. The first floor operated on a self-service basis, with the front desk primarily handling membership card transactions. Hello. May I inquire if the membership card application is handled here? Yichio gently tapped the counter, stirring the sleepy receptionist awake. Upon being roused, the receptionist blinked. Still somewhat dazed, Yiming paused, her mind finally coming to life. The membership fees at Lin Yangu operated on an annual payment system. Hence it was uncommon for individuals to visit the front desk. Yiming cast a glance at Yichio, noticing his unfamiliar face, indicating he was not a regular customer. Good day, sir. You may apply for a membership card. Yiming replied lethargically, feeling rather disgruntled. After a late night out with friends, she now found herself on the day shift. She had anticipated a quiet day, but was abruptly awakened from her slumber, leaving her with a lingering sense of annoyance. Yichio nodded, retrieving a card and presenting it at the front desk, stating casually, "Please charge it to 1 million. To him, 1 million was merely a trifling sum, insignificant in the grand scheme of his current financial capacity, where even a mere zero. One fluctuation could yield substantial profits. Very well, sir. You wish to recharge 1 million? Yi Ming suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, momentarily taken aback. Did she just hear him correctly? This man intended to recharge 1 million? Instantly, her fatigue dissipated, replaced by excitement. In Linyan Pavilion, both recharges and renewals came with commissions. Renewals offered slightly less, while most new customers typically opted for the bronze membership tier, around 100,000, netting her a little over 1,000 in commission. However, the emergence of a 1 million recharge was exhilarating for Yi Ming. The commission from this transaction could easily exceed 200,000. Certainly, sir. I will process that for you immediately. Please take a seat while I prepare you a pot of tea. With the prospect of a high-profile client before her, Yi Ming's demeanor transformed entirely, brimming with enthusiasm and eager to cater to Yi Qiu as if he were royalty. In the Linyan Pavilion, whenever a new client joins during the front desk shift, the subsequent 2 renewal commissions are attributed to the attending front desk staff. This is akin to having a veritable treasure at hand. Yi Ming naturally must cater to this client. Otherwise, should the treasure lose interest and decide not to return next year, it would amount to a significant loss of over 100,000. Although working at Linyan Pavilion guarantees Yi Ming a monthly income of at least 10,000. Who in this world would ever disdain an abundance of wealth? Perhaps only Jack Ma might lament the burden of riches. With utmost reverence, Yi Ming presented a card crafted from pure gold to Yi Qiu. Sir, this is your gold membership card. Please accept it. The areas accessible to gold members include the 1st to 3rd floors. Upon receiving the card, Yi Qiu cast a casual glance at it, only to be pleasantly surprised by the unexpected prestige associated with the 10 million membership fee. The card, indeed forged from solid gold, bore intricate engravings of a dragon and phoenix, alongside a chip enveloped in a mysterious transparent gem. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, a slightly portly man with an unseemly appearance and glasses reminisced, "Old Wang, what have you been up to lately?" In the sauna, he spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Wang Ming shot a disdainful glance at the rotund fellow, thinking to himself that he was a man of genuine feelings and could not be associated with such a crass individual. "Nothing much. Just visited a Myanmar shop with Director Li a few days ago," Wang Ming replied, feeling an inexplicable discontent brewing within him. He had lost several million in that Myanmar venture, gaining nothing in return, while Yi Qiu, with a mere casual purchase, had unearthed a piece of imperial green jade worth 200 million. Chapter 67. Change indeed. One must weigh goods against one another, for the comparison of individuals can be disheartening. Upon hearing these words, young Master Qin became intrigued and remarked, "Old Wang has struck it rich this time. A trip to Myanmar has rewarded him with a piece of imperial green jade, which I estimate to be worth at least 200 million. Young Master Qin's declaration left the others in the sauna momentarily astounded, their gazes toward Wang Ming tinged with envy. However, Wang Ming felt nothing but discontent. "Oh, let us not even mention it. That jade isn't mine. I was merely entrusted with organizing the auction," he explained, a sense of frustration bubbling within him. Lu Yu couldn't help but express his surprise. He had initially thought that old Wang had merely stumbled upon good fortune, only to discover that the jade did not belong to him. "Then whose jade is it?" Lu Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding the identity of this fortunate individual. At the mention of this, Wang Ming's demeanor shifted. He became animated. "Let me tell you, the owner of the jade can be described in just 2 words. Incredibly impressive." He specifically sought out this piece, demonstrating such confidence that I can still vividly recall his demeanor. "I imagine that remarkable person is currently mingling with those green tea girls on the 1st floor. Oh, old Wang, you're being rather inconsiderate. Why not let us meet him? Who knows, perhaps someone might offer me advice, and I could augment my pocket money by a few 100 million by tomorrow." Lu Yu jested, growing increasingly intrigued by the illustrious individual Wang Ming had mentioned. After all, what was young Master Qin, this local sovereign, doing vying with him over such trifling sums? "Lu Yu, Lao Wang, are you in need of funds lately?" From Wang Ming's tone, it seems he is facing some difficulties. Wang Ming sighed and replied, "There's nothing I can do. The market is struggling, and my family has taken a wrong turn. We're being pressured from all sides. I suppose I'm somewhat fortunate, as my issues are merely with cash flow. As for my father," sigh. Once more, Wang Ming let out a sigh, his spirits evidently dampened by the recent events that had left him feeling overwhelmed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought solace in this establishment. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Lu Yu fell into silence. He had heard of the troubles faced by Lao Wang's family, but felt powerless to assist. It was a fundamental error, and unless the three prominent families intervened, their situation would likely worsen. Yet, even if he wished to help, he was merely the third generation of the Qin family, with little influence within the clan. Contemplating this, Lu Yu patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. I still have 300 million. If you urgently need funds, feel free to take it. Meanwhile, the portly friend who had been hesitant to interject, along with the other two, also spoke up. The portly friend said, Lao Wang, combined with my New Year's gift money, I have roughly 100 million. I shall instruct my secretary to transfer it to you shortly. Another chimed in, Brother Wang. My brother and I have a total of 100 million as well. We will send it over to you soon. Wang Ming was deeply grateful, his heart warmed by the unexpected generosity of his friends. He had merely mentioned his plight in passing, yet these brothers readily offered their support without hesitation. After chatting for a while longer, Liu glanced at the time and remarked, Let's go. We should check on that remarkable individual. It's not fair for the three of us to linger on the third floor while others are down here. On the other side, Yuchio did not head directly to the third floor, but instead decided to explore the second floor for a moment. The facilities on the second floor were significantly superior to those on the first, and there were also more of them. Handsome, may we get acquainted? The appearance of Yuchio drew the attention of several young women. Those who could ascend to the second level were mostly individuals of some means, resulting in particularly fierce competition on this floor. Yuchio glanced at the woman before him and noted that her attractiveness was at least an 85. Although she fell slightly short of a 90, like Lin Huishui, she stood just below his nose, approximately 1.7 meters tall. It must be said that aside from a minor imperfection on her face, she possessed all the attributes of a goddess. This piqued Yuchio's interest, and as his gaze swept over her, a transparent box appeared above the woman's head. The moment this box materialized, Yuchio was momentarily bewildered. He recognized each character, yet the combination of them left him perplexed. Nevertheless, he was intrigued. What kind of extraordinary ability was this? Previously, he had maintained a serious demeanor, occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter, but now every word seemed laden with innuendo, yet paradoxically devoid of it. After pondering this conundrum, Yuchio formed a hypothesis. This ability appeared to adapt according to his thoughts. Previously, his focus was on opportunistic gains, gambling on stones, and observing futures, which influenced his powers. Yet now, as he pursued a lure, his abilities had transformed accordingly. Handsome? Lu Jing blinked her captivating eyes, somewhat puzzled by his apparent daze. However, noticing his gaze fixated on her deep V neckline, she understood his intentions with a degree of clarity. In her heart, a desire to captivate Yuchio emerged, as she considered that the most effective means to attract a man is a voluptuous figure, and she possessed just that. It was only when Lu Jing gently called her name that Yuchio returned to her senses. My apologies, I was lost in thought for a moment. Yuchio explained awkwardly, Haha, handsome. Let's get acquainted. My name is Lu Jing. Are you here alone? Chapter 68. A night, yes, I am Yuchio. It is a pleasure to meet you, he replied, his introduction slightly formal, eliciting a light laugh from Lu Jing. The vibration of the shock-absorbing pad matched the rhythm of her laughter, causing Yuchio to momentarily lose focus. Was this something he could have perceived before? Shall we go for a drink? Lu Jing suggested again, her gaze assessing Yuchio's attire. For women of their kind, possessing a discerning eye is of utmost importance. They are adept at spotting luxury brands, for virtually no high-end label escapes their notice. From luxury cars and garments to watches and various opulent items, they have a keen understanding, able to articulate their worth and significance. After all, in every profession, there are those who excel. And while the phenomenon of faux socialites has emerged in recent years, those who truly navigate this realm possess an astute vision. Otherwise, it would be unwise to fall prey to the deceit of pretentious wealthy heirs, risking both finances and dignity. They too rely on their youth, knowing that their time is limited. If fortune favors them, they might ensnare a wealthy benefactor and ascend into high society. If that proves unattainable, they can always return home and settle down with a reliable partner. Regarding this proposal, Yuchio felt quite pleased. He recognized that he was not the paragon of virtue that could remain unperturbed in the presence of alluring beauty. The implications of such a stunning woman openly inviting him for a drink were unmistakable. Any man not made of steel could discern this, and coincidentally, Yuchio had no reservations about developing a connection with the enchanting figure before him. Oh, it seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. Interrupting old Ye's pursuit of romance, came a teasing voice from behind Yi Qiu. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Wang Ming, the illustrious young master. At the same time, Lu Jing's mouth fell slightly agape in surprise. Wang Ming, a scion of one of the nation's most prestigious families, was unmistakable to her, even if he were reduced to ashes. After all, the first lesson for aspiring socialites is to memorize the faces and names of all the elite young gentlemen and their fathers. If one were to successfully attach themselves to a wealthy heir, they would never have to worry about their future. Of course, even if one could not become a rich man's wife, being his mistress would still be quite advantageous. After the initial shock, Lu Jing quickly composed herself, producing a room card and slipping it into Yi Qiu's embrace. With a flirtatious glance, she whispered in his ear, "Room 203, handsome, I'll be waiting for you tonight." Having uttered these words, Lu Jing walked away. Her perception of Yi Qiu elevated several notches. Initially, she had thought him merely a young man with some assets. However, it now appeared that he might be a member of an unknown wealthy family, given that he was acquainted with someone of Wang Ming's stature. This suggested that Yi Qiu's identity was indeed remarkable, for a lion does not associate with hyenas. "Ah, Lao Yi, not bad at all. This young lady is quite impressive," Wang Ming teased, winking at Yi Qiu. He then gestured towards the 4 individuals beside him, saying, "These are my good brothers. You must be familiar with this one. The ostentatious Lu Shangwang, Lu Yuqin, who flaunts his lifestyle on Weibo. This rotund fellow is the sole heir of Wanjing Group, Ma Yuan. These 2 brothers are the sons of the president of Taizhou Lao Jiao." Wang Ming introduced each person to Yi Qiu, naturally prioritizing their status. The names he mentioned left Yi Qiu somewhat astonished, while the other 3 were somewhat unfamiliar to him. The mention of Lu Yu was particularly striking. News of Lu Yu's luxurious supercar valued at 80 million was rampant on social media. Though Yi Qiu had not heard of the other 3, he had some knowledge of the companies managed by their fathers. Wanjing Group, for instance, primarily operates within the semiconductor materials sector domestically. As for the 2 brothers from Taizhou Lao Jiao, Yi Qiu could not discern their exceptional qualities. Their family stature seemed to be worlds apart from that of Wang Ming and his peers, even to the extent of being described as vastly different. As the saying goes, if you do not belong to the same circle, do not force your way in, or you will only end up bloodied. Nevertheless, Yi Qiu was not foolish enough to voice his thoughts. Since young Master Wang had introduced them, they must possess some remarkable traits unknown to him. "Hello. I am Yi Qiu," he greeted amiably, but the atmosphere turned somewhat stilted. Yi Qiu had never been adept at socializing, particularly with such affluent offspring. Lu Yu was the first to speak. "Since we are brothers, old Wang, I, Lu Yu, shall accompany you. Let us ascend to the 3rd floor for a fine drink." Chapter 69. The investment company within the private room on the 3rd floor. The group drank fervently, their faces flushed and their camaraderie blossoming to the level of brotherhood. As the saying goes, wine is the finest catalyst for male bonding. After a round of toasting, Lu Yu, feeling the effects of the alcohol, casually draped his arm around Yi Qiu's shoulders. With slurred speech, he proclaimed, "Brother Yi, if you have any matters in the Magic City, come to me, and I shall handle everything for you. Since this is your first visit, I regret not having prepared a gift, but wait, I will arrange something for you shortly." Yi Qiu, standing beside him, supported Lu Yu but did not take his words to heart. Though he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol himself, his physical constitution far surpassed that of an average person, leaving him relatively unscathed. As for old Wang, he appeared to be under some sort of emotional strain, persistently drowning his sorrows in drink until he eventually collapsed onto the table. After a considerable time, as the gathering began to disperse, Yi Qiu ensured the inebriated individuals were settled before retrieving his phone to check the time. To his dismay, he realized that it was already the hour for the auction to commence, and the prolonged revelry with Lu Yu had cost him dearly. Well, it is merely 200 million, he thought, dismissing his earlier concerns. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, he could earn that amount in a single night. With a mischievous grin, Yi Qiu made his way toward room 203. After a night of merriment, the following morning, a phone call abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Upon receiving a call, who else could it be but young Master Wang? "Hello? Old Yi, I'm on my way. Act like a person, will you? Yesterday, the 4 of us were toasting you, and you acted as if nothing was amiss, while we ended up on the floor." Wang Ming began, his tone tinged with reproach. All right, your piece of jade has been auctioned off. Drinking has its consequences, I completely forgot about it yesterday. It sold for 280 million. I'll have someone call you shortly. By the way, do you want to meet the buyer? She's quite the stunning beauty. Yi Chio's expression darkened. What did he take him for? Just because a woman was involved, he couldn't restrain himself? What a joke. He was a man who had traversed countless floral realms, untouched by any. Old Wang even said as much. His status was undoubtedly remarkable. Thus, it was better not to provoke him. I didn't realize I held such a place in your heart. Never mind, never mind. If we can't be brothers, I'll return to my deep city. Yi Chio feigned lamentation, only to elicit a round of teasing from Wang Ming. Come on, stop with the nonsense. I know you too well. Anyway, I have a gathering. Are you coming? Just some streamers, no one else. TSK, young Master Wang lives such a vibrant life. Are you on the hunt for an internet celebrity girlfriend again? Yi Chio quipped, though he felt a flicker of interest in the streamer gathering. All right, come pick me up. Yi Chio readily agreed. Seriously, you don't have a car? I make millions in a minute, and you want me to play chauffeur? Young Master Wang, in a fit of exasperation, shouted out, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Yi Chio chuckled softly and replied, isn't it just that my car lacks a certain prestige? Besides, who finds comfort in a Rolls-Royce? Enough of the chatter. I await your arrival. To hell with it. Young Master Wang abruptly ended the call, tossing and turning in bed for a considerable time before finally rising, still bearing the remnants of sleepiness. Chapter 70, Street Stalls. After Yi Chio and young Master Wang had breakfast, they set off in a car towards a suburban area of the enchanting metropolis. Jinglong Bay, located in the outskirts, boasted property prices that were anything but modest. A villa here would cost at least 10 million upwards. Villa number 9. Goodness, old Wang, is this your villa? Yi Chio exclaimed, astonished at what was deemed a villa. Was this truly worthy of the title? Spanning nearly 800 square meters. It was surrounded by lush flowers and trees, enveloped in verdant shade. It was more akin to a grand estate. While it may not rival the estate he had seen in Yunnan, one must remember, this was the metropolis. The saying that every inch of land is precious held true here, and a villa of such expansive area would likely be valued at nearly 100 million. Wang Ming's expression grew somewhat complex as he quietly remarked, this was the gift my father presented to me upon my coming of age. Upon hearing this, Yi Chio fell into a contemplative silence. Was the coming-of-age gift of the wealthy truly so extravagant? A grand villa as a present? His own coming-of-age gift had been a loving slap from his father. TSK, how enviable it must be to be born into such fortune. Yi Chio teased with a hint of envy. Young Master Wang cast a surprised glance at him, but upon reflection, it seemed he had never inquired about what Yi Chio actually did. Listening to his tone, it appeared he wasn't always so affluent. Old Yi, what does your family do? Finally, young Master Wang could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question, feeling an intense intrigue. Yi Chio emanated an air of mystery, presenting a blend of both a nouveau riche and something else entirely. With a self-deprecating smile, Yi Chio replied, just a month ago, I was but a livestock under a capitalist's command, earning a mere 3,000 yuan each month. Are you joking? Young Master Wang clearly found this hard to believe, especially since Yi Chio casually sold a piece of imperial green jade for 280 million and showed not the slightest reaction upon learning the price. That was hardly the behavior of an ordinary person. If you don't believe me, what can I do? Yi Chio shrugged, bemused. In this day and age, speaking the truth seems to elicit disbelief. And what about you now? Relying on gambling stones? That's hardly a sustainable plan. Why not invest in me? While it may not lead to sudden wealth, at least it offers stability. Wang Ming pondered for a moment and replied. Although his Fierce Cat TV platform was currently facing minor issues, it was merely a temporary setback. Once things stabilized, there would be no problem at all. The key was his father's situation. He was merely caught in the crossfire. However, his father was actively seeking connections, and with the influence of the elder, it was likely that this storm would soon pass. The ultimate outcome might cause some minor injuries, but for a family of their stature, it was inconsequential. Thus, allowing Yi Chio to invest in his company emerges as the most prudent choice. With over 200 million at his disposal, he could easily secure several tens of millions annually, ensuring that Yi Chio would live a life free from financial worries. Investment? Yi Chio murmured, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Indeed, he had previously concentrated on amassing wealth within the financial sector, neglecting the tangible industries. It seems that young Master Wang's words hold some merit. He could very well establish an investment firm, much like the nefarious son from the East. He could traverse the globe as an investor, seeking out promising companies to fund. Furthermore, this strategy would facilitate the rapid expansion of his network, despite his current wealth. His connections remain woefully inadequate. Just as last time, a mere Liu family nearly landed him in trouble. What if he inadvertently provoked even more formidable adversaries? Chapter 71. Should he further trouble Yu Wanxiu? Even if the other party were inclined to let him owe a favor, the Yu family only holds sway in the Jiangnan region. Beyond that, who would still heed their call? Hence, young Master Wang's advice genuinely enlightened him. Investing in high-quality companies would not only yield profits, but also cultivate valuable relationships. Such an endeavor is undeniably advantageous. Moreover, a path now lies before him. Recently, he had come across numerous reports online regarding Wang Ming's father, indicating that he was liquidating his real estate holdings. This must signify some difficulties he is facing. Coupled with old Wang's solitary drinking last night, it is likely that these matters are intertwined. Quite intriguing, though I wonder if old Wang is concealing something from me. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qiu promptly acquiesced. He then began to candidly inquire about Wang Ming's concerns. Wang Ming opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. The gravity of the situation transcended anything Yi Qiu could possibly intervene in. Moreover, he had no intention of dragging Yi Qiu into this vortex, for an ordinary person could be utterly shattered by a moment's inattention. The only reason his family remained relatively unscathed was due to the presence of the elder, who still commanded a modicum of respect in Minghua. Otherwise, given his father's tendencies, the Wang family would have likely collapsed long ago. We're brothers, and deceiving one another is simply inappropriate, Yi Qiu remarked again. It was only then that Wang Ming exhaled deeply, responding with a somber tone. My family chose the wrong side, and as a result, we are now facing suppression. My company is entangled in this matter, and our financial lifeline is on the verge of snapping. The reason I attended this gathering was to see if there exists a platform capable of acquiring Xiongmao. If not, we might at least leverage the streamers to spread the word. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback. While he had suspected something, he had not anticipated the severity of the predicament. Without hesitation, he inquired, how much funding do you require to avert a financial collapse? Upon hearing this, old Wang's tone grew melancholic. His ambitions had expanded too rapidly, and he found himself unable to extricate himself from the claws of Xiongmao and the angel investment companies under his command. Each link was interdependent. Should Xiongmao's funding cease, he would need a minimum of 1 billion to maintain operations. The live streaming platform was particularly costly, especially concerning resolution and streamer salaries. Each month approached nearly 10 million, and when factoring in various promotional strategies, a baseline of 500 million annually was essential. Thus, it was evident how immense his pressure had become during this period. Even Wang Ming contemplated acquiring a stake in the Fierce Cat platform, estimating it might require around 1 billion. Upon hearing this figure, Yi Qiu felt a slight stir within. 1 billion was indeed within his reach. He had scarcely engaged with the futures market in recent days, resulting in modest earnings, yet his account still boasted a balance nearing 2 billion. Very well. I shall invest 1 billion, but how much equity can you offer? This declaration left young Master Wang momentarily astonished. Could it be that Yi Qiu was genuinely affluent? To casually mention 1 billion seemed implausible. Observing his demeanor, it appeared he was not jesting. Are you serious, old Yi? Wang Ming inquired, his expression reflecting urgency. Is there any doubt? Yi Qiu responded, subsequently pressing on. Investment is agreeable, but how shall we calculate the shares? It is prudent for brothers to keep accounts clear. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, stating, we shall split it 50-50. Chapter 72. Capital injection. The Fierce Cat platform was established during his father's zenith, yielding only a modest share of profits. Wang Ming held an 80% stake, making the Fierce Cat platform essentially his domain. The proposed 1 billion investment, shared equally, was not an attempt to deceive Yi Qiu. Originally, he had launched the Fierce Cat with 500 million in seed capital from his father, coinciding with the surge of live streaming, and now the platform's valuation had soared beyond 4 billion. Yi Qiu did not deliberate extensively. With his extraordinary abilities, acquiring wealth was merely a matter of time. What he valued most was young Master Wang's connections, particularly those related to the recent affairs of the Liu family. There is no need for him to worry excessively. Merely providing a hint to Master Wang would suffice for the Liu family's business to meet its demise. Very well. I shall transfer the funds to you shortly. Yi Qiu agreed with a nod. Incredible. A wealthy magnate indeed. exclaimed Wang Ming in astonishment. Though he possessed a fortune in the billions, primarily in company stocks, gathering $1 billion in cash would necessitate liquidating assets. Yet, Yi Qiu's assertion of readily available funds seemed utterly extravagant. In that moment, Master Wang felt unworthy of the title national husband. After concluding their conversation, they proceeded to drive into the villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a lineup of luxury vehicles parked along the driveway, Maseratis, BMWs, and even a few Ferraris among them. Bentley and Rolls-Royce were also present in abundance. It appeared that this streamer was quite prosperous. Yi Qiu blinked, expressing a hint of envy. Reflecting on how he once was just an insignificant individual, often seeing streamers lamenting their fates. Now it became evident that streamers indeed earned substantial sums. How foolish he felt for having previously donated a portion of his meager salary. This was merely the pinnacle of the streaming world. Many smaller streamers struggled to meet their basic needs. However, Master Wang regarded Yi Qiu's comments with a touch of disdain. While some streamers were undeniably affluent, the disparity between them and himself was not merely a matter of wealth. He would confidently assert that he could elevate any streamer to fame with a mere word, or similarly, have them relegated to obscurity with equal ease. Such is the difference brought about by social standing. Otherwise, why would individuals strive so fervently to marry into affluent families? Moreover, Yi Qiu is a magnate capable of effortlessly producing 10 billion at a moment's notice. While most of these luxury vehicles merely cost a few million, should Yi Qiu desire it, he could purchase dozens of them in the blink of an eye. Just as the two were exchanging banter, some sharp-eyed streamers noticed their arrival. A corpulent man swiftly approached. "Young Master Wang, you have arrived." Yi Qiu turned his head and instantly broke into a smile. "Oh, you came quite early. Well, here we are in the magical city. It's south quite close to you. So I thought I would come over first," replied the man, known as Teacher Piao, in a thick Sichuan accent. His gaze then flickered toward Yi Qiu, a hint of curiosity forming in his mind. This fellow seemed unfamiliar. He had not typically seen someone of this caliber beside young Master Wang. However, given that he had reached this level, it was evident he was no fool. Noticing Yi Qiu's positioning, which was clearly in sync with young Master Wang's, he surmised that this man was likely a friend of Wang or perhaps of equal standing. In any case, he belonged to a category that was beyond his reach. Wang Ming playfully scolded him before introducing Yi Qiu. "This is my brother, Yi Qiu. He will soon be a shareholder of Fierce Cat." Wang Ming refrained from elaborating further, as he knew little about Yi Qiu himself. Unbeknownst to young Master Wang, his brief introduction sparked a torrent of thoughts in Teacher Piao. The mere information conveyed in those succinct words was sufficient to astonish him. "Greetings, Boss Yi. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Teacher Piao exclaimed, immediately adopting an exaggeratedly flattering demeanor. "Haha, Teacher Piao, why so formal? I used to watch your streams quite often," Yi Qiu responded with a casual remark, expressing his fondness for the lively character known as Sa Zhu, who often brought him immense joy and laughter. It was indeed a splendid live-streaming experience. "Well then, let us proceed inside. We wouldn't want the others to grow impatient," he suggested. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, leading Yi Qiu and Lu into the villa as though they were gracing a red carpet, elegantly bypassing numerous smaller streamers. Naturally, these lesser streamers were not oblivious to their entrance. However, given their status, only prominent streamers like Sa Zhu had the privilege to approach and greet them. Upon stepping into the villa, Yi Qiu was immediately met by the striking figure of Sister Zhou, famously dubbed the Mute Bride and Notre Dame of Paris. It must be said that her beauty was formidable, both online and offline. She truly embodied the essence of a girl group member. Observing Zhou, Wang Gongzi's expression shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. Yi Qiu, with his keen eye, quickly sensed the change, his demeanor transforming into one of intrigue. Rumors had long circulated about a past relationship between Zhou and Wang Gongzi, and it seemed there might be some truth to those whispers. "What's the matter? Encountering an old flame?" Yi Qiu teased, eliciting a round of playful scolding from Wang Gongzi. After all, who was Wang Gongzi? The nation's beloved husband, of course. No woman could ever truly capture his heart. He had openly declared himself averse to marriage, merely feeling a tinge of awkwardness upon meeting someone with whom he had once shared honesty. Yet, such feelings were fleeting. In today's society, who truly experiences genuine love? It was all a matter of fleeting encounters. Wang Gongzi was aware of this dynamic, as was the lady, both seeking something from one another. Thus it could only be described as a mutual willingness. The entrance of the trio instantly ignited a vibrant atmosphere within the villa. The male host appeared unperturbed, while the female hosts qualified to enter the inner circle cast eager glances at young Master Wang. They even began to subtly compete with one another, each puffing out her chest and striving to accentuate her figure, all in an attempt to capture young Master Wang's attention. However, who was young Master Wang? As a man accustomed to navigating through a sea of women without being ensnared, he had long grown weary of such heavily made-up figures. Thus, the flirtations of these hosts bore no impact on him. With a lack of interest, he merely scanned the room. The villa was filled with numerous prominent figures from the streaming industry, whom he had originally invited to see if any investors would be willing to take over the Fierce Cat venture. Yet, with Yi Chio's investment, that was no longer necessary. Most of the hosts present were affiliated with his platform, aiming to showcase their capital before these industry giants. The other notable hosts were largely invited out of personal connections. Young Master Wang, it has been some time, yet you remain as charming as ever, remarked a graceful, mature woman as she approached him, elegantly holding a glass of red wine and smiling. Wang Ming exchanged a few vague pleasantries before he and Yi Chio ascended the stairs. Although Yi Chio had verbally promised, the contract still needed to be finalized. After all, it is wise to keep accounts clear among even the closest of brothers. Shortly after, Yi Chio reviewed the terms of the contract, confirming that there were no issues, and promptly affixed his signature. Coincidentally, the 10 billion funds had also been successfully transferred. Yi Chio then directed the amount into young Master Wang's account, saying, "The money has been sent. Please have your finance department check." Once he confirmed the accuracy, Yi Chio spoke up, "What nonsense? Do you think I wouldn't trust you? Let us head downstairs for some fun. If you fancy that female streamer, I'll have someone deliver her to you later." Wang Ming chuckled in a teasing manner, then, with a lascivious glint in his eyes, added, "All right, let us discuss serious matters." Yi Chio interrupted Wang's lecherous musings and, with a solemn expression, stated, "The Liu family remains an unresolved concern for me. I initially planned to significantly acquire shares in Liu's company after its public listing, aiming to firmly establish my presence there before injecting further capital, ultimately driving the Liu family out. However, now that we have you, young Master Wang, we can simplify matters considerably. With your status and power, dealing with the Liu family should be effortless, wouldn't you agree? I can hardly wait to witness the day they find themselves destitute on the streets. This day, I have anticipated for far too long." He had always adhered to the principle of not allowing revenge to linger, but previously lacked the means to effectively dismantle the Liu family, which had forced him to suppress his emotions. On the other hand, Wang Ming, noticing Yi Chio's serious demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, then adopted a more earnest expression. "All right, speak your mind." Yi Chio contemplated for a moment before laying bare the entire situation regarding the Liu family. However, upon grasping the details, young Master Wang appeared somewhat unsettled. "What the hell? You're making such a grave expression over something so trivial? I thought it was a significant issue." Fine. The Liu Corporation, leave it to me," Wang Ming said, his face darkening, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "This is simply overkill. According to Yi Chio, the Liu company is merely a company valued at over 10 billion, soon to be listed. Is this trivial entity worthy of Mr. Wang's attention? It is akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Nevertheless, since Yi Chio has a request, and considering their current collaborative relationship, he would assist him. Consequently, Mr. Wang pulled out his phone and made a call. Although the Wang family is currently in a favorable position, as long as the old master remains, there should be no significant issues. The old master is the stabilizing force of the Wang family. As long as he is alive, the fortunes of Minghua shall not falter. Moreover, the old master's influence in the military is not to be underestimated. The soldiers he once commanded have now risen to the ranks of brigade leaders, with several even achieving the rank of major general. However, this minor matter does not warrant involving the old master's connections. He directly contacted the second-in-command's son in Deep City, casually mentioning Liu Company's reputation. Thus, the matter was resolved. "All right, I've taken care of this for you. Shall we go have some fun, Mr.?" Wang said with a scowl, clearly displeased. Yi Chio could only smile wryly at this. It was evident that his request was trivial in the eyes of others. Indeed, Mr. Wang's status could be described as formidable throughout Minghua, making his involvement with Liu Company seem like a gross misallocation of resources. Fine, you are the boss. Today, I will heed your wishes." On the first floor of the villa, the live stream of Di Shi Sun Bear was also underway. He boasted about the surroundings while capturing the faces of several prominent streamers. Can anyone guess where I am? With an air of mystery, Sun Goxiong spoke, captivating a considerable audience in the live stream. What is this occasion? Why are so many prominent streamers present? Exclaimed viewers in astonishment. Could it be a carnival? They speculated, their curiosity piqued by the array of well-known personalities on display. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Sun Goxiong, with a knowing smile, remarked, since you all seem eager to know, I shall divulge a little secret. It is likely that in due time, the notorious Xiongmao will be no more, or perhaps a change in personnel will occur. At this revelation, a wave of excitement surged through the chat. Oh, are the recent rumors online true then? Questioned a viewer. What rumors? Another chimed in. Have you not heard? There are whispers of the Wang family's downfall. A voice from above interjected. Wang Sunlin has already sold off a significant portion of Qingdao Plaza. It seems Xiongmao is also struggling. Wang Ming's good days are over. Hey, even if the Wang family falls, a skinny camel is still larger than a horse. They've got more to spare than you do, so stop being so sarcastic. Came a retort. Is Wang Ming your father? Why are you defending him so fervently? A cacophony of insults erupted in the live stream, spiraling out of control, yet Sun Goxiong chose not to intervene. Instead, he fanned the flames further. Everyone, calm down. The fate of the Wang family has little bearing on us, but this gathering does feature someone quite extraordinary. The individual appeared quite unfamiliar to me. I dare say I have never encountered him within the upper echelons of Ming society. However, it seems he has developed a close relationship with the esteemed Wang Deshao. At this juncture, Sun Goxiong directed the camera towards Yi Qiu. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu, who was previously indulging in a sumptuous feast, suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation of being observed. Chapter 74. An ambush. Midway, this feeling of being scrutinized was abrupt, as if countless malevolent gazes were fixated upon him. Consequently, Yi Qiu turned his head in the direction from which the sensation emanated. A mere glance revealed Sun Goxiong, who was live streaming with his phone. Yi Qiu immediately furrowed his brow. This action had not been communicated in advance, and Wang Ming had also issued a warning. The gathering was organized privately, and it was preferable to refrain from live streaming. Yet, this furtive individual disregarded the advice and included him in the broadcast, which left Yi Qiu feeling somewhat displeased. On the other side, Sun Goxiong continued to speak animatedly. Ladies and gentlemen, this person possesses a well-rounded celestial appearance, though regrettably, the corners of his mouth harbor an ominous sign that obstructs the path to great wealth and prosperity. It is likely that he will only achieve a modest existence in this lifetime. Instantly, flattery erupted in the live stream chat, witnessing the compliments from the viewers. Sun Goxiong's ego swelled. Years ago, he fortuitously acquired a book on physiognomy, albeit a fragmented edition, yet it allowed him to thrive in both Ming and Singapore. Many dignitaries and nobles placed unwavering faith in his treatise, even going so far as to address him as a master. However, those familiar with his circumstances knew that he was merely spouting nonsense derived from the incomplete text. The current status one enjoys is merely a result of popularity and sensationalism. Reputation, once established, naturally warrants the title of a master. Everyone, that individual is approaching me. Sun Goxiong, with a fleeting glance, noticed Yi Qiu drawing nearer. Immediately, he tucked away his phone, for it seemed the other party shared a close rapport with young Master Wang. Although he considered himself a master, he dared not offend someone of ambiguous origins lightly. Are you live streaming? Yi Qiu inquired as he stepped forward. Sun Goxiong felt a jolt of anxiety. He believed he had concealed himself well, and the people present should not have noticed. No. After a brief hesitation, Sun Goxiong resorted to a feeble denial. No. Then why don't you take out the phone from your pocket and let us see? Yi Qiu could still sense the probing energy emanating from Sun Goxiong. If the latter admitted it, it would suffice to have him turn it off. However, he did not expect such a blatant denial. Why should that be? Upon hearing Yi Qiu's request to reveal his phone, Sun Goxiong's irritation flared. After all, he boasted nearly 10 million followers. If it were a private matter, he might have considered softening his stance due to the other's status. Yet now, surrounded by well-known streamers, and with his live stream still active, if this were to leak, how could he maintain his image as a master? Why should that be? Didn't I inform you before entering that live streaming was prohibited? Knowing the rules, you still dare to question me? Yi Qiu's tone turned icy. If you wish to stream, go ahead. It's of no concern to me. But do not overstep your bounds. The expression on Sun Goxiong's face was exceedingly grim. and a wave of humiliation surged within him as the surrounding streamers turned their gazes toward him. If this situation escalated further, it would likely become unmanageable. Excessive? Yichio murmured, poised to speak again when Liu, with a thick Sichuan accent, interjected to diffuse the tension. Come on, everyone has friends here. Let us not make this so awkward, all right? We were all invited by young Master Wang, so let us give the principal some face. Upon hearing this, Teacher T's expression softened slightly, though it soon seemed as if he felt a loss of dignity. All right, let us each take a step back. You apologize to me, and we can consider this matter settled. How does that sound? At this, Yichio nearly burst into laughter. This fellow was utterly shameless. Clearly at fault, yet audaciously demanding an apology from others. Are you kidding me? You think you're a big shot now? You want me to apologize? Have you lost your mind? Yichio retorted vehemently, causing Sun Goxiang's face to alternate between shades of green and red. However, he dared not express his anger, for this was undeniably young Master Wang's territory. Regardless, he had to maintain some respect for the principal. Fine, you think you're impressive? Just wait. Sun Goxiang shot Yichio a dark glare before turning on his heel and leaving. He noted this grudge. To lose face in front of so many streamers would be a source of ridicule. Liu sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. Within the entire villa, only he was privy to Yichio's true identity. In his imagination, Yichio's background had already escalated to that of the descendants of the Red Elite. Hence, his lamentation. Having offended this formidable figure, Sun Goxiang's path ahead seems to have reached an impasse. As for Yichio, he paid no heed to Sun Goxiang's parting words. At midnight, Yichio bid farewell to young Master Wang and hailed a cab, preparing to return to his hotel. If only he had driven himself. He grumbled under his breath, vexed by the unexpected rekindling of young Master Wang's romance with his former girlfriend. Calls went unanswered, and soon after, his phone was switched off, leaving Yichio nearly cursing in frustration. This villa area was desolate for a couple of kilometers, and he would need to walk to the main road to catch a ride. Suddenly, Yichio furrowed his brow, his gaze catching movement in the darkness. From the thickets by the roadside emerged several burly men, each one appearing quite menacing. Kid, we meet again, a voice called from the shadows. Yichio turned to see none other than Sun Goxiang, with whom he had shared a minor altercation. Dare to make me lose face in front of so many? If I don't turn you into a jet fighter today, I will not be called Sun Goxiang. Yichio, however, wore an expression of calm indifference as he regarded the wildly arrogant Sun Goxiang, feeling neither fear nor even a hint of amusement at the absurdity of it all. In this day and age, engaging in brawls like this seemed utterly archaic. Did they truly believe the authorities were mere decorations? Not to mention that simply calling for a group to confront him was already a legal offense. Step down? Who do you think you are? Why should I allow you to save face? Yichio scoffed, his expression tinged with disdain. Indeed, even with wealth, these streamers remained shackled by their lack of knowledge. It is common knowledge the deterrent power of the phrase crack down on organized crime. Yet, Sun Goxiang insisted on making a spectacle of himself. Enough of this. I need to return to my slumber. Yichio expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning the utility of merely standing around. Sun Goxiang, irritated, curled his lip and bellowed. Break one of his legs. Upon hearing this, Yichio's fatigue evaporated. After all, was he really opting for a 3-year package from the outset? Upon receiving the command, a group of brutish men eagerly approached Yichio, rolling up their sleeves. Kid, I advise you to apologize to Boss Sun. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. One of them incessantly taunted Yichio. Yichio remained silent. Despite the imposing stature of these giants, they were nothing to him. Ever since his abilities had ascended, his strength had been increasing daily. Now, bending steel bars was child's play for him. Thus, he dismissed the threat posed by the burly man, instead provocatively beckoning them to come forth. The three hulks momentarily paused, anger swiftly igniting within them, and they launched a punch at Yichio, intending to teach him a lesson. However, the ensuing scene left the brute momentarily rattled. Yichio effortlessly caught the fist, and no matter how hard the man struggled, he could not free himself. Why you let go? The giant stammered, panic creeping into his voice. It was difficult for him to fathom that beneath the frail exterior of Yichio lay such immense strength. Little did he know that Yichio was a fitness instructor, effortlessly lifting barbells weighing over 100 pounds as if they were mere toys. Yet, before Yichio, he felt like a child confronting an adult, utterly powerless. Oh, let go? Very well. With a disdainful smile, Yichio thrust his palm forward, sending the burly man crashing to the ground. The other two muscular men stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. They had initially believed that one person would suffice to deal with Yuichio, but they never anticipated such a formidable challenge. In an instant, they exchanged glances and nodded in unison, raising their massive fists to strike at Yuichio. A sneer curled at the corners of Yuichio's mouth. Did these three misfits truly think they could pose a threat to him? It was nothing short of a delusion. Bang! Bang! Two resounding thuds echoed as the two muscular men emitted pained groans, propelled 2 meters away by Yuichio's kick. At that moment, Sun Goxiong was utterly bewildered. The three muscle-bound men he had hired at great expense were felled in a single encounter? What a farce! In this 21st century, could there truly exist someone capable of single-handedly taking on 100 foes? Suddenly, Sun Goxiong's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he turned to flee. However, since he had dared to trouble Yuichio, how could Yuichio allow him to escape so easily? Where do you think you are running off to? Yuichio, like a phantom, stealthily approached Sun Goxiong from behind. With a single hand, he effortlessly lifted him into the air and then delivered a fierce kick, sending Sun Goxiong hurtling 3 to 4 meters away. He crashed onto the roadside, skidding for a short distance before finally coming to a halt. I apologize. I did not recognize your greatness. Please, spare me this once. Sun Goxiong's heart raced. This was not cowardice, but rather a recognition of the situation. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his time to seek revenge. If brute force would not suffice, then cunning would prevail. He still had a promising future and youth ahead of him. Who would risk their life alongside this madman? With his connections to numerous influential figures, a mere word could easily land Yuichio in jail. Today, he had merely intended to teach Yuichio a lesson, resorting to such desperate measures. Little did he expect to be met with overwhelming resistance, leading to his own downfall. Thus, he quickly conceded, hoping to persuade Yuichio to spare him. If apologies held any weight, then what purpose would law enforcement serve? One must take responsibility for their actions and stand firm in the face of adversity. Do you understand? After uttering these words, Yuichio squatted down and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Sun Goxiong. His cheeks swelled instantly, and several teeth were knocked out. Ah! Sun Goxiong cried out in agony, rolling on the ground while clutching his face. Observing Sun Goxiong's pitiful state, Yuichio lost the desire to continue punishing him. Next time, be more cautious. If you dare to provoke me again, it will not be so easy. Yuichio concealed himself before Sun Goxiong, uttering a few words while gently tapping his face. Sun Goxiong's eyes darted about, responding ambiguously. After resolving this minor annoyance, Yuichio returned to the hotel, thoroughly satisfied. He had no inclination to engage in frivolities with Sun Goxiong. There were pressing matters awaiting his attention. On one hand, there was Lin Huaishue's father's 500 million, and on the other, the offshore company, none of which had been settled yet. These were the true priorities. Rather than indulge in idle play with Sun Goxiong, he would find greater fortune in the futures market. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Myanmar, within a mountain estate, a subordinate reported respectfully, "Young master, we have located that individual. He is a citizen of Ming and returned to Ming 5 days ago." The young man, whose demeanor was clouded with gloom, furrowed his brow upon hearing this report. Ming, that nation was not to be trifled with. He dared not gamble on whether they would mount another joint operation. However, since the bear was his man and had been humiliated by a mere Ming youth, he could not let this grievance go unavenged. After much contemplation, he clenched his teeth and commanded, "Have it to take the dog and make a trip to Ming. Eliminate that Ming individual and return immediately." Instructing Ada not to linger in Ming. Once the orders were given, his gaze regained its composure. Ada was his most junior operative, accompanied by a dog that had been trained to be quite formidable. With such a duo, dispatching that Ming youth would be a trivial endeavor. As long as one acts with discretion, even if the Ming kingdom reacts swiftly, they will have long retreated to the Golden Triangle region. The following day, Yuichio awoke and promptly dialed a number belonging to young Master Wang. After a prolonged wait, the call was finally connected. "What is it?" Wang's voice was laced with lingering resentment. "Next time you dare to call me during a crucial moment, I swear I will end you. By the way, do you happen to know anyone who can facilitate offshore companies?" Upon hearing this, young Master Wang's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Yuichio, you woke me up early in the morning for this? I'll give you my assistant's number. You can discuss your needs directly with him." With that, Wang hastily terminated the call. Before long, a message appeared on Yuichio's phone, featuring a name and a number. "Ouyangxia?" Yuichio murmured as he gazed at the name, then promptly sent a message. Shortly thereafter, a call returned. After a brief exchange, he articulated his intentions. All right, Mr. Yi. I will have it arranged within 3 days. Yi Qiu instinctively nodded and replied, Thank you very much. Ouyang Xiao's voice came through the line once more. No need for thanks, Mr. Yi. It is my duty. Meanwhile, at Fierce Cat Company, a woman of exquisite figure observed the message on her phone, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Chapter 76. The beginning of retribution. Although young Master Wang had vented his frustrations, Ouyang Xia remained unfazed. It is rather surprising that the esteemed assistant to the CEO of the Fierce Cat platform finds herself in a position of servitude, bustling about for others. This predicament is certainly a consequence of Ouyang Xia's prolonged indulgence in her privileged status. Within the Fierce Cat Company, she serves as the secretary to Master Wang. This position naturally places her just below the pinnacle of hierarchy, often looking down her nose at others. Nevertheless, she decided to delegate the task to someone else with a hint of exasperation in her tone, for she had a beauty appointment to attend. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu remains oblivious to the events unfolding within the Fierce Cat Company. After investing a staggering 1 billion into the enterprise, his assets have significantly diminished, leaving him with a mere 700 million in his account. The thought of needing to transfer another 500 million to Lin Huishua's father in the near future gives him a headache. Although the futures market can yield swift returns, it requires the opportune moment for success. If managed wisely, that 700 million could potentially generate a profit of 2 to 300 million in a single night. Alas, leveraging is not an option available to him. Yi Qiu sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. The futures market does indeed allow for leverage, but his audacious trading strategies could attract unwanted attention from discerning individuals. Therefore, he refrains from employing such tactics unless absolutely necessary. Unbeknownst to Yi Qiu, however, his trading records are currently laid bare before a seasoned man in his 50s. After a prolonged silence, the man lets out a wistful sigh. The tides of time have shifted. The younger generation truly possesses remarkable talent. He shakes his head, a hint of self-mockery evident on his face, acknowledging that even his own hands-on efforts might not yield such impressive results. It is as if this individual possesses an uncanny ability to foresee market trends with remarkable accuracy. The profit margin from trading has reached an astonishing 100% without a single misstep. This achievement transcends mere human capability. He is nothing short of a deity within the financial realm. It is likely that even the legendary Warren Buffett cannot be compared to him. Should I make contact first? Inquired the secretary softly, her demeanor exuding utmost respect, for the individual before her is a true legend in finance. With an initial investment of 10,000, he multiplied his funds 100-fold within a mere 5 months, ultimately establishing the most renowned investment bank in the Ming Nation, Qingtian Investment Bank. The man in question is its founder, Gu Yuan, a figure hailed as the stock god of the Ming Nation. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuan shook his head and replied, Let us continue to observe. If his future trades maintain this level of success, we shall entice him to join Qingtian. Also, ensure that his trading records remain concealed from others. The secretary nodded and promptly exited the office, while Gu Yuan continued to scrutinize the trading records. In Deep City, at Lu's company, Lu Chuanzhong, filled with rage, slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, they call me brother when collecting money, but when trouble arises, they vanish. He was utterly perplexed about whom he had offended. Early in the morning, the fire department, the tax bureau, and various other authorities had descended upon his company with grievances. He felt overwhelmed, desperately trying to reach out to those he considered friends, only to be met with vague responses, or worse, outright silence. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and in strode Lu Yu. Old man, give me 1 million, he exclaimed as soon as he entered. Upon uttering those words, Lu Chuanzhong's fury ignited immediately. How dare you? What have I done to deserve this? Lu Yu, momentarily bewildered, questioned, What do you mean by that? I certainly did not intend. However, a sudden shadow swiftly awakened his childhood traumas. Crack! The 7 wolves struck Lu Yu fiercely, eliciting a pained grimace and a loud cry from him. Ah, that hurts. What are you doing, old man? Do you wish to kill me? Lu Chuanzhong raised the 7 wolves once more, furiously pointing at his rebellious son. I am on the brink of being incarcerated, and yet you dare to ask for money? I shall teach you a lesson, you good-for-nothing. What? Father, you are about to be jailed? Lu Yu was utterly flabbergasted. Had their family gone bankrupt? No, it couldn't be. Weren't they in the process of going public? How could they suddenly face financial ruin? After several lashes from the belt, Lu Chuanzhong had vented a good portion of his anger. "Father, please speak. Are we truly bankrupt?" Lu Yu's anxiety surged. If they were indeed bankrupt, how would he survive? He had never acquired any skills or knowledge. If the family faced bankruptcy, begging on the streets would be his only fate. "Enough. Be gone. Do not trouble me further. I must call your cousin to inquire who we have offended." Lu Chuanzhong waved his hand dismissively, wishing to avoid the sight of this rebellious son, fearing it might provoke a heart attack. Lu Yu found himself utterly bewildered, scarcely recalling how he had exited the office. It was only after his departure that Lu Chuanzhong retrieved his phone, dialing a number with a demeanor tinged with humility. After a prolonged wait, a somewhat impatient male voice came through the line. "Hello? Cousin, what is it?" Lu Chuanzhong promptly replied, his tone ingratiating. "Ziyaf. Are you busy at the moment? Could you do me a favor? I'm not sure who I've offended, but today my company was thoroughly inspected by the Fire and Taxation Bureau, and there are critical discrepancies in the accounts. Could you assist your uncle in uncovering who might be sabotaging me?" After articulating his concerns, Lu Chuanzhong anxiously awaited Lu Ziya's response. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable bowing to a younger relative, he recognized the formidable influence of Lu Ziya's father, which had undoubtedly aided their family's rise. Meanwhile, Lu Ziya furrowed his brow, puzzled. His family had established connections in Deep City. How could such issues arise? "All right, cousin. I will inquire on your behalf and call you back shortly," he replied before decisively disconnecting the call. He then respectfully dialed another number. After a considerable wait, the call was answered. "Xiao Lu, what is the matter?" The voice sounded somewhat languid, as if the speaker had only recently awakened. Lu Ziya felt a twinge of uncertainty, realizing he might have acted rather presumptuously. It was still close to 9 o'clock, and someone like Li Xiao, accustomed to a late schedule, might be disturbed by his call. A wave of thoughts flooded Lu Ziya's mind, and after a moment, he gathered himself and succinctly relayed his uncle's predicament. On the other side, after listening to the unfolding events, Li Zhong nearly burst into laughter. The coincidence was simply too remarkable. The person he casually dealt with turned out to be the uncle of Lu Ziya. Li Zhong had a slight impression of Lu Ziya. His family owned a financial company with a valuation nearing 100 billion. Lu Ziya was quite amiable and adept at socializing, never failing to present gifts during holidays. And he showed filial piety each year. Thus, Li Zhong held a favorable view of Lu Ziya. However, since the Lu family company was specifically targeted by young Master Wang, he dared not offer any protection. Chapter 77. Ferrari. After pondering for a moment, Li Zhong spoke. "Young Lu, best not to involve yourself in this matter. It would be wise to distance yourself from your uncle as soon as possible." He did not elaborate, but a perceptive individual would naturally refrain from further inquiries. On the other end of the line, Lu Ziya cursed inwardly, of course, directing his ire at his uncle's family. Clearly, Li Xiao's tone indicated that there was an involvement on his part, advising him to steer clear and dissociate himself promptly. Moreover, from what Li Xiao implied, the individuals targeting the Lu family company seemed to possess considerable influence, even causing Li Xiao, the second in command of Deep City, to hesitate in getting involved. "Understood, Li Xiao. By the way, I have recently acquired 2 new Western tea selections, both fresh 18-year-olds, specifically reserved for you. If you have the time, when might you visit? Or shall I deliver them to you?" Lu Ziya said respectfully. On the surface, he appeared as the scion of a 100 billion financial investment bank, yet beneath it all, he ran an establishment catering to the indulgences of affluent young masters. "Oh, Western, you say? Sure, I will come by in a few days. Still the same place, right?" Upon hearing these words, Li Zhong's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had few passions in life, but this was one of them. He particularly cherished the exquisite tightness of youth. And indeed, Lu Ziya had won his heart. Lu Ziya promptly replied, "Exactly, the usual spot." After they settled on a time, they ended the call. However, once the call was disconnected, Lu Ziya, feeling somewhat reluctant, clenched his fist. Did Lu Chuanzhong truly believe that his family would be so benevolent? That they would spare no effort in supporting his family's rise? Such thoughts were akin to daydreaming. All of this was, of course, aimed at penetrating the depths of the city, but now that the connection had been abruptly severed, it would likely be challenging to gain entry into the Deep City thereafter. Perhaps it would be best to extricate himself sooner rather than later. One cannot live by their own folly. Lu Ziya sighed, yet still, out of respect for kinship, he sent Lu Chuanzhong a text message. The essence of his message conveyed that he could not assist with this matter. The forces behind it were formidable, and he ought to fend for himself. In the Deep City, Lu Chuanzhong glared at the message on his phone, his anger erupting as he smashed it to pieces. Damn it, he could not fathom who he had offended. What kind of situation could make Lu Zia hesitate to involve himself? What was this madness? Meanwhile, in the magical city, how is it? Are you satisfied? Young Master Wang wore a smug expression, as if he were anticipating praise from Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu, however, gazed in delight at the bright red supercar before him. The Ferrari LaFerrari, a global limited edition of just 499 units, commands a staggering price of 10.56 million. This acquisition was made possible only through extensive connections. Wang Ming spoke candidly. Although his garage boasted several supercars, only one was in the million-dollar range. This remarkable machine boasts an impressive 960 horsepower. So do exercise caution while driving it, he advised with a hint of concern. He continued, the remaining units are still on their way. They should arrive within half a month. As for the models, I shall refrain from disclosing them to maintain an element of anticipation. Yi Qiu had entrusted him with a purchase sum of 50 million, and fortuitously, this LaFerrari was available in Shanghai, despite being reserved by another party. With young Master Wang's intervention, no obstacle was insurmountable. All right, Yi Qiu replied succinctly, swinging open the door of the Crimson Beast and settling into the driver's seat. The interior and steering wheel elicited a rush of exhilaration within him. What boy has not dreamed of owning a sports car? He was no exception. Yet such dreams seemed reserved for those fortunate enough to be born into privilege. Those without such fortune would likely never possess one in their lifetime. Reflecting on his journey, Yi Qiu felt as though he were still in a dream. Not long ago, he was merely an antique shop assistant earning a meager salary of 3,000 per month. Yet, how quickly circumstances had changed. His bank balance now boasted several hundred million, alongside a 40% stake in the Fierce Cat Company. In the past, such a scenario would have been the stuff of fantasy, but now it had all become a reality. Just as Yi Qiu's excitement reached its zenith, young Master Wang slid into the passenger seat beside him. Merely gazing serves no purpose. Let us venture forth. Wang Ming's words seemed to possess an enchanting power, stirring Yi Qiu's thoughts into a frenzied excitement. The engine roared to life with a ferocious growl as Yi Qiu pressed the ignition button, the exhaust pipe erupting with a wave of sound. My goodness! Yi Qiu inwardly exclaimed. Who could possibly resist such a sound? Soon, the vibrant red Ferrari began to glide out of the garage. The duo sped through the streets of the bustling metropolis, with most drivers keeping their distance, wary of even the slightest collision. Numerous passers-by even took out their phones to capture the moment. How exhilarating is this? Young Master Wang chuckled, then lowered his voice, adding, isn't it thrilling to receive those envious glances from onlookers? Of course, driving a sports car is all about attracting attention and evoking admiration. Who else would drive such a vehicle? With its low chassis and inadequate air conditioning, the ladies who climb in often complain of the heat. And the discomfort of riding in a sports car is undeniable. One truly needs a robust physique to endure the experience for long. Yet, it is undeniably pleasurable. After some contemplation, Yi Qiu admitted this truth, finally grasping the mindset of luxury car owners, particularly the satisfaction derived from the envious expressions of bystanders. Enough of the boasting. Driving a sports car without the intent to impress is utterly nonsensical. Let us head to the financial university. The ladies there are plentiful. Young Master Wang enthusiastically directed Yi Qiu as they drove their multi-million-dollar supercar towards the financial university of the metropolis. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the University of Finance. Upon seeing the striking red Ferrari approaching, the security guard promptly opened the gate. It is no jest. There are countless affluent individuals in the city, and one can never tell if it is merely a wealthy second-generation student who has switched to a new vehicle. Although regulations dictate that external vehicles must be registered, this is typically aimed at cars valued in the hundreds of thousands. Goodness, a LaFerrari. An astute student nearby gasped at the sight of the passing Ferrari, exclaiming in astonishment. The other students, evidently less discerning, merely pondered the car's worth, speculating it must be worth over $1 million. The knowledgeable observer shot him a condescending glance and proudly corrected him, stating, that is a LaFerrari. Limited to just 499 units globally, each with a price tag exceeding 10 million in our country. He could not resist casting another disdainful look in his direction. The surrounding crowd was equally taken aback by the mention of such a staggering price. While the elite students at the University of Finance often flaunted vehicles valued at around $1 million, only a select few among them drove multi-million-dollar supercars. Thus, This 10 million yuan Ferrari was indeed a first for many of them. Chapter 78, The Romantic TSK. One wonders which affluent individual could it be, perhaps Lu Chuan or Lin Jian. Students passing by engaged in lively speculation, as both of these names belong to the university's elite second-generation wealthy students, each with family assets in the billions. To them, a supercar worth 10 million was mere pocket change. It is hardly surprising they thought this way, as these students had yet to step into the real world and comprehend the true value of 10 million. Within the vast expanse of Huagua, it is not an exaggeration to assert that a million individuals could potentially emerge, though it is undeniably a significant number. The crux of the matter, however, lies in whether anyone would be willing to part with over 10 million for a luxury sports car. Of course, this does not apply to the esteemed young Master Chain, who has previously collided with vehicles worth $500 million. Surely, a mere 10 million would pose no obstacle for him. Alas, let us not dwell on this. Perhaps it is time to rest and indulge in dreams inspired by tonight's events. A sigh escaped someone's lips, their eyes brimming with envy as they occasionally glanced towards the direction of the departing Ferrari. Before long, Yichio found his path obstructed by a gathering of students. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, he discerned the road ahead adorned with an abundance of crimson roses, with numerous candles illuminating the center. Ah, how fortuitous it is that we have stumbled upon a confession of love today. Shall we take a closer look? Wang Xihong's face lit up with excitement, his curiosity piqued by the girl receiving the declaration. At a cursory glance, it was evident that the scene was graced with no fewer than 900 roses, transforming the entire pathway into a sea of blossoms. Therefore, it was only logical to surmise that the girl who inspired such an extravagant display must possess remarkable qualities. Yi Qiu, too, felt a flicker of intrigue and nodded in agreement. After parking the Ferrari by the roadside, the two alighted from the vehicle. Their arrival merely captured the attention of the students on the periphery. Goodness, is that President Wang? A student recognized Wang Xihong and called out, which immediately stirred a ripple of excitement. The president has arrived? Confused students exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying a mix of trepidation and curiosity as they finally focused their attention on Wang Xihong's face. Oh my goodness! It is truly Principal Wang. Indeed, he is, as the rumors suggest, remarkably handsome and exuding an aura of talent, worthy of being called the nation's beloved husband. Wang Xihong glanced at Yi Qiu with a hint of pride, seemingly flaunting his reputation. Yi Qiu, however, felt a shadow of annoyance cross his face. And before he could utter a few words of disdain towards the young Master Wang, a wave of cheers erupted from the center of the crowd. Agree to him. Agree to him. In the midst of a sea of roses, a gentle breeze lifted the hem of a white dress, adorned with delicate pale yellow plum blossoms. Her lustrous black hair danced in the wind. The owner of the long hair wore no makeup, yet her beauty eclipsed that of the fairest maidens. With eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, eyes dotted with stars, lips woven from cherries, and a face as pure and tender as freshly fallen snow. Lin, I apologize, but compared to romance, I prefer to immerse myself in the vast ocean of knowledge. Gu Qing's lips parted slightly, and after a moment's pause, she finally spoke. She had not anticipated Lin Jian's sudden declaration. Had she known he would say such things, she would have stayed upstairs. She had already turned him down several times. Yet he persistently approached her under the guise of wanting to be friends if they could not be lovers. Moreover, as both were members of the student council, they encountered each other frequently, making it difficult for her to act too harshly. However, Lin Jian's unexpected confession left Gu Qing somewhat bewildered. On the other side, Lin Jian held a large bouquet of vibrant red roses, his expression dark as his fingers tightened around the stems, turning pale from the pressure. For 2 years, he had pursued Gu Qing. During this time, how many gold-digging women had he turned away for her? He could hardly keep count. But what about Gu Qing? As always, he received no affirmation. After 2 years, one might as well turn iron into needles. Now, he had put everything on the line, confessing his feelings in a public setting, only to be met with an unrelenting refusal. 2 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past 2 years? After a long pause, his parched lips parted slightly, his expression steeped in despondency. He had lost hope. He had given up. Gu Qi was momentarily taken aback, sighed, and said, Lin, I have always regarded you merely as a classmate, nothing more. That has never changed. Now, the class is about to begin, and I must take my leave. With that, Gu Qing strode away with her long legs, leaving Lin standing alone, disheveled in the wind. The surrounding students, who had gathered to watch the spectacle, gradually dispersed, Before long, apart from the scattered petals on the ground, only young Master Wang and Yiqiu remained. "Oh, it's this fellow," Wang Xihong remarked with surprise. "When did Lin come to study at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics? Was he in the capital?" "Lin, what's up? Heartbroken?" he continued, feigning concern. "Oh, my apologies, that is not quite right. There was never a relationship to begin with. So how could there be heartbreak?" Wang Xihong's knack for mockery was indeed unparalleled. As soon as his words were uttered, a wave of furious glares shot in his direction, although the anger dissipated swiftly. "Chonggu," Lin exclaimed with delight, not expecting to encounter an acquaintance here. "You rascal, how could you come to Magic City without informing me? Are you trying to distance yourself from me?" Wang Xihong pretended to be displeased. Lin sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Well, I just hadn't found the time. It is primarily a source of embarrassment to speak of it, hence I have refrained from informing everyone." Lin Jian, feeling somewhat bashful, has indeed traveled all the way from the imperial capital to the Magic City in pursuit of a woman, willingly relinquishing his family's legacy. And yet the matter remains unresolved. The mere mention of it would surely provoke laughter. Wang Xihong approached Lin Jian, holding a deep admiration for this passionate young man. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity to abandon the mantle of air and traverse such distances for the sake of love. One must concede that in terms of infatuation, Lin Jian undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in the nation. "Let it go. I can see that Gu Qing does not harbor feelings for you." Wang Xihong gently placed a hand on Lin Jian's shoulder, unable to restrain his urge to dissuade. He had previously attempted to counsel Lin Jian, but the young man was as stubborn as a mule, refusing to turn back until he faced an insurmountable obstacle. Initially, Wang Xihong presumed his words would fall on deaf ears, yet to his astonishment, Lin Jian nodded in agreement this time. "Indeed, Chonggu, I have made a decision. I will no longer harbor feelings for Gu Qing," Lin Jian declared through gritted teeth, though his voice quivered increasingly as he spoke. It is easy to imagine the immense resolve it took to utter those words. Wang Xihong looked at him in disbelief. "Is this truly the Lin Jian I know? The hopeless romantic? Are you serious?" Wang Xihong inquired skeptically. With unwavering determination, Lin Jian nodded affirmatively and asserted, "Chonggu, I truly will not like her anymore. I have given up." After a bitter smile, he continued, "Gu Qing is not the type of woman who values wealth. Her ideal partner will not be me." Chapter 79. Re-entering the futures market. Wang Xihong nodded in agreement, stating, "You speak truly. Gu Qing is a woman whom only a select few prodigies in Huagua could possibly conquer." As he spoke, a sense of discomfort surfaced within him. Gu Qing was indeed a prodigy herself, having earned dual doctoral degrees before the age of 23. A year prior, he had heard that she had begun her studies in political economy, yet he had not anticipated that she would be pursuing them in the bustling metropolis. "Brother Chong, I have made a decision. I aspire to be a scoundrel, just like you," Lin Jian suddenly declared, his expression utterly earnest. "Excuse me? Where have I ever been a scoundrel?" Wang Xihong retorted, incredulous. "Come now, if I were to admit that, what would become of my reputation as the nation's ideal husband?" Lin Jian merely chuckled at this, refraining from rebuttal. Wang Xicheng's habit of changing partners with the frequency of changing attire could hardly be deemed anything but scoundrelly, if that was the case. Then Huahua would surely be devoid of such men. Brother Chong, who might this be?" After some time spent bantering with Wang Xihong, Lin Jian finally noticed Yiqiu standing nearby. He regarded him with a puzzled expression, as Yiqiu's face was unfamiliar to him. Neither in the capital nor among the elite scions of various regions had he encountered such a person. Could it be that Brother Chong had taken on a new follower in the capital? This thought crossed Lin Jian's mind. However, Wang Xicheng's subsequent words took Lin Jian by surprise. How could I have neglected to introduce you? This is Yiqiu, my brother. You may simply call him Brother Yi." Despite Principal Wang's assertion that he does not consider a person's wealth when forging friendships, the reality of social stratification remains insurmountable, rendering the entrance into certain circles nearly impossible. Lin Jian, hailing from the capital, possesses a modest fortune, with his father's wealth estimated at several billion, recently surging to over 100 billion. Nevertheless, he still finds himself at a considerable distance from the elite echelon represented by Principal Wang. Their acquaintance was a product of serendipity, yet in Principal Wang's eyes, Lin Jian is merely a subordinate. However, with Yiqiu's introduction, Lin Jian's status has now ascended to that of Wang's brother, a significant elevation indeed. For those who are recognized as brothers by Principal Wang typically hail from prominent, and powerful families. Curiously, Lin Jian has never laid eyes on Yi Qiu, who appears to have emerged from obscurity. These reflections lingered for only a fleeting moment before Lin Jian promptly exclaimed, "Hello, brother Yi." Regardless of the circumstances, Principal Wang has declared him a brother, leaving Lin Jian no room to maintain any pretense. "Greetings," came Yi Qiu's reply, as young Master Wang nudged him playfully, saying, "Do not underestimate Lin Jian. Your matters were entrusted to him through his cousin. His cousin is the favored son of the second-in-command in Deep City. And although Lin Jian's family business may not be vast, their products are tied to military affairs." Principal Wang explicitly acknowledged Lin Jian's status, clearly aiming to establish a connection between the two. "Shall we not linger here? Allow me to treat you to some drinks," young Master Wang declared, gesturing grandly as he led the two towards a nearby roadside eatery. 10 minutes later, several individuals found themselves gathered in front of a bustling food stall, engaging in lively banter, while a couple of luxury vehicles, a multi-million-dollar Ferrari and a Porsche 911, were parked by the roadside. Passers-by cast envious glances in their direction. In all of Hua country, it seemed that only Principal Wang, the scion of a prestigious family, possessed such a down-to-earth charm. Frequently seen strolling with his internet celebrity girlfriend or indulging in street food at local barbecue stalls, his updates often appeared on social media. As for other affluent heirs, they were seldom seen. After several rounds of drinks, the group clamored for a foot massage, yet, aside from Yi Qiu, two of them were clearly unable to hold their liquor. Yi Qiu, with an arm around one of them, arranged accommodations before finally settling down. He inwardly vowed never to drink with this individual again. It was one thing to lack tolerance for alcohol, but to boast of being impervious after 1,000 cups was quite another. Now, in a state of utter inebriation, this friend would have required emergency assistance had Yi Qiu not still felt some measure of responsibility. After tending to his companions, Yi Qiu booked a room for himself, noting that it was time to enter the futures market. Gazing at the balance in his account, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. When he was earning just a few thousand, he felt financially strained. Now, with assets amounting to several billion, he still felt it insufficient. Setting aside the 15 billion with Lin Songhai, he had spent another 10 billion acquiring 40% of the shares in a fierce venture. Currently, his account held just over 7 billion, which included proceeds from selling jade. At this moment, he found himself in the midst of financial expenditures. The offshore company required funds, and investments demanded capital. The beginning of any endeavor is fraught with difficulties, yet he felt reassured by his unique abilities, alleviating his concerns. What he lacked was merely time. As the hour approached for the futures market to open, he prepared himself for the tasks ahead. In recent days, Yi Qiu had not paid attention to the market trends. As the opening approached, he swiftly glanced at the previous day's closing price, and his focus sharpened. Before long, the computer screen before him displayed changes. Name: West Texas Intermediate Crude Oil Price, 75 per barrel. 10 minutes later, the price rose to 75.3 per barrel. Upon seeing this information, Yi Qiu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although there was a modest increase of 0.3 points, his capital was not conducive to such trivial fluctuations. "Perhaps I should wait a bit longer," he murmured to himself, continuing to bide his time, seeking a more volatile opportunity. Before long, the awaited moment arrived. Name: West Texas Intermediate Crude Oil Price, 75.3. Half an hour later, the price surged to 82.6. With the desired information in hand, Yi Qiu swiftly initiated a long position. In no time, his account was fully invested. Only after setting up an automatic sell order did he release a sigh of relief. His financial portfolio was vast, and managing it alone proved to be quite cumbersome. The act of establishing his position consumed a full 5 minutes, during which the price began to rise steadily. This delay alone cost him at least several hundred thousand. It seemed imperative to expedite the search for a trader to assist him. Yi Qiu pondered this, yet he remained conflicted. On one hand, no one could guarantee absolute sincerity, nor could he place unwavering trust in anyone. Relying solely on his unique abilities, he could only navigate the short-term market. If the individuals he sought could not exhibit loyalty and faith in him, the repeated attempts would inevitably unveil the slightest hint of suspicion. Though no one would suspect the existence of supernatural abilities, Yi Qiu was determined not to reveal even the slightest hint of his secret. His powers were his greatest secret, one he had not even disclosed to his parents, let alone anyone else, unless one day he possessed undeniable strength. Perhaps he might confide a fraction of it to those close to him. But for now, he wished to avoid any suspicion. After a night devoid of conversation, the following day dawned. Yi Qiu awoke energetically from his slumber. He had been engrossed in trading until 3 in the morning, finally allowing himself rest after setting the last automatic liquidation point. Chapter 80. Purchasing medicine. His assets had surged once more. It was unclear whether it was sheer luck or something else that had enabled him to encounter the black swan event again. Although the fluctuations were minor, they resulted in a surplus exceeding $200 million given his substantial capital, coupled with his own principal. He was now mere millions away from crossing the 20 billion mark. Exhaling slowly, Yi Qiu released a breath laden with pent-up tension. This amount still felt insignificant. One step at a time. Just as Yi Qiu intended to rise, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him. His vision darkened, and he collapsed directly onto his desk. Time passed unmeasured. Eventually, Yi Qiu murmured softly, clutching his head and furrowing his brow in discomfort. His mind felt as though it had been struck repeatedly by a hammer, accompanied by a persistent buzzing in his ears. This sensation, suddenly, Yi Qiu's breath quickened as an unfamiliar set of memories surged into his consciousness, a cascade of thoughts that felt entirely alien. A sense of absurdity washed over him. This memory surged into his mind as if it had been infused within him. Although he had never encountered it before, Yi Qiu felt an innate familiarity with it. This memory was known as the 5 arts of Taoism, encompassing the disciplines of mountain medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. He had already begun his journey into the realms of mountain and divination, although he had been previously unaware of it. The enhancement of his physical prowess corresponded to the mountain aspect of these arts. The term mountain refers to a discipline that cultivates both body and spirit through methods such as nourishing food, foundational practices, esoteric texts, martial arts, and talismans, all aimed at achieving the goal of self-cultivation. This tradition harks back to the ancient practitioners of qi cultivation who thrived during the pre-Qin era, a time when various schools of thought flourished and extraordinary heroes emerged in abundance. However, as time progressed and the cosmos underwent transformation, the contemporary world became increasingly inhospitable for qi cultivators. If one were to categorize his current abilities systematically, Yi Qiu's strength could only be likened to that of an entry-level qi swallower. Beyond this lay realms such as foundation establishment and dance formation. Nevertheless, the current world has long since lost the vital spiritual energy necessary for the cultivation of qi, rendering these higher realms merely theoretical. Among the arts, divination encompasses 3 methodologies: fortune-telling, auspicious selection, and situational analysis, all aimed at forecasting events. Fortune-telling itself can be further divided into 2 forms: divination through yarrow stalks, and the interpretation of the cracks in a burnt turtle shell. Previously, he had thought his extraordinary abilities were tied to the art of divination. However, he could not fathom the changes that had occurred, allowing him to predict without the need for a turtle shell. It was the medical aspect that had rendered him unconscious today. The art of medicine has accumulated a myriad of intricate ailments and remedies, spanning 5 millennia of Chinese history, including various prescriptions and acupuncture techniques. The enormity of this knowledge surpasses his imagination. Had Yi Qiu not attained the status of a formidable practitioner, he might have been overwhelmed by this vast reservoir of memories. However, possessing this memory does not equate to mastering the knowledge contained within it. It is akin to having an encyclopedia. Yi Qiu must familiarize himself with this wealth of information to truly internalize it. Suddenly, Yi Qiu furrowed his brow and glanced down, noticing the jade pendant at his chest. Yet, this pendant lay in ruins, its surface marred by a grayish hue, devoid of its former luster. Yi Qiu opened his mouth, recalling that this jade pendant was something he had scavenged from a roadside stall while working at an antique shop. In an instant, he understood the significance of it. It seems this legacy was passed down through this very pendant. With a burst of excitement, Yi Qiu laughed aloud. Ever since parting ways with Chang Xiaoyi, fortune has truly favored him. One fortuitous event follows another. The art of mountain medicine and fortune-telling is indeed a transmission of Taoist practices, with the path of the mountain being a legendary technique for cultivating immortality. Who does not yearn to seek the divine and inquire about the way? With this newfound opportunity, he is determined to cherish it deeply. However, his expression soon darkened as he recalled the persistent question echoed within the legacy of memories. The world has undergone a profound transformation, rendering it inhospitable for practitioners of qi cultivation. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, recognizing that this fortunate encounter is a blessing in itself, and there is no need to covet what is unattainable. Having comprehended these vital points, Yichio's heart was no longer burdened with despondency. Instead, he began to delve into the medical records. Soon, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. The youth elixir? Though it lacked the everlasting youth effects depicted in immortal cultivation novels, it undoubtedly surpassed the efficacy of modern cosmetics. Moreover, the ingredients for this elixir were readily available in the market. With this revelation, Yichio eagerly stepped outside. In the bustling city of Magic Capital, before the entrance of Yulin Pharmacy, a couplet hung, expressing a heartfelt wish. May the world be free from illness. Why let dust settle on the medicine shelves? Above it, the four characters' hearts of healers were prominently displayed. However, in this restless society, few could truly embody the sentiments expressed in the couplet. Yichio strode into the pharmacy, where a long, yellowed table rested beneath the shelves brimming with medicinal herbs. "Hello, I would like to buy some medicine," he called out politely, gently tapping the counter. Suddenly, the person behind the counter, startled from a deep slumber, awoke. A droplet of crystalline saliva dangled from the corner of her mouth, revealing a delicate face akin to a peach blossom. "Oh, what medicine do you need?" Sun Miao, with an adorably dazed expression, quickly inquired. Yichio was momentarily taken aback. The enchanting young woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the fragile and tender Dayu. Her eyes sparkled like distant stars, captivating in their allure. Feeling somewhat flustered under his gaze, the girl shot him an irritated glance. Clearing his throat, Yichio hastily listed the names of several traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Sun Miao, however, appeared increasingly bewildered by his request. "That is all. I'll need 10 portions, please." After a considerable pause, Yichio spoke, his lips slightly parched. Meanwhile, Sun Miao appeared somewhat dazed. She recognized each character, and the names of the herbal medicines at the beginning were manageable, but the latter part completely eluded her memory. Blushing, she softly implored, could you repeat that? I forgot the names after Jean Shawnee." As if overwhelmed by embarrassment, her voice dwindled to a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Had it not been for the fact that only she and Yichio were present, her words might have gone unheard. Yichio couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. An apothecary where one couldn't even catch the full names of medicinal herbs. Quite remarkable indeed. With a darkened expression, Yichio repeated the names of the numerous herbal ingredients. After a while, Sun Miao began to fumble in her haste to gather the herbs. As several packages of Chinese medicinal herbs were neatly arranged on the counter, she exhibited a hesitance, as if struggling to contain her curiosity. Chapter 81. Alchemy. Why are you purchasing these herbs? Many of these ingredients are incompatible. Consuming them could lead to poisoning. After a moment of restraint, Sun Miao finally voiced her lingering question. Growing up in a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, she had a decent understanding of herbal remedies, though she was not an expert. "Oh, I intend to use them for alchemy," Yichio replied succinctly before inquiring. "How much do I owe you?" 23,000 yuan, Sun Miao replied, rolling her eyes, clearly skeptical of Yichio's assertion. Alchemy? Wasn't that the stuff of novels? After Yichio settled the payment and departed, Sun Miao paid him little mind, her eyes narrowing in contemplation once again. A voice, slightly hoarse, echoed from the entrance, prompting Xiao Miao to lift her gaze. To her surprise, it was none other than her grandfather, the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the magical city. "Grandfather, you have returned. Just a moment ago, someone came to purchase medicine, but they appeared quite eccentric, claiming they wished to take it home for alchemy." Sun Nangwa stroked his beard, a bemused smile gracing his face. "Alchemy? What an imaginative notion," he mused, though it was not meant to mock Yichio. In the realm of orthodox traditional Chinese medicine, alchemy indeed holds its place, albeit the potions produced often lack significant efficacy. In his youth, before embarking on his own journey, he too had fantasized about an elixir that could cure all ailments. However, his master imparted a profound statement that lingered in his memory. The path ahead is severed. The 5 arts no longer exist in this world. At that time, he was still young and could not comprehend the weight of those words. Yet, as the years unfolded, Sun Nangwa gradually understood. The present world has stagnated in its advancement of medical arts. The 5 arts of medicine remain a marvel, a legacy handed down from his master, yet he has only grasped a mere fraction of the knowledge contained within the texts. This scant understanding has earned him the title of a master in traditional Chinese medicine, a testament to the extraordinary potential that the full mastery of the 5 arts would entail. Yet, he can only sigh in wistfulness. For the current world lacks an essence known as spiritual energy. Without this vital force, the progression of medical arts remains utterly unattainable. Within the realm of alchemy, which also aligns with the medical path, the absence of spiritual energy renders the creation of only inferior elixirs, which ultimately prove ineffective. Hence, he felt a mere tinge of disappointment and amusement. The sorrow stemmed from the inability to witness the remarkable techniques chronicled in the medical scriptures manifesting in the present world. Upon reflecting on this, Sun Nangwa gently shook his head, recognizing that it was not the decline or ineffectiveness of traditional medicine, but rather the current inability of the heavens and earth to exhibit the astonishing methods detailed in the subsequent sections of the medical texts. It is crucial to understand that the cancer, which instills fear in today's society, is merely an introductory ailment in the medical scriptures, one that he has only begun to comprehend. Yet, constrained by the essence of the universe, he is unable to employ any means to cure cancer, leaving him to lament in silence. On a separate note, after Yi Qiu returned with the medicinal ingredients, he instructed a courier to procure a smart pressure cooker. The essence of alchemy lies in the mastery of heat. Without proper control, one cannot produce elixirs. In ancient times, most relied on cauldrons or alchemical furnaces, where the probability of success depended solely on experience. However, the present age is different. Societal advancements necessitate that alchemy evolves as well. What better tool exists for temperature control than a smart pressure cooker? Before long, the courier arrived with the pressure cooker. Yi Qiu eagerly selected a dozen or so useless herbs from his collection. One must always guard against the intentions of others. The fear of having one's formula discovered looms large. Thus, Yi Qiu prudently purchased an additional 10 herbs, as the cost was negligible. After standardizing the remaining herbs into a single portion, he added half a bowl of clear water to the pressure cooker and commenced the alchemical process. Before long, the entire room was filled with a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, the aroma gathering elegantly at the ceiling. Who on earth is poisoning the air at such a late hour? Do they not realize that tempting others with midnight snacks is a grave sin? Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from downstairs, yet Yi Qiu merely smiled and paid it no mind. The act of refining medicine within a hotel presents numerous inconveniences, but his eagerness for the rejuvenating elixir had compelled him to proceed despite the setting. A short while later, the pressure cooker emitted a series of whistle-like sounds, accompanied by an inexplicable scent. Was it a failure? Yi Qiu furrowed his brow, for he had meticulously followed the prescriptions laid out in the medical texts. Logically, it should not have failed. Without further contemplation, he tightened his grip, and the pressure cooker let out a faint crack, while steam began to rise. After a moment, he finally discerned the contents within the cooker, a viscous substance congealed into bizarre shapes, with fragmented black clumps exuding a potent medicinal aroma. Having never witnessed the appearance of a successfully refined elixir, Yi Qiu felt a sense of hesitation regarding the concoction before him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He could employ divination to ascertain its quality. His method of divination was distinct from traditional practices that required various aids. He could perceive the value of things directly with his own eyes. The result revealed, the medicinal efficacy remained partially intact, with the effect of invigorating blood circulation and soothing meridians. Instantly, a shadow of dismay crossed Yi Qiu's face. What an unexpected outcome. Subsequently, Yi Qiu's spirits were once again lifted. After all, it was merely one failure. With this thought in mind, he retrieved another batch of herbs. This time, he resolved to add them to the pot in 2 installments, believing this might yield better results. Without hesitation, he proceeded, and after a considerable duration, he finally completed the addition of all the herbs. Another 20 minutes passed, and as anticipated, Yi Qiu faced yet another failure. He gazed in confusion at the remnants within the pot, perplexed as to why he had not succeeded, especially since he had meticulously followed the alchemical techniques recorded in his inherited memories. Furthermore, he had utilized a high-pressure cooker equipped with intelligent temperature control. Logically, failure should have been impossible. Yet, here he was, having failed twice. Clenching his teeth, Yi Qiu reflected upon the lessons from his unsuccessful attempts and resumed his experiments. He persevered until 11 o'clock that evening, having squandered 9 sets of herbs. If the final set proved unsuccessful, he would have no choice but to wait until tomorrow to procure more. Alternatively, should he attempt to incorporate that enigmatic energy? Yi Qiu murmured softly. As he placed the herbs one by one into the pot and restored the power, he began to channel the energy flowing within him. This was an ability he had only recently discovered. While in a meditative state, he could sense the presence of a unique energy within his body. Typically, this energy lay dormant in his dantian, only becoming apparent during moments of exertion. Before long, steam began to rise once more from the high-pressure cooker, and Yi Qiu steadied his mind, directing the energy to circulate around him. Go! Yi Qiu suddenly shouted, forcing the energy out of his body. In an instant, it burst forth from his fingertips, surging directly into the high-pressure cooker. Yi Qiu's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 82. The formation of Dan. There exists a notion that a person's essence, energy, and spirit are intertwined. When one's vitality diminishes, death looms ominously nearby. Practitioners of qi cultivation endeavor to refine the vital energy residing in their core, gradually augmenting and harnessing it, which enables them to perform astonishing feats. Once this vital force within their being reaches a certain magnitude, they can effortlessly move mountains and part seas, shatter stones, and achieve the seemingly impossible. However, Li Qiu had merely embarked upon the threshold of the first layer of qi swallowing, and thus could only barely manipulate the energy within his chest. To his surprise, forcibly expelling this energy rendered him exceedingly weak. A sensation of heaviness plagued his thoughts, accompanied by an incessant droop of his eyelids. Soon, Li Qiu could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he inwardly lamented, cursing his lack of a mentor, which had proven to be quite a challenge. Indeed, he had nearly undone himself through his reckless endeavors. As he expelled the vital energy from his 5 internal organs, a revelation dawned upon him regarding the essence of the 5 energies within his core. It became clear that during the qi swallowing stage, it is prudent to nurture that energy. Unbridled manipulation could lead to catastrophic consequences, such as the peril of being consumed by one's own power. The mildest repercussion could result in a severe illness. As the moon waned and the day broke, it was not until midday the following day that Li Qiu gradually roused from his slumber. His form appeared somewhat emaciated, and his complexion was as pallid as a wayward patron of the red light district. With great effort, he propped himself up with his hands. Since receiving his inheritance, he had not felt this weakened in a long time. At this moment, he felt even more feeble than an elderly person. Upon awakening, his first instinct was to carefully attune himself to the sensations within his 5 internal organs. Yet, he discovered a certain deficit, aside from a slight sensation in his dantian. The vital energies of his internal organs had been completely depleted. Yi Qiu could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He had acted recklessly. Although his realm of qi absorption was indeed extraordinary, he had not entirely transcended the mundane. No matter how formidable a practitioner of qi absorption may be, they remain human. Merely a mortal endowed with physical strength. Only upon truly entering the foundation establishment realm could one master the 5 energies within their chest. That would mark the genuine first step towards transcendence. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he could only hope that his foundation had not been compromised. After ascertaining his condition, Yi Qiu let out a soft sigh. Even though the current world was ill-suited for practitioners of qi, he still harbored a flicker of hope. After all, this was the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, a quest yearned for by figures such as Qin Huang and Han Wu. Suddenly, Yi Qiu was struck by a realization. Although he was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, it was undoubtedly a significant duration, and he had been refining elixirs in his pressure cooker. If it were to be ruined as a result, the loss would be monumental. He had no idea how long it would take to replenish the vital energy in his chest. Furthermore, if he were to lose the opportunity to concoct the rejuvenating elixir, the phrase lost to the point of bankruptcy would be an understatement. Disregarding his physical weakness, Yi Qiu mustered the strength to rise, directing his gaze toward the pressure cooker. Fortunately, he had purchased an intelligent pressure cooker equipped with temperature control. It was only occasionally emitting warmth to maintain its contents. Upon twisting open the lid, a rich fragrance of elixir immediately wafted into Yi Qiu's nostrils. The aroma was enchanting, a blend of refreshing scents intertwined with an inexplicable medicinal essence. As the mist dissipated, the true visage within the pressure cooker was revealed. Before him lay 5 perfectly round, pale pink pills, resting within the inner chamber. Success! A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yi Qiu's eyes. He had never anticipated that his sudden inspiration would indeed yield the rejuvenating elixir. Instantly, Yi Qiu focused his attention, and translucent characters materialized above the 5 pills. Name: Rejuvenation Pill. An unremarkable concoction, with somewhat inferior refining techniques and medicinal properties. Effects: maintains youth for a decade, with a slight rejuvenating effect. Upon reading this description, Yichio felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy. Although the efficacy was somewhat lacking, it was still commendable for a novice in the art. However, as he settled back into contemplation, Yichio found himself in a quandary. The medical text he inherited contained merely 5 pages of knowledge that did not require the manipulation of qi. In contrast, the medical techniques necessitating qi were likely to fill 20 encyclopedias. Never mind, one cannot become an expert overnight. It would be prudent to first master the techniques that did not require qi. After pondering for a moment, Yichio reached a resolution. Yet, he soon found himself troubled again. Although he had successfully crafted 5 rejuvenation pills, was he expected to consume them like candy? Perhaps it would be wise to inquire whether Wang Ming had any interest in them. Thus, Yichio retrieved his phone and called Wang Ming, asking him to come over shortly. He then opened the window to air out the room, which was filled with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. While not unpleasant, it was somewhat overwhelming. Half an hour later, young Master Wang arrived as promised, nonchalantly flopping onto the sofa as he entered. "What's up?" "Mysterious indeed. What treasures do you possess? Could it be that you have unearthed a piece of imperial jade?" Yichio rolled his eyes, pondering whether this fellow truly regarded imperial jade as mere cabbage. Moreover, what he possessed was countless times more precious than imperial jade. If the effects were to be revealed to those affluent young ladies or their mothers, the rush to acquire it would likely stretch from the Magic City to River City. After all, maintaining 10 years of youth and even reversing aging, albeit with limited effects, is astonishing in itself. If any international luxury skincare brand could achieve even a tenth of the efficacy of this rejuvenation elixir, they would undoubtedly dominate the skincare industry. What is this? Wang Ming gazed skeptically at the glass vial before him, particularly disapproving of the 5 pale pink orbs contained within. Yichio chuckled. "Have you ever heard of the rejuvenation elixir?" "Ah, of course, it's a common trope in novels," Wang Ming replied. He shot a puzzled glance at Yichio, hesitatingly adding, "Are you suggesting that this is the rejuvenation elixir?" Upon seeing Yichio nod solemnly, Wang Ming erupted into laughter. "Come on, brother. Have you been bewitched by your novels?" It was no surprise that Wang Ming was incredulous. After all, who in their right mind would believe in such a thing as a rejuvenation elixir? Certainly, he did not. Yichio chose not to engage in further banter. He swiftly seized the glass vial, poured out 1 orb, and with a swift yet stealthy motion, placed it directly into Wang Ming's mouth. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. "What the hell? Yichio, are you trying to kill your father? Unfilial son. This is outrageous." Ugh. Wang Ming clawed at his throat, attempting to expel what might be poison from Yichio's hands. Unfortunately, the medicinal pill dissolved instantly upon contact, rendering his efforts futile. Yichio, wearing an expression of dismay, realized that brothers often wished to dominate one another, and he had not anticipated that young Master Wang would fall into this category as well. With a cold chuckle, he tossed a mirror to Wang Ming before turning away. Confused, Wang Ming stared at the mirror resting on the table, pondering Yichio's intentions. Chapter 83. Ingenious Thoughts. Could it be? Yichio wanted me to admire my own exquisite visage. As Wang Ming's mind wandered, his form underwent a remarkable transformation. A greasy layer of impurities continuously oozed from his skin's surface. Simultaneously, his beer belly diminished at a visibly rapid pace, and, as time passed, the once sparse strands of hair on young Master Wang's head thickened instantaneously. Yichio, observing Wang Ming's metamorphosis, felt a mix of astonishment and intrigue, hastily rifling through the inherited memories to find various descriptions of the longevity elixir. After a considerable time, he finally comprehended the situation, silently marveling at the ingenuity of ancient practitioners. In modern terms, the longevity elixir had enhanced the human genome, bringing one's overall appearance closer to perfection. However, only those of superior or exceptional quality could achieve such results. The version Yichio had concocted, being of a slightly inferior grade, could at best detoxify, slim down, and promote hair growth. Meanwhile, Wang Ming remained utterly bewildered. He immediately noticed the abnormalities on his body and hastily picked up a mirror. The first thing that caught his eye was a face riddled with blackheads and excess oil, followed by a head of thick black hair. "Yichio, brother Yi, what on earth is happening?" Wang Ming said, a hint of fear in his voice. It is only natural for a person to feel trepidation towards the unknown, and Principal Wang was no exception. Have you heard of washing the marrow and refining the essence? This is a simplified version. Just think of it as a rapid weight loss method. Yi Qiu replied with a smile, adding, hurry up and wash it off. You'll be even more astonished later. Half an hour later, a man who was 2 or 3 times more handsome than before emerged. Wang Ming's face was alight with excitement. He could hardly contain himself as he spun around in front of Yi Qiu, exclaiming a series of elegant phrases. Wow, Brother Yi, you are incredible. No way. My little belly is gone. The V-line is visible. I can even see my abs, and I look so much more handsome. How on earth did you achieve this? It was no wonder Wang Ming appeared so astonished. In his 20-plus years of life, he had never encountered such a miraculous method. The youth elixir. Didn't I mention it before? Yi Qiu explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming became even more excited and eagerly asked, so, does this mean I will remain youthful forever? Dream on. This is merely a simplified version. It can maintain your youth for a maximum of 10 years, and it will slightly reverse aging. The notion of eternal youth is currently unrealistic. Yi Qiu rolled his eyes. Not to mention whether he could even concoct it. Just a subpar youth elixir had nearly drained him of all his vitality. It is estimated that concocting a pill of moderate quality could very well cost him his life, let alone a superior one. My goodness. Brother, I may have raised my voice a tad earlier. I apologize. Could you possibly make me another one? Wang Ming exclaimed with palpable excitement. 10 years. That would mean consuming another one would grant me 20 years. You must be dreaming. Do not even entertain such thoughts. Furthermore, each individual can only consume one of these rejuvenation pills in their lifetime. Any subsequent doses yield no effect unless of a higher quality. Yi Qiu promptly interrupted Wang Ming's trailing words to spare him from further longing. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming appeared somewhat disheartened, yet his curiosity soon resurfaced. Master, when did you become so extraordinary? Not only do you gamble on stones, but you also possess the ability to refine pills. Have you descended from the mountain as a master? Enough of your banter. Having consumed this, we ought to discuss business. How much do you reckon this could fetch? Yi Qiu inquired, for the rejuvenation pill is the most rudimentary of the medicinal concoctions. Thus, he was able to create it. Other pills were far too intricate, and some of the herbs he had never even heard of. Only the rejuvenation pill's ingredients were manageable for him. As his words settled, Wang Ming furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment, he extended a single finger. 100 million? Nonsense. It starts at a minimum of 1 billion. You have no idea how much women value their beauty. If those affluent ladies were to discover the efficacy of your pill, I dare say they would go to any lengths, even risking their fortunes. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Yi Qiu was immediately taken aback. Could this truly possess such terrifying potential? Upon reflection, he soon comprehended that the affluent ladies, unconcerned about financial constraints, were most preoccupied with their appearances. After all, while no one can remain eternally 18, there are women who embody that timeless youth. In their fervent quest to captivate a man's heart, one can only imagine the lengths they would go to. 1 billion might merely be a pittance. Should this elixir come to fruition, it would undoubtedly incite a fervor among countless women vying to procure it. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qiu resolved firmly and declared, very well, I shall entrust this elixir to you. You possess the connections. Devise a means to sell it for me. You may set the price as you see fit. My minimum price is 12 billion, and any surplus shall be yours. As for the one you consume, well, let us say, a meal on me will suffice. Yi Qiu chuckled, intent on negotiating a favorable deal with Wang Ming. Goodness, my father is remarkable, he exclaimed with excitement. In light of Yi Qiu's boldness, Wang Ming felt a twinge of insecurity regarding his own status as the nation's beloved figure. Nevertheless, to cultivate a friendship with someone so extraordinary was indeed a stroke of fortune. Rest assured, I will ensure its sale, Wang Ming asserted with unwavering conviction. Acknowledging the additional benefit to himself, was this not a generous gesture? To his knowledge, there existed numerous affluent ladies in the bustling metropolis who had long since faded in their youth. These 4 elixirs could easily command several billion. After exchanging jovial banter, Wang Ming departed with the elixirs in hand. Yet, once he left, Yi Qiu found himself deep in thought. It is often said that quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations. He was in dire need of funds, exceedingly so, and the medical texts on alchemy embedded in his mind were undoubtedly a potent source of revenue. Not to mention the foundational rejuvenation elixir. Even the first page detailing the concoction for treating cancer and AIDS could suffice to elevate him to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. However, these elixirs require the support of spiritual energy. Ultimately, he cannot achieve anything substantial on his own. If only they could be produced on an assembly line. Yichio's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. In modern society, nothing enhances industrial efficiency quite like assembly lines and machinery. Yet, the spiritual energy in this world is exceedingly scarce, making it genuinely challenging to batch-produce elixirs. It all comes down to a lack of funds. Yichio shook his head, while his thoughts were boundlessly imaginative, realizing them proved to be a formidable task. His major in university was archaeology, leaving him utterly ignorant of machinery. Moreover, the world's spiritual energy is so thin that it cannot support large-scale production unless it can be gathered together. As this thought crossed his mind, a light suddenly flickered in Yichio's eyes. In those immortal novels, there exists something known as a spirit-gathering array, does it not? For his current predicament, this spirit-gathering array could not be more fitting. Without delay, Yichio began to peruse the inherited memories from the mountain scripture. In no time, he discovered what he sought, the section on formations, the spirit-gathering array. The emergence of these two concepts significantly bolstered Yichio's confidence, and he eagerly delved into the study of formation techniques. Chapter 84, Spirit-Gathering Array. However, the spirit-gathering array requires spirit stones for its arrangement. Yet in a world where spiritual energy is depleted, how could spirit stones possibly exist? Yichio sighed. Without spiritual energy, everything is mere speculation. Nevertheless, spirit stones and jade stones do share some similarities. Yichio murmured, contemplating the information regarding spirit stones in his mind. It seemed there wasn't much difference between the two after all. Contemplating this, Yichio swiftly made his way to the jade shop to purchase several pieces of Hitian jade. Upon returning to his hotel room, he meticulously arranged 5 jade stones in a specific formation, while also reciting a particular incantation. Suddenly, a resonant humming echoed throughout the room, accompanied by an ethereal energy that began to converge around the 5 jade stones. Has it succeeded? Yichio's heart swelled with unanticipated joy as he witnessed the formation of the spirit-gathering array. This was the key to his future prosperity. Times had changed. Initially, he had engaged in stone gambling and futures trading merely to improve his living conditions. Now, however, his aspirations had shifted towards the path of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, one must consider wealth, companions, techniques, and environments. Wealth can signify both worldly riches and spiritual treasures. Companions refer to kindred spirits or fellow practitioners. Techniques naturally pertain to one's methods of cultivation, while environments denote auspicious locations conducive to growth. Presently, Ichio felt a significant lack even in mundane finances, let alone in spiritual artifacts. The spirit-gathering array had been established, yet he now needed to implement a pill-refining assembly line. The efficacy of the elixirs required meticulous control, and it was prudent not to reveal any subpar pills, as their effects could be overwhelmingly extraordinary. Should they attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, it would lead to trouble. Ichio took a deep breath and resolved firmly in his heart. As he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of establishing an assembly line, he resolved to entrust this specialized task to professionals. Thus, he promptly posted a high-paying recruitment advertisement on the nation's largest job portal, outlining his requirements for skilled individuals capable of developing the assembly line. He also detailed the specific needs of the assembly line, though he refrained from mentioning its intended application. Merely 10 minutes after the announcement, Ichio's phone began to ring. "Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Huang Xinqing, a graduate of Harvard University, majoring in mechanical engineering. I have reviewed your requirements and can fulfill them." Ichio paused for a moment and quickly replied, "That's great. I am currently in Shanghai. Please find the time to come for an interview." Meanwhile, at the opulent mansion in Shanghai, Wang Ming stood before a villa, greeting a woman. "Auntie, it has been a long time." Li Yichio hesitated, taking a moment to examine the individual before her, before finally speaking with uncertainty. You are Wang Ming?" "Yes, Auntie, it is I." Wang Ming responded without a moment's hesitation. Li Yichio's eyes widened in astonishment. She could hardly believe that this suave young man was the same Wang Ming she had known since childhood. The transformation was astonishing. Just last year, he bore a completely different appearance. Today, however, he looked like a youthful 20-year-old. Even if Wang Ming claimed to be attending university, she would have believed him. His visage appeared remarkably youthful, brimming with collagen, his hair thick and dark, and he had even shed any semblance of a belly. It was truly astonishing. "Did you undergo cosmetic surgery?" Liichio blurted out unexpectedly. "Ahem. Annie, do you really think I am the kind of person who prioritizes appearance? Besides, I have lived with that face for 30 years. Is there really a need for surgery?" Liichio tilted her head, her skepticism evident in her gaze. "Then how did you become so youthful?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ming chuckled, finally receiving the question he had been waiting for. He hastily replied, "Aunt, my transformation is quite a tale. As you know, I went to Myanmar to find some solace. There, I encountered a sorcerer from whom I spent a considerable sum to acquire 2 elixirs. I consumed one myself, and the last one, naturally, is meant for you. Given your kindness towards me since childhood." Liichio hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "But this elixir has no side effects, does it?" A flicker of desire sparked within her. After all, which woman would not wish to eternally retain the appearance of 18? Though she was 65, she appeared merely in her 40s. However, the wrinkles on her face had accumulated to a degree that no concealer could mask. Her skin had become exceedingly lax, a result of her years of investment amounting to tens of millions in maintenance. Yet, Wang Ming's words had thoroughly stirred her interest. "Aunt, can you not trust me? If my mother were to discover that I brought something toxic to harm you, she would certainly break my legs. Nevertheless, Aunt, consider the effort I took to bring this back from afar. Is it unreasonable to ask for a bit of compensation?" Upon hearing this, Liichio couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "If it truly proves effective, I shall give you several tens of millions for pocket money." However, Wang Ming shook his head in response. "Aunt, it's 15 billion. No negotiations. You may try it first, and if it proves ineffective, you need not pay. As for its efficacy, Aunt, do you not see the changes in me?" "How much?" Liichio's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Wang Ming's price. She briefly doubted her hearing. 15 billion? Could it be that an extra zero was mistakenly added? "Aunt, 15 billion. You heard correctly. If it proves ineffective, you need not pay. Let me tell you, the wizard who sold it to me claimed that this elixir can grant 10 years of eternal youth, while also subtly altering human genetics to achieve perfection." In truth, Liichio felt a surge of temptation, yet 15 billion was no trifling sum. She could indeed procure it, but it would undoubtedly strain her finances. Unlike Wang Ming's family, which primarily engaged in real estate, with most of their funds tied up in banks, her family was involved in maritime trade, owning a substantial portion of the ports in the Magic City. They also had ventures in the internet industry. Although their financial scale could not rival that of Wang Ming's father, their cash flow was undoubtedly substantial. Liichio gritted her teeth. Wang Ming's transformation was evident. Moreover, she and Wang Ming's mother were close friends. Would they dare to harm her with something toxic? Well then, let us agree that if it's ineffective, I want to pay. Ultimately, Liichio resolved to proceed. Wang Ming's description of the elixir filled her with longing. Who wouldn't desire eternal youth? Yet, in this world, who could confidently claim immortality? Upon hearing her agreement, a spark of excitement illuminated Wang Ming's face. 15 billion. Even after deducting the 12 billion owed to Liichio, he would still pocket 3 billion. This money seemed too easy to earn. Wang Ming marveled inwardly, his admiration for Liichio swelling like an unstoppable tide. If he were to rely solely on his own company, it would likely take over a year to amass that 3 billion. "Very well, Auntie, let's go inside and discuss it further. It's not convenient here." Subsequently, the two entered the living room, where Wang Ming produced the elixir. Chapter 85. The elite returnees. Liichio extended her delicate hand, clutching the elixir, which was no larger than a glass bead and emanated a potent fragrance. Its aroma was refreshing, uplifting the spirit. After a moment of hesitation, she closed her eyes and swallowed the elixir. In a short while, she felt a sensation of energy coursing through her body. Soon, her skin appeared to be coated with a viscous substance, exuding a foul odor that wafted through the air. The stench was so overwhelming that even Wang Ming could not help but pinch his nose and retreat to the doorway. He had not noticed such an offensive smell before. Aside from a mere hint of oiliness, could it be that the elixir had gone awry? An unsettling thought crossed Wang Ming's mind, prompting immediate concern. If something were to happen to Annie Li, he would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, after a brief interval, Liichio slowly opened her eyes. As she regained consciousness, the noxious odor struck her senses, reminiscent of a long-deceased animal. Half an hour later, she emerged from the bathroom, disbelief etched across her features. If just half an hour prior she had appeared as a woman in her 40s, now she radiated the allure of a youthful matron. The once sagging skin had regained its elasticity, and her face was suffused with a rosy glow of collagen. The unsightly flab around my waist has vanished in an instant, replaced by a flat abdomen, where even a hint of a golden ratio line can be discerned. Ah! Suddenly, Lietio exclaimed, her eyes brimming with undeniable delight. She had initially suspected that Wang Ming's elixir was a mere sham, yet she could hardly believe the remarkable effect it had produced. At that moment, not only had her appearance regressed by a decade, but her figure had also become increasingly graceful. Lietio found herself at a loss for words, never having imagined that she would have the chance to reclaim her youth. The radiant collagen adorning her face and her enchanting silhouette. Could this truly be the result of a single elixir? Contemplating this, Lietio inquired, Xiao Ming, do you have any more of this elixir? Her tone was charged with excitement, tinged with impatience. Aunt, I truly do not have any left. Moreover, consuming more is futile. Each person can only take one throughout their lifetime. Any additional doses would yield no further effect. Wang Ming elucidated to Lietio. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes. Yet, it made sense. If such an extraordinary elixir could indeed produce cumulative effects, she would willingly spend her entire fortune, even 5 billion, to procure it. One could never fully grasp the fervent obsession women have with eternal youth. Noticing the effect had taken hold, Wang Ming cleared his throat, his fingers fidgeting with nervous energy. Ahem, aunt, the results are evident, and Lietio immediately broke into a smile, rolling her eyes playfully. All right. I'll have the finance department transfer some money to you shortly. Just remember me when you have more of this miraculous concoction. Lietio's mood was evidently buoyant. Although 15 billion was an immense sum, it paled in comparison to her rejuvenation. Well then, auntie shall take her leave. I have matters to attend to at my company, Wang Ming replied promptly. What a jest. I still have 3 elixirs to sell. Meanwhile, in the hotel, chaos ensued. The formation has collapsed? Why? Lietio murmured in a daze. Just moments ago, he had successfully activated the gathering formation, yet its duration was alarmingly brief. After merely half an hour, the formation disintegrated entirely, and the 5 jade stones were reduced to mere powder by the suddenly unleashed energy. Most of the items around him were sent flying. The room resembled the aftermath of a grenade explosion. Furniture, beds, and blankets lay scattered across the floor. Could it be the quality of the jade was insufficient? After a moment of contemplation, a thought emerged in Lietio's mind. Yet, this was already the most expensive jade in the market, valued at several million. At this realization, Lietio couldn't help but twitch his lips. Several million in jade could only sustain the formation for half an hour. Wasn't that a rather exorbitant price? Based on his previous elixir refinement, it generally required an hour to succeed. By this calculation, wouldn't it mean that nearly 10 million in jade was necessary to successfully refine a single batch of elixirs? Moreover, the energy gathered by this formation was exceedingly chaotic, rife with impurities, rendering the elixirs far inferior to those he could produce himself. Consequently, the selling price would hardly be substantial. Thus, his costs had significantly escalated. After contemplating these matters, Lietio shook his head. Ultimately, trifling efforts were futile. Unless one could merge the spirit-gathering array with the alchemical production line, the cost would be exorbitant. Furthermore, the gap in his jade reserves would be substantial, and it was likely that even a couple of 100 million worth of imperial green jade would only last a few days. Sigh. Lietio exhaled deeply. Indeed, the adage the poor in literature, the rich in martial arts holds true, particularly in cultivation. Without a certain financial foundation, who could sustain such consumption? While possessing spirit stones would alleviate some burden, it is regrettable that, following the great upheaval of the world, the spiritual energy has become exceedingly scarce, and contemporary society is deemed an era of diminished magic. The challenges of cultivation are thus apparent. The following day, within the luxurious confines of the Jiolong Hotel in Magic City, Lietio found himself seated opposite a gentleman adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles. His demeanor radiated an air of sophistication, unmistakably indicative of a highly educated individual. Greetings, I am Lietio, he introduced himself. He continued, I intend to establish a cosmetics company, integrating both factory and corporate operations for self-production and sales. The funding is manageable. What I currently lack is a production line. Mr. Huang, may I inquire if you possess any expertise in this area? Mr. Huang adjusted his golden spectacles and, with deliberate composure, retrieved a diploma from his briefcase. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is my degree certificate. I have specialized in mechanical engineering for many years and even obtained a doctorate. I hold 2 patents. And most companies in the beautiful country operate under my authorization. As for the production line, I cannot make any bold promises, but I must say, in the entirety of the Ming dynasty, only the esteemed academicians from the Artisan Visit Bureau surpass my expertise. Upon hearing this, Yuchio couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. Ah, what a bold declaration. However, it was undeniable that the individual possessed genuine prowess, after all. That diploma could not be fabricated. Very well, Mr. Huang, here is my proposition. Upon your return, draft a design proposal for me. Should it meet my satisfaction, the position of Chief of Technology in my company shall be yours, with an annual salary of 10 million. Even if it does not, you will still receive a design fee, starting from a minimum of 7 figures. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Yichio decided to assess Huang Xinqing's capabilities. Huang Xinqing furrowed his brow. As a self-proclaimed elite talent returning from abroad, he held Yichio in disdain, particularly in light of the stringent conditions presented. In Chapter 86, titled Return, Huang Xinqing had anticipated that with his talents, he would thrive upon his return. However, reality starkly contradicted his expectations. While major corporations indeed found his proposals enticing, the positions offered were largely inconsequential, leaving him, who deemed himself a genius, profoundly disillusioned. This marked his 6th interview, yet he was taken aback by Yichio's youthful appearance. An ancient adage states that those without facial hair are unreliable in their endeavors. A sentiment that holds true in contemporary times as well. Huang Xinqing had already categorized Yichio as merely another wealthy scion. Indeed, the conditions Yichio proposed were tempting. Yet a twinge of apprehension lingered in Huang Xinqing's heart. Very well, I shall take my leave for now, he remarked with a perfunctory smile. He then gathered the materials from the table and exited the restaurant. Upon returning home, Huang Xinqing, visibly irate, threw the manuscript onto the table. What is Huang Xinqing? Even if I were to starve in the magical city, I would rather leap from the Pearl Tower than join your company. Huang Xinqing cursed angrily and lay dazed on the sofa. However, if I cannot find another job, I might truly starve. Huang Xinqing let out a bitter laugh, his tone tinged with self-mockery. If his seniors were to learn of this, they would surely mock him mercilessly. For he had once declined the opportunity to stay in the beautiful country. Now, his seniors were on the verge of taking on major projects, while he remained utterly unaccomplished, unable to secure even a single job. The disparity was simply too vast. Sigh. After a long while, Huang Xinqing sighed once more, having invested the funds from his patent royalties into his next research endeavor. If it weren't for that, would he even need a job to sustain his livelihood? After a period of deep contemplation, Huang Xinqing's gaze suddenly fell upon a stack of design drafts. After wrestling with his curiosity, he ultimately succumbed. Yichio exuded an air of confidence, and he yearned to discover the remarkable aspects of this design. However, once Huang Xinqing opened the design documents, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. His breath quickened with excitement. This, what a talent! The individual who crafted this design is truly a genius. Huang Xinqing exclaimed with fervor. Although he had been immersed in the mechanical field for an extended period, he was still utterly astonished by this design blueprint. Not for any other reason, but the design is simply too exquisite. Despite his extensive knowledge in mechanics, he still finds certain aspects incomprehensible. To bring this blueprint to life, I fear I would require the assistance of Teacher Chiu. After a prolonged contemplation, Huang Xinqing let out a deep sigh upon reviewing the design requirements. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, having visited numerous affluent families in the magical city, was in remarkably high spirits. For pills, with the lowest valued at 1.5 billion each and the highest at 2 billion, merely by taking a few steps, he had accrued over 10 billion, as if the money had been swept in by a gust of wind, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Upon entering the hotel room, Wang Ming exuberantly exclaimed, "Brother, from this day forth, I shall follow you. What need is there for a company? After toiling for an entire year, I have yet to earn as much as these 4 pills. Perhaps it's best not to pursue the business any longer." Yichio's complexion still bore traces of pallor, as he had yet to recover from the exertion of refining pills using his internal energy. Observing Wang Ming's exaggerated demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, it's not as simple as you imagine. Those 5 pills nearly cost me my life. Let us see how things unfold. If all goes well, I shall reach out to you later. After a moment of reflection, Yi Qiu resolved to share the spoils with Wang Ming. The dictatorial companies depicted in online novels are mere fabrications. In today's society, interpersonal relationships hold significant weight. Wang Ming hails from a prestigious lineage. His family patriarch is one of the last surviving founding generals, a status that speaks volumes about his strength and influence. With Wang Ming by his side, it is likely that they can thwart most adversaries. As the saying goes, the king of hell may be approachable, but the little demons are hard to deal with. In modern society, one cannot escape the envy of those who begrudge others' prosperity. From time to time, they would report you, leading to essentially two outcomes: either being subjected to scrutiny by the fire department and tax authorities, resulting in bankruptcy, or willingly conceding a portion of the profits. Really? Incredible. Brother Yi. Wang Ming had merely mentioned it casually, not anticipating Yi Qiu would respond in such a manner. This was akin to a windfall from the heavens. If it were to be formalized in the future, even if Wang Ming held merely a 10% stake, it could yield him returns twofold compared to his current assets. Moreover, Yi Qiu's company was destined to ascend into the ranks of the Fortune 500. The efficacy of that elixir was apparent, capable of rejuvenating one's youth, albeit gradually. Yet, the notion of eternal youth for a decade would undoubtedly captivate women across the globe. Meanwhile, along the borders of Ming and Myanmar, a robust man cautiously evaded the scrutiny of patrolling personnel. He was leading a dog into the territory of the Ming dynasty. His mission was to capture an individual named Yi Qiu, or, if necessary, to eliminate him. Although he did not comprehend why the young master insisted on the life of a Ming citizen, he understood that his duty was to unwaveringly execute the young master's orders. Deep City, huh? Days later, Yi Qiu bid farewell to Wang Ming and boarded a plane back to Deep City. As for the Ferrari, it was towed back, for with such a luxurious vehicle, every kilometer driven incurs depreciation. This trip to the Magic City proved fruitful for Yi Qiu. He not only unlocked the 5 arts, but also amassed a considerable fortune. Upon landing, he caught sight of an enchanting figure standing gracefully nearby, drawing the collective gaze of the men around her. In a short while, their eyes met, and a rosy hue blossomed on Lin Huishue's cheeks. Though she longed to embrace her long-lost lover, the girl's bashful heart continually hindered her. "I'm back." Yi Qiu's gentle voice echoed in Lin Huishue's ears. Lin Huishue softly responded with a barely audible hum, her voice as faint as the buzz of a mosquito. Alas, what a pity, a beautiful flower placed atop a mountain. The surrounding onlookers, initially displeased, were soon struck by the couple's compatibility upon witnessing Yi Qiu's appearance. Yi Qiu and Lin Huishue strolled side by side, meandering through the streets, and even catching a film, behaving like an ordinary couple. Just after exiting the cinema, Yi Qiu stepped away for a moment, only to discover Lin Huishue encircled by a group of ruffians. 3 or 4 raucous delinquents crowded around her. "Hey, beautiful. Let us get acquainted. I'm a flunky from the Hongxing in Causeway Bay. Stick with me, and I'll ensure you live in luxury. What do you say?" After speaking, the thug licked his lips, his eyes glinting with greed. He boldly declared that even the stars on television could hardly compare to the beauty before him. I don't know you. Please step aside," Lin Huishue exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice, appearing as timid as a little lamb. Chapter 87. Copper Cake. Ha! What era are we in to still be talking about Causeway Bay? You look more like a copper cake. At that moment, Yi Qiu interjected, drawing the attention of the ruffians. The leader, with dyed red hair, arrogantly retorted, "Who the hell are you? Do you believe that I won tea make you regret it today? Get lost." He waved his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed. "What are you trying to do? Play the role of Chen Haonan here?" Yi Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. It was the 21st century, yet there were still individuals with such a narrow mindset. Were they not aware of the formidable influence of the phrase "crack down on organized crime"? Allow me to caution you. 3 or more individuals can be classified as a criminal gang. Should you find yourselves in prison, do not blame me for failing to warn you. With a teasing remark, Yi Qiu took Lin Huishue by the hand and left the scene, leaving behind a few individuals at the traffic light. Their expressions a tumultuous mix of uncertainty. "Brother, what are you afraid of? Am I, a person from East China, afraid of anything? I could easily send this little punk flying." The young man with yellow hair shouted in indignation. The red-haired one hesitated for a moment before replying. "Brother, he has a point. The tactics we used in Causeway Bay are no longer effective. Perhaps it is time for us to part ways." Meanwhile, Yichio remained oblivious to the fact that his words had inadvertently guided several misguided youths onto a treacherous path. This jade is a gift I brought back from the magical city for you. Here, let me put it on, Yichio said as he retrieved a piece of translucent jade from his pocket, its yellowish hue gleaming brightly. It was roughly the size of a baby's fist. After personally adorning Lin Hueshua with it, he remarked, "It looks stunning on you." Upon hearing this, Lin Hueshua felt her cheeks flush crimson. While their affection for one another was perfectly fine in private, the bustling street filled with passers-by made her feel somewhat embarrassed. "How's your father doing? Has he settled the bank debts?" Yichio inquired with genuine concern. Prior to his trip to the magical city, he had lent Lin Hueshua's father 15 billion. However, that amount was merely sufficient for temporary relief. They were still a bit short of fully recuperating. Much improved. Upon discovering that the company had received an influx of 1.5 billion from the banks, the managers ceased their incessant urging. Day by day, the bank officials could nearly wear out the company's threshold with their visits, showering praises and encouraging my father to continue borrowing. After some contemplation, Lin Hueshua responded. Upon hearing her answer, Yichio could not help but reflect with a sigh. These banks are not afraid of lending money. Rather, they fear bankruptcy. As long as the company remains operational, everything is deemed satisfactory. If it were to face insolvency, when could they ever expect to recoup their loans? Previously, it was merely a matter of Lin Hueshua's father's overly cautious risk assessment, but after the infusion of 15 billion, all challenges seemed to dissolve effortlessly. All right then, let me take you home. Yichio glanced at the time and noticed it was nearly 10:30, so he decided to hail a cab. The weariness from the journey weighed on him, particularly since he had yet to regain his lost vigor. At present, he felt only 2 or 3 times stronger than an average person. Within the villa, a tranquil rhythm of breathing gradually filled the air after the battle had concluded. Suddenly, Yichio was jolted awake. His right eye twitched incessantly, accompanied by an unsettling sense of foreboding. This alarmed him greatly. For a chi practitioner, no sensation is without significance. He sensed the imminent approach of danger, a natural alert from his body. Realizing that an intruder had entered the villa, Yichio swiftly lifted the slumbering Lin Hueshua and concealed her beneath the bed. Then, he cautiously made his way to the window and leaped down from the terrace. Fortunately, although this villa is duplex, it only has 3 floors. Typically, the living room is located on the ground floor, while the master bedroom resides on the second. Were it an ordinary person, they would surely hesitate to leap from the second floor. However, Yichio is no ordinary individual. Even in a state of extreme weakness, he possesses strength surpassing that of 2 or 3 common men. Glancing at the pride door lock, he understood that the intruder had already entered the villa. He swiftly made his way to the electrical box and cut off the power supply. Inside the villa, Ada felt a surge of alarm. The absence of streetlight illumination rendered the interior shrouded in darkness, leaving him utterly blind. Has he been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. After a moment of hesitation, Ada recalled that he had completely dismantled the surveillance system prior to his entry, and the surroundings were deserted. It was inconceivable that anyone else could have stumbled upon him. Could it merely be a power outage? Thus, after a brief self-reassurance, Ada gritted his teeth and continued to navigate in the dark toward the bedroom on the second floor. He had been surveilling this villa for quite some time and had already identified the second-floor bedroom as the master suite. Suddenly, Ada felt a tightening sensation behind him. Reacting on instinct, he ducked just in time to narrowly evade a lethal strike, though he still felt the impact on his back. The pain was excruciating, nearly eliciting a cry from him. It was vital to note that he had faced countless battles in Myanmar. While his endurance to blows was not exceptional, he was certainly capable of withstanding a single hit. Yet, this blow had left him with several broken ribs. Huh, quite alert, aren't we? Yichio chuckled coldly. Surprised by the intruder's vigilance, able to evade a deadly blow so swiftly in the enveloping darkness. He initially intended to deliver a single blow that would shatter his opponent's heart, but he was somewhat astonished that the other had managed to evade it. Who are you? Are you Yichio? Ada hesitated for a moment, quickly pondering the identity of the assailant. Oh, you know me? It seems you have come specifically for me. Yichio's thoughts shifted as he grasped the crux of the situation. However, there were only a few individuals he had wronged. Who could this person possibly be associated with? Although he currently lacked energy within him, having entered the realm of devouring energy had long made him distinct from ordinary beings. Night vision was as effortless for him as the act of eating or drinking. In Yichio's gaze, a burly man was crouched in a corner. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his face in agony, accompanied by a young boy with a vacant stare. The boy's hair was a disheveled mess, and his frame was emaciated. Moreover, a collar adorned the boy's neck, reminiscent of a dog tethered to a chain. Yichio then turned to scrutinize the man's features. Realizing that he did not resemble a native of the Ming dynasty, but rather possessed a hint of foreign, simian characteristics. "Who sent you?" Yichio inquired, his heart riddled with confusion. It seemed he had never crossed paths with any foreigners. The fact that this individual had managed to locate his residence was unsettling. This villa, which he had purchased, was known only to Lin Huishue and his parents. How could the intruder have acquired such information? Clearly, there appeared to be domestic involvement behind this. Upon hearing the question, Ada did not respond, but merely offered a cold smile, then immediately shouted, "Kill him," as his voice echoed. The young boy beside him suddenly exhibited a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. The youth suddenly opened his eyes, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. Chapter 88. Assassination. The boy seemed born for slaughter, his gaze devoid of any emotion, replaced solely by a chilling resolve to kill that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. In an instant, he launched himself forward with an astonishing speed, unlike that of any ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Yichio, who felt a jolt of surprise. Despite his frail condition, he possessed a physical prowess superior to that of 2 or 3 average individuals. Yet, the boy's swiftness tightened Yichio's heart. Though he had inherited the 5 arts, he had little real combat experience, having only engaged in brawls using crude techniques. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Yichio swiftly evaded, just as the boy's fist crashed down, shattering the table beside him. The boy's fist was soon stained with blood. Yet he appeared oblivious, relentlessly charging at Yichio like a tempest. Cold sweat beaded on Yichio's forehead as he desperately dodged. Previously, he had relied on the principle of using strength to overwhelm 10 opponents, but now, his weakened state laid bare the flaws in that strategy. He felt akin to a precarious building, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Kill, kill, kill," the boy rasped, his words barely coherent as his fists rained down. Each strike seemed to shatter the very air, producing a series of explosive sounds. With each punch, Yichio sensed a faint yet palpable energy. Though not as pure as his own, it was sufficient to astonish him. Could there be other practitioners of Qi in this world? No, that couldn't be. Although the youth possessed some semblance of energy, it was chaotic and merely a rudimentary application. This only enhanced his strength marginally, with the majority of his power dissipating into the air, creating a dull thud. "Cough, cough, ha ha ha, what do you think? My young master's dog is formidable, isn't it? Ha ha ha, this dog seems to be of Ming descent. It was severely injured but saved by my young master. However, upon awakening, it lost its memory and now only obeys our master's commands." Ada shouted arrogantly from the side, his eyes brimming with pride. In his view, Yichio was already a doomed man. Hence he cared little for the clarity of his demise. "Yichio, I advise you to surrender obediently, otherwise, I will have no choice but to bring back your head. Should you accompany me, given my master's fondness for talent, perhaps you may yet retain your life." Upon hearing this, Yichio let out a cold smile. Indeed, this echoes an old adage. In the southern village, the group of children bully the feeble old man. How can I endure being robbed in plain sight? Just a few days prior, he could have effortlessly dealt with the youth with a mere slap. There was no need for such elaborate maneuvering. Now, he found himself in a desperate situation, dodging clumsily, initially intending to parry a strike or two. He soon realized that the opponent's deadly assaults were relentless, and his own meager skills were utterly inadequate against the youth. He awaited an opportune moment. Though the youth's attacks were fierce, each lacked residual force. At this rate, the opponent would soon exhaust himself. Meanwhile, Yichio had only launched a few attacks, spending most of his time evading, thus conserving his strength. After a considerable duration, a glimmer sparked in Yichio's eyes. This is the moment. The young man, under the protracted assault, appeared to be somewhat fatigued. This time, his attack was feeble and riddled with flaws. In a sudden motion, Yichio grasped the youth's arm and forcefully yanked, causing the young man to stumble. He then executed a swift knife-hand strike to the boy's neck. Unfortunately, as it was his first attempt, his execution was somewhat unrefined, and the strike veered off course, failing to render the youth unconscious. Instead, it ignited a ferocious spirit within him. Observing this, Yichio hastily unleashed several physical blows upon the opponent's head, eliciting a dramatic roll of the boy's eyes. Suddenly, a jolt of realization surged through Yichio, prompting his body to instinctively evade to the side. A resounding gunshot echoed nearby. However, Ada, who had fired the shot, appeared somewhat dazed, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a person possibly dodge a bullet? It defied all logic. Had it not been for his earlier fear of attracting the attention of the main court, he would have drawn his weapon to eliminate Yichio long ago. Now, witnessing the young master's dog falter against Yichio, he reluctantly resorted to his handgun for a surprise attack. Yet, he never anticipated that Yichio could evade the bullet. Was this truly human? This astonishment, however, lasted but a fleeting moment. Once he regained his composure, Ada repeatedly pulled the trigger, the deafening gunfire resonating throughout the villa. Simultaneously, this commotion stirred Lin Huishue from her slumber. Ouch! Startled awake by the gunfire, she bolted upright, only to unexpectedly find herself wedged beneath the bed, resulting in a painful collision with the underside of the bed frame. Meanwhile, within the villa, Yichio deftly maneuvered, weaving between the sofa and various obstacles to evade the onslaught. Bullets whistled past his ears intermittently, but alas, despite his remarkable speed, he could not outpace them. Most of the projectiles were evaded, yet two managed to strike his arm and abdomen. Yichio gritted his teeth against the pain, and as the assailant emptied his magazine, he swiftly rolled and closed the distance. Once near, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, rendering him incapacitated. The adversary collapsed, unconscious. In the aftermath of the confrontation, Yichio felt increasingly feeble, lying on the blood-stained floor, gasping for air. At that moment, Lin Huishue descended the staircase, her phone's flashlight illuminating the darkened space. Upon seeing Yichio, drenched in blood on the ground, her expression froze momentarily before she rushed to him. Tears welling in her eyes, she clutched at his clothing, frantically preparing to call for help. However, a hand clasped around hers. Enough. You're crushing me. If you keep this up, I might not survive. Yichio gasped, his voice weak and intermittent. Having already sustained gunshot wounds, he found himself pinned under her, as she wept and pleaded for him not to die. Goodness. I nearly suffocated. Yichio, are you all right? Lin Huishue gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her breath hitching as she struggled to contain her emotions. Do I look fine to you? Hurry and bring me a set of silver needles. Yichio lay back down, mustering a fragment of strength to press on his wounds, finally staunching the flow of blood that had been seeping from his injuries. However, this is merely a temporary measure. If the wound cannot be sutured, it will continue to bleed. For now, he has only sealed the blood vessels surrounding the injury. Upon hearing this, Lin Huishue, disregarding everything else, hastily rose and rushed into the garage to retrieve the car, setting off to procure silver needles. After waiting for a while, Yichio sealed the sensory acupoints in his left arm. Then, with great difficulty, he managed to rise and went to the kitchen, where he sterilized a fruit knife using the gas stove before plunging it into his flesh, preparing to extract the bullets. Chapter 89. The scenery enduring the excruciating pain from his wounds. Yichio skillfully used the fruit knife to extract 2 bullet heads. By the time he completed this task, half an hour had already elapsed, and Lin Huishue had hurriedly returned with the silver needles. Her eyes glimmered with concern, and occasionally, glistening tears welled up. Yichio, you mustn't be in danger. Lin Huishue fervently repeated in her heart, overwhelmed by anxiety. After receiving the silver needles, Yichio continued to heat them over the flame. With no alcohol available at home, he had to resort to this rudimentary method. Before long, the silver needles glowed a fiery red under the intense heat, yet Yichio paid no heed to their scorching temperature. He swiftly inserted 1 needle into the acupoint in his left arm, followed by 3 more into his abdomen, effectively staunching the flow of blood from his wound. Phew! After accomplishing all of this, Yichio finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have preserved his life. Simultaneously, he felt acutely aware of his lack of resources. Although influenced by his weakened state, the path of cultivation and exploration inevitably encounters such predicaments. Thus, having ample resources is paramount for survival. Previously, he had been overly arrogant, believing himself to be exceptionally gifted, far surpassing the ordinary populace. Coupled with his residence in a nation renowned as the safest in the world, he felt an unwarranted sense of security. Little did he anticipate that he would nearly meet his demise in a most unexpected manner. Had it not been for his acute awareness, he might have indeed paid the ultimate price today. It seems he had grown too complacent. Living in such comfort had dulled his sense of impending danger. Yi Qiu reflected upon his recent conduct. He resolved to take the time to solidify his gains, perhaps by establishing several defensive formations around himself or concocting a few life-preserving elixirs, both of which are invaluable for survival. However, the creation of these elixirs would require some time, and should he draw upon his internal energy, he risked immediate peril. Thus, he could only await the prolonged efficacy of a gathering spirit formation. Typically, ordinary jade could sustain itself for no more than half an hour. Perhaps only jade of ice variety or above could endure for a longer duration. Yi Qiu, we should go to the hospital, Lin Huishua said, her voice trembling. Despite her terror at the corpse on the floor, her concern for Yi Qiu remained unwavering. No need. Just go buy some medical sutures, Yi Qiu interjected, waving his hand and interrupting Lin Huishua. This minor injury, if he could not remedy it, would render a trip to the hospital of little consequence. After tending to his wounds, Yi Qiu finally recalled the necessity of disposing of the body on the floor. In the Ming Dynasty, a death was not a trivial matter. The appearance of a corpse out of nowhere would undoubtedly be a significant event. With a furrowed brow, Yi Qiu contemplated the situation. The man before him was clearly an illegal immigrant, so eliminating him posed no moral dilemma. The real concern lay in how to dispose of the body. He sighed again, wishing he had achieved at least the 5th level of qi absorption, which would enable him to harness the energy within him and transform spiritual energy into spiritual fire, ensuring that not even a trace of ashes would remain. Alas, despite inheriting the 5 arts, the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, coupled with his advanced age, impeded his progress significantly. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the villa. Yi Qiu turned towards the sound, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. The speaker was the young man he had just been fighting against, now groggy and disoriented, sporting a noticeable bump on his head. Huh, who are you? The young man's eyes darted to Yi Qiu and Lin Huishua, instantly becoming wary. Could it be that he had fallen into the clutches of his master's enemies? Damn that old man. Did he take me as a disciple merely to shield himself from trouble? Even if I perish, I shall never disclose the existence of the small world to you, Val practitioners. With his face flushed, the young man raised his hand, determined to end his own life. Fully aware that falling into the hands of malevolent cultivators would be far worse than death itself. Resolute in his decision, he thought that if he were to perish, he could always start anew in 18 years. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu and Lin Huishua stood by, utterly astonished. What a bold move. Yi Qiu coughed lightly, attempting to regain composure. Young brother, may I inquire about the individuals you refer to as Val practitioners? He managed to ask, his pallid complexion reflecting his struggle. He appeared to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Evil cultivators? Is this not a concept from the realm of Xianxia novels? Hearing it uttered from the lips of a youth, who now referred to himself as scenery, felt rather peculiar. He even found himself questioning whether he resided in modern society or within the realm of cultivation. And the mention of a small world set his imagination ablaze. If there truly were kindred spirits out there, he might glean much from them to further his own progress. After all, the ancient wisdom has long echoed through time. Among 3 travelers, there must be one who can be my teacher. This underscores the profound importance of having like-minded companions. Huh, are you not evil cultivators? Scenery paused momentarily, his hand poised to strike his own forehead, faltering. No, my young friend, I believe you are mistaken. Yi Qiu shook his head, succinctly recounting the recent events. Scenery listened, bewildered. What an absurd joke. Had he come to assassinate this person named Yi Qiu? Yet, why did he possess no recollection whatsoever? He could not even clarify what transpired before his amnesia. The mere thought of it caused a dull ache in his mind. Frowning, Scenery immediately formed hand seals, preparing to deduce the events that had unfolded. However, as soon as he began his divination, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and the hand seals were forcefully repelled by a surge of power. The heavenly secrets, why are they in such disarray? How could there be a backlash? It shouldn't be like this, Scenery murmured, his complexion as pale as gold leaf, disbelief evident in his eyes. Although the old man took him as a disciple with the possible intention of shielding him from disaster, the skills imparted to him were undeniably authentic. This lineage had been passed down through generations, and within their records, it was noted that illustrious figures such as Zhuge Liang, who harnessed the eastern wind, and Liu Bowen, who severed the dragon vein, were once members of this esteemed sect. They possessed the ability to divine the heavens and calculate the earth, leaving no phenomenon in the world beyond their perceptive gaze. Yet, An inexplicable anomaly arose in his case, as he was unable to glean even the slightest hint of information before being met with backlash. This was truly difficult for him to accept. Young brother, what troubles you? Yi Qiu noticed the young man, Feng Jing, lost in thought with a pallid complexion, prompting his inquiry. He harbored hopes of extracting further insights regarding the sinister practitioners and the small world from the youth's lips. It's nothing. Feng Jing shook his head, refraining from revealing the nature of his tribulations. Xuanji sect, 38th generation disciple, I am grateful to my benefactor for the rescue. He rose and performed a respectful bow toward Yi Qiu, his face alight with gratitude. Cause and effect were clear. Although Yi Qiu had injured him, he had indeed saved him as well. Chapter 90. The Realm of Cultivation. Xuanji Sect? Yi Qiu found himself bewildered. Was this not the typical narrative of a fantastical novel? The sudden emergence of such elements from reality was rather challenging for him to fathom. I observe that you possess remarkable prowess. Could it be that you are a practitioner of the cultivation realm? Yet, this seemed implausible, as the secular world had long been devoid of spiritual energy. Even if one could cultivate, it would only yield a faint aura. Although the young man's presence felt somewhat weak, he must have still entered the realm of cultivation. Feng Jing shook his head earnestly, exuding an air of antiquity. No, dear brother, I am indeed a practitioner, albeit merely at the threshold of entry. Yi Qiu, eager to grasp the circumstances of the cultivation world, spoke candidly before Lin Huixue, his beloved. She was privy to some of his secrets without great consequence. May I inquire, to whom do you owe your esteemed apprenticeship? The cultivation realm places great importance on legitimacy. Having a master or lacking one delineates entirely different paths. Success in cultivation is not merely a matter of memorizing texts. The intricacies of the human meridians are complex, and without a guiding mentor, one risks falling into madness or worse, losing one's soul to the netherworld. Moreover, the lineage one claims is a matter of identity. A practitioner need only hear of your origins to discern your righteousness or malevolence. Yi Qiu shook his head, responding, I am somewhat ashamed to admit that I merely fortuitously inherited the legacy of my forebears, and after much toil, have barely scratched the surface of the path. Upon hearing this, Feng Jing was momentarily taken aback. To have no formal apprenticeship yet manage to enter the realm of cultivation through scant worldly records was indeed remarkable. In a lesser world, he could have easily become a formidable foundation-building expert. Feng Jing reflected on his own upbringing, having been taken to a smaller world by his elder, where he was immersed in spiritual energy for years, his meridians nourished and clarified by herbal remedies. He had embarked on his journey at the tender age of 10, and now at 17, he had only just stepped into the second layer of qi swallowing. This stark comparison nearly made Feng Jing choke with frustration. The disparity was disheartening. Others, who had once been ordinary individuals in the mortal realm, managed to progress far beyond him. Although his aptitude ranked above average in the lesser world, he found himself among only a handful who could rival his prowess. Upon entering the mortal realm, it is needless to say that renowned sects such as Longhu Mountain, Maoshan, Wudong, Amei, and Shaolin, once celebrated far and wide, have gradually fallen into decline. Within their ranks, practitioners are not entirely non-existent. Yet there are at most a handful of elderly adepts merely maintaining appearances. The scenery here is utterly unique and transcendent. However, before Yi Qiu, he felt a sense of defeat for the first time. Ahem, that's rather decent. The scenery replied ambiguously, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him, to the point of losing the desire to converse. Observing the scenery's demeanor, Yi Qiu mistakenly assumed that Lin Huixue was present, and out of courtesy, he refrained from speaking. Thus, he asked Lin Huixue to prepare a late-night meal. Once she departed, Yi Qiu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Young brother, could you enlighten me about the affairs of the cultivation world? Why have practitioners seemingly vanished from the mortal realm? How has the spiritual energy in this world become so scarce? Yi Qiu posed several questions in one breath. The scenery opened his mouth, initially reluctant to divulge anything to Yi Qiu, for doing so might lead to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, the rules of the Xuanji sect were clear, and the principle of cause and effect loomed large. Even if misunderstandings arose, he felt compelled to speak. Ahem, well, the scenery began. His expression troubled as he elaborated. To understand the diminishing spiritual energy in this world, one must delve into the concept of transcending heaven and earth. Lu Bowen severed the dragon vein. Yi Qiu interjected, unable to restrain himself. Little did he anticipate that this remark would darken the scenery's countenance. See, he thought. It was indeed another misunderstanding. How unfortunate to be associated with such a misinterpreted elder. Do not mention Yuchio, aside from the ancient relics sealed away from bygone eras. Have not practitioners of the past 1 or 2 centuries posited that the diminishing spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is somehow linked to their own Xuanji sect? Yet, how unjustly accused. The one who truly communicates with the boundless universe is Zhuang Su. What connection does he have with the Xuanji sect? Subsequently, as humanity became estranged from the divine, the 3 realms diverged, marking the onset of the gradual dissipation of spiritual energy, leading to the eventual consolidation of the earth into its current form. Moreover, the dragon vein severed by Liu Bowen was intended to sow the seeds of cultivation. Did you think the small world materialized out of thin air? Fengjing harbored a torrent of grievances within, having reiterated these points numerous times, yet the short-sighted practitioners remain unconvinced. The righteous sects, albeit mindful of their reputations, may at most offer him derisive remarks, while the nefarious sects are far less restrained, occasionally revealing their murderous intent towards him. Fortunately, Fengjing possesses profound skills in divination, allowing him to discern fortune from misfortune with clarity. This talent is precisely what enables him to navigate through these perilous circumstances unscathed. After he elucidated the matter to Yi Qiu once more, Yi Qiu finally exhibited a look of dawning comprehension. Fengjing then continued, as for the small world, it is a seed preserved by the predecessors of my sect, intended to ensure the uninterrupted transmission of knowledge. It has existed since the inception of the Ming dynasty and now encompasses numerous sects, such as Shaolin and Wudong. Fengjing recounted the origins of the small world and the factions within it. If what you say is true, then the small world differs from the mundane realm. Why then do you find yourself in the secular world? Yi Qiu inquired hesitantly. The landscape clearly delineates the enclosure of a miniature world. Yet it fails to elucidate how he arrived there, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Upon hearing this, Fengjing could only offer a wry smile and shake his head. He too was uncertain, thus unable to provide any explanation to Yi Qiu. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself inexplicably situated in Yi Qiu's villa. Utterly unaware of how he had arrived, this small world is isolated from the mundane realm, impervious to entry or exit, save for the return of spiritual energy and the revival of the cosmos. Otherwise, there exists no possibility for liberation. Presently, the spiritual energy in the secular world remains woefully insufficient to reach a level of unsealing, leaving him equally bewildered by the situation. The two engaged in extensive discussions throughout the night, with Yi Qiu displaying a keen interest in matters pertaining to the cultivation realm. Ultimately, fatigue overcame him, prompting a retreat to his room for rest. The following day, in the afternoon, within the villa's living room, Yi Qiu gazed at the pool of blood and the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, feeling a throbbing headache. This was a troublesome predicament. Mishandling it could escalate into a significant issue. Fengjing cast a glance and remarked, a single fire talisman would suffice to resolve this. Why complicate matters? What is wrong? Can it be that you cannot even manage the most basic of the 5 elements talismans? At the sight of Yi Qiu's expression, Fengjing's lips involuntarily twitched. Yi Qiu was undoubtedly the most gifted yet the most inept cultivator he had ever encountered. Based on their interactions yesterday and today, it was apparent that not only did the other lack knowledge of talismans, but he was also unfamiliar with many fundamental concepts of cultivation. Take it. Why must I engage in such foolishness? Fengjing scowled, retrieving the recently drawn 5 elements fire talisman. After all, one must carry some means of self-preservation when venturing out. Chapter 91. Spirit Stones talismans are the simplest yet most practical items, and with Fengjing not only being well-versed in divination but also having considerable expertise in talismans, they have become the preferred choice for safeguarding one's life. Yi Qiu received the talisman and examined it closely. Aside from the cryptic and chaotic strokes resembling ghostly inscriptions, he sensed a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from the yellow paper. However, this spiritual energy was exceedingly weak. If the energy he had previously cultivated while refining pills could be likened to a strand of yarn, this aura would be comparable to a mere hair. What is this? Interested in learning? A smile crept onto Fengjing's lips. Although he did not possess the same innate talent for cultivation as Yi Qiu, talismans were indeed his forte. According to the rules of the Xuanji sect, when one receives a favor, they are obliged to assist the benefactor with 3 matters within their capacity, depending on the circumstances. The inquiry from the previous night counted as 1. and today he aimed to cleverly persuade Yi Qiu, hoping to settle the karmic debts swiftly so that he might leave. Until the karmic debts were settled, Feng Jing was bound to remain by Yi Qiu's side. Well, never mind. Yi Qiu was merely curious about the appearance of the talisman. As the term talisman surfaced in his mind, a torrent of memories enveloped him in an instant, all pertaining to the art of talismans. Among these, the fire talisman of the 5 elements was considered the most rudimentary. Talismans are categorized into various ranks, however. At this moment, Yi Qiu could only access memories related to the earlier classifications of talismans. In the earlier segment, talismans were divided into 4 tiers. The first tier was the yellow talisman, the second the purple talisman, the third the red talisman, and the fourth the golden talisman. Nevertheless, Yi Qiu discerned some distinctions among them. The various talismans of the 5 elements are merely rudimentary artifacts. However, when combined, they ascend to the level of purple talismans. Furthermore, within the realm of red talismans, one can observe a series of 5 elemental symbols. Indeed, all things exist in a cycle of mutual creation and destruction, and the 5 elements, as the fundamental constituents of the universe, are far from weak. Each combination of the 5 elemental talismans yields boundless transformations. For instance, the union of water and fire, or fire and earth, where disparate elements merge, can unleash tremendous power. Even, Yi Qiu contemplated a perilous notion. The water element is formed by the union of oxygen and hydrogen. Thus, if he were to extract hydrogen atoms from within his body and add a trace of TNT, then compress the hydrogen into its isotopes, deuterium, lithium, 6, tritium, or even lithium, 6 tritium, would this not lead to a nuclear cataclysm? At that point, not only would he dare to challenge foundation-building experts, but even the formidable Golden Core practitioners. Ahem, he mused, he was getting ahead of himself. The primary concern was whether he could withstand such intense energy. Returning to the matter at hand, after dragging the corpse into the courtyard, Yi Qiu cast a fire talisman upon it and swiftly formed a series of incantations. Instantly, a great conflagration erupted, scorching the surrounding grass to a charred black. Within the span of a single tea break, the body was utterly consumed, leaving behind merely a trace of ashes. With a gust of wind, even those remnants were swept away. This was Yi Qiu's first experience with taking a life, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, he was no naive saint. Given the circumstances, had he not acted, it would have been his own demise. The realm of cultivation has always adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest. In the mortal world, while individuals may lack formidable martial prowess, the law of the strong surviving continues to prevail, merely shifting its focus to power and wealth. The scenery appeared behind Yi Qiu without warning. I understood that from the moment I embarked on my cultivation journey, I had prepared myself for such an eventuality. However, taking a life for the first time felt rather unfamiliar. Yi Qiu explained in a low voice, as he contemplated a pressing matter. The ancients often said that to sever the weeds, one must eradicate the roots, even though he had slain his first enemy. As long as those lurking behind him remained alive, he would never find peace. Yet, he had not yet regained his peak strength. So the matter of vengeance would have to be approached with caution. The situation in Myanmar paled in comparison to that of his homeland, where firearms were rampant. Mere reliance on a handgun had nearly cost him his life. One could only imagine the danger posed by submachine guns. Even if he managed to dodge most of the bullets, sustaining just 3 or 4 shots could very well be fatal. By the way, do you have spirit stones in the cultivation world? Yi Qiu seemed to recall something and hurriedly inquired. Feng Jing was momentarily taken aback before responding, yes, we do possess them. But they are quite precious. Even some near the foundation establishment stage may not have any. If you desire one, I happen to have a piece. After considerable hesitation, Feng Jing finally gritted his teeth and spoke, considering it a second demand. Is that truly the case? Well then, I shall trade with you when the time comes. Hearing Feng Jing's response, Yi Qiu felt a surge of excitement. With spirit stones, he could refine elixirs, and in turn, his injuries could also heal. Otherwise, Sister Huangping would have no idea how long it would take for him to recover solely by his own means. Reluctantly, Feng Ying retrieved a translucent spirit stone from his pocket and turned his head away, fearing that he might truly regret parting with it. Thank you. I will exchange it with elixirs. After Yi Qiu took the spirit stone, he hurried to the kitchen and subsequently ordered a delivery service with his phone. Meanwhile, he was intricately inscribing a gathering spirit array on the pressure cooker. The spiritual energy contained within this spirit stone would suffice for an entire year. And coupled with the occasional infusion of energy, It could last him at least 2 to 3 years. This would greatly enhance his efficiency in alchemy. He possessed an abundance of formulas, but what he lacked was the spiritual energy necessary for concocting elixirs. With sufficient spiritual energy, crafting low-tier elixirs would pose no challenge. However, he was powerless when it came to high-tier elixirs, which demanded specific exotic flames or flames cultivated through practice, such as the 3-flavored True Fire. The recovery elixir was the perfect choice. Yichio reviewed the formulas in his mind and discovered an elixir that was most suitable for his current condition. His physical weakness stemmed from the depletion of energy within his body, which had not been replenished. As long as he could restore the spiritual energy within him, he would recover. However, the spiritual energy in this world was exceedingly chaotic, and regaining his peak state could take an indeterminate amount of time. Therefore, at present, the recovery elixir was the most fitting option for him. Moreover, the spiritual energy provided by the recovery elixir was exceptionally pure, requiring minimal refinement. He could absorb it into his dantian after circulating it for just one cycle. Directly absorbing the spirit stone was also an option, but that would inevitably incur some loss, especially given the scarcity of such spirit stones. Every bit of energy saved was invaluable. Once the gathering spirit array was inscribed, Yichio placed the spirit stone at the center of the array. Coincidentally, Fengjing returned to the villa just then. Hearing Yichio bustling about in the kitchen piqued her curiosity. Could it be that Yichio was indeed concocting elixirs? Upon the emergence of this idea, Fengjing could not help but chuckle aloud. After the cataclysmic transformation of the world, it was the alchemists who suffered the most. They were, without a doubt, the practitioners who plummeted from their exalted positions the fastest, for the cultivation of spiritual herbs necessitated abundant spiritual energy. With the decline of spiritual energy across the realm, these miraculous herbs gradually withered away. Moreover, in the confines of the small world, where spiritual energy was inherently limited, it was impossible for them to cultivate an abundance of spiritual herbs. Consequently, high-grade elixirs had nearly vanished, leaving only first and second-tier elixirs circulating within the small world. Chapter 92. Alchemy. Furthermore, Yichio was merely a mundane practitioner, possessing a fragmentary inheritance of cultivation, and was scarcely familiar with even the most fundamental aspects of the craft. To speak of alchemy was beyond his comprehension. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was nearly rendered speechless by the scene before him. A pure essence of spiritual energy emanated from the pressure cooker, where the faint outline of an intricate array could be discerned. Each flicker of flame stirred a surge of spiritual energy, and an unusual fragrance of medicinal herbs lingered in the air. Fengjing stood agape, his face a portrait of astonishment. His mind was a whirlwind of disbelief. What on earth was happening? A mere mortal practitioner was capable of alchemy and array formation? This was utterly unfathomable. Was there truly such a formidable power within a fragmentary inheritance? This was simply outrageous. Is this a gathering spirit array? Fengjing exclaimed, his tone laced with incredulity as he pointed at the array's intricate patterns on the pressure cooker. In the small world, not only were alchemists scarce, but array masters were equally rare, with the turmoil of the past having most severely severed their lineage. Most of the formations that have been passed down through the ages are of intermediate level. However, the gathering spirit formation, a mere low-level array, remains beyond the grasp of many. In fact, it exists solely in ancient records. Indeed, have you never encountered it? Yichio replied with an air of nonchalance, as if it were the most elementary of formations. Fengjing wore a look of astonishment. What could this possibly mean? A tempest of emotion surged within Fengjing. The gathering spirit formation serves a remarkably simple purpose, namely, to concentrate and purify the ambient spiritual energy. Yet, within the confines of this minor world, no one seems capable of mastering it, save for the ancient beings sealed away since time immemorial. He had even heard tales of ancient practitioners sealed since the Shang dynasty. However, such individuals should not be awakened lightly. They remain isolated from the passage of time, untouched by the ravages of the ages. Yet, should their seals be broken, they would age with alarming rapidity. In the contemporary world, where spiritual energy is scarce, the notion of attaining immortality is a mere luxury. Even the desire to advance further is a distant dream. Thus, these ancient sealers exist as though they are mere phantoms, quietly awaiting the moment when spiritual energy shall once again flourish in the depths of the minor world's forbidden realms. It is only then that they shall awaken, vying for the path to transcendence amidst the mortal realm. Contemplating this, Fengjing felt an undeniable surge of longing within his heart. The Zwanyaman sect boasts an ancient lineage, having existed since the time when immortals walked the earth, and within its halls, a verse of Tao has been passed down through generations. When the mortal realm stirs once more, the three realms shall converge, and countless souls shall rush towards the path of immortality. This succinct verse has been recited within the sect for ages, a testament to the belief that one day spiritual energy will revive, and the path to immortality shall be unveiled. Yet, despite his aspirations, the Zwanyaman sect has undeniably declined over generations. After years of cultivation, he has merely attained the meager realm of the second layer of Qi gathering. Even his master is but a foundational cultivator. Beyond this, there exists a myriad of realms, such as the legendary Golden Core Old Devil, and even the Yuan Ing cultivators, who are revered as celestial beings. In a small world, there resides an ancient Yuan Ing powerhouse that unexpectedly awakened. He was fortunate enough to witness the might of a Yuan Ing celestial from afar. The power displayed was akin to moving mountains and filling seas. A single finger could shatter the earth. Yet, this was still insufficient. Above the Yuan Ing realm lie the stages of transformation, union, tribulation, and ascension. These realms he has only glimpsed in texts, which scarcely allow one to fathom the true might of those who inhabit the higher echelons. Furthermore, this merely represents the path prior to ascension, still tethered to the realm of mortals. The concept of immortals feels insurmountably distant. Soon, he cast aside these unrealistic notions. Becoming an immortal? It is far more prudent to first establish a solid foundation. Brother Yi, could you perhaps arrange a spirit gathering array for me? He exclaimed with fervor, the pride within him dissipating entirely. Initially astonished to discover that Yuchio was also a practitioner, he felt a fleeting sense of pride as he realized Yuchio was simply a cultivator who had occasionally stumbled upon a legacy in the mundane world. As a denizen of this small realm, he believed he possessed the right to be proud, yet that pride has swiftly turned against him. Indeed, as his master had warned, there are always those who surpass others, and realms beyond comprehension. Today, Yichio imparted a profound lesson to him. Indeed, his insights surpassed those of Yichio. However, as the saying goes, in a group of three, there must be a teacher among them. Each individual possesses their own unique strengths, and one cannot expect to thrive solely on arrogance and pride. Once he grasped this understanding, Fingjing's disposition softened, and he began to earnestly address his relationship with Yuchio. No longer did he regard Yuchio merely as a benefactor. Instead, he aspired to cultivate a camaraderie based on shared ideals. Very well. But if we wish to utilize the spirit gathering array for an extended period, it is best to employ spirit stones, Yuchio acknowledged. Fingjing hesitated for a moment, reluctantly gliding his hand over his arm, and suddenly a spirit stone materialized in his grasp. Witnessing such a miraculous phenomenon, Yuchio's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, is that akin to a spatial ring from a novel? Although Fingjing was perplexed by the concept of a novel, he comprehended the term spatial ring. He shook his head and replied, are you referring to a Chinkuan ring? Such items are exceedingly precious. Only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage are eligible to possess them in the small world. What I have is a mustard seed talisman, merely inscribed upon my arm. However, its usage is limited, contingent upon the skills of the talisman creator. This particular mustard seed talisman is of the third tier, capable of being used approximately 50 times. Upon hearing this, Yichio was somewhat astonished. Is there truly such a thing as a mustard seed talisman? He promptly delved into his inherited memories. Before long, he discovered the very item Fingjing had mentioned within the introductory section on talismans. It was not particularly difficult to draw. However, the materials required for crafting the talisman were rather unique. One needed to incorporate powder ground from a Kongwen stone into the vermilion to complete the talisman. Certainly, there exists an alternative approach known as the spatial principle. However, those capable of cultivating such principles would have transcended into immortality, rendering such complexities unnecessary. With a mere flick of the will, one could manipulate not just a trivial item like the mustard seed talisman, but an entire miniature world. Leaf Chio cast aside these thoughts, realizing that the mustard seed talisman was beyond his reach, and he had never even heard of the empty sound stone, making further discussion futile. As the two conversed, the pressure cooker began to emit a shrill whistle, startling Leaf Chio. He hurriedly released the steam from the cooker, and soon after, the lid was lifted, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted through the room. Both Fingjing and Leaf Chio trembled at the delightful scent, particularly Fingjing, who was astonished that it had actually worked. This was simply outrageous. Leaf Chiu possessed knowledge of alchemy and formations, and one could reasonably assume that if he claimed proficiency in artifact forging and talismans, Feng would not be surprised. Leaf Chiu, as a cultivator, could not be perceived through the lens of ordinary understanding. Typical cultivators dedicate their lives to a singular path, with only a few exceptionally gifted individuals exploring multiple avenues. However, most remain steadfastly on a solitary path until the end. Chapter 93, Revenge does not wait for the night. Yet, Leaf Chiu was different. He was truly exceptional. And this was merely what he had chosen to reveal. Who could say what hidden talents he might possess? Sighing inwardly, Feng felt weary as he gazed at the swirling medicinal fragrance emanating from the pressure cooker, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. He had witnessed individuals refining elixirs and cauldrons, and had even seen a formidable golden core master concocting potions barehanded, yet he had never encountered such an innovative method. Was this a product of modern technological advancement? There certainly were some merits to it. Yichio meticulously extracted the elixirs, placing the round, plump pills into a bowl. Their pale gray surface, coupled with a rich, medicinal fragrance, was adorned with faint, delicate patterns. According to ancient texts, these patterns were the legendary Danwen, believed to elevate the quality of any pill that bore them. However, perhaps due to Yichio's lack of proficiency, the quality of these 6 elixirs only equated to that of a low-grade first tier. Nevertheless, they were a significant improvement from when he first began. Here, this is your reward in spirit stones, Yichio said, offering 2 of the elixirs. The recovery pill can swiftly replenish your internal spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Feng, who had initially intended to decline, became visibly agitated. A pill that restored spiritual energy? For someone like him, newly immersed in the mundane world, it was an invaluable treasure. In this world, practitioners often found themselves mired in difficulties, without mechanisms like the spirit-gathering array, which could automatically purify spiritual energy or elixirs that could rapidly restore it. They remained only marginally superior to ordinary individuals, unless one belonged to the peculiar sects that specialized in physical cultivation. These individuals wielded their bodies as weapons, relying on their fists as their greatest asset. Among them, some exceptional practitioners could confront Golden Core elders with mere foundational cultivation. Yet, while physical cultivation was formidable, it demanded extensive training and consumed vast resources. Currently, only the Iron Mountain sect continued this tradition within the small world. However, they too were nearing their limits, as the resources of this realm were not infinite, and many precious materials were monopolized by larger sections. Moreover, physical cultivators were the most resource-intensive, and although they once thrived on the legacies left by their ancestors, such sustenance had recently dwindled. Then, I shall not hold back. After a moment of inner turmoil, Feng could no longer resist the yearning within, and shamelessly tucked away the elixir. In the realm of mortals, the essence of spiritual energy was paramount. He would never resort to using it unless absolutely necessary. However, with Yichio by his side, the situation was different. Feng even began to fantasize about a future where he could summon a gathering array with one hand and wield a pouch of restorative elixirs with the other, daring anyone to challenge him. After all, he was a practitioner at the 2nd level of qi swallowing. Although this realm still tethered him to the mundane, it distinguished him significantly from ordinary beings. In a fit of rage, he could channel his spiritual energy to shatter a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds. Of course, Feng had yet to witness the marvels of modern human technology. At the mere 2nd level of qi swallowing, he was no match for a simple RPG. The spiritual energy at this stage could not permeate the body. Its applications were limited to enhancing punches, artifacts, or talismans. However, upon entering the foundation establishment stage, he would take the first step towards transcending the ordinary. This stage would activate the Niwen Palace, nurturing his consciousness, while his spiritual energy would transform into true magical power. Fully entering the realm of cultivation, with this qualitative change, he would be able to project his magical power outward, rendering him fearless even against a rocket launcher. Furthermore, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he would gain mastery over magical artifacts for combat, akin to a sword cultivator capable of severing heads from 1,000 miles away. After sending Feng away, Yichio secured the door, preparing to replenish his own spiritual energy. With a restorative elixir consumed, a pure stream of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. After once more circulating a small cycle of energy within his body, all the spiritual essence surged forth like a dragon returning to the sea, flowing directly into his dantian. A resonant hum suddenly emanated from Yichio, As if an epiphany struck him, before him lay a thin membrane. This membrane obstructed his path, and he sensed that if he could merely tear it apart, he would behold a new realm. However, the elixir he had ingested seemed to lose its potency. Witnessing this, Yuchio swiftly consumed another pill, and instantly, the spiritual essence within his meridians surged forth like wild stallions galloping freely. Boom! A tremendous roar resonated within him, and as the subsequent spiritual power merged into his dantian, Yuchio resolutely advanced into the second layer of the chi-absorbing realm. Meanwhile, the unprocessed spiritual essence dispersed, melding into each of his cells. An irresistible force, which he recognized as desire, began to manifest within him. Unwavering, Yuchio swallowed yet another elixir, causing his cells to swell with vigor. Each cell opened like a gluttonous beast, voraciously devouring the spiritual essence coursing through his meridians. Time became elusive, and eventually, a soft sound echoed from within Yuchio's body, bringing him an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Simultaneously, he felt a significant increase in his strength. At his peak, he could rival a dozen men. Yet now he sensed that he could easily crush his former self. This augmentation felt exponential. His power had intensified. His physique had become formidable. And as he circulated his spiritual essence, he could even perceive his pores expanding and contracting rhythmically. Every inch of skin felt as resilient as forged steel, akin to the character Chung Shifei from The World's Best. Had he truly broken through? Yuchio sensed his own condition, his voice filled with joyful anticipation. Indeed, wealth, companionship, methods, and environment are all indispensable. Prior to this, he had merely scratched the surface, but now that all elements had converged, his cultivation speed surged dramatically. In just a few days, he had ascended to the second tier of chi swallowing, and at this rate, foundation establishment seemed entirely within reach. This thought ignited a wave of excitement within Yuchio. According to records, the lifespan of someone at the foundation establishment stage is 200 years, while that of a golden core cultivator extends to 500. Should he succeed in establishing his foundation, he would gain an additional century of life. Furthermore, this was merely the first step. Immortality was merely a byproduct of cultivation. As long as he continued to forge ahead, he need not fear the depletion of his lifespan. His strength had also returned to its pinnacle. Even without utilizing spiritual power, he could still be hailed as a formidable adversary. He had always believed in avenging wrongs without delay. Since that so-called young master from the Myanmar shop wished to eliminate him, he would repay in kind. Cultivation had never been an act of kindness. Neither was it merely an exercise in brutality. However, when faced with oppression, Yuchio would not simply acquiesce. With this resolve, he pulled out his phone and booked a flight. As for the scenery, his identity remained unresolved, so he would have to endure a little inconvenience. Once he returned from Myanmar, he would ask Wang Ming to assist him in obtaining an identification card. It had been several days since he last contacted Wang Ming, and he was curious about how things were progressing on that front. He also wondered about Huang Xinqing and whether the design plans for the production line had been finalized. Chapter 94. Journey to Mian Store. Yuchio had booked a flight to Mian Store for the day after tomorrow. Should Huang Xinqing attempt to reach him then, it could pose a bit of a dilemma, so he decided to inform Wang Ming in advance. Once Huang Xinqing's design plan is finalized, the factory's operations would commence. While he was currently sustaining himself through futures trading, he understood that it was merely a temporary solution. This was the impetus behind Yuchio's intention to establish a factory. Moreover, he was the sole proprietor of the miraculous elixir, whose effects were nothing short of extraordinary, capable of eclipsing all skincare products available in the market. Thus, it was a lucrative venture he could hardly resist. The following morning, a Boeing 747 from Deep City gradually pierced the sky, its thunderous roar resonating across the heavens. The flight from Deep City to Mian Store would take approximately 4 hours. In first class, the flight attendants distributed blankets, crouching beside each passenger to softly inquire if there were any needs. It must be said, the beauty of the flight attendants in first class was indeed striking. Since boarding, Yuchio had not encountered one whose appearance fell below an 8 out of 10. No, thank you, Yuchio replied, waving his hand dismissively, before pulling down his eye mask and settling in for some rest. The flight duration was quite lengthy, and with no mobile device to occupy his time, most passengers resorted to sleep to alleviate the monotony of the journey. Hey, Yuchio, what a coincidence! Suddenly, a melodious voice emerged beside him, its tone reminiscent of a lark. Yuchio, puzzled, lifted his eye mask, and upon recognizing the speaker, a smile instantly spread across his face. Indeed, what an unexpected encounter. He anticipated seeing you here, Wanyu. It is quite a coincidence that since their last encounter, The two had little interaction, merely exchanging pleasantries on WeChat from time to time. To their surprise, they unexpectedly crossed paths on the airplane today. Indeed, it has been a long time since they last met. Master Yi, having struck it rich, you haven't thought to take me along? She teased, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips, exuding an undeniable charm. I shall always remember that kindness you once extended to me. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall respond without delay, even if it means traversing mountains or enduring flames. I will harbor no complaints. Yichio replied with a slight seriousness. Had it not been for Yuan Yue's timely intervention after he entered the officialdom, he might still be languishing in a prison cell. Thus, this statement served as his promise to her. He was no longer an ordinary individual. Although he was merely at the nascent stage of cultivation, he believed in the inevitability of progress. Who knows, in the future, he might possess the ability to move mountains and fill seas, or even alter the stars. If he were to gain such powers, Yuanwei jokingly remarked, if I were to seek a favor, you must not delay. She chuckled lightly before steering the conversation back. Yichio, what brings you to Myanmar this time? Are you also attending the Jade Festival? The Jade Festival? Yichio responded, somewhat bewildered by the unfamiliar term. Noticing his confusion, Yuanwei elaborated, every year, Myanmar hosts a Jade Festival where various raw stones from ancient mines are auctioned off, transforming it into a day of frenzy for jade merchants worldwide. Yuanwei patiently explained that if it were not for the immense demand for jade within the country, the limited resources would be dispersed among numerous jade merchants, leaving her with very little. Based on the usual sales figures, it seemed unlikely that she could sustain her business for even a month. Therefore, she conceived the idea of hosting a jade festival. Furthermore, Yichio possessed remarkable abilities, maintaining a 100 shipment rate to date. If one were to attribute this success solely to luck, Yuanwei would be utterly unconvinced. Luck, no matter how favorable, holds little sway over the art of stone selection, which relies on keen perception and decisive judgment. Thus, she preferred to believe in Yichio's extraordinary talents rather than in mere fortune. Shall we collaborate? Seeing Yichio's growing interest, Yuanwei eagerly sought to enlist his support. If she could secure his assistance, it might swiftly resolve the jade inventory in her shop. I'm afraid I cannot join you. I have my own matters to attend to, Yichio interjected, gesturing dismissively. His visit to the jade shop was motivated by a desire for vengeance. Being at the second level of cultivation, he was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. Should he become a target, even a cultivator like himself would struggle to withstand the onslaught. After all, the jade shop lacked the safety of his homeland, fraught with numerous risks. Therefore, he had to decline Yuan Yue's offer, intending to seek her out only after resolving the hidden threats. Very well, Yuanwei replied, her tone tinged with disappointment, truly regretting that Yichio could not assist her. At this moment, it seems that the only course of action is to proceed with the previous plan and invite Master Huang. However, the fee he demands is rather exorbitant, an astounding 3 million. This sum is certainly not something one can easily procure. Since reaching adulthood, she has seldom relied on her father for financial support. She has established her own jade business. Each year, she manages to generate a profit in the millions, yet the price of 3 million feels excessively burdensome. Parting with such a substantial amount would undoubtedly cause her pain. Nevertheless, one must sometimes take risks to achieve their desires. With a resolute determination, Yuanwei gritted her teeth and made the decision to engage Master Huang's services. Attention, passengers. We are currently encountering severe turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from moving about the cabin, a raspy voice echoed through the aircraft. Almost immediately, the plane began to jolt violently. What is happening? Yuanwei panicked and attempted to rise, but a large hand pressed her back down firmly. Stay still. We are facing strong turbulence. Yichio spoke in a grave tone, his expression dark and foreboding. A practitioner possesses a certain sensitivity to their own fortune and misfortune. The instant they collided with the turbulence, his heart trembled as if he had encountered an unfathomable terror between life and death. Upon hearing Yichio's words, Yuanwei obediently remained seated, her delicate face betraying her fear. Airplanes are regarded as the safest means of transportation in the world, yet paradoxically, they also carry one of the highest mortality rates. At 10,000 meters in the air, survival is not guaranteed. As her mind spiraled with anxious thoughts, Yuanwei instinctively displayed a vulnerable demeanor, gripping Yichio's arm tightly in search of solace. Thunderous roars reverberated around them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, audible even from within the aircraft's cabin. Accompanying this was a terrifying flash of lightning, resembling a silver serpent dancing across the sky, its tendrils gradually creeping up the aircraft's frame as it extended. Inside the cockpit, Yuan Liguo, with a look of sheer terror, exclaimed, "Captain, this is bad. We've been struck by lightning. All instruments are malfunctioning. The engine has stalled. And the control stick is locked. We are unable to operate." Upon hearing the co-pilot's words, beads of sweat formed on Luo Li's forehead. Chapter 95, Aviation Disaster. Captain Luo Li, drenched in sweat, attempted to calm the situation, saying, "Stay composed. Try to maintain a gliding state for the aircraft and continue attempting to reignite the engine. The lives of everyone on board depend on us." Having said this, Luo Li exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate bid to salvage the aircraft, which was gradually plummeting. Yet, in the face of complete instrument failure, he found himself utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the aircraft descended. Inside the cabin, an abrupt sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. Yichio felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Indeed, disaster had struck. Yuanwei screamed, gripping Yichio's hand tightly. The sensation of weightlessness rapidly exceeded the limits of what a normal person could endure. Yuanyue's expression was one of distress, her stomach churning violently. However, Yichio remained relatively unfazed, his physical constitution far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. This minor weightlessness was trivial to him. Yet, the ominous implications of this sensation filled Yichio with dread, for plummeting from 10,000 meters above, even a foundational cultivator would struggle to withstand such a fall. After all, the force of that moment was overwhelming. An ordinary foundation-building cultivator, without the protection of treasures, would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. The intense sensation of falling intensified, subtly indicating that the aircraft was accelerating downward. Yichio felt an immense urgency within. If only he possessed the strength of a foundation builder, he could simply ride a sword to escape to safety. Yet, he was merely at the second level of chi refining, utterly incapable of sword flight. Was there truly no way out today? Was his life destined to be frozen at this juncture? A wave of profound reluctance surged within Yichio. His life had only just begun to turn around, brimming with youthful vitality and abundant time ahead. Yet, by some cruel twist of fate, he encountered an exceedingly rare aviation disaster. At this altitude of 10,000 meters, he could not fathom any means of survival. What of his inheritance of the Taoist arts? What of his title as a chi practitioner? It all seemed futile in the face of life and death. Well, perhaps he had lived a life more splendid than that of an ordinary person. It was worth it. With a sudden clarity of thought, Yichio resolved that if he could not escape, it would be better to embrace his fate with equanimity. He began to welcome the arrival of death. Yet, just as this notion took root, a searing heat surged through his chest. Streams of golden light intensified beneath the ethereal melody of the Tao. Heaven and earth, the profound source of all energies. Cultivated through countless eons, I attained divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. My body enveloped in golden light, reflecting my essence. Invisible to the eye, unheard by the ear. Encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. Holding fast through myriad cycles. My being radiates brilliance. The guardians of the three realms, the five emperors in attendance. All deities pay homage, wielding thunderous might. The spirits of the underworld tremble, and the strange creatures vanish. Within lies the thunderbolt, the hidden name of the thunder god. The profound insight permeates, and the five energies surge. Golden light manifests swiftly, enveloping my being. This sound emerges from the void, accompanied by the descent of golden radiance, which envelopes the entire aircraft. All passengers, under the soothing embrace of the golden glow, drift into slumber, while Yichio's consciousness is drawn into an expanse of nothingness. Above the chaotic void, the dual energies of purity and impurity intertwine, and atop this, a grand and magnificent palace stands. Its plaque inscribed with three characters. Sanqing Palace. Yichio's consciousness feels minuscule in its presence, and amidst his daze, he perceives several calls. The celestial beings resound. My Tao flourishes with the sun. Fool, awaken. Suddenly, Yichio's consciousness is struck as if by a heavy blow, enveloped by an intense sensation of weightlessness. In the cabin, Yichio abruptly opens his eyes, his entire being radiant with golden light, his chest ablaze with heat. The golden glow seems inexhaustible, surging forth from the jade pendant. As the golden light envelopes the aircraft, its descent gradually stabilizes, and it begins to descend slowly. In Yunnan, a gentleman exclaims, "I am not jesting. There truly is an aircraft wrapped in golden light landing in our village, and that golden glow is quite extraordinary, preventing anything from approaching it. Oh, I'm not insane. If you do not believe me, come to our village and see for yourself." In Lu Family Village, a dark-skinned man gazes at the aircraft shimmering with golden light in the ravine, continuously explaining into his phone. After much persuasion, he finally convinces the officials to visit. Child. What did the officials say? Beside the fellow stood numerous villagers, reveling in the spectacle, some even audacious enough to hurl stones at the aircraft. Yet, strangely, the stones failed to penetrate the vicinity of the plane, dissolving into the golden radiance as if swallowed by the sea, proving utterly futile. Village chief, fret not. I have contacted the yamen. They shall dispatch personnel forthwith. Upon hearing this, the village chief, with a stooped posture, puffed on his pipe, his sun-kissed cheeks etched with worry. Alas, a calamitous season. The village chief murmured, settling upon a stone he found on the ground. Soon, the yamen's men arrived. As the two officers laboriously ascended the hillside, they were taken aback. For an aircraft, enveloped in golden light, lay serenely across the ravine. Never had the officers witnessed such a phenomenon. They promptly reported to the county magistrate, who, after a considerable delay, also appeared before the ravine. His countenance mirrored their astonishment. Ultimately, after a series of reports, the news reached the desk of the governor of Yunnan province. Governor Hong Liang furrowed his brow as he perused the report in his hand. What an unfortunate coincidence. He had only recently received instructions that an aircraft en route from Shenzhen had lost signal while traversing Yunnan province. Initially, Hong Liang had paid little heed. The loss of aircraft signals was not uncommon. However, his subordinate's report now stated that the aircraft was resting unharmed in a ravine. Utterly preposterous. A ravine was no airfield. How could such a large passenger plane possibly land there? Meanwhile, within the cabin, Yichio was feverish, involuntarily chanting the incantations of the golden light charm. His brow furrowed in concentration. At the center of the brow, a mystical bridge connecting to an unknown realm was erected. Suddenly, he felt his consciousness wane, as if an unseen force was drawing it in. Before long, Yichio found himself standing before a modest cave. Inside, the surroundings were rather rudimentary, yet there lay a weathered, rust-covered sword without a sheath, prominently displayed on a raised stone. The blade measured 3 feet, its surface marred by the passage of time, while the hilt had lost its original hue. The moment Yichio laid eyes on the sword, a flutter of excitement surged within him, compelled by an inexplicable force. His consciousness ascended towards the sword, and through the rust, he faintly sensed a sharp intent concealed deep within the blade. Just as he became absorbed in this revelation, a voice echoed through his mind. I, the Taoist of return, have left my legacy here. Those with fortune may claim it. To those who inherit my teachings shall become my disciples. Remember, hasten your cultivation, for our time is fleeting. Chapter 96, The Legacy. The voice in his mind grew fainter, ultimately fading away, and Yichio abruptly awakened. Wudong, he murmured, for he had just received the inheritance of a powerful entity, and its location was within Wudong Mountain. He must certainly pay a visit, but first, he needed to address the immediate predicament. Through the glass of the aircraft, he could clearly see the throngs of people on the mountaintop, their heads peering curiously into the cabin. Unfortunately, a barrier of golden light obscured their view, preventing them from discerning the situation inside. However, this golden light was merely an ethereal manifestation conjured by the jade pendant upon his chest, its spiritual energy having dwindled significantly over the years. Moreover, at this moment, the spell cast to protect his life has already depleted its inherent spiritual energy. Thus, the golden light spell's divine power cannot be sustained for long, and trouble is undoubtedly on the horizon. Fortunately, after confirming that Yuan Yu was unharmed, Yichio quietly departed. Thankfully, behind the mountain lies a sheer cliff, devoid of villagers. Seizing this opportunity, Yichio escaped the troublesome vortex. 3 days later, after traversing the border, he finally extricated himself from the territory of the Great Ming. The Myanmar market is not far from the Great Ming. He spent 1,000 Great Ming coins to hire a private vehicle and set foot on Myanmar's soil. Regarding his enemies, he possessed scant knowledge. However, he had not offended anyone here, save for one individual who had attempted to forcibly purchase his jade. It seemed that this person had indeed mentioned the term young master. Presumably, the young master referred to by this individual must be the mastermind behind the scenes, seeking retribution for the injury Yichio had inflicted upon him. With his thoughts clarified, Yichio instantly understood the entire situation. Now, he merely needed to locate the person who had previously sought to acquire his jade. However, Myanmar is neither too large nor too small, and he only recognized the rugged appearance of that brute. Relying solely on this detail to find someone in Myanmar would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Very well. It is essential to eradicate this problem completely. I have ample time to deal with you. with determination stealing his resolve. Yuichio vowed to resolve this issue before returning home. He had no desire to be assassinated. The memory of his previous experience was still vivid. Had he not evaded the deadly bullet, he might have already become a mere handful of ashes. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Myanmar, deep within the mountains, a group of sycophants trailed behind a young man clad in elegant attire. The youth wore a gloomy expression concealing his thoughts. Before him lay an expansive field of poppies, where several farmers, clad in humble garb, diligently scraped the thick black resin from the mature seed pots. As he surveyed the vast expanse of poppy fields stretching over 100 acres, a surge of ambition welled up within him. His empire had expanded across the globe, encompassing not only free nations and distant continents but also the lands of Western Europe. Yet, what piqued his envy most was the ancient Eastern realm, a land abundant with gold. However, that nation was one he dared not provoke, nor did he wish to incite its wrath. Otherwise, his self-proclaimed title of the King of Myanmar would come crashing down. "Father, I have succeeded. You may rest in peace," he murmured to himself, and as thoughts of the Ming dynasty surfaced, he recalled the matter concerning the bear. He wondered if Ada had dealt with that damned Ming individual. With a cold glance, he retrieved his phone to contact Ada. But the line was met with a persistent busy signal. A sense of dread washed over him. Had something gone awry? It shouldn't be possible. Ada had gone accompanied by a dog, a creature of formidable strength that he was well aware of. It could shatter a boulder as tall as a man with a mere swipe of its paw. Even if misfortune had led him to the Ming border, he would undoubtedly escape unscathed. Such a situation as a dead phone line was inconceivable. After a moment of fruitless reflection, he collected his thoughts. If my conjecture holds true, Ada has likely met with misfortune. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Jiaju instinctively clenched his fists. Ada was not merely his subordinate. He was a confidant who had watched Jiaju grow since childhood. To Jiaju, Ada was akin to family. To Ming. Jiaju gritted his teeth and uttered the name quietly, his heart brimming with a profound sense of hatred coupled with a debilitating helplessness. Deming loomed before him like an immovable mountain, while he felt like an insignificant insect gazing up at the very breath of a giant. It would be prudent to avoid provoking this eastern dragon. Should he inadvertently awaken its wrath, he would be reduced to nothing in an instant. Nevertheless, this vendetta was etched in his memory. One day, he would avenge Ada. As his thoughts settled, Jiaju, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, finally spoke softly. "I have lost my appetite. Let us return." He turned away, indifferent to the opinions of those around him. For they were merely inconsequential pawns in his grand scheme. He could easily replace them whenever he pleased. Meanwhile, within the borders of Myanmar, it was serendipitous that Yuichio encountered one of the individuals who had previously bid for his jade. This man sported a receding hairline, his appearance somewhat comical, making a lasting impression on Yuichio. Inside the jade shop, Guma was sipping tea when a familiar figure entered, and the longer he observed, the more recognizable the young man became. After much contemplation, Guma finally recalled who Yuichio was. Excitedly, he slapped his thigh, realizing that this was indeed the young man who had once bid for the imperial green jade. Was he here in Myanmar once more to test his fortune? Initially, Guma conducted an investigation into Yuichio, discovering only that he hailed from the Ming dynasty. Beyond that, little was known, however. Yuichio's actions in the jade market left him astounded. Each of his endeavors proved successful, even yielding the coveted imperial green. If one or two successes could be attributed to fortune, could such a streak of triumph merely be coincidence? In Guma's eyes, this young man undoubtedly possessed a remarkable aptitude for identifying jade, a skill so precise it seemed almost supernatural. Brother Yi, it has been far too long," Guma exclaimed, approaching with a broad smile. To a merchant as sincere as Guma, Yuichio was akin to a deity of wealth. He would not hesitate to call him father if it meant securing favor. After all, who does not cherish the company of the affluent? Yuichio returned the greeting with a smile. Though he did not truly know Guma, nor could he recall the man's name. He only remembered a previous encounter where this Mediterranean gentleman had competed fiercely over jade. It seemed prudent to engage with him, as he might possess the information Yuichio sought regarding that rough-hewn man. Thus, Yuichio and Guma sat down together, engaging in light conversation. "Brother Yi, may I inquire what brings you to the jade market this time? Are you perhaps here to gamble on stones once more?" Guma, suppressing his excitement, finally posed the question that lingered in his mind. Yuichio replied with a smile. "I find myself with idle time in the Ming dynasty and decided to wander a bit. Coincidentally, my first stop was this jade market." Chapter 97. Return to the jade market. The jade market is indeed splendid, with its breathtaking scenery and unique customs. Brother Yi, you truly have an eye for beauty. Recently, I heard that the Yalong auction house has acquired a batch of old mine raw stones. I wonder if you might be interested in taking a look. I shall cover all expenses, and I would be immensely grateful if you could offer me a few pointers. Guma has finally expressed his innermost thoughts. He harbors great admiration for Yichio's extraordinary skills. However, he understands that such individuals must be courted, as he is not one to resort to unscrupulous methods. Establishing a relationship with Yichio promises greater benefits, and offending him would be ill-advised. Upon hearing Guma's words, Yichio felt a surge of interest. Although this journey was primarily aimed at eliminating a root cause, the prospect of augmenting his income was indeed appealing. Moreover, if he aspired to develop a company focused on alchemical production lines, a substantial quantity of jade was essential. Fortuitously, gambling on stones was the most economical approach. By relying on his divination skills, he could ensure a 100% success rate in predicting price increases. Yet, the foremost task remained to deal with the figure lurking in the shadows. Until that person was removed, he could not find peace, as they were like a thorn in his throat. Only after he had decisively eliminated the threat could he contemplate other matters. After a moment of reflection, Yichio spoke candidly. To be frank, I have come here for a specific individual, the one who previously contended with you for the Imperial Green Jade Stone. Might I inquire if you have any information regarding him? Yichio did not conceal his intentions, and anyone could discern the underlying meaning. Guma was momentarily taken aback. He was no fool and had heard whispers of the past incident. Noting that Kai Xiong had failed to acquire the stone and had instead sustained serious injuries that landed him in the hospital. Now, with Yichio's revelation, it was evident that something had transpired. Could it be that the brash Kai Xiong had crossed over to the Ming dynasty seeking revenge? Could the bear truly possess such audacity? Suddenly, Guma's eyes brightened as he comprehended the situation. Previously, the mention of Master Chaju had lingered in his mind. Though time had dulled his memory somewhat, the clarity of the key elements struck him like a bolt of lightning. It was evident that Master Chaju was intricately involved in this affair, and this realization left Guma in a precarious position. Chaju was known for his ruthless and merciless tactics, having effectively seized control of the entire northern region of Myanmar. The political elite and business magnates of the area were consolidated under his iron grip. Although Guma's enterprises predominantly thrived in the south, he was reluctant to offend a powerful figure like Chaju for the sake of a mere Ming individual. However, there exists a well-known adage: capitalists are willing to take risks for a 50% profit, and they would readily trample upon any law in pursuit of 100% gain. While Guma may not yet be regarded as a capitalist, he was undeniably a consummate businessman, perceiving value in everything, be it love or material possessions. If something was unattainable, it merely indicated that one did not possess sufficient wealth. In his eyes, Yichio was akin to a deity of fortune, which is why Guma found himself ensnared in a web of conflict. On one hand was Chaju, and on the other was the god of wealth. The choice was undeniably challenging. After considerable contemplation, Guma grit his teeth and resolved to divulge a piece of information. It was not a grave transgression, after all, as long as Yichio could procure for him 5 pieces, no, 3 pieces, of rough stone, each valued at no less than 10 million. He would unhesitatingly share the information. Oh, Brother Yi, to be candid, I cannot afford to offend that group. I am merely striving to make a living and wish to avoid entanglement in such matters. Perhaps we could visit the Yalong auction house instead? Guma initially expressed his grievances, but swiftly shifted the conversation to the subject of gambling stones. The implication was unmistakable, and Yichio couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the sheer avarice displayed. Yet, greed is not entirely undesirable. The most troublesome individuals are those impervious to persuasion. As long as one possesses a weakness, they can be dealt with rather easily. Haha, let us not put my elder brother in a difficult position. If that is the case, shall we take a leisurely stroll through the auction house? Yichio chuckled, his response tinged with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. Upon hearing these words, Guma's face involuntarily brightened with excitement. Excellent. Brother Yi, please wait a moment. I shall summon a vehicle at once. Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce gracefully entered the largest auction house in all of Myanmar. Brother Yi. Among all the establishments in Myanmar, Yalong is the most expansive, encompassing a myriad of treasures, antiques, jade, and even raw stones. After this declaration, Guma leaned in closer to whisper in Yichio's ear, Brother Yi, within these walls, one can find anything, women, power, all can be acquired if one possesses sufficient wealth. At these words, Yichio's eyes flickered with intrigue. He recalled his earlier encounters at Jin Sanjio, where he had met several young women from the Ming dynasty. Their fates were tragically dire. Had he not intervened back then, they might still be enduring unspeakable torment. Guma's remark stirred a profound contemplation within him. Could it be that this so-called Yalong auction house is involved in the trade of human lives? Very well, let us investigate. Yi Qiu uttered dismissively. If his suspicions were accurate, he would not hesitate to eliminate a few more individuals. No, those he would slay could hardly be deemed human. They were mere beasts. Within the auction house, Guma led Yi Qiu into a private box. After a brief and casual exchange, the auction commenced. The lights dimmed throughout the venue, only to be replaced moments later by a beam illuminating the stage at the center of the hall. A few seconds after the spotlight appeared, an elderly gentleman clad in a tailcoat emerged from behind the curtain. Leaning upon a dragon-headed cane, he exuded a benevolent demeanor. Esteemed guests, this is not your first attendance, so I shall refrain from lengthy introductions. You are all familiar with the process. Let us commence the auction. The old man proclaimed in a resonant voice that reverberated throughout the hall. The first item up for bid was 10 pieces of rough stone from the old pit. Of impeccable quality, authentic raw stones from the famed old mine. In the box, Guma turned to Yi Qiu and explained, Brother Yi. This is the public figurehead of the Yalong auction house. As for who truly controls it from behind the scenes, I am uncertain. It remains shrouded in mystery. I stumbled upon this information purely by chance. Yi Qiu nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Sensing the conversation had grown tedious, Guma, observing the 10 pieces of rough stone being placed on stage, felt a surge of urgency and quickly inquired, Brother Yi, what is your opinion on this batch of stones? Do you think we can secure them? Yi Qiu cast a glance at the 10 raw stones, noting their commendable quality. 8 of them were likely to yield results. However, their prices varied, collectively valued at just over 100 million. Acquiring them for around 80 million would still leave some profit, despite recognizing the worth of the stones. Yi Qiu refrained from voicing his thoughts, engaging instead in light banter with Guma. Guma, feeling anxious, was well aware that Yi Qiu was teasing him. Though a fire of frustration burned within him, he dared not express it openly. Chapter 98. Guidance. Guma was acutely aware of Yi Qiu's intentions. He too was someone who would not act without certainty. A forced smile appeared on Guma's face. Oh dear, Brother Yi, forgive my forgetfulness. I must be getting old. I recall now. The person is named Kai Xiong, and if I am not mistaken, he is currently situated north of the Myanmar market. Upon uttering this, Guma promptly fell silent, his fabricated smile widening. Indeed, I must be aging. It hasn't been long, yet I struggle to remember. Please forgive me, Brother Yi. Allow me a moment to ponder further. Hearing Guma's disingenuous remarks, Yi Qiu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. They were both cunning foxes of 1,000 years. What ghost tales were they exchanging? There is no rush, Mr. Gu. Take your time to think. However, I fear there may not be much time left for contemplation. I have assessed these raw stones and value them at 100 million. Acquiring them for below 80 million would still yield a profit. The decision now rests with you, Mr. Gu. With that, Yi Qiu gestured invitingly, and even the seasoned trickster Guma could not suppress a chuckle. He cautiously inquired, Yi, brother, Mr. Yi, may I ask if this is in Ming currency? If it were in Myanmar Chat, even 100 million would barely be sufficient. However, 100 million in Ming currency is an entirely different matter. It can be said that within the territory of Myanmar, the acceptance of Chat is even less than that of Ming currency and free currency. In comparison, Chat pales in significance. Yi Qiu smiled and nodded. As a person of Ming, he certainly viewed it through the lens of Ming's monetary value. Upon witnessing Yi Qiu's nod, Guma could no longer conceal his overwhelming excitement. He hastily pressed the button within the private room, causing the price of this batch of raw stones to soar to 20 million Ming currency. The competition at the auction was exceedingly fierce, ultimately escalating to 50 million. Had it not been for Yi Qiu, Guma would have likely surrendered long ago. Fortunately, this batch of raw stones ultimately fell into his hands, acquired for 50 million. If it truly holds a value of 100 million, he would stand to earn a substantial profit. Well then, Mr. Gu, have you recalled any additional information? Merely a name may not suffice. After glancing at the raw stones, Yi Qiu chuckled softly before speaking. Guma felt a tremor in his heart. He had indeed forgotten that Yi Qiu was still present. However, this benefactor had just enabled him to earn 50 million, and he was unwilling to offend him. As for Chaju? In comparison to Yi Qiu, he was insignificant. A mere casual remark from Yi Qiu could bring him wealth beyond measure. Cultivating a good relationship with him could yield tremendous benefits. And what was Chaju? Even if he possessed armed forces in the north and was regarded as a king there, what did that concern Guma? He did not believe that Cha Ju would dare to venture south to assassinate him. In the south, there are certainly numerous individuals who harbor disdain for him. As long as the opponent dares to approach, Guma firmly believes that Cha Ju would never reach him. Ah, look at me. I nearly forgot in the midst of this excitement. Reflecting on it, indeed, I recall overhearing the name Cha Ju when Gu Xiong and I were contending for the jade. Mr. Yi, this Cha Ju is no ordinary character. His father was a drug lord of considerable stature within the borders of Myanmar. However, ever since Cha Ju's father met an untimely demise, Cha Ju has swiftly risen to prominence, mastering the northern territories of Myanmar within a mere 2 years. His organization's influence stretches across the Eurasian continent, and I heard whispers last year that he was preparing to venture into the free nation market. Though I am unaware of the progress made, after listening to Guma's account, Yichio's mind became as clear as a mirror. It was evident that the assailant who sought to take his life surely bore the shadows of Gu Xiong and Cha Ju. Better to err on the side of caution, especially considering that Cha Ju leads a drug cartel. Thus, Yichio had no qualms about eradicating evil. Haha, I am grateful to you, Mr. Gu. Yichio expressed his thanks and rose to depart. Guma opened his mouth, intending to retain him, but the words faltered on his lips. Yichio's single remark had already earned him over 50 million. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy. Having secured 50 million, he yearned for an additional 50 million. Without glancing back, Yichio turned and walked away. Upon exiting the auction house, Yichio hailed a taxi and casually tossed out 1,000 Ming coins. Instructing the driver to head to northern Myanmar, Yichio spoke in a nonchalant manner, and the taxi driver was more than pleased to accommodate such a lavish patron. In Myanmar, there are plenty of thrill-seekers, and among them, various fugitives abound. Thus, in the realm of the Myanmar shop, it is prudent to refrain from inquiring or expressing anything. The driver is well aware of the peril that arises from careless words. In northern Myanmar, in Gucheng, a myriad of individuals traverses the streets. As Yichio disembarked from his vehicle, he immediately caught the attention of onlookers. Black brother, that lad appears to be from the Ming dynasty. Shall we proceed? The presence of Ming individuals in Myanmar serves as a veritable cash dispenser. They are timid and fearful of death, easily yielding substantial profit with the slightest intimidation. We should operate in secluded areas. The recent situation has become quite chaotic. Black Chuan remarked gravely. He had recently caught wind of troubling rumors, suggesting that the government was focusing on restructuring major cities in the north, even establishing specialized task forces. However, despite his concerns, Black Chuan believed that such measures would not endure for long. After all, the northern skies were under the watchful eye of the young master. A mere task force would amount to nothing more than futile efforts. Meanwhile, Yichio had already sensed that he was being followed. Ever since he entered the realm of the swallowing qi, his physical senses had surpassed that of ordinary beings. And even his most enigmatic sixth sense was showing signs of awakening. This sixth sense would manifest as spiritual awareness upon his advancement to foundational establishment. It seemed, I have drawn the attention of a rat. Yichio mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he deliberately made his way toward a less populated area. Before long, he found himself in a narrow alley, where he was soon encircled by a group of 10 or so individuals. The leader, resembling a monkey with a gaunt physique and a fierce expression, sneered, "You've run into me, and that spells your misfortune." Black Chuan grinned maliciously, eagerly anticipating the fearful visage of the Ming individual before him. In his perception, the people of the Ming dynasty were merely a collection of feeble and cowardly individuals, easily frightened into a state of utter terror. However, this time, he found himself disappointed. Yichio bore an inscrutable expression, even evoking a hint of amusement. What is so funny? Haikawa furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yet, he would soon grasp the situation. With a resounding thud, Yichio delivered a powerful kick, sending Haikawa soaring through the air like a rag doll. He even knocked unconscious 2 of his subordinates, who were left reeling from the impact. Haikawa collapsed to the ground. His body contorted into an absurd shape, resembling a heap of discarded clay. The other subordinates, caught off guard, could only react with shock as they heard the loud crash. Witnessing their leader being hurled away, inadvertently knocking out 2 unfortunate souls in the process. Monster! Monster! One of the subordinates stuttered, trembling uncontrollably, before letting out a terrified shriek and fleeing without a second glance at their leader. Yichio paid them no mind. He had exerted his strength with precision, ensuring that while Haikawa appeared severely injured, his life was not in jeopardy. As Chapter 99 unfolds, titled Robbery, it became evident that as Yichio approached, Haikawa was gripped by fear, desperately attempting to shift his body away from this formidable adversary. Yet, with his limbs rendered useless, he could only endure the excruciating pain as he awkwardly maneuvered himself. "Stay back. Monster, don't come near. Stay away." Heiko's voice trembled increasingly, betraying the terror that lay beneath. Simultaneously, regret flooded his mind, realizing that he had spent his days hunting geese only to be blinded by their beaks. Ichio's very existence shattered his understanding of humanity. Who among them possessed the strength to launch a person several meters with a single kick? Ichio disregarded Heiko's fear and slowly crouched down, his expression cold as he stated, "From now on, I will ask, and you will answer. Otherwise, death awaits. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Heiko nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at grains. "I heard you mention the name Chaju. Now divulge everything you know," Ichio remarked indifferently. His senses were magnified several times beyond that of an ordinary person, making it easy for him to overhear the conversations of a few individuals. Heiko's heart tightened. Caught in a dilemma, it was evident from the tone of this man that he bore a grudge against Chaju. Chaju ruled the entire northern region, with countless desperate individuals relying on him. He was, without a doubt, the undisputed king without a crown in the northern part of Myeongdyang. He held dominion over the lives and deaths of all, which left Heiko with no courage to betray him. Ichio cast a glance at the silent man and scoffed. "Oh, trying to act tough? I shall see just how resilient your bones truly are." With that, Ichio waved his hand, and a glimmer of silver flashed through the dim alley. In an instant, Heiko felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It came swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leaving no trace behind. However, in the blink of an eye, Heiko suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter. He trembled as he attempted to raise his severed arm, the pain and an insatiable itch gnawing at his nerves. This itch, despite his years of navigating the underworld, was unbearable. It felt as though it originated from the depths of his soul, an itch that could neither be scratched nor grasped. Heiko realized that it was undoubtedly the handiwork of this devilish man before him. His hesitation and persistence lasted but a fleeting moment before he surrendered without resistance. Compared to betraying his own awareness, he deemed that escaping the torment inflicted by the man before him was the most prudent course of action. "Haraha! I was wrong. Spare me," he exclaimed. "I said. Ha. I said." Heiko, with both tears and laughter, presented a most comical expression. Ichio, unfazed, withdrew the silver needles from Heiko and proceeded to issue a threat. "Should you dare to lie, I assure you, you shall find it very enjoyable." Heiko, startled by the words, instinctively shook his head. "I wouldn't. I said. Consequently, Heiko divulged everything he knew in meticulous detail. Of course, he was unaware of the precise location of Chaju, as he was merely a petty thug wandering the streets. In comparison to Chaju, the king of the northern brothels, Heiko was hardly worthy of even carrying his shoes. Thus, all he could share was that Chaju had a palace located in the northern region, where he occasionally took respite, information he had gathered through hearsay. Now, in a bid to save his own life, he disclosed it all before Ichio. "Best not to let me discover any deception on your part, otherwise, you know the consequences." Ichio coldly gazed at Heiko, employing a divination technique. With but a slight calculation, he could glean the fates of ordinary individuals like Heiko from the celestial mysteries. However, this divination was merely an introductory skill. He had barely scratched the surface. Thus it would be wise to refrain from meddling too deeply in the destinies of others. Otherwise, if one's cultivation is inadequate, the backlash from the celestial mechanism could lead to dire consequences, at best, a deterioration of one's abilities, at worst, demise. In the northern expanse of the Myeon district, amidst the majestic Lodging mountain range, Ichio disguised himself as a traveler. He lifted his gaze, observing the mountain shrouded in mist, feeling a flicker of astonishment within. Standing before this mountain range, he sensed a notable acceleration in the circulation of spiritual energy within his body. It is worth noting that Earth now resides in an age of decline, where spiritual energy, though present, is exceedingly sparse and muddled. Even within renowned mountains, the energy is only marginally more abundant. Yet, the Lodging mountain range before him was distinctly different, merely being in proximity. Ichio discerned a notable enhancement in the speed of his energy flow. Should he immerse himself in its depths for cultivation, it is likely that within half a year, he would ascend to the third level of the chi-devouring realm. Furthermore, the purity of the spiritual energy here far surpasses that of other locations by several folds. Thus, this acceleration may be even more pronounced. Could it be that there exists a treasure? Ichio's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After all, is this not the narrative often recounted in novels? The unusual circumstances here must surely harbor some mystery. The reason for the disparity between this place and the outside world likely lies therein. Conveniently, the location of the target palace provided by H1 is also nestled within this mountain range. If the target is indeed present, he would not mind facilitating their journeys. If not, he could remain to cultivate for a while. With his thoughts clarified, Ichio plunged into the heart of the mountains. Crystal-clear springs flowed over stones in the ravine, and bamboo groves stretched endlessly, with mist rising like ethereal whispers. Amidst this breathtakingly picturesque scenery stood a magnificent palace spanning several miles. The architectural style exuded a regal Thai essence. This was none other than a palace belonging to the uncrowned king, the target of Ichio's quest. In the northern part of the inn, he possessed 8 such palatial residences, a testament to the opulence of his lifestyle. Within the palace, a servant announced, "Young master, Gue Xiong has returned." But he did not find Ada. Upon hearing this, Zhaju's countenance darkened as he slammed his hand on the table. It had been 2 months. Although he understood deep down that Ada was already deceased, he still clung to the belief that one must see the living or the dead. Ada had watched him grow up. Despite the absence of blood ties, their bond was akin to that of family. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to locate Ada, even if it meant merely finding his remains to ensure he could return to his roots. What of the person from the Ming dynasty? Is there no news? Ada had gone in search of him, and he surely possessed some information. Young master, there is also no news of the person from the Ming dynasty. Gue Xiong learned the addresses of his parents, but soon after, he was wanted by the authorities and had no choice but to hastily return clandestinely. Upon hearing this, Zhaju clenched his increasingly pale knuckles. Useless. Zhaju spat out the words through gritted teeth. Were it not for recently taking over his father's enterprise and lacking capable individuals at his disposal, he would not have tolerated Gue Xiong's ineptitude. Incompetent in all endeavors yet a glutton par excellence, he had thoroughly investigated the origins of the incident, which had stemmed solely from Gue Xiong's attempts at coercive buying. This had inevitably led to the subsequent events. If one were to assign blame, Gue Xiong was undoubtedly the catalyst. After a spell of frustration, Zhaju finally set aside his murderous intent towards Gue Xiong for the time being. He could not afford to dispose of him. He would spare his life temporarily, intending to deal with those old geezers first before sending Gue Xiong to accompany Ada in death. Chapter 100, Martial Arts 2 months prior. Ichio had already embarked into this mountain range. At this moment, within a naturally formed cavern nestled amidst the mountains, a wild man abruptly opened his eyes. Break, break, break. He shouted thrice, and a faint breeze inexplicably emanated from his being, sweeping away the dust that clung to him. As the dust settled, a face emerged, none other than Ichio. 2 months prior, he had ventured into the mountains, discovering that the spiritual energy here was far denser than that of the outside world. Moreover, sensing the absence of any palace in this vicinity, he decided to devote himself to cultivation for 2 months. Today, he finally shattered the membrane of that realm, firmly stepping into the 3rd layer of the swallowing chi stage. Though this realm had not fully transcended the mortal coil, it surpassed the ordinary by tenfold. In this moment, he possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds in one arm, and his skin had become exceedingly resilient. Ordinary blades could no longer inflict harm upon him, and bullets would likely still pose a lethal threat. However, if confronted by an armed assailant, Ichio felt a measure of confidence in his ability to evade bullets or incapacitate his opponent before a shot could be fired. After all, what he had gained extended beyond mere strength. His speed had also transcended that of an average person by tenfold. Simultaneously, upon entering the 3rd layer of swallowing chi, the seal on his divination abilities had been unlocked. Indeed, as Ichio's cultivation advanced, he discovered that aside from the mountain character book, most of the other text remained sealed, with only rudimentary knowledge accessible, devoid of any core principles. Naturally, with Ichio's current level of cultivation, he was still unable to grasp the essence of the 5 arts. Yet, he firmly believed that as his cultivation progressed, he would inevitably master the Taoist 5 arts in their entirety. The art of divination had previously been introduced to him, and now, as knowledge was unveiled, Ichio's comprehension of this discipline deepened further. Suddenly, a frown creased Ichio's brow. He had performed a calculation, but was abruptly assaulted by a wave of malicious intent. This malevolence was alarmingly close. Ichio hastily recalibrated his calculations to trace the source of this hostility. A flicker of golden light ignited in his eyes, and in an instant, he directed his gaze towards the origin of the malice. The entanglement of hostility intertwined with him, and as he ventured beyond the palace, the secrets of heaven began to dissipate. His cultivation level was still too low, however, within this palace. There were only two individuals who could harbor such ill will towards him, Chaju and Guixiong. The prey has revealed itself, and nightfall is all that remains. Yichio murmured softly before closing his eyes to solidify his cultivation. It was evident that the night would not be peaceful. To avert any unforeseen calamities, he resolved to craft a few protective talismans. In the realm of talismans, there existed a hierarchy from the most potent to the least effective, and at present, he could only produce the most rudimentary yellow talismans. Such talismans could withstand a single bullet from a handgun, but would be rendered useless after just one use. Nonetheless, for someone like Yichio, who was just embarking on the path of cultivation, these protective charms were perfectly suited. After a considerable period of fortifying his cultivation, Yichio began to meditate and pray. His understanding of the talismans was limited, and he feared the success rate might be rather low. Thus, in Yichio's view, this meditation and prayer served merely as a psychological comfort, a plea for a turn of fortune. At 3:15 in the morning, a shadow stealthily approached the walls of the palace. The perimeter of the courtyard was replete with surveillance cameras. However, thanks to Yichio's mastery of divination, he was adept at concealing his presence. Whenever the cameras were about to catch sight of him, an instinctive feeling would arise within him, prompting him to hide effectively, thus avoiding any complications. Before long, Yichio successfully vaulted over the wall. Regrettably, his cultivation was insufficient to inscribe an invisibility talisman. Otherwise, would he have needed to go to such lengths? He could have simply strode in boldly and eliminated any detection, rather than sneaking around like a thief. The palace was expansive, and Yichio, with one hand delicately weaving a thought, focused on the malevolence he had sensed during the day. At that time, his cultivation had not been adequate to pinpoint the source of that malice. Now, however, the circumstances were different. Having entered the palace, he could trace the malevolence to its origin, enabling him to confront its bearer. Whether it was detection or conjecture, he could simply eliminate the threat and depart. Before long, guided by the aura of malevolence, Yichio arrived before a resplendent door. The entrance was adorned extravagantly, with a creamy white facade embellished with gilded lines, particularly the exquisitely crafted jade handle, which elicited a silent curse from Yichio. Indeed, all lucrative ventures thrived within the realm of punishment. This handle was fashioned from icy jade, a testament to its opulence. Just as Yichio was about to open the door, a sudden frown crossed his brow, and he halted momentarily, slightly shifting his stance. In the wake of these movements, a sharp sound sliced through the air, as a slender whip struck the very spot he had occupied moments before. Fortunately, Yichio had foreseen this eventuality, thus avoiding any harm. Yichio lifted his gaze, and the wielder of the whip came into view, a frail old woman leaning on a cane, with a slender whip in her other hand. "Who are you, young man? How dare you intrude here? Truly, you are courting death." Yichio scoffed softly, though a ripple of unease stirred within him. Indeed, there are always greater powers beyond one's own, and the adage rings true. Upon entering this house, he had heightened his senses and even employed divination to navigate his way. Yet he had failed to detect the presence of this elderly woman. Had she not struck first, alerting Yichio to impending danger, he would have surely suffered grievous injury from her whip. "Humph, let us see what you're capable of." The old woman returned his scoff, sparing no further words. To dare trespass before the young master's abode was a transgression deserving of 1,000 deaths. With that, she raised her whip, causing the air to crackle explosively as it lashed out like a mighty dragon, bending and twisting through the atmosphere. Yichio's expression darkened. This woman was undoubtedly no ordinary practitioner of qi. From the depths of his inherited memories, he understood her origins clearly. In the past, when the spiritual energy of the world waned, the powerful among humanity discovered a path that did not rely on such energy, known as the martial way. Initially, this path encompassed both body refinement and martial prowess, its might rivaling that of qi practitioners, and in close combat, it was even superior. However, as the years passed, the lineage of the martial way gradually faded, leaving behind only scant remnants of its once great heritage. The woman before him was a practitioner of this martial way. If one were to gauge her strength within that realm, she would likely be on par with a master of dark energy. How fortuitous! Yichio chuckled softly, resolutely engaging with the elderly woman's long whip. Although he possessed immense strength, he lacked the finesse to wield it effectively, thus regarding the woman as a sharpening stone to enhance his combat experience. In the 101st chapter, the elderly woman executed each move with lethal precision. Fortunately, Yichio's physique far surpassed that of the average person, exceeding it by more than 10 times. Despite the woman's proficiency as a dark energy martial artist, her strength paled in comparison to Yichio's. "Who exactly are you?" the elderly woman inquired, her expression grave and her demeanor slightly perturbed. It was unfathomable to her that a mere youth could match her prowess so closely. After all, she had honed her martial arts skills over several decades. Yet before Yichio, they appeared inconsequential. In today's society, where masters seldom emerged, dark energy practitioners were considered elite. To her knowledge, very few individuals across Asia could rival Yichio's age and capability as a dark energy martial artist. He appeared to be no more than in his 20s, a time when ordinary warriors were still striving to make their mark. "Your father," Yichio retorted, having become somewhat adept in the ways of combat, primarily relying on his fists and feet, or the extensions of those techniques with weapons such as knives and swords. The elderly woman, incensed by Yichio's audacity, recalled her own days of dominion over the martial world, a time when Yichio was likely still unformed. To be insulted thus by a junior. Even after years of cultivating her mind and spirit, she could not suppress the fury that rose to her throat. "You insolent brat! You seek death. I shall strip your skin and pull out your tendons today." Upon concluding her words, the elderly woman advanced with astonishing swiftness, her movements akin to a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she had closed the distance to Yichio's side. With a slight turn of her body, her shoulder rose, and her elbow flared outward, exuding a formidable presence. Although her actions were rapid, they merely momentarily startled Yichio, who quickly regained his composure and focused on her figure, observing her stance. A twitch of discomfort flickered at the corner of Yichio's mouth. Can one truly envision a hunchbacked old woman, barely standing at 1.5 meters tall, executing the essence of 8 extremes fist before them? "Press close," she commanded, her shoulder thrusting against Yichio's chest, followed swiftly by an elbow strike aimed at his head. Yet, to Yichio, these actions merely prompted him to take a slight step back. The disparity between them was evident. He had attained the 3rd level of chi absorption, with spiritual energy coursing through his body, continually nourishing his cellular structure. It could be said that he had transcended the human species, with only formidable beasts, like tigers, able to match him in sheer strength on this planet. As for practitioners of martial arts like the old woman, had it been centuries ago, Yichio might have regarded her with some respect, but in this era of diminished martial prowess, it was a different story. The legacies of old were largely obliterated by warfare. What remained were but fringe traditions. Take, for instance, the so-called dark energy, which lacked any hierarchical classification in ancient times. Practitioners were simply categorized into postnatal and prenatal stages, not the myriad of distinctions we see today, such as bright energy, dark energy, and masters of various kinds. The elderly woman's so-called dark energy practitioners could only be compared to novices at the 1st level of chi absorption. The elderly woman stared in disbelief, her murky eyes widening as her body trembled uncontrollably. It was only at this moment that she fully grasped the disparity between herself and the young man before her. Her utmost effort had merely succeeded in pushing Yichio back a single step. The gulf between them was nothing short of a chasm. A master. Impossible. The elderly woman murmured in disbelief, a wave of jealousy surging within her. How much had she sacrificed to take that step? She had even willingly lived under the roof of others, all in pursuit of greater resources to achieve her aspirations. Yet here was Yichio, a mere lad of barely 20, who had already stepped into the realm of mastery before her. Hatred flared within her, jealousy enveloping her heart as she relentlessly unleashed her 8 extremes fist, yet she could not even shake him a little. Yichio, however, simply shook his head. It was time to end this entanglement. His initial intention had been to observe what a martial artist was like, but this encounter left him somewhat disillusioned. While martial artists possessed greater physical strength than chi practitioners, their overall capabilities paled in comparison. Of course, this might also be attributed to the discontinuation of their lineage. Had it been the martial arts of centuries past, they might have been on par with chi practitioners. Nevertheless, further delay would be unwise. Yichio murmured to himself, stepping forward to appear directly behind the elderly woman. A sharp crack echoed as her bones snapped, followed by a piercing scream of agony. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her arms had been brutally twisted by Yichio. Those who assist the oppressor deserve their fate. Yichio's voice was chilling, causing the old woman to shudder deep within her soul. "Step aside. It is I who have been blind. Spare me." The old woman, seasoned by years of wandering the martial world, had employed her plea for mercy countless times, often turning the tables on her adversaries. Yet, Faced with a formidable foe once more, she resorted to this tactic again. However, this strategy evidently had no effect on Yichio. Under the scrutiny of his divination, the old woman was besmirched with sin, entangled in no less than 20 strands of causality at a cursory glance. How intriguing. Yet, regrettably, for a wretch like you who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, I believe, no one will spare you. Upon hearing this, the old woman momentarily froze, a flicker of panic unmistakably flashing in her eyes. She hastily exclaimed, I am a disciple of Master Mao, his second apprentice. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. She shouted at the top of her lungs, attempting to invoke her master's name to intimidate Yichio. Alas, Yichio had been oblivious to the martial arts until that very day. Thus, the weight of the old woman's master's reputation held no sway over him. With a dismissive snort, Yichio wasted no more words on the old woman. He swiftly crushed her skull, extinguishing her life in that instant. The bothersome fly had been dealt with. Now it was time to confront the main issue. Yichio murmured to himself, having sensed movement within the room moments ago. Clearly, the commotion from his confrontation with the old woman had awakened the other presence. However, it posed no significant threat, guided by that aura of malice. Unless the other could detect him from a distance of 1 or 2 miles in an instant, where could they possibly escape within this palace? With a resounding kick, the door was forcefully flung open, startling Chaju, who was preparing to contact his bodyguard. Yichio casually delivered a swift kick, sending a shockwave that knocked the phone from Chaju's grasp, sending it crashing to the floor. Friend, who are you? Have I offended you in any way? Chaju quickly inquired, his face a mask of wariness and urgency. Accompanying him was only an elderly practitioner of Bagwazang, as he had come to this palace to escape the summer heat. Never anticipating that the old woman would fall, it was all the more alarming that she was subdued by Yichiro in mere moments, which left Chaju in a state of panic. Chapter 102. The shift in mindset. Weren't you the one who had others searching for me? Why do you fail to recognize me now that I stand before you? Yichiro replied with a teasing smile, laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Chaju instantly realized Yichiro's identity. He was indeed that individual from the Ming dynasty. You killed Ada? Chaju's expression darkened, a trace of murderous intent creeping into his voice. Yichiro responded, Indeed, I do not harm others unless provoked. Since you seem quite concerned about Ada, perhaps I should escort you to meet him. With that, Yichiro moved swiftly, appearing beside Chaju before he could even react. Chaju's pupils constricted in disbelief at Yichiro's astonishing speed. He had been about to draw the concealed handgun from his back when Yichiro, like a specter, materialized beside him in an instant. Caught off guard, he could barely process the situation. Before he could draw his weapon, Yichiro seized his right hand with a firm grip. With a slight exertion of force, Chaju's arm was rendered powerless. Chaju's face contorted in anguish as he emitted a wretched wail. Spare me, spare me. I possess $200 million, all of it is yours. I implore you. Let me live. Chaju pleaded in a somewhat imperfect Chinese, continuously begging for mercy. In the face of death, wealth becomes utterly insignificant, no matter how he once reigned supreme in the borders of Myanmar. Yet, when confronted with the specter of mortality, Chaju displayed the same abject terror. If you survive, take heed in your next life. Yichio remarked with a smile, and then, with the ease of crushing an ant, he swiftly crushed Chaju's throat. Chaju's eyes gradually lost their luster, ultimately freezing in a state of unwillingness. His drug trafficking organization was on the verge of dominating the entire Golden Triangle and was even poised to collaborate with the mafia. Yet, all of this had become mere vapor. After dispatching Chaju, Yichio involuntarily inhaled deeply, his heart remaining undisturbed. Perhaps from the moment he inherited the 5 arts, he had set himself apart from ordinary mortals. The distinction between the celestial and the mundane is not a mere saying. Although celestial beings and mortals may appear similar, their fundamental differences manifest in the realm of existence. For instance, the disparity between humans and animals. One might feel a twinge of sadness at the death of certain creatures. Yet this emotional response is fleeting and superficial. Is the path of the immortal devoid of compassion? Yichio murmured, filled with doubt and skepticism. The way of the great is devoid of sentiment, yet humanity is steeped in emotion. If one were to truly transcend the 7 emotions and 6 desires, would that individual still remain themselves? Humans live through desire, experiencing the joys and sorrows, love and hate, all part of the spectrum of emotions. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must focus on restraining the restless mind and severing the ties of emotional desires. Such dedication can lead to the attainment of the great path, where one, devoid of wants and distractions, seeks enlightenment. However, Yuchio differs from the ancient practitioners of Qi. His cultivation is an introspective journey, refining his true self. Abandoning emotions and desires to chase the path is something he cannot and will not do. He yearns for freedom to follow his heart's inclinations. Upon realizing this, Yuchio exhaled a breath of turbid air, the murderous intent born from his encounter with Chaju settling within him. With this matter resolved, he swiftly departed from the palace. 5 months later, amidst the mountains, a streak of rosy light permeated the mist, fleeting and ephemeral, vanishing almost as swiftly as it appeared. The fog dissipated as if snow were meeting the blazing sun, leaving no trace behind. Soon after, a figure leaped forth from the woods. After 5 months, he had finally achieved the 5th level of Qi absorption. Surely, not even a bullet could harm me now, Yichio murmured, reflecting on how, since vanquishing Chaju, he had secluded himself here once more. During this time, many had sought the mountain, yet Yichio, wishing to remain hidden, eluded them effortlessly. However, what could be the reason for the purity of the spiritual energy in this place? For 5 months, Yichio had employed divination and other methods. Yet he could not uncover the source of such pristine energy. Nonetheless, he sensed that the time was not yet ripe, which was one of the reasons he lingered here in cultivation. Is someone else ascending the mountain? Yichio's eyes suddenly flickered with awareness. At present, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of Qi swallowing.